Awoo! The Wolf King was still confident and soon ran to his side with small steps. Just when its front paw was about to step on Shumo's head, Shumo suddenly bent up and put his arms around the Wolf King's neck. The Wolf King, who was caught off guard, was strangled with his eyes bulging and his tongue was weakly pulled out of his mouth. I really have tolerated you for a long time. Shumo's strong left arm tightly clamped the wolf's neck, and his free right hand pressed the wolf's head and pressed it hard into the snow. The Wolf King's head was buried in the snow, and soon he struggled violently because of suffocation. Shumo was not soft-hearted at all, and kept pressing it until its struggle became weaker, until it was completely silent. A generation of Wolf Kings died in his hands. After dealing with it, Shumo picked up the wooden poke and quietly approached the battle circle. The wolves' attention was all on the muskox, and they didn't realize that their king was gone. Nor did they realize that Lao Liu had crawled behind their butts. By the time they found out, it was too late. Shumo suddenly jumped up from the snow, and the wooden stick that had been ready for a long time poked 3 big gray wolves in the ass. The 3 big gray wolves were concentrating on staring at the muskox, and they were suddenly poked out of their wits. Before they could see who had attacked them, their limbs were stretched straight and they died.
Ah! 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 Ah!
At this time, the besieging wolves also discovered him and immediately cursed at him. But no wolf attacked him, because the war of attrition that lasted for most of the day had already drained their physical strength. Shumo was a typical man who was ruthless and didn't talk much. His original purpose was to eliminate the wolf pack so he would not be soft-hearted. As his hand rose and the wooden stick fell, 3 more big gray wolves were poked to death. This time the wolf pack finally reacted, and they fled around with their tails between their legs. Unfortunately, such a handsome 6-hit combo did not trigger the battle judgment. Shumo did not chase them. Compared to cleaning up the wolf pack, there were more important things to do. He turned to the muskox with a smile and said harmlessly, "I saved your life. According to our customs, you can repay my life-saving grace with your body, so I want you to repay my life-saving grace with your body. Is this reasonable?" The 2 muskoxen did not understand and could not speak, but the audience in the live broadcast room had already replied on their behalf. "Salted reasonable. This is too damn reasonable, really? Repay my life with your body. A leaf. Just tell me which piece of meat you like on my body. Can't I give it to you? What? You want a bullwhip? Okay, no problem. Anyway, I think it's useless. I'll give it to you. Your Shenhuang is infinitely arrogant. I have seen many Lao Liu, but this is the first time I have seen someone as Lao Liu as Master Mo. The name must be very long. I said whether it is muskoxen or wolves, they have to kneel when they meet Lao Liu. The 2 muskoxen were in a very bad condition. Because of excessive blood loss, they couldn't stop shaking all over. It looked like they would fall to the ground and sleep for a long time at any time. Shumo felt very distressed, really distressed. If they fell, he would be worried. These 2 muskoxen weighed at least 600 to 700 kilograms in total. It would take a lot of effort to drag them back. So, if they fell, they had to go back to the camp. Believe me, you can still be saved. You must hold on. Shumo cheered them up and patted their butts with a wooden stick to drive them to the camp. Maybe his sincerity aroused their desire to survive. The 2 muskoxen lifted their heavy hooves and staggered forward under his drive. Along the way, the muskoxen walked very slowly. Shumo walked with fear, fearing that they would die halfway, so he kept encouraging them warmly. "Hold on, camp, phew, victory is just ahead. I still have a lot of spices, phew, herbs to heal you. Don't worry, I'm nicknamed the God of Medicine, especially good at scraping bones to heal wounds. Your little injuries are no problem at all. I promise to scrape them cleanly for you. When I heal your injuries, I will let you go back to nature and let you completely integrate with nature. Really, I guarantee it with the reputation of Bernini. Come on, I'm always with you." The 2 muskoxen didn't understand what he was chirping, but his sincere expression touched them. They seemed to be re-energized and insisted on not falling to the ground. The audience in the live broadcast room seemed to be infected and moved. "Wah wah, he really is, I'm crying. The harbor of wind pursuit. Why do I feel more and more scared the more I listen? Ruthless pain. I have never seen such obedient food in my life, and it takes Moye's showy operation to win the heart of the oxen. Who rules the vast land? Master Mo is so kind he must eat a few more pounds of beef tonight. Uncle Jock? Benigni was innocently implicated. Master Mo is so mean. The original sin of the vegetable market. Master Mo is right. Eating and pooping, isn't it a complete return to nature? The sky was getting darker and darker, and the cold wind was getting stronger and stronger. The two musk oxen were very powerful, and they really walked to the camp with bumps and bruises all the way. Shumo was so moved that he quickly placed them in the center of the camp and then built a bonfire to keep them warm. The physical strength of the two musk oxen had long been exhausted. Without his spiritual encouragement, they soon fell to the ground. Shumo, who was making a fire, was startled and hurried to them to check their injuries. Their eyelids had drooped and their breathing was getting weaker and weaker. It seemed that they were beyond help. Shumo was very sad and couldn't help wiping the tears from the corners of his mouth. After meeting each other, I will physically transcend them later, so that they will cooperate well. Creak! Creak! There was a scratching sound in the wooden house, which reminded Shumo that he had locked Dahui for a whole day. He quickly opened the door of the wooden house and found that the inside of the wooden door had been scratched with countless claw marks. Dahui kept circling around him, sniffing his legs with his nose from time to time. Shumo was a little dazed and suddenly grinned and said, "Are you concerned about me?" Dahui couldn't speak, but he kept wandering around him. "I think so." Shumo touched its big head and turned back to the campfire. The two musk oxen were still some time away from dying, so he took this time to move the coffin bathtub to the warehouse. The temperature outside was very low, and with the cold wind, even if there was hot water, it would cool down quickly, and it would not meet the requirements of taking a hot bath. It happened that the warehouse was empty, so it was just right to use it as a bathroom temporarily. After moving the bathtub to the warehouse, he began to shovel snow into the basin. A full basin of snow, after melting, can become half a basin of bath water. The problem now is how to melt the snow and heat the snow water to a temperature suitable for bathing. After several battles, his fighting skills improved rapidly. This is also a manifestation of improved strength. Overall, he has become stronger, and this kind of strength is a fighting skill engraved in his bones. Perhaps this is the legendary Kung Fu. Shumo pulled out the wooden peg from the dead wolf corpse, patrolled around and changed the place. This time, he came to the pool in the valley. Wolves are everywhere. But, in order to give full play to his acting skills, it is safer to go farther away. Soon, he locked the target. In the woods beside the pool, 4 or 5 wolves gathered together, howling from time to time and forming a dragon gate formation. That's them. It's the same old routine. Get closer first and then show your acting skills. Shumo successfully shortened the distance and then adjusted his expression. Just when he was about to start acting, the wolves ran away. It was so sudden that his half-finished expression froze on his face. Awoo! A high-pitched wolf howl suddenly came from a distance, which was very penetrating. Only the Wolf King could have such momentum, and the direction in which these wolves ran was exactly where the Wolf King's voice was transmitted. Obviously, the Wolf King was calling. Shumo hesitated for a moment and followed quietly. Following the big gray wolf through the sparse jungle, he came to a wide open space. The open space was large and covered with snow. Before leaving the jungle, Shumo heard dense wolf howls. When he walked in and took a look, he was shocked. My goodness, at least 20 or 30 big gray wolves are hunting 2 adult musk oxen. Musk oxen are actually not cattle, but a transitional type between cattle and sheep. They are very large in size, and these 2 are basically around 300 kilograms, so they can eat many meals anyway. Under normal circumstances, wolves will not hunt such herbivores with strong attack power. But under the snowstorm, all creatures are equal, and all animals are facing the dilemma of food shortage. That's why the wolf pack took the risk to hunt the 2 musk oxen. If they really succeeded, it would be enough for them not to worry about food for a period of time. Of course, this is the most ideal outcome without Shumo. Unfortunately, Shumo encountered this. Then neither side will have any good results. Shumo looked around and quickly locked the position of the Wolf King. The Wolf King is easy to recognize. It is the largest, has the brightest fur, and the loudest cry. That's basically it. This Wolf King does look majestic. Even if he is hungry, he still maintains the domineering aura of a longtime superior. He roamed outside the wolf pack, howling from time to time, commanding the wolf pack to fight in a round-robin manner to consume the physical strength of the two musk oxen. At this time, both the Wolf King and the wolf pack were paying attention to the musk oxen and did not notice Shumo crawling close. Shumo lay on the ground, crawling forward little by little like a maggot, until he stopped when he was more than 10 meters away from the battle circle. This distance was just right. Not only could he observe the battle situation clearly, but he could also join the battle circle at the fastest speed when he attacked. He dug up the snow under him and buried his body in it, leaving only a pair of sharp eyes outside. He was very confident that even if the wolves were around him, they might not be able to detect him with this professional disguise. The camera in the live broadcast room was also fixed as his movements were still, but the barrage in the live broadcast room was rolling rapidly. What is not to say, Lao Liu, Master Mo is a professional. Sugar jar chestnut. I can smell the aroma of braised beef now. Fatty's single strategy, the real version of the fisherman benefiting from the quarrel between the snipe and the clam, is about to be staged. The dream of 6 billion people. It's a sin. No animal that encounters Master Mo has a good end, of course, except for Dahui. Stepping on the snow Changbai. Dahui is really lucky, and he can even make Master Mo want to silhouette. Blood spurted out of a gun. Mr. Mo may be coquettish and mean, but he is still very kind. Okay, forget it. I can't make it up anymore, because I have already thought of the tragic ending of the wolf pack and the muskox. Shumo has completely merged with the snow, that is the same color as the sky and the earth, but his focused eyes have never left the fierce battle circle. The way the wolf pack hunts the muskox is a typical war of attrition. Several big gray wolves attack from the front to attract the attention of the muskox, and then several wolves feint from the side to consume the energy of the muskox. The real killer is the big gray wolf behind the main attack. With the cooperation of the team, the backs and legs of the two muskoxen were bitten with a lot of wounds, and the blood flowed out. What is really fatal is not the wound, but the blood that keeps flowing. When the blood flows to a certain extent, even the strongest animals will fall down, and once they fall down, they will be eaten. But the muskox is a muskox after all, with a strong physique and a long hair to protect it. There is no sign of exhaustion in a short time. This is destined to be a time-consuming war of attrition, and it takes great patience to know the final result. Shumo has tasted loneliness and has acquired considerable patience. He buried himself in the snow, as if he had become part of the snow. He would not act rashly until the critical moment. Although musk oxen are herbivores, their attack power cannot be underestimated. The same is true for wolf packs. A wolf pack commanded by a wolf king is far from being comparable to a gorilla. Speaking of the wolf king, Shumo has been paying attention to it for a long time. As the saying goes, to capture a thief, you must first capture the king. If you want to destroy this wolf pack, you must first deal with this wolf king. The wolf king didn't know that he had been remembered by Lao Lu. At this time, it was running around in circles, carefully observing the fighter planes, howling from time to time, and commanding the wolf pack to change its formation. To be honest, the wolf king is very professional, but too idle. Just command. Why are you wandering around? Several times it ran past Shumo's body. Maybe the balance of victory was tilting towards the wolf pack, so the wolf king was excited. Its steps became bigger and bigger, and finally stepped on Shumo. Shumo felt his body sink, but he didn't move, because it was not the best time to take action. The wolf king didn't know that he had stepped on Lao Lu, and he was still running around the battle circle, stopping to watch from time to time. So Shumo was inevitably stepped on several times, and what was even more excessive was that once the wolf king stepped on him and stopped for several minutes. This is really intolerable. But Shumo still endured it. He understood that a small intolerance would ruin a big plan. Time kept passing, and it was getting dark before he knew it. Shumo lay in the snow for 5 or 6 hours without moving. During this period, he didn't know how many times he was stepped on by the Wolf King, and the resentment in his heart can be imagined. At this time, the limbs of the 2 musk oxen began to tremble. Obviously, they had reached their limit and could fall to the ground at any time. The opportunity has come, but Shumo still did not move. He wanted to wait for the Wolf King to come because he had been enduring it for a long time. Wap! Slalunting, Enalunno 96288814 began to prepare his expression and quietly approached them. When he was still more than 10 meters away from them, he suddenly slipped and fell to the ground. Ouch! My leg is broken. I'm going to die. Shumo wailed in pain and slowly crawled on the ground. Hiss! I'm done. My hand is broken. I'm a useless person. Why don't you come and eat me? Hiss! Oh, it hurts. Shumo twitched from time to time, looking like he had a serious illness. A dozen big gray wolves not far away were full of question marks, looking at his hard performance with a confused look on their faces. Not to mention the wolves were confused. The audience in the live broadcast room also fell into silence. Talent, Oscar owes you a little golden man. Infatuated with the starry sky fishing for wolves, elk and warmth. Please be more careful, okay? This poor acting makes me feel so embarrassed. Self-saving nature. You are so coquettish and cheap. Please give me back the mighty and domineering Master Mo. Heartbroken. The style of painting changes too fast. I have to adapt first. Otherwise my heart can't stand it. Ah, I'm dead. I can eat it with confidence. Shumo struggled on the spot for a while like a last breath, and finally kicked his legs and lay on his back on the snow. The wolves were silent, and the atmosphere was frozen. Shumo pricked up his ears and listened to the movements around him. Well, it's very quiet, which proves that the wolves have not left. If they don't leave, it means that they have been deeply impressed by their acting skills. So it's only a matter of time before they come up. Now all I have to do is wait patiently. Shumo lay straight on the ground, motionless, looking like he had been dead for some years. After a long time, a fishy wind suddenly blew and quickly approached him. Shumo's spirits lifted, and a mysterious and confident smile appeared on his lips. Could he finally hold it back? It seemed that his charm was irresistible, and it aroused the hearts of the wolves that had been eager to make a move. The smile on his lips grew bigger and bigger, and suddenly his eyes went dark, and the smile froze on his face. A huge vulture fanned the fishy wind and flapped its wings to land on him. Fuck you! Shumo didn't even think about it and kicked the falling vulture in the belly with 2 feet. The vulture wailed and was kicked several times in the air and fell hard on the snow in the distance. Ah! 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 The wolves, who had already relaxed their vigilance, immediately cursed at him. Too bad. How could there be such a sinister Lao Liu? Just a little bit, they would be fooled. Shumo sat up, his face very ugly. Just a little bit, the wolves would be seduced. He glanced at the wolves that were still cursing, knowing that this perfect plan had failed. Sure enough, after a while, the wolves left the slope cursing. Shumo didn't chase them because it was meaningless. It would be a loss-making business for him to spend a lot of energy to kill 1 or 2 wolves. In fact, there is another way, which is to add more agility attribute points so that he can catch up with the speed of the wolves. But unless it is necessary, he doesn't want to use the free attribute points now. Shumo stood up and moved to another place with the wooden poke. This method is actually still effective, but it was destroyed by the vulture. There are so many wolves, and there will always be greedy ones who can't resist the temptation of their bodies. This time he came to the cave where Dahui used to be. There were wolves howling here, and there were many scattered big gray wolves wandering around. He walked on the rocks covered with snow, and suddenly his feet slipped, and the whole person rolled off the rocks. He crushed several piles of dry grass in succession before he barely stopped. He lay on his back, as if he had fainted. I have to say, the acting is superb. Such a big commotion certainly attracted the attention of the big gray wolf. Soon, 2 big gray wolves approached cautiously. Awoo! The 2 big gray wolves did not approach rashly, but kept howling in a low voice, as if communicating. Their calls attracted several more wolves, and soon 7 or 8 big gray wolves gathered near Shumo. The increase in the number of gray wolves increased their courage. They formed a group and approached Shumo, who was pretending to be dead step by step. Shumo held his breath and concentrated, paying close attention to the movements around him. The rustling footsteps kept approaching until they sounded in his ears. At this time, the wolves were very close to him, and the two closest big gray wolves were only a few feet away from him. The strong stench enveloped him, and the panting of the wolves with their mouths slightly open could be heard. Now! Shumo suddenly turned over and jumped up, stabbing the nearest wolf's head with the wooden stick in his hand. The big gray wolf had no chance to react at all, and watched the sharp wooden stick sink into its eyes. Puff! The tip of the stick smashed its skull and came out from the back of its neck. When it was pulled out again, it brought out a string of blood-stained brains. Ding! The battle judgment has been triggered, and the evaluation will be completed after the battle ends. The wonderful prompt sounded, and the excited Shumo's murderous intent quickly surged. Oh! At this time, the wolves also reacted and suddenly became a mess. Some wolves fled in panic, and some wolves showed their sharp fangs and pounced on them. Shumo grabbed the tail of a fleeing wolf and pulled it back. Then he swung the big gray wolf and smashed it hard on another wolf that was flying over. The two wolves hugged each other closely with a series of broken bones, and then both fell to the snow. Shumo jumped up and took advantage of the force of falling to swing the wooden stick and hit them hard. The two gray wolves that were hugging each other were smashed into a V shape by the terrifying force of the wooden stick. They didn't even have time to howl before they both died. At this time, a fishy wind blew from the left, and a big gray wolf had already pounced. Shumo freed his left hand and slapped the wolf in the face. The wolf was slapped and spit out a bunch of broken teeth, and rolled and fell on the snow. Before it could struggle to get up, the wooden stick that followed had pierced its neck. Shumo pulled out the wooden stick, aimed at the back of the slowest running big gray wolf, and threw the wooden stick out with force. The wooden stick whistled as it chased after it, piercing its buttocks accurately, piercing out from its lower abdomen, and nailing it to the snow. The remaining few big gray wolves fled for their lives and disappeared in a flash. The battle started suddenly and ended quickly. Ding! The battle judgment has been completed, the battle evaluation C+, and the reward of free attribute points, 3 points. The arrival of attribute points made Shumo frown. The battle evaluation is too low. You know, he killed 5 of the 8 gray wolves in a short time. How could such a clean and neat battle be given such a low evaluation? Is it because the number of wolves is too small? The more Shumo thought about it, the more likely it was. The evaluation of S at the beginning was that there were dozens of gray wolves. The threat of the wolf pack has decreased as the number of wolves has decreased. But there must be more reasons. /100119116/2881492.html. After the coffin was made, it was already returned to the cabin and found the grizzly bear curled up in the corner sleeping soundly, so he didn't wrap it up and went back to his bed to sleep. The next day, it was dawn. Shumo got up early, washed up, and started to prepare breakfast. Now there were only wolf meat and snake meat left, and he chose to stew soup again. This time he stewed 3 meals of rations at once. After he was full, he put all the cooked meat and soup next to the grizzly bear. The grizzly bear smelled the fragrance and woke up from his sleep. He lay on the ground and licked the soup in the soup bowl, chewing a piece of wolf meat from time to time, eating very satisfied. Shumo touched its head, got up, took the wooden poke, and closed the door. He only gave himself 1 day off, but the grizzly bear was injured and could recuperate for a few more days, so he locked it in the house. He got up so early, of course, to hunt gray wolves. I don't know how many wolves have been released in Area 10. If it is not cleaned up, the grizzly bear will inevitably be killed by them when he leaves. Therefore, before the end of the game, he had to clear this hidden danger as soon as possible and try to restore the ecological environment of Area 10 to its previous state. Shumo tightened his wolfskin coat and strode into the forest. As soon as he entered the forest, he felt that he was being stared at by several pairs of dark eyes. In addition, there were a few wolf howls in the forest from time to time, which could be concluded that these dark eyes belong to the big gray wolf. It seems that there are really many wolves in Area 10, and they can be seen everywhere. Shumo slowed down his pace and tried to make himself look harmless. As everyone knows, he likes to be passive, especially when facing wild beasts. Seeing that he was walking alone, these wolves should not let go of such a good walking food. Unfortunately, his calculations failed again. The big gray wolves in the forest just watched from a distance, and no iron-headed wolf came up to cause bad luck. It seems that they were really scared of killing that time. Shumo frowned, because he knew that the gray wolves did not take action in addition to being afraid of him. And another important reason was the nature of the wolf. They are social animals, preferring to fight in groups rather than one-on-one. But if they really gather together, Shumo will be in danger. After all, without the help of the grizzly bear, he is still a little weak in the face of a huge wolf pack. Shumo thought for a long time and decided to take the initiative. His sharp eyes swept through the jungle and soon locked onto an arrogant big gray wolf. The reason why it is arrogant is that it dared to look directly at him without dodging. Too arrogant, this is it. Shumo clenched the wooden stick and pretended to be calm as he slowly approached it. This big gray wolf is indeed a bit arrogant. Seeing him approaching, he actually stood still. The distance between the man and the wolf kept getting closer and closer, from the initial 30 meters to 20 meters. It was not until there were only 10 meters left that the big gray wolf reacted and immediately turned around and ran away. Shumo would certainly not let it go and immediately used his agility attribute points to chase it. But a wolf is a wolf after all. It is not only agile, but also has 2 extra legs. From time to time, it makes a fake move to confuse the audience. Even if Shumo tries his best, it will be difficult to catch up with it in a short time. One man and one wolf ran around in the forest, scaring the other wolves to flee. For a while, the forest was in chaos, and the big bad wolf's curses were everywhere. The audience in the live broadcast room was also confused and couldn't recover for a long time. It's so exciting to play so early in the morning. Is it really okay? Non-sound, the operation came so suddenly, it's really refreshing. 6666, you are worthy of being Master Mo, but you don't do human things. Basic operation is not 6, and your immunity will be enhanced after watching it too much. In the rain, Wanvanen, these wolves have not realized the serious consequences of provoking Master Mo, and I want to pray for them. Shumo chased, and suddenly found that something was wrong. Why do I feel like I was slipped away by a wolf? Shit, how can I stand this? He raised the wooden javelin in anger, aimed at the wolf, and then activated his strength attribute and threw it out with all his strength. The wooden javelin whistled and rubbed the wolf's fur, and then deeply penetrated into the snow. The wolf was so scared that its fur stood up, and it ran away a few points faster. After the first shot failed, Shumo was not discouraged at all. He pulled out the wooden javelin when he passed by, and then aimed at the wolf running in front of him and threw it out again. The wooden javelin whistled and rubbed the wolf's tail, and then penetrated into the ground again. The wolf was so scared that its anus tightened, and its escape route began to deform. After the second shot failed, Shumo was still not discouraged, but the wolf's fancy body movements made the difficulty of the javelin several levels higher. So the third shot missed again. The fourth shot, the fifth shot. The wolf was already numb, and the audience in the live broadcast room were also numb. I can't stand it anymore, Master Mo. Please give it a quick death. This is too scary for the wolf. This wolf has no sense. Why is he running? Haven't you heard that the sooner you die, the sooner you will be reborn? Love is like drinking poison with a smile. I feel that this wolf will not be stabbed to death, but will be exhausted to death. Smiling at the spring platform to kill the llama. What a sin. This wolf is unlucky. Why did Master Mo take a fancy to him? I have to say that Shumo's accuracy is really hard to describe, but there is a saying that goes, if the accuracy is not enough, then firepower coverage. After countless failures, finally, a wooden stick fell from behind and nailed the big bad wolf to death on the snow. Unexpectedly, the big bad wolf died peacefully. Even with its tongue sticking out of its mouth, The relief on the wolf's face could still be seen. Shumo was tired and panting heavily, and sat down next to it. Too tired. The inefficiency is outrageous. If we really want to clean up the wolf pack in this way, it will take a long time. And the battle judgment was not triggered, which made him very unhappy. Could it be that even the system couldn't stand it? Shumo didn't feel embarrassed to blame the system. After all, this kind of battle was really fucked up. No, I have to be passive. I have to think of a way to let the wolves take the initiative. After all, waiting for the enemy to tire is always the best choice. He thought for a long time, and suddenly a flash of inspiration came to his mind uncontrollably. But this idea has to be implemented in another place. After all, the other wolves here are scared. Shumo stood up and patted the snow on his butt, then pulled out the wooden poke from the wolf and left the forest without any nostalgia. After leaving the forest, he arrived at the place where the last battle took place. There were piles of wolf corpses emitting a disgusting stench, and several vultures circled in the air and landed on the pile of corpses. Not far away, several big gray wolves were wandering, looking around from time to time, and vigilantly discovered Shumo, who had just left the forest. This time the target is them. Flash 1010916 to a Fortnite TML. Among them, only Benini was relatively calm, but she also put her hand into her coat pocket and grasped the handle of the Desert Eagle. After all, this is a bear, and it is still very oppressive to ordinary people. Shumo patted the grizzly bear's butt and drove it back to the wooden house. After closing the wooden door, Benini and others walked into the camp. Even though I already know that you have a bear through the live broadcast, it still makes me feel incredible to see it with my own eyes. Benini walked into the camp and glanced at the thick wooden door with lingering fear. Shumo walked over, gave her a big bear hug, and said with a smile, "It's been so long since we last met. Did you miss me?" Benini froze and said unhappily, "You are getting bolder and bolder now." Shumo let go of her with a look of regret and sighed, "It seems that you don't miss me, but I miss you so much. Okay, stop joking. This time I came here at the request of the program team to check your various physical indicators." Benini was a little overwhelmed and quickly changed the subject with a stern face. "No problem." Shumo was very cooperative. When he was about to open his wolfskin coat, he suddenly turned his head to look at the handsome repairman and others, frowned and said, "Can you 3-step aside? Do you want to grow corns?" Hearing this, the 2 bodyguards' eyelids twitched, and they immediately turned around and whistled as if nothing had happened. Charles took a few steps forward and said with a smile, "Your bracelet and camera also need to be checked. Please give them to me." Shumo felt that his smile was sinister, but he still cooperated and threw the bracelet and camera to him. Charles took the equipment and walked to the side, opened the toolbox and began to check. Shumo still felt that they were a bit annoying, so he put his arm around Benigni's shoulders, picked up her half-open medical box, and said with a smile, "It's cold outside. Let's go back to the house and check it slowly." Benigni's face turned pale and said with great resistance, "No, there is a bear inside. Don't worry, it's very cute and won't hurt you." Even if Benigni tried his best to resist, he couldn't stop his powerful strength and was finally half-heartedly taken into the cabin by him. Bang! The door was closed again, leaving the trio looking at each other. Fuck! Charles's handsome face was instantly distorted and deformed, and he trembled for a long time before squeezing out this swear word from his teeth. Inside the cabin, Shumo stripped off all his clothes and lay comfortably on the soft big bed, enjoying her little hands wandering on his body. Benini tried not to look at his lewd expression and tried not to care about the grizzly bear in the corner, and finished her work calmly. It is said that people who work hard will forget everything around them. Obviously, Benini is such a person. Even if the grizzly bear has moved to her side, she still didn't notice it. It wasn't until the grizzly bear's dark nose rubbed her slender arm that she reacted. Ah! After a short period of unconsciousness, Benini screamed and was frightened. Shumo hugged her in his arms very generously and said with a reproachful face, "You have to restrain your emotions. Otherwise, what if people outside misunderstand you? It's okay for you, but I still have to pay attention to my innocence." Benini was forced to lie on his hot chest and didn't hear what he was talking about. Charles's face outside the door was as pale as a pig's liver, and his fragile heart was severely crushed by the sudden scream. After a brief pain, there was a resentment that was far beyond that of the women in the deep palace. He glanced at the two bodyguards calmly, and unnoticed, he embedded a chip the size of a fingernail into the turned-on camera. In the wooden house, the atmosphere was weird and charming. Benigni struggled to break free from his arms and glared at him with a blush on her face. Shumo put his hands behind his head as if nothing had happened and smiled as he admired the messy picture of the beauty. Benigni sorted out his mood and continued to test the data. After a while of silence, she suddenly whispered, "You have to be careful of Charles." Shumo was stunned and subconsciously asked, "Who is Charles?" Benini rolled his eyes at him and said unhappily, "The one you slapped." Shumo's heart moved and he asked calmly, "Oh, what's wrong?" Benini hesitated for a while and said in a low voice, "In fact, the ecology has not changed. These wolves are likely to be artificially released into this area." "You mean Charles did it?" Shumo had already guessed it, so he was not surprised, but he still asked along with her words. "It's just a suspicion, no evidence, and now the program team prohibits talking about this topic. You have to be careful." It seems that his background is not ordinary. He can actually shut the program team up. His family has shares in this column. "Oh, I see." Sumo wanted to ask something else, but saw Benini had already started to pack up the equipment. "Okay, there is no problem with the test." After packing up, Benini fled out of the room. Shumo put on his wolfskin coat and planned to see her off. As soon as he went out, he ran into Charles wearing a painful mask. "The equipment is fine." Charles tried to force a smile and returned the bracelet and camera to him. Shumo nodded and watched them go away. Soon the helicopter roared again and left Area 10. After Shumo put on the equipment, he continued to complete the bathtub plan. Until it was almost dark, a large square coffin appeared in the center of the camp. The formation of the bathtub once again shocked the audience in the live broadcast room. "My goodness, Master Mo really doesn't do anything in the world of the living. It's okay to build a shelter like a tomb, but now he's building a coffin. Is this to put together a set for the road? How can we mortals understand Master Mo's brain circuit? Wait, the tricks are always behind. Why do I think this coffin looks a bit like the pig scalding basin used by the butcher when I was a child? Damn, now that you mention it, I also think they are somewhat similar. Master Mo is not going to burn the grizzly bear. What is the use of the name change card? Impossible. Master Mo is so good to Big Gray, he won't do it. Master Mo was also very good to the guard wolf before, but it was swept away by the snowstorm. Shumo was very satisfied with his work, but there were many gaps in the splicing, which needed to be filled with clay. He went to the lakeside where he found the clay and dug the clay with a wooden stick. The soil layer was frozen, hard in the low temperature. But it was not a problem under the miracle of great force. Soon he returned to the camp with a large lump of clay, softened it with water, diluted it, added hay shreds and kneaded it evenly, and then applied it to the gaps. After one night, this coffin can be used for a hot bath. WAP Pat 100 South Land at 11916281492MO. Because the grizzly bear is the overlord of this area, not a pet to be fed, Shumo will leave here soon, and the grizzly bear will return to the embrace of nature. If it loses its wildness because of his care, that would be the real harm to it. The barbecue soon exuded an attractive aroma under the scorching campfire, awakening the sleeping grizzly bear. It twisted its fat buttocks and came to Shumo's side with 3 steps. Shumo ignored it and turned the barbecue in his hand. The barbecue soon had a crispy skin and sizzled with oil. He sprinkled the secret baking ingredients and cumin powder on it to make the aroma more intense. The grizzly bear opened its mouth slightly and drooled. It moved closer to Shumo again, waiting eagerly for feeding. Shumo was angry and amused, so he turned around and turned his back to it. Unexpectedly, the grizzly bear immediately followed and moved in front of him. It sat up, stretched out its retracted paw to hold down his arm, and stared at the barbecue with its round eyes. Shumo rolled his eyes, pulled the unprocessed wolf corpse in front of it, and then pursed his lips. indicating that it should eat this thing. The grizzly bear pushed the smelly wolf corpse aside with disgust, still staring at the barbecue in his hand. Shumo made up his mind and started to gnaw on the roasted wolf leg in front of it. He ate with oil in his mouth, and the grizzly drooled as he watched. Soon, the whole wolf leg was gnawed clean by Shumo in front of the grizzly bear's eager eyes. "It's gone, all gone." Shumo shook the leg bone that he had gnawed clean in front of it, and then threw it far away. The grizzly bear felt very aggrieved, holding his paw and staring at him blankly. "You are a bear, not a dog. You are not allowed to gnaw bones." Shumo explained and pulled the unprocessed wolf corpse over again. The grizzly bear didn't even look at the wolf corpse and turned back to his own corner of the cabin with grievance. This time it buried its face in the corner and stuck its butt out to the door. Shumo looked at its thick bare back and touched his nose awkwardly. This guy seemed angry, but he had to be ruthless and cultivate its wildness, otherwise it would really hurt it. Shumo sighed and pulled the 2 wolf corpses left in the camp and the snake ball on the sled to the lake to clean them up. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. He has dealt with a lot of these things. Basically, he can kill a wolf in an hour and a snake in a few minutes. So before noon, he had already brought the processed wolf meat and snake meat back to the camp. The grizzly bear was still the same, with its back to the door and motionless. Shumo felt a little bit reluctant, but he thought, "Never mind, seeing that it is injured now, I will cultivate its wildness later." He lit a bonfire in the camp and then filled a pot with snow and put it on the temporary stove. There was no dragon and phoenix soup, but he could make a pot with wolf meat and snake meat. While the soup was being stewed, he found a stump, hollowed out the middle, and made a rough big soup bowl. After the soup was stewed, he poured a full bowl into the soup bowl. Shumo held the soup bowl, came to the grizzly bear, patted its big head, and smiled. "Are you still angry?" The grizzly bear stretched out its paw to dig his hand away and buried its face even lower. "You are not old, but you have a bad temper." Shumo laughed and scolded, swinging the steaming soup bowl back and forth beside the bear's head. "I'm telling you, you won't be able to find such delicious food, even if you search the entire area number 10 in the future. Why don't you get up and eat it?" Although Shumo was smiling, he felt uncomfortable when he thought about leaving here. I don't know if his words infected the grizzly bear, or the aroma of the soup attracted it. The grizzly bear stretched out its bare face buried in the corner, sniffed the dark nose, and moved to the soup bowl. Shumo placed the soup bowl at its feet and watched it lick its tongue and drink the soup with a smile. "Be careful with the soup. Drink slowly. No one will snatch it from you. After all, we are acquainted. How about I give you a name? You are a grizzly bear, and your fur happens to be gray, so I'll call you Little Gray. No, you will grow up eventually. This name doesn't suit you. Let's call you Big Gray. How about it? This name is high-end and classy, right?" The grizzly bear buried his face and drank the soup, while being forced to listen to his long-winded chatter. In the time it took to eat a meal, it already had its own name. "It's settled, Big Gray. Let me introduce myself. My name is Shumo, Shu for Shumo, and Mo for Shumo." Shumo stretched out his palm seriously and looked at it seriously. The grizzly bear was stunned for a moment, raised his bare head and licked the back of his hand, and then buried his head to continue drinking soup. Shumo smiled, touched its big head, got up and went out to the camp. The wooden planks that were prepared to make a bathtub last time were still buried in the snow, and they had to be dug out first. There were not many wooden planks, not enough to make a bathtub, and they had to continue cutting trees. Because he only gave himself 1 day to rest, he didn't waste time this time. Although the dagger was short, it was made of high-strength alloy, and the wear and tear was almost negligible. With the increase of 6 attribute points, the 2 big trees quickly fell on the snow. Next, remove the branches, split, and cut the boards, and it was completed smoothly and silkily. Shumo dragged the split wooden planks back to the camp. The bathtub is very simple to make, in the shape of a coffin and the size of a pig-killing basin. Combining the advantages of the two and then sealing the gap with clay, a rough bathtub can be completed. Now all that is left is to chisel out the grooves and bulges and then splice them together. Shumo sat on the ground and worked seriously. The bored grizzly bear held an empty bowl in its mouth and rolled around beside him. The harmonious picture was soon broken by the roar of a helicopter in the sky. The grizzly bear was so scared that it threw away the empty bowl and rolled to Shumo's side. Shumo was not surprised. Today was exactly the 80th day of living alone in the wilderness, and it was also the day for a physical examination every 20 days. Sure enough, the helicopter landed in an open space not far away, and several familiar figures came. Benigni, who had not been seen for a long time, and two bodyguards with live ammunition, and a handsome repairman with a feminine smile. "Oh God, there's a grizzly bear here!" The two bodyguards raised their guns and aimed at the grizzly bear lying on the ground nervously, as if they had seen a ghost. "Put down your guns!" Shumoli shouted, glaring at the two bodyguards in an extremely hostile manner. The two bodyguards shuddered and almost simultaneously lowered their guns obediently. Last time this guy twisted their waists and drew black blood, which has not completely dissipated until now. How can they not be afraid? Charles glanced at them coldly, secretly cursing them for being useless, but he couldn't help but stop and didn't dare to approach the camp rashly. This is a real grizzly bear, and it really eats people. WAP 11096281920. Survive in the wild for 100 days, and you can get $1 million. This slogan has made Alone in the Wild popular all over the world and become the most watched wilderness survival program. With the successful conclusion of the 9th season, the 10th season will also start as scheduled at the end of September. Unlike the previous seasons, the rules of the 10th season have undergone major changes. The location is still the extremely cold, uninhabited area of the Arctic, but the original rule of choosing 10 out of 40 pieces of equipment has been cancelled, and it has been changed to a limit of 30 to under 20 to 19 size and 20 kilograms of self-selected items. In short, it is to put your own items within 20 kilograms in a box of the size of a standard urn. However, there are also restrictions on the items you can bring, prohibiting electronic products, hot weapons, and seed-based regeneration plants. It seems that the conditions have been relaxed, but in fact the difficulty has been increased a lot. This rule directly eliminates the use of bows and arrows, waterproof, rain cloths, and other necessities for outdoor survival, which makes the contestants of this issue face unprecedented challenges. However, in addition to the self-selected equipment, the program team uniformly equipped 2 flints and a short-bladed dagger, which is also one of the few humanitarian concerns. In short, the change in rules has once again raised the attention of this season to a high level, and it also indicates that this time the prize competition will be more exciting. Wengehua, Seaside Square. At 9 o'clock in the morning, 10 commercial vehicles drove into the main venue of the Wild Alone column group one after another. There was a long table in the venue, with several cameras set up beside it. A large number of staff had been waiting for a long time. Not far behind them, 10 helicopters were staring at the opening of the event like silent giants. As the car door opened, the 10 contestants entered the venue accompanied by the staff. Each contestant was carrying a special box containing prepared survival supplies. Among them, a thin young man hanging at the end was particularly eye-catching, especially his slightly yellow skin, which formed a sharp contrast among the group of sturdy white people. "Oh, Shu, I didn't expect you to pass the selection. This is really surprising." A middle-aged strong man with a big belly and rosacea missed the crowd and smiled at the young man with black hair and black eyes in front of him. "It's all thanks to you," Shumo said hypocritically and politely with a fake smile. He was able to pass the selection because this old guy took $10,000 from him and went through the back door. "I really don't know where your courage comes from. Even experienced hunters may not be able to survive in this extremely cold place." The white man smiled and lit a cigar, his expression extremely comfortable. He didn't think that the weak Chinese could take away the $1 million, so the 10,000 yuan paid by this kid was no different from giving it away for free. In fact, Alone in the Wilderness is so big that it is impossible to lack this money. But China is like a lion awakening, oppressing everyone's nerves. At this time, a Chinese came all the way here to make a fool of himself. How could they refuse? So giving him a separate quota is already a tacit agreement of the program team, and he can get an extra income of 10,000 US dollars. Why not? Shumo also knew that the old guy was willing to use his connections for him with the mentality of seeing a joke, but he came here this time for the 1 million US dollars. 10,000 for 1 million, no matter how you calculate it, it is not a loss. Okay, let's go and sign the agreement. The rosaceous man flicked off the ash and led him to the long table. On the table were 10 thick stacks of printed contracts and opened ink pads. Most of the content of the contract was disclaimer clauses, such as injury, disability, death, and a series of accidents that had nothing to do with the program team. In addition, there was an equally important live broadcast authorization contract. Unlike previous seasons, this time a 24-hour global live broadcast was adopted. In other words, the contestants would be exposed to the camera at all times, and the netizens would capture the wonderful shots by themselves. Shumo still felt a little uncomfortable about this, but since he was here, he couldn't give up halfway. After signing the contract, the time had come to 9:30. At this time, a man in camouflage clothes walked up to the 10 people and announced the precautions for this competition. It was similar to previous seasons, not leaving the designated area, not hunting local protected animals, and undergoing a physical examination every 20 days, etc. After he finished his introduction, the time came to 9:50. From now on, you are officially the special guests of this living alone in the wilderness. Good luck to you all. As soon as the instructor finished speaking, more than a dozen cameras in the venue started to work at the same time. At the same time, the preset columns of the world-renowned traffic software began to access the live screen. The largest Yinyu software in China broadcast the live screen of the Living Alone in the Wilderness venue in real time. As soon as the live broadcast started, it was squeezed and collapsed. The eagle watching the wind entered the live broadcast room. The wanderer of the world entered the live broadcast room. I am pregnant with the child of time entered the live broadcast room. The handsome man who no one loves entered the live broadcast room. The server was once overwhelmed, and the number of people rose to tens of millions in just a few minutes. The longer the name, the more awesome it is. Damn, finally squeezed in. You, after all, do not belong to me. The sofa looked back and smiled. The chickens and dogs were jumping. The front row sold melon seeds and mineral water. Come and close your legs. I finally waited for a whole year. Wow, there are so many male gods. Strong in him, huh? Why is there a thin one? And he has yellow skin. This account has been permanently frozen. Just now the camera flashed and I saw it too. Could it be that I, a Shia person, also participated? Bullshit or bullshit? Impossible. At most, he is a Shia person. At this time, a blonde beauty holding a microphone occupied the entire screen. Hello everyone, I am Caroline Julian, the host of the program Alone in the Wilderness. Bright and juicy white-cut chicken. Miss Sister is so beautiful, can you teach me English? The little match-selling girl. Bright and juicy white-cut chicken. Idiot, she can't see it. Diamond VIP of the mental hospital. Lower the level of Xia people, drag them out and shoot them. Next, please follow me to learn about the warriors participating in this competition. Caroline Julian was enthusiastic, and then the camera turned to face the first contestant. At the same time, the detailed information of this contestant also appeared in the upper left corner of the screen. Name, Wally Hardinge. Nationality, M. Gender, male. Age 42, height 187 cm, weight 88 kilograms. Honors, specialties, 7 years of wilderness survival experience, once won the title of Mei Survival Expert. Why am I so disappointed? Wow, he is a survival expert right from the start. Is it so difficult to live alone in the wilderness now? Nearby. The rules of this season have changed. You can't bring bows and arrows, which means you have cut off more than half of your food source. Wouldn't it be suicide to come to participate without something? Little Fairy. The uncle is so big, I feel safe at first glance. Love, 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 love. I would like to hear about it. At Lowly Little Fairy, it's so delicious. Tears berry. This feeling. Look at the box in his hand. He must have prepared it. The barrage in the live broadcast room was fast, and many people noticed the box in Wally Hardinge's hand. /1/09966288148839.html. Caroline Julian kept a professional smile and interviewed. Hardinger, can you tell us why you want to participate in Alone in the Wilderness? Of course, to prove myself. I will conquer any wilderness in the world. Wally Hardinger showed his biceps, exuding strong confidence. Great body, can you show us the equipment you brought? Caroline Julian praised and motioned him to open the box he brought with him. Of course! Wally Hardinger put the box on the table, then opened the lid and introduced. This box is made of pig iron and weighs 2 kilograms. The box body and the lid can be used to cook food. As the lid was opened, the neatly arranged items inside were clearly displayed on the screen. This is fishing line and fish hook, which are essential for survival in the wild. There is also plastic film which can temporarily block wind and rain. This is an axe weighing 2 kilograms. It can be made into a hand axe with a wooden handle. This is a strong rubber band which can be used to make simple crossbows and slingshots. Wally Hardinger introduced the functions and usage of each item in detail. The barrage in the Yinyu live broadcast room has been rolling, and it has never stopped since the broadcast started. It's really professional. Love, love, love. Endless survival expert has a high gold content. How can you get it without being professional? Delicate little princess. He is handsome and experienced. I really want to go on an adventure in the wild with him. Handsome but not obvious. Delicate little princess. Auntie, hurry up and don't harm us. Go to Gayaozi. Wally Hardinger finished his introduction. Caroline Julian encouraged him and then turned the camera to the second contestant. Name Brandon Stark. Nationality, country, gender male. Age 38, height 188 centimeters, weight 90 kg. Honors, titles. Retired member of the Seawolf Special Forces. 5 years of wilderness survival experience. Once crossed the Lhasa Desert alone. You are a scum in the sea of people. Damn, this is even more awesome. The dream of 900 million girls. Really awesome. A member of the Special Forces. Really lucky. After all, I am not the only one in your eyes. I bet $1 that he will be the champion of this season. It's too early to talk. There are still 8 people to introduce. The contestants this time are obviously much better than those in previous seasons. Just follow them slowly. There will definitely be surprises. The equipment that Brandon Stark brought was similar to that of Wally Hardinger, both of which were very practical tools. After the introduction, the camera turned to the third contestant. Name, Maria Pumpkin. Nationality, M. Gender, female. Age 43, height 176 centimeters, weight 100. Honors, specialties. Mother of 12 children. No wilderness survival experience, but rich knowledge of identifying wild plants. Technician number 31. Did I read the weight column wrongly? Nearly 400 pounds? Everyone is drunk, but I am even more drunk. You read it right. The screen can't fit it. This is also possible? How did you pass the selection? What do you know? Fat is very important for survival in the wild. Maybe she is the dark horse of this competition. Sister-in-law, please let go. Dad, you call this a horse? Congratulations to Dad for having another son. Enough style. Congratulations to Dad for having a group of sons. No matter how cool the online name is, it can't escape the note. A group of spa. Caroline Giuliani said with a smile. Great mother. Please show the equipment you brought to our audience. My stuff is much more useful than theirs. It is the magic weapon for me to win the prize. Maria Panbuki proudly opened the box, revealing the food packaging bags neatly stacked like bricks. Caroline Giuliani was a little dumbfounded and said in disbelief, "Oh God, these are not compressed foods?" Maria Panbuki was even more proud and boasted. 15 kilograms of military compressed biscuits. 3 kilograms of dehydrated compressed dried vegetables, plus a 2-kilogram box which fully complies with the rules of the competition. When she said this, not only the host was dumbfounded, but also the people watching the live broadcast. This is all right? The fairy in the words. Damn, are you going to survive until the finals? Awesome. You can burn fat and get a prize. What a winner. When the fireworks are blooming, you can eat 100 with just that little? It's not bad to last 50 days. If you can push it away, don't be deep. At fireworks are blooming. Have you forgotten that? She still has 50 kilograms of fat? It's no problem to hold on for 2 months. Spring and autumn without summer. Maybe this season will really be exhausted by her to become the champion. Caroline Julian stroked her forehead and blessed, "Great mother, I wish you good luck." After that, she introduced the remaining contestants one by one, from number 1 to 9, except for ant number 3. All of them have rich experience in survival in the wild, and the youngest has survived alone for 3 years. Not only that, among these 9 people, there are 3 survival experts and 5 retired Special Forces members. It can be said that there are real masters. The equipment they brought is similar, all of which are mainly tools to assist survival. There is no other contestant who is so weird as to bring compressed biscuits. The professionalism of the contestants this time not only far exceeds that of previous seasons, but also pushed the atmosphere of the live broadcast room to a climax. Everyone is looking forward to the official start of Living Alone in the Wilderness, and they are also eager to vote for the champion in their hearts. At this time, the camera turned to the last contestant, and a handsome face appeared on the screen of the live broadcast room. Under the black and thick short hair, there are equally thick and straight sword eyebrows. A pair of dark brown eyes are as calm as a deep pool, and under the handsome nose bridge, there are 2 slightly thick lips, which make his handsome appearance more calm. This typical Oriental face instantly made the Yin Yu live broadcast room boil. My Chinese heart. I am sure he is a Chinese. I didn't expect that Chinese people also participated in the wilderness. It proves that I am no worse than anyone else. Beichuan Yuxin, don't be happy too early. Living alone in the wilderness will not allow Chinese people to participate. He is 100% of the Xia ethnic group of M nationality. What's wrong with Xia ethnicity? He was also a Xia person before. We Xia people are handsome. Even if we are descendants of Xia, we are not comparable to foreigners. I just laughed, blindly confident. Just as everyone was arguing, Shumo's information appeared in the upper left corner of the screen. Name, nationality, Chinese. Age 25, height 178 centimeters, weight 75 kilograms. Honors, specialties, unknown. When the 2 clear words, nationality, appeared in the column, the atmosphere in the Yin Yu live broadcast room instantly reached its peak. Chinese. He is really Chinese. Damn, awesome, wap. Kilometer 916-288-1114. Passerby with umbrella. 6. May you be well forever. As long as we are Chinese, what can these foreigners do? We will definitely win this time. Dragon of China. China wins the championship and promotes our national prestige. Yin Yu netizen. Huaxia won the championship, and we will show our national prestige. Huaxia won the championship, and we will show our national prestige. Brothers, keep the formation and brush up. Huaxia won the championship, and we will show our national prestige. Huaxia won the championship, and we will show our national prestige. The bullet screen in the live broadcast room scrolled rapidly, and these 8 words dominated the screen for a long time. Caroline Julian looked at him curiously and asked politely, "Can you tell us why you came to Alone in the Wilderness?" Shumo smiled slightly and said frankly, "Of course it's for the prize money." His words and actions touched the hearts of the audience in the Yin Yu live broadcast room. As soon as these words came out, the bullet screen formation was instantly disrupted. "Lend me 3 yuan to buy steamed buns. How poor are you? You went abroad to embarrass yourself. Isn't the money in China enough for you to earn? Lend me 3 yuan to buy steamed buns. Making money from foreigners is shameful? What's your logic? I'm ugly but I'm gentle. Making money from foreigners? Can he earn money with his loser look? It's so funny. I'm ugly but I'm gentle. You know he can't win the championship before it even starts? Did your parents who just died tell you in your dream? I'm ugly but I'm gentle. I'm ugly but I'm gentle. Go away, loser. I can tell from your ID that your parents don't give you confidence. To be honest, I think this guy is still very handsome. We won't know whether he can win the championship until 100 days later. Another 100 days. With his small body, if he doesn't eliminate me in a week, I'll eat 2 pounds of shit. I'm an old friend. I've taken a screenshot. I'll give it to you for free then. Insert award. Caroline Julian blinked and smiled. I like your honesty. Can you show us the equipment you brought? Of course. Shumo picked up the box that could also serve as a cooker and placed it on the table, saying, Please, the contents of the box must not only be displayed, but also inspected. This is a necessary step. 2 staff members wearing white gloves opened the box and were immediately dazzled by the colorful colors inside. Caroline Julian came over, took out a white and blue package bag, looked at it for a few seconds and introduced, I recognize this. It's salt. Shumo nodded and smiled. Yes, there are 3 bags in total. Caroline Julian picked up another package bag and asked, What about this one? Chicken essence. What about this one? 13 spices, a kind of seasoning. Oh God, this box can't be full of seasonings? You're very smart, you guessed it right again. Shumo poured out all the contents of the box and introduced them one by one. This is spicy fresh, cumin powder, chili powder, dark soy sauce, light soy sauce, and some secret ingredients. By the way, the last ones are the spices. Wait! The staff member woke up from his daze, pointed to the transparent convenient bag containing the spices and said, I want to check this. Shumo readily threw the spices to him. The staff member took out a few leaves from the bag with a confused look on his face and asked stupidly, Why do you want to bring leaves? Shumo patiently explained, These are called scent leaves, which are used for cooking. The staff member took out a piece of cinnamon from the bag and asked woodenly, Then why do you want to bring bark? This thing is everywhere. This is cinnamon, which is also used for cooking. Oh God, the Chinese are so terrible. The staff felt like listening to a myth with an incredible look on their faces. Every foreigner present fell into deep thought, and even his opponents looked like they had seen God. Shumo kept smiling and asked politely, If you have any other questions, you can ask them all. Oh no, except for the bark and leaves, you can't take the rest. The staff sighed and picked up the cinnamon scent leaves and put them back in the box. Shumo frowned and asked, Why? The staff said confidently, You are not allowed to bring seeds. This is clearly stipulated. Shumo's mouth twitched, and he was too lazy to argue with these stubborn foreigners. He can treat star anise and peppercorns as plant seeds. Why are you arguing with him? When these seasonings were exposed, the barrage in Yinyu's live broadcast room was completely blown up. Love is already in arrears. Damn, is this guy here to participate in the competition or to have a picnic? Crazy. Long hair to waist. Damn, I've been so speechless in my life. This time I really lost face abroad. Handsome people are full of gossip. I thought No 3 was outrageous enough, but I didn't expect that the outrageous ones were still behind. It was simply out of the ordinary. The beloved concubine received the order. Which young master is this who came out to experience life? Can't he change places? Do you have to embarrass the Chinese people to the whole world? The live broadcast room's bullet screen almost unanimously blamed Shumo. It can be said that the higher their expectations were, the greater their disappointment was. Compared with white people, Chinese people are already at a disadvantage in terms of size. Not only is he young, he also has no experience in surviving in the wild. The things he brought with him were not helpful in surviving in the wild at all, which was equivalent to directly breaking the Chinese people's fantasy of winning the championship. However, there were also many people who stood on Shumo's side. After all, he was the only Chinese participating in living alone in the wilderness. Of course, Chinese people should support Chinese people, so the live broadcast room's bullet screen was divided into 2 factions, and they argued fiercely. Shumo was receiving equipment from the program team at this time, and he didn't know that the people in the Yinyu live broadcast room had already quarreled because of him. In addition to 2 flints and a short-bladed dagger, there was also a headlamp-style forehead-mounted camera, a communication phone, a bracelet for monitoring vital signs, and an emergency medical kit. The medical kit cannot be used, otherwise it will be judged as eliminated. The camera and bracelet must be worn 24 hours a day. This is a hard rule. After everything was prepared, the 10 contestants boarded their own helicopters, which would take them to the planned destination. As the engine roared, the live broadcast room screen was divided into 10 entrances, each with the contestants' avatars and identity information. Clicking on the avatars would allow the audience to enter the live broadcast screen from the first-person perspective of the headlight camera. At the same time, Alone in the Wilderness opened the global voting button, and the audience could vote for the contestants they supported. Voting can rearrange the rankings of the contestants so that contestants with high support rates can gain higher popularity. Once the button was turned on, the 10 avatars in the live broadcast room quickly rotated back and forth. But the avatar of 10, Shumo, was as steady as an old dog, occupying the last place. WAP flash 1096/2881481.html. 10 minutes later, the support rate became clear. The first place was contestant number 2, with an astonishing number of votes of more than 8 million. The second place was contestant number 7, with a similar number of votes, also at more than 28 million. Surprisingly, Ant 3 received more than 6 million votes and won the third place. Compared with them, Shumo was much poorer, ranking last with 320,000 votes, and even the one before him had nearly 1 million votes. The votes will not lie. Not only overseas audiences, but even Chinese people are not optimistic about him. Half an hour later, 10 helicopters flew over the North Island Salt Lake. This place is rarely visited by people and is a paradise for wild animals. Under the dense vegetation, there are unknown dangers. The extreme climate and harsh living environment are irritating the contestants at all times. The helicopter hovered at low altitude and dropped the contestants to the designated area. Shumo's location is the designated area number 10, which faces the inland lake and backs on the low hillside. There are tall trees and bushes. As soon as he stepped on the soft dead leaves, he smelled the wet smell of rotten wood. The first thing to solve for survival in the wilderness is the shelter. It is September now, and in more than a month, the severe extreme cold will sweep here, so the shelter must meet the conditions of windproof, waterproof, and cold-proof. Shumo looked around and walked towards the foot of the mountain. The shelter cannot be built in the jungle, otherwise the pervasive moisture will become his biggest problem. Even if you can't find a dry, rocky ground, at least you have to find an open area. He was lucky. When he was about to reach the foot of the mountain, he found a huge exposed rock. There were no trees around the rock, only messy bushes and thick moss. It was exposed to direct sunlight and was an excellent camp. Shumo marked the rock as the first camp and then walked around looking for water. Fresh water is also important, but it should be slightly lower than the camping site here, because the leaves can accumulate dew and will not let him die of thirst. While looking for water, he found a line of fallen grass leaves in the bushes. This is a trace of small animal activity, and it is very likely that it's the only way for wild rabbits. Shumo used local materials and made a simple trigger trap using thorns and tough branches. His every move was under the eyes of the audience in the Yinyu live broadcast room. The strongest young master. I have some skills and can make traps. Yinyu netizen. I can do it if I have hands, but it's a low-end thing. Number 2 next door has already opened, and 2 squirrels were killed by a stone. What's so good about this trap? My name, is it true? So awesome? I just came from the number 2 live broadcast room, and it is authenticated as true. Shumo made 3 simple trigger traps and placed them on 3 paths, and then made 2 bait traps with branches and stones. As long as the prey touches the branches under the stones will fall down, thus capturing the prey. This trap is very primitive, but the fact that it has been passed down proves its effectiveness. Now the problem of it needs to be solved. Shumo dug under the roots of the big trees around him, and soon dug out a handful of nuts from the upturned soil. The audience in the live broadcast room saw his actions and immediately went crazy. The boat will naturally sink when it reaches the bridge. Damn, it's really inhumane. It took out all the food for the squirrels to survive the winter. Damn, using squirrels' food to trap squirrels, how wicked. Put away your saintly heart. Okay, this is wilderness survival. Of course, we have to do everything we can to get food. That's right. Why didn't you say anything about the stone hitting 2 squirrels next door? Shumo cracked a few nuts and put the rest on the trap. At this time, a squeaking sound attracted his attention. He searched for a while and found a squirrel standing on a branch not far away, calling out to him. Shumo suddenly had an idea and silently said, "Start the war core." Ding! The war core primary version system has been started. Along with the system prompt sound, blue panel instantly appeared in his mind. Host, Constitution, 0-100, strengthen internal defense. Endurance, 1000, strengthen external defense. Strength, 0-100, strengthen physical strength. Agility, 0-100, strengthen body speed. Toughness, 100, strengthen body resistance. Recovery, 0-100, strengthen self-healing ability. Distributable attribute points. 1 activation skill, Eye of Wisdom, real-time analysis of target status data. Battle Judgment, none through the battle evaluated by the system. You can obtain freely distributed attribute points. Upgrade area, complete all body enhancements, automatically upgrade to the Battle Core Intermediate version, and automatically start the next stage of the task. The 10-point endurance attribute is randomly given by the activation system. The most intuitive feeling for Shumo is that his skin has become thicker. A sharp knife cutting his body is as difficult to break through as a blunt knife cutting meat. He has personally tested this with a kitchen knife. As for the battle judgment, his initial understanding was fighting, so he went to Tangshan to eat a few barbecues. As a result, not only did he not trigger the battle judgment, but he also lost all his savings over the years. Later, he encountered a wild boar with cubs in the cornfield of his hometown. The two sides had a disagreement and had a fight in the cornfield. The fight was so intense that the sky was dark and the earth was dark. In the end, both sides fled separately. It was that fight that triggered the battle judgment and gained a few attribute points, which made him understand that only a battle close to life and death can trigger the judgment. Living alone in the wilderness not only has rich rewards, but also has large wild beasts in the survival area. It is simply a training place tailor-made for Shumo, so he would try his best to come and participate. Start the Eye of Wisdom. Ding! The Eye of Vedi. Wisdom has been covered. Searching for targets. Target search completed. Type, Squirrel low-end creature. Rage value 100-100. Threat value 0-100. Skills. No weakness. The whole body is full of weaknesses. Shumo's eyes were covered with data that was invisible to the naked eye, and he peeled the squirrel on the branch clean. Soon he lost interest. Such a weak animal could not trigger the battle judgment at all. So if you want to get attribute points, you still have to rely on large wild beasts. Every season, there are contestants who clamor to be bear-killing warriors, but they are just talking nonsense. Only he is really here for the bears. After setting the trap, Shumo continued to look for fresh water sources. Not long after, he found moist land in the jungle away from the rocks. The wet soil soaked his shoes, making him sure that there was abundant water resources underground. He came to the edge of the wetland, pulled out a dagger and dug through the rotten leaf litter, digging out a half-meter deep pit. The muddy water that penetrated the soil layer soon filled up half of the pit. He removed the lid of the iron box to act as a scoop, scooped up the dirty water and waited for it to be full before repeating the action until the water in the pit became clear. Now he was sure that there was a spring under the soil, which was drinkable water. After solving the water problem, he now had to consider the construction of a shelter and the most important source of food. Shumo returned to the camp, cleared all the moss and bushes under the rocks, and then went to the lake to carry gravel and spread it on the ground. While doing this, he also picked up some dead branches and piled them around the rocks. Building a shelter is not something that can be completed in a short time, and we must camp outdoors tonight. After finishing all this, the sky gradually darkened. Shumo was already hungry at this time because he had consumed a lot of physical energy. Before he returned to the camp, he went to see the traps. None of the trigger traps moved, but a stone of a bait trap had been buckled down. Shumo was delighted and quickly turned the stone over. A squirrel's body was crushed on the stone, and its death was extremely miserable. The audience in the live broadcast room also saw this scene from the first perspective, and the barrage was sent more frequently. Lao Chen's sheet metal spray painting process, I thought he was going to starve. But I didn't expect the blind cat to really meet a dead mouse. The secret that cannot be told. A dead mouse is not enough to fill the gap between teeth. What use is it? Damn, this guy is taking the squirrel's nuts again. Immortal military soul. He still has some knowledge of wilderness survival, okay? I don't know what you keyboard warriors are saying. Ambiguous. It's so funny, telling the truth is considered a criticism. Shumo rearranged the trap and went under the tree to find a squirrel's storage room. He dug out the nuts inside and used them as dinner for today. On the way back, he picked some berries as fruit after dinner. It soon became completely dark and 10 bonfires were lit in the silent wilderness. Each contestant will usher in the first night in the wilderness. Only 4 of the 10 contestants had dinner. No, but 2 had roasted squirrels with white sauce. No, 3 had boiled compressed biscuits. No, 7 had grilled tree worms, and number 10 had grilled squirrels with cumin. The rest ate wild fruits and grass roots to fill their stomachs. Any item of wilderness survival will affect the support rate ranking. Shumo's support votes reached nearly 1 million through a barbecue, but he is still at the bottom. Under the quiet starry sky, Shumo turned the roasted squirrel in his hand and sprinkled a thin layer of cumin powder on it. The occasional howling of wolves and chirping of insects around him did not affect his joy of enjoying delicious food. A roasted squirrel went into his stomach, temporarily calming his protesting stomach. After eating nuts and berries, Shumo leaned against a rock and closed his eyes to rest. In his drowsiness, he was awakened from his dream by a stomach cramp. His abnormality was quickly noticed by the audience squatting in the live broadcast room, and the slowed barrage began to roll again. Bugs flying all over the sky. "Ha ha, you have a stomachache? I told you to take away the squirrel's food. The human heart is the most terrifying. Come and watch. The first eliminated contestant of this season is about to be born. Summer Breeze, what are you gloating about? What good will it do you if you are eliminated? Come on, host, at least hold on for 2 days, otherwise it will be too embarrassing. Aren't Xiaolongbao fragrant? Your face is so blue it's obvious that you have food poisoning and you haven't called for help yet. What are you waiting for? 13th ant? If you can't hold on, just give up. Face is not as important as life." Shumo didn't know what went wrong, but he was sure that it was abdominal cramps caused by food poisoning. At this time, the bracelet on his wrist lit up red, and a gentle female voice came from it. "I detected that your physical condition is abnormal. Do you need help?" Shumo was sweating profusely in pain, but he still gritted his teeth and said, "No. Okay, we will closely observe your physical condition. If it reaches the limit threshold, we will force manual intervention." The red light of the bracelet flashed twice and hung up the phone. Shumo quickly opened the system panel and added that attribute point to recovery. An inexplicable energy roamed in the body, clearing the toxins in the body over and over again. He leaned against the rock panting, waiting for his body to repair itself. The barrage in the live broadcast room scrolled more frequently. Many people were moved by his tenacious character and changed their views on him a lot. Strange persimmon. "Brother, hold on. We are all supporting you." "Come on, wait for you to recover." Kanghai laughed. "You are harming him by cheering for him. If he can't get timely treatment in this kind of hell place, he might die. He can't see what we sent. It's his own choice." Professional breast augmentation 1964. Stupid and suicidal. Contact me for rapid paternity test. What are you suicidal for? Didn't you see that his complexion is getting better? Shumo's breathing gradually calmed down, and the cramps in his abdomen gradually disappeared under the repair of the mysterious energy. When he got better completely, 2 hours had passed. At this time, there was another cramp in his abdomen, but this time it was purely caused by hunger. Shumo was dizzy and weak in his limbs due to hunger, which made him realize that recovery would consume a lot of physical strength. Now he urgently needs to replenish his nutrition, but where can he get food in the middle of the night? No matter. He must find it, otherwise he might really become the first contestant to starve to death since the launch of Living Alone in the Wilderness, which would be a big loss of face. Shumo stood up tremblingly and walked towards the bushes with traps. The emotions of the audience in the live broadcast room were immediately aroused, and their nerves were tense with his pace. Akina Mountain? Damn, going to the forest in the middle of the night? Isn't this courting death? Our son. Fortunately, I didn't sleep, otherwise I would have missed this courting death drama. Once in the Aoi, the sky is like the sea. Really awesome. It is common sense not to go into the dense forest in the wild. What is in this brother's mind? Old taste. I want to ask if it was Liang Jinru who gave you the courage? There are bears and wolves there, so you are really brave. Moths to the flame. I was scared just by listening to the wolf howling in the video. How dare you do that? No matter what the audience in the live broadcast room said, it couldn't cover up that their curiosity and adventurous psychology were completely aroused. Countless pairs of eyes stared at the screen, following him to explore the unknown world in the dark. Shumo came to the bushes where the traps were set and sighed in disappointment. The 5 traps were intact and none of them were triggered. At this time, the hunger in his stomach was getting stronger and stronger, forcing him to walk towards the woods. Shumo could only try his luck near the water source he had just dug during the day. As long as he didn't encounter large beasts such as black bears, mountain lions, and gray wolves, animals with low bite force would not be able to break his defense. The woods in the middle of the night were not as peaceful as during the day and were full of traces of wild animal activities. Shumo just glanced casually and found a few pairs of green eyes hidden in the thorn bushes. He took a deep breath, picked up a handy stone from the ground as a weapon, and quietly touched the water hole. Water sources have always been the favorite of wild animals, so even if it was a water hole dug during the day, there must be animals visiting it now. Shumo hid behind a big tree and looked at the location of the water hole. Open the Eye of Wisdom. Ding, the Eye of Wisdom has been covered. Searching for targets, target search completed. Species, Lynx low-end creature. Rage value 12-100, threat value 28-100, skills none. Weakness, left lower limb injured and unrecovered. Species, porcupine low-end creature, rage value 25-100, threat value 8-100. Skills none, weakness underbelly. Shumo was dazzled by the data of at least a dozen kinds of animals. Fortunately, they were all small animals, so there was no big problem. Suddenly, a red data appeared in the Eye of Wisdom. Species, weird spiritual creature, rage value 0-100, threat value 1100, skills unknown, weakness unknown WAP/110-1096/28814843843A. What the hell is this? Shumo froze and cold sweat overflowed from his forehead involuntarily. The screen in the live broadcast room trembled, causing dissatisfaction among many netizens. Little Prince Fankai, what's going on? Why is the screen shaking? Are you stupid? It's obviously the host who is shaking. Damn, did the host see a ghost? Your baby has a cold. That's not the case. Who wouldn't be afraid of this ghost place? It's normal for the host to be afraid. Wandering everywhere. Ha ha ha, I thought he was so brave, but in the end he was still a coward. Believe in the future. Wandering everywhere. You are talking about how brave you are. If it were you, you would have wet your pants a long time ago. Wandering everywhere. At believe in the future. Is there something wrong with my brain? Going to the woods in the middle of the night? He made a fool of himself. The live broadcast room was noisy, and Shumo had already retreated without a trace. He couldn't understand what kind of existence the weirdness was, just like he couldn't understand how the system appeared on him. But the explosive threat value reminded him to stay away from here all the time. Suddenly, he seemed to step on something soft, and his ankle felt tangled and scratched. Shumo was frightened and looked down quickly. Type, Viper lower creature. Rage value, 100, threat value 48-100, skills, none. Weakness, 7 inches. Fortunately, it's just a small snake, a false alarm. Shumo breathed a sigh of relief, bent down and grabbed the snake's tail with his right hand, and pulled his left hand along the snake's tail to the snake's head, and finally held its neck tightly. A fat and twisting venomous snake was lifted up by him and exposed to the camera. The audience in the live broadcast room was so scared that their scalps numbed. After a short pause, the barrage rolled like crazy. Damn, a viper from the north. Brother, you call this a small snake? I am a foodie. Boss, I kneel down to so fierce. Crystal high heels, werewolf, so awesome. Northern man, boss, from now on you are my idol. I will be angry with anyone who dares to say anything bad about you. 4 seasons like spring. Venomous snake. This is the most undignified time in my life as a snake. Laughing at the 3,000 worlds. What the hell? The poison of the viper. A viper is not strong. It is not lethal, okay? There are also some in China. I used to play with it in my hands. What's so strange? Northern man. Laughing at the 3,000 worlds. CNM, you dog fuck, you just deserve to be scolded. Peerless beauty. Laughing at the 3,000 worlds. Tut tut tut. You can die if you don't pretend, right? Patrick is here. Why bother with this kind of person who is looking for a sense of existence? Shumo returned to the camp, cut off the head and tail of the venomous snake, peeled it, cleaned it, and threw it into the pot. There was half a pot of water in the pot, just enough to make snake soup. Fortunately, he brought ginger powder and pepper powder, otherwise the soup would be too fishy to eat. While cooking, he rolled up his trouser legs to check for any wounds. There were 2 light white scratches on his ankles, but the skin was not broken, which made him feel relieved. After wiping off the venom, he waited for the snake soup to boil. Shumo glanced at the jungle in the distance with lingering fear, trying to suppress the fear in his heart. At the same time, he kept comforting himself in his heart that he would not be able to see it as long as he did not open the eye of wisdom. If I can't see it, it can't see me. It must be this truth. Gululu. The pot boiled and bursts of tempting fragrance came out. Shumo swallowed his saliva, broke 2 branches to act as chopsticks, and picked out the half-cooked snake meat. Snake meat is actually not delicious, but the soup cooked from it is extremely delicious. So he decided to eat 2 snakes at once, and strung the snake meat that had been boiled in soup with branches and roasted it by the campfire. Shumo held the snake soup and fiddled with the campfire happily. After drinking a pot of snake soup, the hunger in his stomach disappeared instantly, and he felt lazy and indescribably comfortable. At this time, the snake meat was also roasted and sizzling. He sprinkled chili powder and cumin powder on it, and it was so crispy. The audience in the live broadcast room were also tempted, and no longer feared the viper before its death. Flowers in the fog and moon in the water. I can't find it during the day, and I can't hide in the middle of the night. I also want to go eat barbecue after watching it. I feel the same way. I'm so greedy. Laughing at the wind and cloud. Damn, other players are trying to save food, but the boss has arranged a midnight snack. Can you eat poisonous snakes? Aren't you afraid of poisoning? Professional sewer dredging. You have no common sense at all. Even if the venom enters the stomach, it's just protein. The audience in the live broadcast room was so stimulated that they were completely sleepy. But Shumo, who had eaten and drunk enough, had already leaned on the rock to continue to make up for his sleep. In the constantly rolling barrage, 10 contestants and countless spectators welcomed the first dawn in the wilderness. In the early morning, the crisp chirping of birds and insects pulled Shumo out of his sleep. He stretched and looked up at the dawn in the sky. Well, it is a good day to start the earth and avoid letting it rot. Suddenly, a roar of an engine came from outside the center of the lake with the sound of breaking waves. Not long after, a speedboat docked at the lakeside of Area 10. 2 men and 1 woman got off the speedboat. The woman was wearing a white coat and carrying a medical kit. 2 men in camouflage uniforms, holding submachine guns, guarded her safety on the left and right. The woman was very beautiful and not very old. She looked younger than Shumo, but her hot body that even the white coat could not hide added a lot of charm that did not match her age. Her arrival made countless viewers in the live broadcast room excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. A chicken thigh. Brothers, something big has happened. I feel like I'm in love. A long name is not a good thing. Get out of here. She belongs to me. If you walk by the river often, you will stumble. You only look at the beauty. Don't you think about why she came? Princess of the Morgue. Oh my God, the anchor is going to be eliminated. No! Dragging the internet speed. No matter whether she is eliminated or not, it is not as important as looking at the beauty. 80% of the scrolling barrage are topics centered around this beautiful doctor, and Shumo is no exception. He looks at the visitor carefully with his deep eyes. In fact, he is not interested in big horses, but the beautiful doctor in front of him is not a pure Westerner. Judging from her amber eyes and delicate skin, she should be a mixed race with Oriental ancestry. Hello, Shu. Let me introduce myself. My name is Heidelin Benini, and I am your exclusive health consultant for this issue. Heidelin Benini stretched out her white palm and introduced herself generously. Hello, Miss Benigni. Shumo extended his hand and shook it lightly. I detected a large fluctuation in your physical data last night. I need to conduct a comprehensive examination on you. If your health condition is not up to standard, you may face the risk of withdrawal from the competition. Please be mentally prepared. WAP/196-2881484.html. As Heidelin Benigni spoke, she opened the medical kit she carried with her at all times and took out professional testing equipment from it. I am very healthy. Shumo shrugged, somewhat helpless. Your words don't count. The results of the examination count. Now take off your shirt and sit down. Heidelin Benigni put on white gloves and her expression became serious. Okay. Shumo cooperated and took off his shirt, allowing her small hands, which had become slippery after applying the coupling agent, to touch his chest. He then discovered that Heidelin Benigni's medical kit was a miniature detector that could detect a series of data such as electrocardiogram and pulse. I have to say, it's professional enough. This scene made the audience in the live broadcast room jealous, and they wished they could become the one being checked. Brother, so cool. Damn, I can be fed dog food just for surviving in the wilderness. I can't live like this. I'm just working normally, and I can be fed dog food. How long have you been single? We all understand the truth, but it's just sour. This little tofu eater doesn't have to find food today. It's obviously the anchor who was eaten with dried tofu, but now he's even hungrier. Little lazy cat? Actually, the anchor has a pretty good figure. Although the muscles are not obvious, the body line is really good. Brother's online name is Blinding Your Dog Eye. I really admire you guys. Don't you go to work? Are you so idle? It's obviously a normal thing, but it tastes different in your mouth. I advise you to mind your own business. The barrage is still rolling, and the inspection is coming to an end. Okay, no problem. Heidelin Benini observed for a while and began to pack up the equipment. Shumo put on his clothes and thanked him politely. Good luck. Heidelin Benini finished packing and left Area 10 without any hesitation. After she left, Shumo went to the bushes to check the traps. Food is particularly important to him now. Only with sufficient food can the attribute points play a role. Even if he is seriously injured, he can rely on the physical strength converted from food to recover. Therefore, the key to fighting large beasts is whether the food reserves are sufficient. Before he approached the bushes, he heard a faint fluttering sound. Shumo's mouth curled up a smile, and he saw the movement in the bushes from a distance. When he walked in and took a look, he was immediately happy. 3 of the 5 traps were triggered. A fat rabbit was tied up by its hind legs and was struggling violently while dragging the vines. Both bait traps were triggered, and there was fresh blood in the crack of one of the rocks. Shumo turned over the blood-stained stone, and inside was a squirrel that had been crushed. There were only 2 feathers in another stone, and judging from the shape and color, they should have been left by grouse. Although a chicken ran away, the harvest was still very gratifying. After the audience in the live broadcast room saw it, the topic quickly revolved around the harvest. Circles in the corner. This is such a heaven-defying luck. I would like to call it the Emperor of Europe. Master, don't turn on the light. It's the old monk. Eat sparingly. It can at least last for 3 days. Gentlemen, scum. Rabbits and squirrels didn't provoke you. Why eat them? Heart is more beautiful than face. The anchor is so cruel. The rabbit is so cute. Let it go. Time boiled the rain. Where did so many saints come from? Can we move the Leshan Buddha for you to sit on? It's so funny. You don't eat meat normally? Jijiwai Nima, there's something fishy about this bee. The anchor let the rabbit go. What do you let him eat? Why don't you say anything about other anchors eating squirrels and rabbits? It's really disgusting. After Shumo returned to the camp, He broke the rabbit's neck, then cleaned the two prey and threw them next to the embers of the campfire. He was not hungry now, so he could skip breakfast. Since traps are so useful, he could set up more of them and store as much food as possible before the snow closed the mountain. So he spent a morning making more than 20 trigger traps and more than 10 bait traps. The next step was to find a suitable place to set up the traps. There are many bushes in Area 10, but not every bush has traces of small wild animals. In the whole afternoon, only 12 trigger traps were set up. Due to the lack of bait, no bait traps were set up. However, in addition to setting up traps, he found a water source. The water source was originally in the forest on the left side of the rock, but now it is in the forest on the right side, and it is a natural exposed spring, forming a small pool. As for the forest on the left, it has now been designated as a restricted area by him, and he will never go there again. In the evening, the backstage staff of the live broadcast room began to count the daily schedules of the contestants so that viewers from all over the world could vote better. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the daily progress of the 10 contestants was announced on the lower left side of the live broadcast room screen. Contestant number 1, Wally Harding. Health status excellent. Shelter under construction. Captured prey 1 grouse. Support votes 459W. Contestant number 2, Brandon Stark. Health status excellent. Shelter under construction. Captured prey 1 hare. Support votes 899. Contestant number 3, Maria Penbuki. Health status excellent. Shelter under construction. Captured prey none. Support votes 658. Contestant number 4, Gregory Matthews. Health condition excellent. Shelter under construction. Captured prey none. Support votes 369 double. Contestant number 5, Oliver Ibanez. Health condition excellent. Shelter under construction. Captured prey 2 grouse 547. Contestant number 6, Zidane Phelps. Health condition excellent. Shelter under construction. Captured prey 1 fish. Support votes 253. Contestant number 7, Salvador Klein. Health condition excellent. Shelter under construction. Captured prey none. Support votes 875. Contestant number 8. Health condition excellent. Shelter under construction. Captured prey none. Support votes 99 dine. Health status excellent. Shelter under construction. Shelter under construction. Captured prey 1 squirrels 264 botted. Contestant number 10. Health status excellent. Shelter under construction. Captured prey 1 squirrel 1 hare. Support votes 95W. The progress of the contestants will be updated on time at 18 every day. The prize voting activity will be officially opened. Rules: vote for the contestant to win the championship, and you will be eligible for the lottery. Voting period: from now until the end of the 50th day, you can vote freely during this period. The rewards are as follows. First prize: 3 days of solitude for the champion can meet the legal and reasonable requirements stipulated in the contract, plus 150,000 US dollars. WAP 100N 10916-288-4845.html. 10-second prizes: 7-day trip to the Arctic, photo with the champion, 10,000 US dollars. 103rd prizes: permanent membership vest of the Living Alone in the Wilderness live broadcast room, plus 1,000 US dollars. 1,000 participation prizes: a global universal shopping card worth 100 US dollars. The reward rules were clearly presented on the screen of the live broadcast room, and the audiences of the major live broadcast rooms were quickly attracted. Of course, the most active ones were the Chinese melon-eating crowd in the Yinyu live broadcast room. Damn, I'm going to switch to contestant number 2. After all, he has the greatest hope of winning. Let's wait and see. After all, there is a 50-day observation period. Vote for the one with the highest hope of winning first. What if something happens and you forget it? That's right. Throw away number 2 first, and then switch to the one with the highest hope of winning when the deadline is approaching. Brother Xiaoguan, vote for chicken number 2. I'm going to vote for aunt number 3. But speaking of which, if you really win the prize, will you really go to the North Pole? Starry night. What the hell? Just ask for the prize money, and the trip to the North Pole and taking photos with the champion can be sold for money. Anyway, there are plenty of people going. Take a deep breath and smile. Anyway, no matter what, I can't vote randomly. This is my closest chance to become a millionaire. Ha ha ha! Who isn't? Slip away, slip away. Go observe other contestants. Shumo didn't know about this event, and didn't know that the reward would cut his support votes that he had worked so hard to increase in half. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. At this time, he was studying today's dinner. Now there are 2 prey, a squirrel, a rabbit, and some berries. Take any of these things alone, and he can't fill his stomach. Rabbit meat is dry, and it will be very dry if roasted. Squirrel meat is less, and roasting it will waste seasoning, so he decided to stew them in a pot. Shumo stood up and carried the box pot to the forest to get water. Now it was getting dark, and if it wasn't necessary, he wouldn't go to the forest at night to commit suicide. The dense forest was very quiet in the evening, and the dormant beasts had not yet moved. Shumo brushed off the fallen leaves on the spring, filled a pot with water, and was about to leave, when he suddenly heard a low whimper. The sound was a bit like a dog, but there was no dog in this damn place, so it was probably a wolf. He was not afraid, but tiptoed towards the source of the sound. Wolves are very aggressive, and their fighting power should not be underestimated. Recklessly approaching is no different from seeking death, but this kind of danger is exactly what Shumo needs. The system's attribute points must be obtained through combat judgment, so sooner or later he will have to go to die. But dying is dying, and you can't do it without thinking. If it's a group of wolves, they will go back to where they came from. If it's a lone wolf, he passed through the bushes, and after pulling away the thorns blocking his eyes, his vision suddenly became clear. In a clearing at the edge of the forest, a big gray wolf with shiny hair lay in the weeds, licking the wound on its front paw alone. Whimpering in pain from time to time, it was a lone wolf, or a wounded lone wolf. Shumo's eyes lit up, and when he saw a piece of furry meat at the lone wolf's feet, his eyes lit up even more. This piece of meat weighed at least 7 or 8 pounds, and it looked like it had just been hunted. If he snatched it, he wouldn't have to worry about food for at least 4 or 5 days. To be on the safe side, he squatted in the bushes and hibernated. He would only take action after he was sure that it had no companions. The audience in the Yin-Yu live broadcast room also followed his camera to discover the gray wolf, and the barrage of comments suddenly rolled like crazy. A cold and idiotic person. There are still Erha in this place? Cute 8 years old? Cool 9 years old? At a cold and idiotic person, Erha? I think you are the Erha. This is a wolf. So excited. This is the first time I saw a wolf through live broadcast. It's so damn beautiful. I heard that if the name is long, there will be girls. The anchor is really brave. He didn't run away when he saw the wolf, but squatted there. He refused to seduce. The anchor is not brave, but he is bold. He did everything that others dare not do. I really don't know how he grew up. Tangyuan loves dumplings. The anchor moved. Damn, the anchor walked towards the wolf. After Shumo confirmed that it was a lone wolf, he quietly approached it, and at the same time took out the short-bladed dagger he carried with him, and picked up a stone from the ground as a weapon. His footsteps were light, but still alerted the lone wolf. Woo! The lone wolf stood up and let out a threatening low roar in the direction he came from. Since he had been discovered, Shumo simply stopped pretending and walked out openly. The lone wolf's front paws were slightly bent, and its hair stood up, baring its sharp fangs at him. For some reason, facing the lone wolf's fighting posture, Shumo not only did not panic at all, but instead felt a sense of excitement for no reason. The lone wolf was protecting its food, so it was impossible for it to retreat, let alone Shumo, who came specifically for it. There was no retreat when the two met. As soon as they met, the battle began in full view of everyone. Shumo took the lead, stepped forward, swung a stone, and smashed it in the face. Even though the lone wolf was injured, it was still agile. After dodging the stone sideways, it retreated and suddenly jumped up, and at the same time opened its fangs and bit towards his throat. Shumo certainly would not let it lock his throat, but his speed was not as fast as the lone wolf, and he could not dodge in time, so he could only use his left hand to hastily block the wolf's mouth. As soon as he raised his hand, he felt his skin pierced by the sharp fangs, and felt a strong pain. The lone wolf bit his arm tightly, but it also caused its center of gravity to be unstable, and its two hind legs supported on the ground and walked around in a mess. Shumo was sweating in pain, and he hit its head with a stone. The lone wolf whimpered in pain and loosened its fangs. Shumo took the opportunity to kick its injured front leg, kicking it to the ground. Before it could stand firmly, Shumo flew over and sat on the lone wolf's belly. The lone wolf struggled violently, but it was greeted by a rain of stones and daggers. Shumo's fighting style was completely desperate, without any rules. Even so, he still did not cause fatal damage to the lone wolf, but was bitten and injured. The lone wolf was not much better. Under the double greeting of stones and daggers, his body was covered with blood. This battle was very tragic and was destined to end in a lose-lose situation. Ding! The battle judgment has been triggered. The evaluation will be completed after the battle ends. A wonderful system prompt sounded in Shumo's mind, causing him to pause involuntarily, and then he quickly left the battle. Since the battle judgment has been triggered, he should stop while he is ahead. While running away, he did not forget to take the 7 or 8 kilograms of meat. The blood had already stimulated the ferocity of the lone wolf, and with the food being robbed, the gray wolf went completely crazy and chased him from behind to bite him. Whap! /1-nas-3-11-10-4-6-html. Shumo's speed was not as fast as the gray wolf, and he could not outrun it at all. He did not want to fight with the gray wolf again, so he simply ignored it. Fortunately, its leg injury worsened, and it was unable to jump up and bite his throat. In addition, Shumo's skin was thick enough so there was no fatal danger. It was just following a persistent gray wolf, so the speed was inevitably much slower. What he did directly stunned the audience in the live broadcast room. Here comes my brother. It is indescribable and unimaginable. The so-called vet-doctor, I can only say that you are awesome. Really awesome. Invisible chicken wings. I don't obey anyone but you. I voted for you, and even the King of Heaven can't change it. The farmer's 3 punches hurt a little. If I saw it correctly, the anchor just took the initiative to fight with the wolf and asked, "Is there anything else that the anchor dare not do?" The leader of the green grassland. When the wolf meets the wolf will be destroyed. Human sweet cookies. Let me shout for the anchor. Who else? Half crazy, half crazy. The anchor is fierce, but also very mean. It's okay to steal the wolf's prey, but he also beat the wolf up. Fairy with beer belly. Who did I offend? Silly and silly boy, you guys are so busy talking. Didn't you notice that the anchor was injured? It was so difficult to walk. Madhouse is more exciting. Nonsense. That's a wolf. Anyone would be injured. Why do I keep hearing the voice of the wolf? Is that wolf still there? Since the forehead-mounted camera is a first-person perspective, the audience in the live broadcast room did not notice the gray wolf that was chasing and biting. Shumo also felt that it was not a good idea to drag it on like this. Although it was not fatal, it was painful. No matter how thick the skin was, it would be bitten. When he was hesitating whether to completely get rid of this wolfskin plaster, several wolf howls came from the forest again. His face turned green immediately. This time it was really a wolf, and it was a pack of wolves. At the same time, the wonderful system prompt sound came again. The battle judgment was completed. The evaluation was C, and the free attribute points were obtained. 1. He added the free attribute points that arrived to agility without hesitation. As soon as the distribution was completed, he felt a lot lighter all over his body, as if the pain was also relieved a lot. Shumo tried to speed up his pace, but he easily pulled his leg out of the wolf's mouth. Not only was he stunned, but even the gray wolf was stunned, and the dark yellow vertical pupils showed a humane thinking color. When Shumo turned around, the audience in the live broadcast room also found that the gray wolf had been following him. They were all shocked, bubbling with jealousy. If the anchor's leg was not bleeding, I would have really thought that the wolf was a dog. The wretched old man. Damn this anchor. Damn. Damn. A straightforward person does not fart in secret. Others were chased and bitten by dogs, but the anchor was chased and bitten by wolves. It's really awesome. Forgot to wear long johns. The program effect was explosive. If I couldn't give rewards, I would definitely send a rocket to the anchor. Time is a butcher knife. There is a lot of blood on the anchor's leg. It won't be life-threatening. Sister and love are not acclimatized. Life-threatening is fine, but if it is seriously injured, I will withdraw from the competition. The worries of the crowd are not unreasonable, because the red light on Shumo's bracelet is on again, and a familiar and gentle female voice comes. It is detected that your health data fluctuates too much. Do you need help? No need. Shumo replied briefly. His vigilant eyes swept around the constantly moving grass. The constant howling of wolves all around reminded him that he was surrounded by wolves. Okay, we will keep a close eye on your health data. If the limit threshold is reached, we will force manual intervention. The red light of the bracelet flashed a few times and dimmed again. Shumo decisively climbed up the nearest big tree. As soon as he stood firm on the branch, 7 or 8 gray wolves rushed out from all directions. One of them was obviously much bigger, and it should be the Wolf King. The wolves walked in a pace that didn't recognize their relatives, and surrounded the big tree where Shumo was. Shumo sat on the branch as steady as an old dog, and by the way, hung the stolen meat on the branches. The wolves circled around the tree trunk, and there was no way. The two of them, one up and one down, formed a confrontation. The audience in the live broadcast room also gained knowledge from the camera, and the barrage kept rolling. Pretty boys, the anchor has a really strong mentality. The camera didn't even shake when surrounded by wolves. Lonely Lamp Shadow, if he doesn't have a strong mentality, how dare he go to fight with wolves? How dare he catch a viper with his bare hands? Moonlight 47, what if the branch the anchor is sitting on breaks? What else can we do? Let's have a feast. Ha ha ha, I'll sit at the table with the children. 6 nuclear bombs. Can't you all just hope that the anchor will do well? What's your mentality? I'll sit at the table with the elderly. Gulululu Gulu, 6666. Not only is the barrage very active, Shumo's support votes are also rising rapidly, and he has attracted a large number of viewers from other live broadcast rooms. Shumo and the wolf pack have reached the stage of exhausting their patience. Now it depends on who can't stand the loneliness first. At this time, the red light on the bracelet lit up again, and a gentle female voice came. Hello, according to the staff's feedback, you are surrounded by wolves. Do you need human intervention? No. Shumo still refused. Once the staff of the program team intervened, he would face the consequences of elimination. You only have one life. Please choose carefully. No. Okay, our staff will pay close attention to your dynamics. If your life is endangered, we will try our best to rescue you in time. After that, the red light of the bracelet dimmed. Shumo was not panicked at all. As long as he did not get down from the tree, the wolves would have no way to stop him. Moreover, the wolves would not stay for too long in this environment. They would definitely retreat first. But he obviously underestimated the resentment of the injured gray wolf. This confrontation lasted for nearly 2 hours. At this time, it was completely dark, and it was pitch black in the dense forest. Shumo didn't know whether the wolves had left, but the movement below never stopped. Gurgle. The empty stomach protested again, making his hands and feet weak. The injuries from the battle with the gray wolf have been healed by restoring attribute points, but the price is a huge physical consumption. He had not eaten for a day, and his ears were ringing with hunger. In this state, getting down from the tree rashly would be tantamount to seeking death. Shumo held on to his limit and finally cast his eyes on the piece of meat hanging on the tree branch. It seemed that he would be forced to enjoy a sashimi meal tonight. Eating raw meat was disgusting, but he would really die if he didn't eat it. He avoided the lens of the forehead camera, quietly took the meat off, and then cut off a small piece with a dagger and swallowed it whole without making a sound. WAP/110-11916-28814847.html. He didn't know what kind of animal's meat it was, nor did he know what it tasted like, but it tasted very fishy and made him want to vomit. Fortunately, the meat he ate was digested quickly and was repairing his body injuries. The forehead camera has a night vision function, so it is not very clear, but it is enough for the audience in the live broadcast room to understand his situation. Talking to the cow. The anchor will not be hung on the tree tonight, right? How miserable it must be. No one would dare to go down in this situation. Look at the several pairs of green eyes in the video. God knows what kind of animal it is. Thunder and Braga. It makes me terrified. It's more exciting than a horror movie. Cows running wildly on the highway. Please tell me the area of the host's heart. If you are well, that's fine. The host's mental quality is really strong. I have never seen him complain. Mirror, you are fat again. Haven't you noticed that the host really doesn't talk much and looks very cold? So handsome that I want to commit suicide. Yes, other hosts will introduce all kinds of things, but our host doesn't even fart. Just strangle your heart to death. Do you know what it means to be ruthless and talk little? If you don't know, just look at this host and you will know. The live broadcast room is very lively, but Shumo is very lonely. Even in summer, he can feel a chill in the woods. The woods are very lively at night, and the roars of various animals are filled in his ears. Shumo said silently, "Open the eye of wisdom." Ding! The eye of wisdom has been covered. Then he turned his eyes to the tree, and his eyes immediately covered more than a dozen pieces of data. Type, wolf, low-end rage value, 15-100, threat value, 65-100. Skills, none. Weakness, nose type, wolf, low-end creature, rage value, 10-100, threat value, 78-100. Skills, none. Weakness, nose type, wolf, low-end creature, value, 8900, threat value, 12-100. Skills, none. Weakness, nose, extremely weak, on the verge of death. Good guy, this group of wolves is still there. Shumo was completely numb. It seemed that he had to spend the night in the woods tonight. Fortunately, he grabbed a piece of meat, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. The long night was only torture. When dawn came, his clothes were already wet with dew, and the whole person became very haggard. The wolf pack under the tree had retreated at some point, leaving behind a wolf's body, finally gone. Shumo had been sitting alertly all night, and he was already feeling very uncomfortable. After getting down from the tree, he touched the wolf's body. It felt warm to the touch, and it was obviously dead not long ago. This wolf was the one that fought with him yesterday, and it should have died from severe injuries and excessive blood loss. Although he suffered a lot, he had to say that this wave of blood was profitable. Shumo filled up the water again, and then dragged the wolf's body back to the camp. Before he got close to the rock, he found that someone was already waiting in the camp. Familiar white coats, familiar armed bodyguards. Who else could it be but the beautiful doctor? Benini was fiddling with the weeds at his feet out of boredom. When he heard the footsteps, he raised his head and said in surprise, "Oh my God, you actually captured a wolf." Shumo did not answer, but asked strangely, "Why are you here again?" "Your health data fluctuated greatly last night. Of course, I came to check the indicators." Benini did not care and skillfully opened the medical kit he carried with him. Shumo nodded and then frowned. The camp was in a mess. The gravel ground was dug into pieces, and the most important thing was that the rats and rabbits he hid under the rocks were gone. Benini noticed the change in his expression and explained, "Don't get me wrong, your camp has been visited by wild animals." "I know." Shumo smiled and took off his shirt in cooperation. Although he was indeed injured yesterday, he has almost healed himself, so there will be no problem. 20 minutes later, the inspection was over, and the data test was passed as expected. Benini stroked his smooth forehead and sighed. "I can't believe that you didn't get hurt much after fighting with the wolf." "It was just luck. The wolf was already injured, so I took advantage of it. Anyway, I admire your courage. Well, I should go now. I hope the next time we meet is on the 100th day. Good luck to you." Shumo kept smiling and watched them go away. After they left, his face gradually became solemn. Beside the embers of the fire, he found a claw print that was 1 foot long. He couldn't think of another beast with such a big paw except the grizzly bear. Although he came for the bear, he definitely didn't want to run into it now, let alone in his own camp. Now he faced two choices. One was to change the camp. After the grizzly bear got food from the camp, it would definitely come again. The other was to wait and see, waiting for the grizzly bear to come and brush attribute points. But the risk was very high. After thinking it over again and again, he decided to stay, because there is no more suitable camping spot nearby. After all, it is a long-term survival, and a good camping spot is very important. If you stay, building a solid shelter should be the first priority. Now there is no shortage of food, and the trap can be put on hold for the time being. Shumo made up his mind and rekindled the fire. Fire is the natural enemy of all animals, even bears are no exception, which allows him to sleep peacefully. After a whole night of suffering, he was already physically and mentally exhausted. No matter what, he had to rest his energy first. He leaned against the rock and soon fell asleep. The barrage in the live broadcast room was just the opposite, becoming unusually active. What Shumo did last night quickly fermented, attracting a large number of traffic, and the number of votes of support also rose back to nearly 1 million in just one night. From time to time, people rushed over from other players' live broadcast rooms to watch the excitement, but they saw a fixed picture accompanied by a slight snoring. Bloody devil. What's going on? Aren't you killing wolves? Where's the wolf? Shumo stretched himself, stood up, and walked towards the lake. WAP/11916-288-1848.html. The inland lake was not far from the camp, about 500 meters away. The dark blue lake was as calm as a surface, reflecting the blue sky and white clouds. Shumo washed the blood off his body by the lake and rubbed the wound on his arm. Although the wolf's fangs had bitten through the skin, they did not tear out a larger wound, leaving only a few small holes. After one night, the part bitten by the wolf had scabbed over. The self-healing ability brought by 10 points of defense and 1 point of recovery attribute is so terrible that if all points are maxed out, it is probably out of the scope of human beings. After cleaning, Shumo went to the trap to check the harvest. A total of 17 traps harvested a rabbit. After throwing the rabbit back to the camp, he began to plan to build a shelter. The shelter can be built with stones, but this kind of shelter has very poor warmth retention and no cement, so it is easy to collapse. You can also choose to build a simple shed, which is the most convenient. It can be completed with a few wooden stakes and palm leaves or moss. It is torture to spend the winter in such a shelter. Shumo came here to practice, not to be tortured. The shelter must be comfortable. So there is only one option left, which is to build a wooden house. Building materials are easy to find. There are big trees everywhere in the forest. The difficulty is that there are no handy tools, such as axes, saws, nails, etc. But this is not difficult for him. A dagger can play the role of an axe and saw, but it takes some effort. As for nails, you don't have to use them. As a Chinese, how can you not know the mortise and tenon craftsmanship? Although he is a layman, it should be no problem to build a rough wooden house. Shumo walked around the camp a few times, drew an area of about 10 square meters as the construction site of the shelter, and then took a dagger to cut trees. The forest is mainly pine trees with straight trunks, which are very suitable for building materials. Shumo chose a pine tree with moderate thickness and began to chisel the bottom trunk with a dagger. With sawdust flying everywhere, the small pine tree fell down after 20 minutes. Then, he used a dagger to cut the pine tree into sections. One tree can be divided into 3 sections, which are the main materials for the shelter. This is completely physical work, and no skills are required. An hour later, Shumo obtained 3 sections of 4-meter tree trunks and was exhausted. After a rest, he followed the same method and cut down another pine tree. By the evening, a total of 9 sections of wood were harvested. After Shumo returned to the camp, he dragged the wolf's body to the lake to clean it up. At 1800 in the evening, the program team began to announce the daily progress of the contestants. Contestant number 1, Wally Harding, healthy condition, excellent. Shelter under construction. Captured prey, none, support votes 409. Contestant number 2, Brandon Stark, healthy condition, excellent. Shelter under construction. Captured prey, 2 grouse, support votes 900. Contestant number 3, Maria, healthy condition, excellent. Shelter under construction. Captured prey, none, support votes 678W. Contestant number 4, Gregor Matthews, healthy condition, excellent. Shelter under construction. Captured prey, none, support votes 369 wobble. Contestant number 5, Oliver Ibanez, healthy condition, excellent. Shelter under construction. Captured prey, 2 hares, support votes 547 wobble. Contestant number 6, Zidane Phelps, healthy condition, excellent. Shelter under construction. Captured prey none. Votes 254 total. Contestant number 7, Salvador Klein, healthy state, excellent shelter under construction. Captured per 8, Bianca Navarro, healthy state, excellent, shelter under construction. Captured prey none, votes 99 do. Contestant number 9, Abulati Zambrano, healthy state, excellent, shelter under construction. Captured prey none, votes 260. Number 10, healthy state, excellent, shelter under construction. Captured prey 1 wolf, 1 hare, votes 99 bablu. As soon as the information was announced, the traffic of number 10's live broadcast room skyrocketed instantly, and the votes of support also rose steadily. What a great start. How long will it take to eat such a big wolf? I really caught a wolf. Is it so awesome? Old people don't return. I have voted. Come on, anchor. Deserted island. Clear sky. I envy the anchor for being able to eat wolf meat. I don't know what it tastes like. I don't care about your love. Wolf is so cute. How can you eat it? Funny bodyguard. Shumo peeled off a complete wolf skin, removed 4 hooves, and dealt with the rabbit. After cleaning up, he returned to the camp. The next step is to boil water and put the rabbit meat in it. Rabbit berry stew soup, and then roast a wolf hoof. Dinner is very rich. Shumo sat by the campfire, turning the roasted hoof in his hand. The food now seems to be more sufficient, but his appetite is amazing. It's okay if he is not injured. Once he is injured, these foods are not enough. Just the piece of meat last night, he ate nearly half of it raw, about 4 pounds. In fact, his current way of eating is a little unacceptable to the audience in the live broadcast room. Sunlight warm. Does the anchor have a mine at home? Dare to eat like this. Acacia cuts for sorrow. A rabbit and a wolf leg, more than I eat in a day. The world is wonderful because of the rain. Now we don't know how to save food. What will we do in winter? Eyebrows and eyes. Auntie number 3 next door can eat a piece of compressed biscuits for a day. It's simply incomparable. The last one who ate like this has been eliminated. I guess it's only a matter of time before the host withdraws from the competition. Dusk rain falls on a pool of autumn. Although it's quite appetizing to roast, it's really too extravagant. Suddenly remembered the host has never been hungry. If he eats like this, he will suffer in winter. Purple Dream Love Star. He has the ability to eat like this, and other contestants have to have the ability to eat like this. Besides, the host is not going to live off the land. He has to continue hunting. Rainy day, waiting for the rainbow. It's so funny. Hunting also requires luck. Are you so sure that his luck can continue? Anyway, he is roasting wolf meat now. Better than you weird people. The sky gradually darkened, and the wolf legs were roasted and smoking, giving off an alluring aroma. Shumo had never eaten wolf meat before, so he treated it as dog meat. Sprinkled with secret roasting ingredients and cumin powder, the aroma became even stronger. Shumo took a bite, and it still had a bit of fishy smell, but it was tolerable. Now the importance of seasoning is reflected. The Chinese have been more meticulous about food since ancient times, and foreigners can't compare in this respect. Roasted white meat is actually very unpalatable. It's okay to eat it occasionally, but eating it every meal is actually quite a torture. He held the wolf leg and ate it with relish. The box pot in front of him was gurgling with steam, and the rabbit soup was almost ready. Wap, 110 letters Heiner 4 288. He took a bite of meat and a mouthful of soup, and he cleaned the whole wolf leg and a rabbit. The viewers in the live broadcast room were stunned. The host looks gentle and polite, but I didn't expect him to be such a big eater. Wild and reserved. Yes, with this kind of appetite, why don't you teach the buffet owner a lesson? Rainy day waiting for the rainbow. People have a fixed amount of food in their lives. Whoever finishes first will leave first. Cat learning to swim. Why do I feel that the host is living a comfortable life? Cute little cute. In terms of eating, he really beats other players. Shumo also felt that his appetite had grown a lot. One meal could be equivalent to 3 meals before. After eating and drinking, he started to build a barbecue grill. This wolf weighed nearly 70 to 80 kilograms, and now it was summer, so the remaining meat had to be smoked and preserved. He used the branches left over from the tree felling during the day to build a bracket about 1 meter above the ground, and then used the branches at the top of the pine tree to make a simple grill, and then put the wolf meat on the grill, covered with pine leaves to prevent the temperature from dissipating too quickly. Then he lit the fire below and started smoking. Because there was a fire, there was no need to worry about the wolf meat being stolen by wild animals. After Shumo finished all this, he returned to the rock to rest with peace of mind. In the middle of the night, a drizzle fell from the sky. Most of the 10 contestants were woken up by the rain, and only 2 contestants with plastic film survived. Shumo's mood was extremely bad. No one would feel good if they were woken up by the rain in the middle of the night. Now the importance of the shelter is reflected. Since he couldn't fall asleep, he simply got up and continued to build the shelter. It was impossible to cut down trees, but he could dig a foundation. Before starting, he went to check the smoked meat. Fortunately, the rain was not heavy, and the pine needles covering the meat had a rainproof effect, so there was no big problem. Shumo found a branch as thick as his wrist, sharpened one end, and used it as a shovel. The foundation does not need to be dug up completely. Just dig 2 pits with a diameter of 20 centimeters at each end of a line, but it must be dug deep. The deeper the digging, the stronger the wooden house will be. It must be at least half a meter to block the power of the grizzly bear. This is also a physical job. Shumo's hands were rubbed sore that he dug a deep pit that met the requirements. 14 such deep pits are needed in total, and there are still some to dig. Shumo was sweating profusely, and the audience in the live broadcast room watched with relish. This is not the car to the kindergarten. Working in the rain, aren't you afraid of getting sick from sweating? Primary school graduates. The anchor is diligent, but he also needs to find a place to shelter from the rain. Love to eat fish. Where can I take shelter from the rain in this wilderness? The other contestants hid under the trees and were also soaked. The author of the pounce. Our anchor is really aloof. He didn't say a word. It's too boring. Chasing reading or chasing poison, the other contestants kept complaining, and our anchor turned his resentment into strength to build a shelter on a rainy night. Give him a thumbs up. Civet Cat Doctor. Don't talk about other contestants. No. 8 brought plastic film and has been blowing it for half an hour. Ha ha ha, I just came from the number 8 live broadcast room, and there are a lot of people licking below. As the barrage continued to roll, the dawn of the 4th day in the wilderness arrived. Shumo was exhausted. It took him a whole night to drill the hole. Because he had consumed a lot of physical energy, he was already hungry. It was time to prepare breakfast. Shumo went to see the wolf meat and found that it had been smoked dark red. It felt hard to the touch, proving that the moisture had been smoked dry. This level of smoked meat can be stored for 1 or 2 months without any problem, and there is no need to smoke it again. But Shumo did not take it down, but returned to the camp to take out the half piece of meat he had taken. The color of this half piece of meat was dark red, and the hair on the skin was also dark yellow. It was probably venison, and there was still nearly 4 pounds. This is today's breakfast. Shumo took out a dagger, cut off about 1 pound, washed it and cut it into small pieces. Then he set the pot to heat up, threw the meat in and stir-fried it, and after the excess fat was fried out, added clear water to stew the soup. After the water boils, sprinkle a little salt. The broth made in this way is nutritious, delicious, and healthy. Since there is no staple food, stir-frying and roasting are not suitable. Try to keep it light, otherwise it will be greasy. While the soup is boiling, he picks tender needles. This thing can be used as tea. After eating the broth, you can have a cup of it to relieve the greasiness and refresh your mind. Tender needles are the leaves of pine trees. They are easy to find. There are many on the trees cut down yesterday. When Shumo came back after picking the leaves, the pot was already boiling and emitting bursts of fragrance. The meat for the soup must be cooked soft and rotten so that it is delicious. So he didn't rush to eat, but boiled a pot of water. After the water boiled, move it out of the fire, sprinkle in the freshly picked needles and soak it, and a cup of wilderness needle tea is ready. At this time, the meat is half rotten and it is time to eat. Shumo cut out 2 chopsticks and started eating with the pot. When he felt tired of eating meat, he took a sip of steaming hot tea. After getting rid of the greasiness, I continued to eat, which was considered to be a delicious meal. The barrage in the live broadcast room never stopped, and topics would be developed around any action of the anchor. Long spear is still there, chrysanthemum is brought. The anchor is a particular person, and he also made a cup of morning tea. What are you doing? Just this breakfast. 80% of the water friends present are beaten. A Ping Ping Insurance King Dahua. What you said is nonsense. Where can we get wild game? It's funny, who eats so greasy so early in the morning? All the good names are given by dogs. Yes, I usually don't eat breakfast. Twinkle, twinkle, twinkle. The anchor should pay attention. Eating like this is not healthy. Yugong driving an excavator. Healthy? You are surviving in the wilderness and you still talk about health? Look at the other contestants. How many of them have breakfast? Is it healthy to be hungry? After Shumo was full and drank enough, he continued to chop trees. Now, even if the King of Heaven came, he would build the shelter as quickly as possible. In the morning, he used the dagger to cut 6 trees with a diameter of about 20 centimeters and divided them into trunks about 4 meters long. If his skin was not strong enough, his hands would have been worn out long ago. Unknowingly, it was lunchtime again. After a bowl of soup, he didn't want to eat the second meal. Shumo decided to have barbecue at noon. There were about 3 pounds of venison left, and since it was not smoked, he had to finish it first. There are many kinds of barbecue. The simplest one is to roast the whole meat, but it is easy to be mushy on the outside and raw on the inside, and it is not easy to taste. Now he has no conditions to marinate it. If he wants to be more delicate, he can consider grilling skewers. This thing is also simple, but it is a bit time-consuming. But time is the least lacking here. After Shumo made up his mind, he went to the camp to pick willow branches. If there are no willow branches, other branches can be used instead, but they must be alive, and dead branches cannot be used, otherwise they will be easily roasted. This thing is the least lacking in the forest. Not long after, he broke a handful of branches as thick as a little finger. WAP 111096281480.html. After Shumo returned to the camp, he took out all the venison, cut it into small pieces with a knife, and strung it with willow branches. 3 pounds of meat was strung on more than 30 skewers, just enough for 2 meals. In fact, he also wanted to save food, but since he had the system, his appetite increased uncontrollably. He really didn't know what would happen in the future. After lunch, he continued to chop trees. In the afternoon, he chopped down 11 more trees, and with the previous ones, he got a total of 64 pieces of wood. These woods are used for walls, which should be enough. The next materials are much simpler. Only 14 3-meter-long pillars are needed, and the main structure of the wooden house can be built. If everything goes well, he can move into the new home he built with his own hands within 3 days. Shumo rested for a while and went to check the traps. Today's luck was very bad. More than a dozen traps were empty. Not only that, but 2 traps were destroyed by large beasts. After the repairs were completed, it was already dark. Shumo returned to the camp and began to prepare dinner. Dinner was still grilled skewers, already made, just grilled. At 18 in the evening, the live broadcast room announced the daily progress of the contestants on time. In today's data, contestant number 2 captured a reindeer, which immediately became popular on the entire network. Once the information was broadcast, Shumo's limelight was instantly overshadowed by number 2. All the live broadcast rooms were discussing number 2's capture of prey, and Shumo's exclusive live broadcast room was no exception. Boiling wine to comfort the wind and dust. How did number 2 capture the reindeer? Who of you went to watch his live broadcast? Not interested in your love. I heard that he flipped it over with his bare hands, which is comparable to our anchor. Cat learning to swim. I watched his live broadcast. He rode on the deer and smashed it to death with stones, which made me dumbfounded. Lingering with purple min. There are indeed many talented people in this issue. Noatu's deer can be eaten for at least a month, so there is no problem in entering the finals. Wildness and reservedness. Our host is not bad either. He is also a tough guy. Our host is a good one, but he eats too much. 1 meal is worth several of mine. Hometown talks about Changan. That's right. Every meal is barbecue. The food is better than what I eat at home. Summer is cool. The host doesn't know how to save food. He won't last long. How can he have so much luck? Today, all the traps didn't catch any prey. You can't stay like the wind. Strength is more important than luck. Okay, based on the host's courage, I don't believe he will go hungry. I am very optimistic about the host. He can endure hardships. Noon, just follow me. There is no use in enduring hardships if you don't save food now. How can you survive the winter? Is he chasing rabbits in the snow? Other hosts eat meat by Liang. This host eats meat by Jin. Has he never eaten meat in his 8 lifetimes? Rolled up her black hair. At least they have meat to eat. A keyboard warrior like you won't be able to eat 4 dishes in your master. Just follow me. Yo, so anxious? Is the anchor your husband or your father? Why are you protecting him so much? Rolled up her black hair. It's none of your business. Master, just follow me. Ha ha! After dinner, Shumo took the smoked wolf meat back. If he didn't take it back, it would be easily stolen by wild animals. Now there is no time to make a cabinet to store food, so he can only keep it by his side temporarily. After a day and a night of hard work, he leaned tiredly on the rock and soon fell into a dream. The barrage in the live broadcast room did not stop scrolling because of the stillness of the picture, and it still maintained a very high heat. Time slowly passed, and the jumping bonfire reflected Shumo's cheeks red. Unknowingly, it was late at night. Suddenly, there was a rustling in the jungle not far away, and the sound of dead branches breaking came. Not long after, a huge black shadow was reflected by the firelight, slowly approaching the sleeping Shumo. The audience in the live broadcast room first discovered the abnormality and immediately went crazy. Hometown talks about Chang'an. What is that black thing? Why is it so big? Self-deprecating, self-joking, self-madness. Damn, it's a bear! That's a bear! The master doesn't talk much. Oh my God! Hurry up and wake up the anchor! He's still sleeping. Sitting alone in the window. It's over. The anchor barbecue. She will never wake up in this life. Afraid of meeting you? Hurry up and contact the program team. The anchor will really die. Sleeping and laughing. It's useless to contact. It's too late, and they won't care. If they care, they will be eliminated. These are all written in the contract. I'm missing you in my life. No way, is it so cruel? I can't hide my love. Do you think living alone in the wilderness is just playing house? Any accidents are possible. I will be extremely happy looking at you. Now the anchor can only wish for good luck. Damn, it's more exciting than watching a horror movie. Damn, what a big bear. It's already next to the anchor. I'm sweating. Shumo seemed to have a dream in a trance, dreaming that he was eating fish. No, he was being eaten by a fish. In short, there was a very strong fishy smell, and it was getting stronger and stronger. The strong fishy smell forced him to wake up from his sleep. As soon as he opened his sleepy eyes, he saw a bear head bigger than a wash basin. Shumo was stunned, and for a moment he doubted that he was still asleep. But the cold sweat that broke out all over his body reminded him that the grizzly bear in front of him was not a rag doll in a toy store. This grizzly bear is more than 2 meters long, and the thick and shiny hair alone looks amazingly defensive, not to mention the lethality brought by its huge size. With such a thing, there are still people shouting to kill it. What to kill? Kill its stomach? Wop? What until line 916-288-1485 Tumwell. No matter what others think, Shumo has no temper at this moment. The grizzly bear is very close to him, but it does not show any aggression. Instead, it keeps sniffing around him, and finally its huge nose stops on the smoked meat at his feet. Shumo dares not move at all. The grizzly bear does not take action only because of its natural vigilance. When it is sure that there is no danger, it is time to take action. Now the most important thing to do is to make the grizzly bear aware of the danger, so he slowly opens his arms towards the grizzly bear. The audience in the live broadcast room was stunned, and the barrage scrolled more frequently. That starry sky, that sea, what does it mean? Is it going to embrace the grizzly bear passionately? What is the host waiting for if he doesn't run? If you don't understand, just say less. The host's emergency response is correct. Opening his arms will make the bear feel that he is very big, so he dare not act rashly. Please, cool refusal. If you really can't do it, you can pretend to be dead. Don't they say bears don't eat dead people? Kindergarten boss. Don't read too much on the internet. Wild animals will eat anything when they are hungry. If you pretend to be dead when you meet a bear, you may really die. Light years at the fingertips. This bear seems to be coming for the bacon. If the anchor is wise enough to give it the meat, it may survive. Your smile in the sun. How dare you be unwise in this situation? Forget about the meat. You can even give clothes. Shumo also discovered that the bear's purpose was the bacon, but he risked his life to get it, and he was unwilling to feed the bear like this. The grizzly bear didn't find any danger in the two-legged beast in front of him, and slowly reached out to the bacon with his huge claws. This action was also a test, but in Shumo's view, it was an ultimatum. If it was not stopped, the piece of wolf meat would change hands. When the bear was about to succeed, Shumo could not help it. He gritted his teeth and quickly pulled back the wolf meat. Then he used his agility attribute points to the extreme and climbed up the rock. The speed was so fast that the bear was shocked. The audience in the live broadcast room once again learned something new and exclaimed in amazement. Lihua Fei Shuiying Wu Mian. Has the anchor practiced Qinggong? He is so agile. Go to love, go crazy, go to persistence. It turns out that those who can participate in this program are not simple people. Just like that just now, there are really not many people who can do it. I am impressed by this anchor. He still cares about meat at this time. Does the anchor know Kung Fu? He is really amazing. One like Autumn. He looks plain, but I didn't expect him to be so good. Cool and irrelevant. You call this plain? After Shumo climbed up the rock, he stared at the grizzly bear's movements. The highest point of the rock is 2 meters above the ground, and the lowest point is only half a meter above the ground. Of course, the grizzly bear can climb up, so the crisis is not resolved. The grizzly bear also reacted at this time and stood up in anger. The burly body of nearly 3 meters brought an extremely strong sense of oppression. Shumo was still a little panicked in his heart, and he had no idea of fighting hard. The grizzly bear didn't have so many twists and turns. The fat meat in its mouth flew away, which directly stimulated it to go crazy and rush to the rock desperately. Shumo had been on guard for a long time. When he saw it climb up the rock, he jumped down immediately. When it jumped down, he climbed up again. One person and one bear started playing hide-and-seek around the huge rock, which stunned the audience in the live broadcast room. Shocking smile. Brothers, what do you say about this? Wave? Soft sister world boss. What else can I say? I am confused. Dusk rain falls on a pool of autumn. It feels like a dream. It is obviously a life-threatening thing, but the anchor has created a comedic effect. Sleeping story. The anchor is simply a god. No, he is not a human. He does not do anything related to humans. The memories are warm. I have seen people walking dogs, but this is the first time I have seen a bear walking. It is just like a cow sitting in a steamer. Keep away from strangers. Brothers, be serious. This is to escape for life. Shumo jumped up and down with the bear, and every second was a limit pull. Although the bear is huge, its speed is not slow at all, but Shumo is small and has a little agility attribute point bonus, so his speed is half a minute faster than the grizzly bear. So the scene looks thrilling, but in fact it is a close call. Shumo has no choice but to rely on brute force to consume the grizzly bear's physical strength and patience. This chase and escape lasted for nearly 2 hours. The audience in the live broadcast room watched the whole process with high tension for 2 hours, and they didn't even care about sleeping. Controlling emotions. What hatred and resentment. How can you chase for so long? Isn't it said that the bear's endurance is not good? Dusk, smoke, and rain. I don't know if the bear's endurance is strong or not, but the host's endurance is really amazing. His future wife is so happy. Dream and dream, damn, he can drive on any broken road. Soft girl, I'm a fan. I'll be a loyal fan of the host from now on. Cute little Opa. Green Mountain always fog. Damn, watch your speed, brothers. The host is still running for his life. Storm mission. There's nothing to worry about. The bear has been chasing for so long but hasn't caught up. Candied fruit. After tonight, the host will have another wave of fans. The chase on the rocks continued. Shumo was exhausted and sweating all over. The grizzly bear was not much better, and his movements were obviously much slower. If it weren't for dragging this piece of bacon, Shumo would definitely not be so embarrassed. Seeing that it could not catch up, the grizzly bear lay on the rock and licked a few pieces of bacon it dragged out, then went back into the woods in shame. After making sure that it was really gone, Shumo leaned against the rock and panted heavily. 2 consecutive nights of poor sleep made him extremely exhausted physically and mentally. The strong stimulation made him sleepless and unable to fall asleep again. Now he was extremely insecure and could not sleep well before the shelter was built. Because the grizzly bear would definitely come again, it had already been thinking about this place. Even so, he still had no plans to change campsites. Just because he was not a match for the grizzly bear, now did not mean that he would not be in the future. Today's account would be settled sooner or later. Shumo waited for his mood to calm down before he began to tidy up the campsite. The gravel on the ground was relaid, and the seasoning that was kicked over by the bear was also sorted out. But he suddenly found that the pot lid was gone. He searched every corner near the rock, but could not find the shadow of the pot lid. He then remembered that when the bear left just now, there was a clanging sound. Damn! It took the pot lid away. Shumo was so angry that his teeth itched. Every survival material he brought was a non-renewable treasure. A pot lid was usually inconspicuous, but its importance here was self-evident. If it was lost, cooking would be much more inconvenient. Fortunately, the pot lid was made of cast iron, and the bear could not chew it, so there was a chance to find it back. Shumo tried to comfort himself and continued to build the shelter after a good rest. WAP/1109162884852mel. It was still 4 or 5 hours before dawn, so we could move some stones back. The stones piled outside the wooden house could greatly enhance the defense of the shelter. Shumo was now going to build a solid fortress specifically for bear protection. The stones could not be too small, and he should be able to move them. There were a lot of stones that met the requirements by the lake. However, it was nearly 1 kilometer back and forth, which was really a very physically demanding job. In order to save energy, he first moved stones around the camp. That night, countless insects and ants suffered a catastrophe. They had long regarded the stone as their home, but their home was moved clean overnight. Shumo did not expect that moving a stone could bring a surprise. There were not only insects and ants under the stone, but also scorpions and centipedes living inside, which were rare sources of protein. Moreover, the taste of this thing when baked was not bad, barely within the acceptable range. As for those fat insects that would burst at a glance, forget it. It was really unbearable. Insects and other creatures have low bite force, and even if they are poisonous, they do not pose a threat to him, so he treats them equally and catches them as soon as he gets his hands on them. Little did he know that his coquettish operation once again refreshed the 3 views of the audience in the live broadcast room, stealing your full eyes of the stars. The water friend is indeed true. This anchor does nothing to do with people. The complex society. Damn, if you don't know, you would think he is moving crabs. The love letter of the pen. I am very curious about how the anchor has the courage to catch this thing like this. Isn't he afraid of being poisoned? Your promise is so ridiculous, and it's obvious that he's new here. Have you ever seen the host catch a viper with his bare hands? Is that true? Is it that cool? Just because I was young at that time, basic exercises are not cool. Please give me back my lollipop. This host is poisonous. I feel uncomfortable if I don't watch it for a day. I feel uncomfortable all day long after watching it. The child chasing his thoughts. How much has the host harvested now? Who has counted it? I will lose but won't cry. 3 scorpions, 2 centipedes. Damn, the host is catching snakes. After Shumo moved a big stone, he heard a familiar hissing sound. Obviously, this is a relatively large source of protein. Because it was too dark, he couldn't see the type and location of the snake at all, and he was too lazy to open the Eye of Wisdom, so he just reached in and touched it. After groping for a while, he touched the cold snake body. At the same time, he felt a pricking sensation between his fingers, but it was not very painful. He must have been bitten. Shumo was very calm and took the snake out without any panic. Well, as expected, it was bitten and it was a poisonous snake, but there was no blood flowing between his fingers, and it was not broken at all. He tied the poisonous snake to his waist with a nonchalant look and continued to carry stones as if nothing had happened, but the audience in the live broadcast room was terrified. Falling snow and flying flowers. Just tied it to the waist like this? What kind of operation is this? A touch of residual smile. I have seen people catching snakes, but I have never seen people catching snake fangs. The anchor is too hardcore. Willing to be a foil. What kind of eyes are you looking at? The anchor was bitten and is probably going to withdraw from the competition. Talking about the future. This is a viper. If the serum is not injected in time, it will be life-threatening. Emotional cleanliness. Don't worry, the program team will rescue in time, but it's a pity that we can't see such a great anchor. Rose in the thorns. The anchor is still too frivolous, alas, what a pity. Sunshine in the cracks. This is not called frivolous. This is called, do you really think you are immune to all poisons? I used to be so stupid. That is, it is just luck that I can live to this day. Do you really think I am possessed by the Emperor of Europe? Those memories are always lingering. Tsk. I really don't know what the mentality of you weird people is. You can't stand others doing well? I lack you in my life. Some people are unhappy in real life, so they will go online to find a sense of existence. Everyone understands. Shumo was carrying stones and the red light on the bracelet lit up again. A gentle female voice came. According to the feedback from the staff, you are suspected of being bitten by the Arctic viper. Is this true? No, I was not bitten. The Arctic viper is highly toxic and can endanger life in severe cases. Please confirm. Confirmed. Okay, if you are in danger, you can call for help at any time through the bracelet. We will do our best to protect your safety. The red light flashed a few times and dimmed again. Shumo didn't care and continued to be busy with his own things. The audience in the live broadcast room was not calm again, and the barrage suddenly accelerated a lot. In memory, who stranded the fleeting years? What's the trouble? I saw him take his finger out of the snake's mouth. He didn't get bitten? Anchor, please don't force yourself. Life is more important than competition. I'll miss you when the wind rises. Anyway, I don't believe he didn't get bitten unless his skin is made of iron. Missing like running to a funeral. In fact, it's possible that he didn't get bitten. Let me explain to you that when a large enough piece of food is stuffed into the mouth, the jaw muscle can't close smoothly. Married people know this best. If you really don't understand, you can try stuffing a purple eggplant into your mouth. Are you serious about this? Why do I feel like I've gotten on the highway without realizing it? A drop of lovesickness. Missing like running to a funeral. Can I use a green eggplant? Missing like running to a funeral. Can I use a cucumber? Before I knew it, the sky had brightened. Beside the camp, there was already a large pile of muddy rocks. Shumo leaned against the rock, feeling as tired as if he had been fished out of the water. After a night of hard work, not only did he move all the required stones, but he also had a hearty breakfast. He picked up the pot and looked at it. There were 5 scorpions and 3 centipedes in it, plus a snake, which was enough for a meal. After resting for a while, Shumo got up and went to the lake to clean up the ingredients. Centipedes and scorpions are easy to clean. Just cut off the head and tail and wash them clean. Snakes just have to go through the extra process of skinning. After cleaning, he returned to the camp and started cooking. Snakes are still boiled in soup first and then roasted, and the others can be roasted directly. In any case, this meal is still very hardcore, which has increased the popularity of the live broadcast room. Clothes, you have lost weight again. I came here because of the reputation. I heard that this anchor is very fierce. When I came in, I saw that he was really fierce. What the hell is he eating? 5 poisons. Strong little people. New friends, please be careful. If you don't have a good heart, try not to watch this anchor. Sunshine in the cracks. Why do I feel that the anchor roasts it very fragrant, and I actually want to eat it? Strong is always more beautiful than coquettish. Anyway, I can't accept it. Just watching it makes me feel uncomfortable. I really admire the host's courage. Shumo turned the skewers without much emotional fluctuation. Although this thing looks scary, it tastes quite good when grilled. After being grilled, 1 bite at a time, crispy and fragrant, it can be eaten clean in a few bites. Wop, Lash 100-916-2881-483.html. Fortunately, there was a pot of snake soup as a base, so he barely felt full. He was too lazy to grill the snake meat, so he just ate it clean. After eating and drinking, he continued to build a shelter. Before cutting down the trees, he first picked up a lot of hay and covered the entire pile of stones. Then he lit a fire and burned the pile of stones. Fire purifies everything and can burn away the insect eggs and germs left on the stones, making it safer and more comfortable to use. After the fire was extinguished, Shumo went to the forest to cut down trees. In the morning, 8 wood stakes were obtained. At this rate, the materials needed for the main body of the cabin can be completed today. At noon, Shumo went to check the traps in advance. Smoked meat is his reserve food, and he would try not to move it if possible. Today's luck is not bad. He harvested a grouse, which solved the lunch problem. He picked some cranberries on the way and planned to make soup with the grouse. Often, high-end ingredients only need to use simple cooking methods. After the grouse is plucked and washed, it is directly stewed in water. During the period, some ginger powder is added to remove the fishy smell, and some salt is sprinkled after the pot is boiled. While stewing the soup, he went to the forest to find wild vegetables. He couldn't stand eating meat every day. There are many kinds of plants in the forest, but he basically doesn't know them. But it's no big deal, as long as it looks like a vegetable. Even if it has some toxins, it's okay. With the ability to heal itself, it basically can't be poisoned to death. Not long after, he collected a bunch of green, wild vegetables. During this period, he also encountered wild mushrooms, but he was a little scared of this thing, so he ignored it. After returning to the camp, Shumo boiled these wild vegetables into the chicken soup that was already boiling. This scene once again stunned the audience in the live broadcast room. There is a river in the fog. Can anyone explain what the host is doing? No, what does the host mean by eating grass? Falling flowers full of sky flying. The host didn't think these were vegetables? My God, they look like grass. The country is beautiful but loses the charm. I guess the host eats grass on purpose because eating meat every day will definitely make people sick. The snow is deep. The smile is shallow. Then the question is, why doesn't he eat wild vegetables? Where are the wild vegetables in this damn place? The host must be helpless. After all, the human body needs to supplement plant vitamins. The anchor always does some unexpected and sassy operations. The more you watch, the more addictive it is. It is simply poisonous. At this time, the chicken has been stewed and the wild vegetables have been boiled. Shumo took a bite of the wild vegetables and almost spit it out. It was bitter, astringent, and numb. It was not something that people could eat at all. He threw the boiled wild vegetables out and changed another wild vegetable to continue boiling. In ancient times, Shenong tasted hundreds of herbs, and now Shumo is trying wild vegetables. After a simple and rough trial, he tasted 2 edible wild vegetables. Shumo named them Wild Vegetable Number 1 and Wild Vegetable Number 2, respectively. They will be the vegetarian food in the future. He looked at the green chicken soup and frowned deeply. The price of tasting the food is to ruin a pot of good soup. The taste of this pot of chicken soup can be described as a mixture of 5 flavors. It is really hard to describe, but every ingredient is hard to come by, and it cannot be wasted just because it tastes bad. Shumo pinched his nose and drank the soup in one gulp. The indescribable taste almost overturned his head, and he suppressed his nausea and ate the soft and rotten chicken cleanly. The audience in the live broadcast room stared with their eyes wide open, causing serious physical discomfort. Delete memory. Dalang. Drink the soup. Moon is full in the sky and flowers are everywhere. This pot of soup looks scary. I really don't know where the anchor got the courage to drink it. Borrow a journey of mountains and rivers to accompany your youth. The most terrifying thing is the anchor's psychological quality, which is only stronger than those special forces members. Time is thin. This evaluation is too much. The special forces members have truly experienced life and death. What can the anchor compare with? Collect a pocket of stars. The anchor seems to have never experienced life and death. Fighting with wolves, chasing bears. Which one is not playing with life? Time is thin. I told you to feel that. Can animals be the same as humans? The crushing of IQ does not have the oppression of life and death at all. A scholar, what you said, does it feel oppressive to bully the weak? A scholar, ha, classic. A scholar, classic. Ruoli is just a moment. A scholar, good classic. Time is thinner. Stand up and talk. This lunch made Shumo unforgettable. It took a long time for him to get out of the nausea. After cleaning the pots and pans, he continued to chop trees. In the evening, he had chopped all the wood he needed. This was a milestone since entering the wilderness, but it also made him extremely tired. In total, he hadn't slept a good night's sleep for 3 days and 3 nights, but the sense of accomplishment gained from this hard work stimulated him to be even more sleepless. The shelter can be built tomorrow. After the shelter is built, you can go hunting and brush attribute points without worries. While planning for the future, Shumo took out the bacon. These days, I have been busy chopping trees and have no time to find food. I can only use the stored food for dinner. He cut off about 2 pounds of meat, cut it into thin slices, and evenly spread it on the prepared wooden board. Then he boiled water in a pot, put in a few wooden sticks as a support, and placed the wooden board meat on it. Today's dinner is steamed smoked meat, but there is no pot cover, so I can only use a few large leaves to make do. While waiting, Shumo took out a dagger and wood and started to make one. At this time, the time just came to 1800 in the afternoon, and the live broadcast room announced the daily progress of the contestants on the 5th day on time. WAP was 111.196/2884854.html. As soon as the information was announced, the number 10 live broadcast room became a hotspot again, and a large number of viewers poured in. The smile infected the bitterness at the corner of the mouth. What's going on? Did this anchor poke a poison nest? This anchor's daily progress has a good harvest. Why is there so few support votes? Looking back, I suddenly realized it's because the anchor is too good at courting death. He might be eliminated one day. Moreover, the anchor eats too much. No matter how much food he eats, he can't last long. Who dares to vote for him? Putting aside the food, this is the most diligent anchor I have ever seen. Just for this reason, I will vote for him and won't change it. Not gentle, but love you very much. Come on, I think number 2 is still reliable. After all, this is the closest I have ever been to a millionaire. The snow is deep and the smile is shallow. You newcomers have not discovered the charm of the anchor. After watching for a long time, you will be addicted like us. Is it so mysterious? It's really so mysterious. I watched the live broadcast replay of this anchor on the internet. Now I can't help myself. I feel uncomfortable if I don't watch it for a few hours every day. Shumo solved his dinner with steamed meat and wild vegetables and leaned on the rock to rest. He was really tired, but there was always a sense of crisis that the unruly people wanted to harm me. The night was peaceful, but he didn't sleep well. The slightest disturbance could easily wake him up, making him even more exhausted physically and mentally. Shumo got up and went to the lake to wash his face. The cold lake water stimulated his spirit. After waking up, he checked the traps as usual, but unfortunately found nothing. After returning, he began to formally build the shelter. The wall does not need mortise and tenon technology, but the simplest stacking of wood will do. Shumo struggled to hold the 3-meter wooden stake and stood in the dug pit. There were 2.5-meter deep pits at both ends of a line, and a 20-centimeter gap was reserved in the middle. After 4 wooden stakes were erected, the 4-meter logs were inserted into the gaps layer by layer. Each log was about 20 centimeters thick, and 11 logs could be stacked into a wall. Although this kind of wall is simple, it is extremely strong. 4 half-meter stakes in the ground plus the weight of the logs cannot be pushed down even by a bear, and it is very fast. In less than an hour, a wall was built. Shumo followed the same method and spent a whole morning to build 3 walls. Now only the wall with the door and the roof were left. The door had to be as strong as the roof, otherwise it would be easy for a grizzly bear to break into it. These 2 things required the mortise and tenon technique, which was very tedious and troublesome. To put it simply, The mortise and tenon technique was to use concave and convex structures to achieve a stable combination. This technique was extensive and profound. He only knew a little about it, but he only wanted it to be strong, not exquisite, and the superficial knowledge was enough. Lunch was still 2 pounds of steamed smoked meat with wild vegetables and a cup of pine leaf tea. While cooking, he was also planning the structure of the door and the roof. After lunch, he started to make the door. First, 1 meter of the 4-meter log had to be cut off. The cut wood was the material for making the door. The material was still made of the whole log, and the only tool was a dagger. Shumo could only chisel a little bit at a time. The grooves were okay, but the protrusions were almost fatal. In order to make the protrusions, he needed to cut off most of a log. If he was not careful, it would be easily scrapped. In order to make it strong, a piece of wood needed to be chiseled out with 4 grooves and 4 protrusions, and they were all staggered. This was not only a physical job, but also a job that required endurance. In the whole afternoon, he only chiseled out half of the door material. The audience in the live broadcast room witnessed his hard work and looked forward to the formation of the shelter. Those years in a hurry. The anchor has some things, and he also knows mortise and tenon crafts. Dusk rain falls on a pool of autumn. He is too hardworking. If it were me, I would have collapsed long ago. Cuteness, it's just a shelter. Is it necessary to make it so strong? Learn from the neighbors. Put up a few wooden frames and cover them with some big leaves, which can block the wind and rain and save trouble. The beauty of the country, but the beauty of the city. The anchor is not very lucky. He encountered wolves and bears. The shelter must be stronger. Yeah, he hasn't slept much these days. It's heartbreaking to see him. I'm a little uncomfortable after not watching the anchor commit suicide for a day. Before I knew it, it was dusk again. Shumo stretched his muscles and got up to check the traps. Unfortunately, there was still no harvest. It looks like we have to eat the reserve food again tonight. With a daily consumption of 6 pounds, this piece of bacon can only last for 10 days at most. Dinner was replaced with grilled bacon with wild vegetable soup, plus a cup of acerola tea. After eating and drinking, we continued to work. At 1800 in the evening, the daily progress of the contestants on the 6th day was announced on time. Contestant number, health condition excellent. Shelter under construction, captured prey none, support votes 454. Contestant number 2, Brandon Stark, health condition excellent, shelter under construction. Captured prey 1 grouse, support votes 10.3. Contestant number 3, Maria Penbuki, health condition excellent, shelter under construction. Captured prey none, support votes 673. Contestant number 4, Gregory Matthews, health condition excellent, shelter under construction. Captured prey 1 fish, support votes 346. Contestant number 5, health condition excellent, shelter under construction. Captured prey 1 squirrel 1 grouse, support 442. Contestant number 6, Zidane Phelps, health condition excellent, shelter under construction. Captured prey a hare, votes 252. Contestant of 7, Salvador Klein, health excellent, shelter under construction. Captured prey a porcupine, votes 912. Contestant num, health excellent, shelter under construction. Captured prey 2 squirrels, votes 99. Contestant number 9, Abu, health excellent, shelter under construction. Captured prey 3 fish, votes 264. Contestant number 10, Shumo, health excellent, shelter under construction. Captured prey none, votes 121. The daily harvest of the contestants will directly affect the popularity and votes of the live broadcast room. Today, contestant number 7 has become a popular figure. A porcupine can increase the chances of winning the championship for the contestants. Although the live broadcast room number 10 is very lively, the number of votes is growing very slowly. This was all because he ate too much, which deducted a lot of points from him. Shumo sat on the ground, busying himself while planning for the future. He had never thought of saving food for the sake of winning the championship. Compared to the championship, attribute points were much more important. If you want to increase attribute points, you must store enough food so that you don't have to worry about getting hurt. The shelter will be capped tomorrow, and after it is built, you have to find every way to get food. Hunting with traps and fighting is too ineffective, so you have to think of a quick way to get results. WAP/196/8148555.fml. Shumo pondered hard, his wandering eyes intentionally or unintentionally staying on the uneaten wild vegetables. And suddenly a light bulb flashed in his mind and a sinister idea came to his mind. He raised a sly smile at the corner of his mouth, lowered his head and continued to work. It was not until the early hours of the morning that a heavy wooden door was completed. He was planning to take a rest, but suddenly there were several wolf howls in the woods not far away, which immediately made him sleepy. He had a grudge against the wolves, and the wolves would remember grudges. The shelter was not capped, so he still couldn't sleep peacefully. Since he couldn't sleep, he simply worked all night. The remaining wood can be used to build the beams, and the mortise and tenon structure is still required. After Shumo estimated the approximate location and quantity, he climbed up the wall and started to chisel holes. His hard work made the audience in the live broadcast room admire him. Qingfeng and I. If I had the perseverance of the anchor, I wouldn't be so poor. Nanhai Ningxin, doesn't the anchor need to sleep? Could it be made of iron? Really, I can't help but admit it. He slept less than 10 hours in 3 days and 3 nights. He is still young and doesn't know how to take care of his body. If I were next to him, I would have to talk to him. Am I not cute enough? I don't understand. What is the anchor trying to do? Is it necessary to work so hard? Old friends and old feelings. The anchor inherited the excellent bloodline of the Chinese people's diligence and hard work, and I like him. The cute baby picking mushrooms, oh. This is not diligence. This is playing with life. Amid the sound of hammering and chiseling, countless viewers accompanied Shumo to welcome a new dawn. At this time, his eyes were red and swollen and full of bloodshot. The hard work day and night has brought a significant increase in the progress of the shelter. The grooves on the wall have all been chiseled out, and the grooves and protrusions of the remaining wood have also been prepared. After eating 2 pounds of bacon for breakfast, Shumo began to install the roof. The design of the roof is that 2 logs are stuck into a triangle through the grooves and then pushed into the grooves of the walls on both sides. Such a structure is not only strong and stable, but also enhances the defensiveness of the entire wooden house. The disadvantage is that it really consumes physical strength. These woods are large and heavy, and moving them up and down almost took Shumo half his life. Shumo's legs were trembling with fatigue, but he still used the morning time to successfully cap the roof. The wooden house was very rough, with visible defects everywhere, but it did not hinder his joy and sense of accomplishment. This was a ground fortress he built with his own hands, which could resist any attack from wild beasts on this land. It still had many places to be improved, but he was too tired. Shumo wanted to find some moss or large leaves to cover the roof, but his fluttering steps forced him to give up the idea. In the end, he used his physical strength to pick up some hay and spread it on the floor of the house. After moving all the belongings into the house, he closed the heavy door with difficulty. He lay on the hay and looked at his work with satisfaction. The wooden house was not big, more than 10 square meters, and was made of solid wood throughout, which was very solid. Although it leaked wind and rain, it gave him a full sense of security. The tense nerves were completely relaxed, and fatigue followed. Shumo fell asleep peacefully, and no matter howling outside, it would not affect his mood at all. The screen in the live broadcast room was still, but the barrage was still rolling. Time of looking. Sincerely congratulate the host on the completion of the shelter. The remaining memories trace this song. I saw the host successfully build it bit by bit, and I actually felt a sense of accomplishment. Gods, don't save me. The remaining memories trace this song. You are not the only one. I have the same feeling. The remaining memories trace this song. Just talk. Why are you scolding people? Like 1,000 way songs. No one is scolding you. I suggest you practice your comprehension ability. Arrogant little fairy. The host is really amazing. I really don't know why there are still so many people who are blacking him. Because there are always some people who can't stand others being better than they are. So sad. The anchor fell asleep. What should I do? Without the anchor's death, everything becomes boring. Damn, the anchor just fell asleep, not dead. The curtain has not ended yet. It's dawn. Why doesn't the anchor wake up? Like me. The anchor just fell asleep, okay? 12 hours later, Shumo was still sleeping soundly, and the screen in the live broadcast room was still still. It's dark. Why doesn't the anchor wake up? Crazy is going to be crazy enough. I've slept all day. It's time to get up and die. Street wind is cool at night. The anchor played too hard the past few days. It's normal for him to sleep a little longer. The clouds and mist gradually disappear. Seeing that he has never slept much, it's really hard for him to sleep for so long suddenly. The sky is like the sea in the south. I have been squatting here for a whole day, but I am just watching a lonely scene. I might as well go to sleep. 24 hours later, Shumo is still sleeping soundly, and the screen in the live broadcast room is still still. It is daylight again. Why is Big Brother still not awake? Fairy tale disillusionment. I missed the first day when the anchor committed suicide. Cold beauty. Little brother, please get up quickly. I am so tired waiting for your live broadcast. Frost and snow falling. No, I can't hold on any longer. I have to go to sleep too. Peninsula is not cold. Has the anchor accepted the sex scene? Is he going to win by lying down? Boiling chrysanthemum. What the hell is the sex scene? 36 hours later, Shumo is still sleeping soundly, and the screen in the live broadcast room is still still. Today is also the 7th day of the 100-day competition of living alone in the wilderness. Just now, the program team ushered in the first eliminated contestant. All the live broadcast rooms are discussing this major event, and the number 10 live broadcast room is no exception. The most beautiful time met you. It's dark again. Why is the anchor sleeping like a dead pig? Is he dead? White tea and wind. Brothers, something big happened. Number 5, Oliver Ibanez was eliminated. Only Pride left. Damn, is it true? Time is quiet and good, and we are all well. Really, I just came from his live broadcast room. Damn, it's too sudden. Thick fog all over the mountains and wilds. What's going on? Tell me? Death. You didn't go to sea? What are you looking at? We have been waiting for our anchor to wake up. Isn't this anchor sleeping? Waiting for him too? Damn, what a diehard fan. Unforgettable. No. 5 encountered a bear when he got up to drain water just now. The distance was only half a meter. He was scared to death on the spot. If he hadn't reacted quickly and climbed up a tree, he would probably have died on the spot. Kill you for a lifetime. No 5's mentality exploded on the spot, and he directly called the rescue phone to announce his withdrawal. South Lane? Isn't number 5 a retired Special Forces member? Why is his mentality so bad? Damn, Big Brother is a grizzly bear that is nearly 3 meters tall. Anyone would have to kneel down. Really? Don't be so confident. Adzuojin Diwu, brother, don't say this in this live broadcast room. Die hard, fans will be unhappy. Green shade and red shadow in the wind. I suddenly want to laugh. Wasn't there a Special Forces member before? Where is he now? I wonder if his face hurts. WAP 1.192.4856.html. What are you talking about? I don't understand a word. It's nothing. It's nothing. If he is eliminated, he is eliminated. It's normal. The scavenger on the roof. The key is that he took away our voting qualifications. Now we are so upset. Little Bear Hard Candy, damn, nearly 5.5 million votes. You have lost so many competitors at once. Fall with me. Are you stupid? You can use your family's identity to vote with your real name. Left shoulder butterfly dance. Damn. Why didn't I think of that? Thanks, brother. I almost missed the chance to become a millionaire. Sister's gentleness never feed the dog. I strongly recommend voting for the number 10 anchor. The scavenger on the roof. Let's take a look. This anchor is too young and I always feel a little unreliable. South Street North Lane. Brother, when you have nothing to do, go and watch the replay of Moye's live broadcast. You will find that the younger you are. Shallow Shenge under the fence. Moye is much more awesome than number 5. He is a man who is not afraid even when he has close contact with a bear. The scavenger on the roof. I haven't seen much. Has he encountered a bear? It's more than just a bear. You will know when you go and see it. It is guaranteed to refresh your 3 views. The scavenger on the roof. Damn, I will go and see it right away. Left shoulder butterfly dance. You have aroused my curiosity. I will also search for it. 48 hours later, Shumo was still sleeping soundly, and the screen in the live broadcast room was still. The storm of withdrawal on the 5th continued to ferment and had spread to the real world. According to the voting rules, all votes obtained by the eliminated contestants were invalidated, and the voters also lost the qualification to vote again. Many people were unwilling to miss the prize, so they mobilized their family and friends to participate, which greatly increased the popularity of the program, Living Alone in the Wilderness. It has to be said that this is a very successful marketing of the Living Alone in the Wilderness program team. The beneficiaries also include the contestants this time, whose fame has risen with it, and they have become well-known internationally. A large amount of fresh blood has poured into the major live broadcast rooms, and with one less competitor, the number of votes of support for the contestants has increased to varying degrees. In the live broadcast room on the 10th, the barrage continued to roll. Wanqingxi. It has been 2 full days and 2 nights. Why is the anchor still sleeping? Nothing will happen, right? The cowardice of the eyes not understanding tears. No, if there is really something, the staff of the program team would have come long ago. Summer with a watermelon flavor. Oh, I haven't watched Mo Ye's death for 2 days, and I feel like nothing is interesting. Strawber. If the anchor doesn't get up, he will become famous for sleeping. Gentle eyebrows. He's already famous. Okay, my friends around me now call him the god of sleep. Light eyes. I have never seen someone who can sleep so well in my life. How long will he sleep? My hair has turned white, waiting for him. Have you ever loved? Just sleep. Hey, the camera is moving, the anchor is waking up. Damn, he is really awake. I am instantly excited. Only after being together for a long time can you know the depth of feelings. So excited. Welcome back, Master Mo. Bright eyes and shallow smile. Welcome back, Master Mo. Welcome back, Master Mo. Oh, welcome back, Master Mo. Huh? Sumo sat up from the haystack and stretched lazily. Adequate. Sleep replenished his energy, and the whole person was full of vitality. He touched his empty stomach, got up and opened the heavy door. After washing up at the lake, he came back to prepare lunch. Because he slept too long, it was not suitable to eat too greasy food, so he used only half a pound of bacon and wild vegetables to stew a pot of soup for the first time. After eating and drinking enough, he went to check the trap. After 2 days, nothing was found, and several traps were damaged. These damaged traps should have caught prey, but they were picked by larger carnivores. Shumo didn't care. After repairing the traps, he went directly to the woods on the left side of the camp. He didn't plan to hunt today, but to continue to improve the shelter. The wooden house was built very roughly, with many gaps between the wall wood, and the roof was just a frame. It doesn't matter if it leaks now, but it will be more painful if it leaks. So the most urgent thing is to cover the roof, so that there is no need to worry about rain. He plans to use moss and big leaves as materials for shelter. The combination of these 2 things can ensure that the house does not leak, and it is easy to find, and there are them everywhere in the forest. Shumo has no knowledge of distinguishing plants. If the leaves are big enough, they are collectively called big leaves. It took him more than an hour to carry out several large bundles of big leaves from the forest, and then spread them evenly on the roof. After laying the roof, he went to shovel the moss and press it on the big leaves. Moss is a kind of clumping plant, which is very dense. With the weight of the soil, the leaves will not be blown away by the wind. Although this is also physical work, it is many times easier than building a wooden house. Before dark, he had completed the covering of the entire roof. There was still some time before dinner, and he was not idle. He went to the woods to pick big leaves. The big leaves are not only waterproof, but also windproof. He simply put them on all 4 walls in one go. Shumo held the big leaves and pasted them on the outer wall one by one with resin. After pasting, he piled up the outer wall with stones. He had prepared the stones a long time ago and had been piling them not far from the rocks, so it was very quick to move. The dual combination of big leaves and stones not only blocked wind and water, but also greatly increased the defense of the wooden house. It was simply a genius idea. Shumo couldn't help feeling a little proud, but as he piled them up, he felt that something seemed to be wrong. Not only did he feel something was wrong, but even the audience in the live broadcast room could see that something was wrong. Brushstrokes. Luli, I know the host is building a shelter, and I also know that the host is building a house. But can anyone tell me why I always feel that something is wrong? Do you think my nickname is good? I also feel that something is wrong. I know what he is building, but the more he builds, the more I feel creepy. It is simply weird. Dudes 3, I just want to ask, do you think the shelter built by the host is not for living people? Damn, you said that and I realized it. Isn't this a grave? Suddenly, looking back. I just want to say that the host is awesome. Time around fingers. As expected of Master Mo, he really doesn't do anything that has anything to do with people. No, now he doesn't do anything that has anything to do with living people. Only after a long time can you know that the host is really poisonous. He does all kinds of incredible things. Shumo stopped and fell into deep thought while looking at the shelter he had built with great effort. Like, it really looks like a real thing. A small wooden house with walls full of stones and the top covered with lush green grass. This familiar style seems to have been seen last year during the Qingming festival. WAP 109628848857.html. This looks like a grave no matter how you look at it, and it's the kind with grass growing on it. Shumo's pride was gone in an instant, and he felt terrible. But no matter what, this is his shelter for the rest of his days in the Arctic. As the saying goes, a father will not dislike his son's ugliness, so just make do with it. With a righteous character, there are no taboos. Before dark, the shelter had been completely consolidated. Although it looks like a deserted grave, it is more appropriate to describe it as a fortress. Shumo went to the lake to wash up, and then returned to the camp to prepare dinner. Since there was no stove, he could only cook outside. The dinner ration was 2 pounds of smoked meat and some wild vegetables, and it was steamed. While he was busy, he began to think about the next plan. The shelter has been built, but there are still many places that need to be improved, the most important of which are the stove and chimney. The Arctic is very cold in winter, and it would be very hard to survive without a stove. Moreover, the stove can be transformed into a stove so that cooking can be done in the room. The second is furniture. If you want to live comfortably, you must build beds, tables, and chairs. If conditions permit, you can also make some common furniture. But these things can be postponed. The most important thing at present is to solve the food problem. After the winter, hunting will become more difficult. With his amazing appetite, if there is no enough food, he will definitely not be able to survive, let alone fight a grizzly bear. So now we have to find ways to store food as much as possible. In addition to that insidious method, we also need to set up more traps. The so-called light net, more fish. Winning by quantity is the hard truth. At 18-hour in the evening, the program team will update the daily progress of the contestants on the 7th day on time. Contestant number 1, Wally Hardinge. Health status excellent. Shelter under construction. Captured prey none. Support votes 488 Dadu. Contestant Brandon Stark. Health condition excellent. Shelter under construction. Captured prey 1 squirrel. Support votes 1152. Contestant number 3, Maria Panbuki. Health condition excellent. Shelter under construction. Captured prey none. Support votes. Contestant number 4. Health condition excellent. Shelter under construction. Captured prey none. Support votes 378 What. Contestant number 6. Zidane Phelps. Health condition excellent. Shelter under construction. Captured prey a hare. Support votes 268 Wo. Contestant number 7. Salvador Klein. Health condition shelter under construction. Captured prey none. 905 double. Contestant number 8, Bianca Navarro. Health status excellent. Shelter under construction. Captured prey none. Votes of support 106 dub. Contestant number 9, Abulam Brano. Health status excellent. Shelter under construction. Captured prey none. Votes of support 275 vote. Number 10, Shumo. Health status excellent. Shelter completed. Captured prey none. Votes of support and 49 double. The information released today is the highlight moment of the number 10 live broadcast room's Iron fans. Yin Yin's Candy Box, congratulations to Master Mo for taking the first blood of the shelter. Sandliao Boat, Master Mo is awesome. Master Mo is mighty and domineering. Ha ha ha, those who insulted me didn't expect Master Mo to crush these foreigners. The story won't be too complicated. Don't be too sure, we are just getting started. Who will accompany me in wandering? That's right, the shelter of number 7 next door is almost completed, just a step behind. Enjoying wine. I am so happy. The shed built by number 7 with a few pieces of wood is also called a shelter? Are they comparable? What? Building a grave makes you so proud? My heart will beat like a thump. Is it so difficult to admit that Chinese people are excellent? You can't stand up after kneeling for a long time, right? Right? Aren't they telling the truth? Isn't this a grave? No. 7 uses the simplest method to build the most practical shelter, which is the most effective way in the wilderness. In terms of professionalism, which contestant doesn't beat number 10 anchor? You guys are so praised for wasting half of your life to build a grave, you really deserve to be called Mo Blow. Aesthetics, verb. Damn. Where did all these licking dogs come from? Your foreign dads are so good. Then what are you doing here? Aren't you looking for a way out? Sorry. So funny. My legs are on my dad. What's your business where he goes? I can't go back to the past. These banana people are here to get scolded. They are so mean. Yes, there are always some people who think that the air abroad is sweet. But it's a pity that they were born in the wrong place. The barrage in the live broadcast room gradually turned into a war of words, and Shumo, who had eaten and drunk enough, had already nestled in his small house to recuperate. He must be in good spirits to implement his insidious plan, otherwise it would be easy to overturn. After a night of adequate sleep, his condition returned to its peak. Breakfast is still a fixed amount of 2 kilograms of bacon. After eating, I will place the trap and check the harvest by the way. There are more than a dozen trigger traps that have been made, and he spent a morning to install them all. Unfortunately, there is still no harvest in today's traps. Lunch consumes another 2 kilograms of reserve bacon, and after eating, I start to prepare to install bait traps. Bait traps are more effective than trigger traps, and the placement of the traps is very random. The only drawback is that bait is needed. Shumo did nothing in the afternoon and went to dig out the squirrels' granaries. The food stored by the squirrels will be stored separately, basically in tree holes, treetops, and underground. The underground granaries are easier to find, usually in the raised soil piles near the roots of large trees. His actions made the saints in the live broadcast room unable to sit still. Do you know the saying that a gentleman can be killed but not humiliated? I would rather you hunt squirrels than cut off their hope of wintering. The illusion of tears. Is this the anchor you are praising? So wicked. Date with money. The anchor dug out so much food. How desperate must the squirrels be? I unfollowed him. It's uncomfortable to watch. Born with 9 tails. Damn, where do so many saints come from? Don't you usually eat meat? The romantic encounter between moral integrity and chrysanthemums. You can eat, but you can't abuse it. The anchor has a problem with being a human being. I just don't understand. How did the anchor abuse the squirrel? Squirrels have several places to hide food, and it's impossible to take it all. What these saints mean is that you can eat squirrels, but you can't eat the squirrel's food. What kind of brain circuits are they? Really excellent. Do you understand the law of the jungle? Will you be happy if the anchor starves to death? Inexplicable pain. A group of people who don't feel back pain when they talk while standing, they just eat too much, and they will be fine after a few days of starvation. It's this group of people who say the anchor is cruel. And it's also this group of people who say foreigners are good at hunting. What a group of double-standard dogs. Ah, so scolding. WAP/1196-2814858. The live broadcast room started a war of words again, but Shumo was completely unaware of it. At this time, he was digging holes everywhere. After unremitting efforts, he finally harvested a bag full of nuts and grass seeds. With the bait, the next step is to install the trap. Since the bait trap has no requirements for the environment, it was all installed before dark. This is a very important source of food for him, but it is far from enough. After Shumo returned to the camp, he began to prepare dinner. It was still 2 pounds of bacon. To be honest, he was really sick of it. But in order to replenish his physical strength, he had to eat it. At 1800 in the evening, the program team announced the daily progress of the contestants on the 8th day. Shumo's empty car for several days in a row not only caused a sharp drop in the number of support votes, but also made the audience in the live broadcast room somewhat dissatisfied. Yunshubilid. If the anchor doesn't open up again, people will run out. Master Mo, you have changed. You are no longer that brave man. Leopard print, fetish. I have not found anything interesting these days. Please show me something exciting. I from Meow Planet. If we don't find a way to hunt, we will have eaten all the bacon. What's the use of having a good shelter without food? Old dreams in the deserted city. Isn't Mr. Mo setting traps? Why are you all so anxious? Angel with butterfly wings. Traps are useless. They will become decorations when the weather gets cold. Nuclear energy temperament, boy. It is still more interesting to catch wolves. When will you catch one again? Tiredness between eyebrows. Boss, I am your die-hard fan. When will you show us a bear again? Damn, a bunch of fake fans. Are you supporting the boss? You are just waiting for the boss to die. I am Green Lemon. In order to satisfy your curiosity, you want the boss to take risks. People's hearts are really terrible. Ignore them. You can tell they are new haters by looking at their levels. Lolita disease. If someone is hating, it means the boss is popular. It is a good thing. Liwa Feishuang Wumian. The anchor took so much effort to build such a solid shelter. He must be playing a big chess game. Wait, there are always surprises behind. After eating, Shumo went back to the wooden house to sleep early. After a peaceful night's sleep, the first thing he did when he woke up in the morning was to check the traps. More than 30 traps brought him 2 fat hares and a bird as big as a pigeon. It seems that winning by quantity is very effective. However, he did not plan to eat them for breakfast. After throwing the prey back to the shelter, he went directly to the woods. Shumo wandered in the woods, picking some strange-shaped weeds and some very strange wild flowers from time to time. His mysterious operation confused the audience in the live broadcast room. I don't understand. Why did he pick these things? If you can understand it, then you can still call me Master Mo? I guess it's open today. Pick some wild flowers and grass to celebrate, or maybe to decorate the shelter. There's a saying, heart of a tiger sniffing roses. It's about Master Mo. One like autumn, but his taste is too bad. What he picked are all crooked flowers and cracked grass. Otherwise, why call him Master Mo? What he does is not something that ordinary people can understand. Qingqi Wang. That makes sense. Shumo only picked a little of each flower and grass and returned to the camp when he couldn't put it in his arms. Today's breakfast is these flowers and grass. It doesn't matter whether they can be eaten or not, and it doesn't matter whether they taste good or not. What matters is whether they are poisonous or not. He wants to use the natural toxins of these flowers and grass to poison the water source in the forest. This is his long-planned sinister plan. He doesn't have much knowledge of identifying plants and doesn't know which ones are poisonous or not. But this is easy to do. Just test the poison on himself. With the recovery attribute points as a foundation, he is confident that the poison will not kill him. Shumo took a deep breath, took out a piece of extremely ugly grass, tore off half of it and stuffed it into his mouth, chewed it slowly and swallowed it into his stomach. It tasted slightly bitter, nothing special. He sat quietly waiting for the poison to take effect, but the netizens in the live broadcast room couldn't sit still, and this scene made them dumbfounded. I never thought that he would eat these flowers and plants. Cool and irrelevant. He is here. He is here. Master Mo is here with his showy operation. Wandering and wasting. Is the smoked meat not fragrant, or is the wild rabbit not delicious? He has to eat this broken thing. Qingfeng and me. Looking at Master Mo's familiar showy operation, I feel comfortable all over. Peninsula Tumihua. Big brother, at least eat something good-looking. You are really not picky at all. Salty sea breeze. The anchor didn't even cook it. Don't you mind chewing it dry? Smile is a warning. He did all the cow things. He is really awesome. Sumo waited for a while, but didn't feel anything unusual, and he was a little disappointed. He picked up another wild flower and stuffed it into his mouth. After chewing it twice, he felt a burning pain. It seems to be poisonous. Sumo was delighted and swallowed it quickly. Not long after, he felt a piercing pain in his stomach, but unfortunately it was not strong, proving that the toxicity was very limited. This slightly poisonous grass was of no use to him because his target was animals, not insects. He threw the useless flowers and plants aside and continued to taste others. There was no reaction for several plants in a row until he swallowed a serrated grass leaf, and then he felt a strong colic in his stomach. The colic came so quickly and fiercely that he fell to the ground with his eyes black. Damn, it's so poisonous. Sumo rolled on the ground in pain, but he couldn't suppress his ecstasy in his heart. /1116284859. The screen in the live broadcast room spun around with his movements, almost blinding the audience. A face full of beauty. What's wrong with the anchor? Whoa, she screamed so miserably, obviously poisoned. I've heard that this anchor is capable of committing suicide, but I didn't expect she would do so. Didn't someone say yesterday that they wanted to see something exciting? Is this exciting enough? Leopard print addiction. It's really too damn exciting. The anchor is a ruthless person. Give me a bad name. Damn, will the anchor be eliminated? What if there's nothing to watch? Time is unforgiving. What the hell? It's not the first time I've been poisoned. Sumo was sweating profusely from the pain, but he could clearly feel that the pain was fading, and it was obvious that the recovery attribute points were taking effect. Before the pain subsided, the red light on the bracelet lit up again, and a familiar and gentle female voice came from the bracelet. Your health data has been detected to be abnormal. Do you need help? No. Sumo gasped in pain and squeezed out these words from his teeth. Your health data has touched the threshold several times. Our medical staff will test you to determine whether you are suitable to continue participating in the competition. Please be informed. After saying this, the red light on the bracelet went out. Sumo knew that Benigni was coming again. If the pain had not been relieved before she came, there might be a real risk of retiring. Now I am looking forward to recovering the attribute points. Fortunately, the journey is long and there is still time for buffering. He dragged his painful body to take out the bacon, and then cut 5 or 6 pounds of it with great difficulty. The recovery of attribute points will consume a lot of physical strength, and it can only be supplemented by food. Now he can feel the emptiness in his stomach, so he has to have an extra meal today. The audience in the live broadcast room was stunned and couldn't understand his operation. Harder heart than life. No, are you sure he is poisoned? Memories are beautiful but hurtful. Nonsense. Didn't you hear the phone call just now? It's already reached the threshold. Youth is gone, but acne is still there. What is the anchor doing now? The world is so chaotic. Who are you showing your vulnerability to? Obviously, she is cooking, destined to be lonely for life. So this is something a poisoned person can do? Don't lose your original intention. My happiness is missing. Damn, so much meat was cut? You don't feed pigs like this. Let the wind blow. It's outrageous. Can he finish such a big pile? Smile as the beginning eye? No, where does he have the appetite to eat? Isn't poisoning all about vomiting and diarrhea? How can he eat it? Jinshu reads Yan. I feel like I have lived my life in vain. The anchor has completely overturned my cognition. The cramps in Sumo's abdomen are gradually easing, and the hunger is getting stronger. Fortunately, there was enough food, so they didn't have to eat raw meat and drink blood, but they didn't plan to cook it too delicately, just the simplest boiled meat slices in salt water. Eat it when it's cooked to replenish physical energy. A piece of 5 or 6 pounds of smoked meat became less and less in public, and finally all went into Sumo's stomach. This terrifying appetite once again shocked countless viewers in the live broadcast room. Damn, it's a pity that the anchor doesn't do a food broadcast. This meat is at least 5 pounds. Just looking at it makes me full. And the anchor can actually eat it all in one meal, which is incredible. Conquer and possession. If this is a food broadcast, the buffet owner will cry to death. Hypocrisy and reality. With this appetite, some people say he is poisoned. I don't understand annoying. I don't believe the anchor is poisoned either. I guess he has cramps. After Shumo finished eating the meat, the cramps and hunger in his stomach almost disappeared, and his pale face gradually became ruddy. At this time, there was a sound of footsteps outside the door, and Heidelin Benigni came over with 2 bodyguards. "Miss Benigni, we meet again." Shumo went out to greet her and took the initiative to greet her. In fact, he didn't want her to come, but this was her job and he couldn't refuse. "I didn't expect that we would meet so soon. Are you okay?" Benigni's handsome face still had some tiredness, and his gentle tone was lazy. "I'm fine." Shumo forced a smile and took off his shirt very consciously. "I can tell from your face that you don't have much problem, but the inspection process must be followed." Benigni opened the medicine box he carried with him, and his expression became serious. "I understand." Shumo cooperated very well, just hoping to finish it as soon as possible. The arrival of the beautiful girl made the atmosphere in the live broadcast room unusually lively. Hypocrisy and truth. I haven't seen any of the exclusive medical staff of other anchors, but our anchor's medical staff has come 3 times. I seriously suspect that the anchor is doing it on purpose. Traveling through the world with tea and books, I also have this suspicion. Could it be that Master Mo has taken a fancy to this beautiful woman? Secret love is the most economical. It seems normal. She is so beautiful and has an impeccable figure. Any man will be tempted. Willing to fall. "Master Mo, draw your sword." Confused life. This doctor is really beautiful. She is my type. Nien. I suddenly envy the anchor. No, it's jealousy. Jealousy makes me deformed. 20 minutes later, the inspection was completed, and there was still no problem. While packing up the equipment, Benigni said, "It's very strange. The bracelet obviously detected that your data was abnormal, but why was everything normal during the test? Is it possible that there is a problem with this bracelet?" Shumo naturally couldn't tell the truth and made up an excuse. Benigni straightened up and said very confidently, "It's impossible. The detection system in this bracelet is a very mature technology, and it was checked several times before the competition. There will be no problem." "Then I don't know." Shumo spread his hands, looking innocent. Benigni hesitated for a while and asked in a low voice, "Mr. Shu, excuse me, do you have any congenital diseases? For example, heart diseases?" Shumo was stunned and asked subconsciously, "Why heart diseases?" Benigni said, seriously. "Because your heart data fluctuates the most, I have this question." "If you say so, my heart seems to have some problems, and it is congenital." Shumo covered his chest in pain, and instantly possessed by the spirit of drama. Don't waste the excuse that comes to your door. The heart is a very complex organ in the human body. It is difficult to detect problems without professional instruments. Since you have passed the health test of the program team, you are still eligible to participate, but you have to take care of your heart in the next few days. Benigni paused and continued, "After the competition, I can do a comprehensive examination for you." "That's great. Thank you, Miss Benigni." "You're welcome. I'm leaving." Benigni picked up the medicine box and left the jungle under the escort of 2 bodyguards. WAP//lay to at 81480. After she left, Shumo turned his gaze to the poisonous grass. This unnamed poisonous grass met his requirements, but it was still not enough. Wild animals and humans have different body structures, and this toxin may not be fatal to them. The so-called insufficient efficacy of the medicine, the amount of medicine to make up for it, not only must the amount be large, but also a variety of toxins must be mixed together to achieve the effect he wants, so there is still a long way to go to test the poison. Shumo has determined that these poisons do not pose a threat to him. The only thing to pay attention to is Benigni. As long as she is poisoned, she will definitely come for testing. If she comes in time, she may really be disqualified, so he must wait until she is far away before continuing to try. While waiting, he took the rabbit and the bird to the lake and cleaned them up, and then went to the forest to cut trees. Now there is still a lack of a bed, just in this gap to build one. Due to limited conditions, he decided to build this bed into a raft. This method is very simple. Just put a few logs together and then flatten them. But it is not easy to do. Just finding suitable trees took him a lot of time. It took nearly 3 hours to cut all the required wood. It was almost noon at this time. I believe Benigni has returned to his home. Shumo returned to the cabin and took out the pile of weeds that had not been tested yet. When the weeds appeared in the camera, the audience in the live broadcast room was completely messed up. Reverse the years for you. Who can tell me what the anchor is thinking? Is this thing really that delicious? The world's rivers and mountains are no match for you. I can't understand it. He is not without food. Why does he have to eat grass? What's there to not understand? If you eat meat every day, you have to improve your food. It's not like you haven't eaten grass before. Drunk. Isn't he afraid of poisoning? Not beautiful, not cute, not gentle. Poisoning is not once or twice, and it's not nothing. Destined to be lonely for life? How can wild grass be so poisonous? If the host finds a kind of wild grass that is delicious and not poisonous, it can be eaten as a wild vegetable at a critical moment. Those lingering memories, what you said makes sense. After all, Gij can become a champion by drinking water. The host is also preparing for a rainy day. Looking for you for 3 lives. I think I understand what you said. Shumo tasted all the wild grasses, but none of them met the requirements for toxicity. He had no choice but to go to the forests to look for them again and dig up some of the poisonous grass. Fortunately, he dug up a lot of that poisonous grass in the forest and collected a lot of other unknown flowers and plants. After returning to the camp, he continued to test the poison and prepared lunch at the same time in case of emergency. While boiling water, his body reacted. Unlike the previous colic, this time it was a muscle problem. Hands and feet became more and more stiff, and there were signs of severe cramps. Soon he fell to the ground uncontrollably, and his whole body twitched uncontrollably. Damn, what a good thing! Shumo was ecstatic. This was the most ideal toxin. It might not be very toxic, but the effect was definitely much better than the previous one. At this time, the red light on the bracelet lit up again, and a gentle and rigid voice came. Your health data has been detected to be abnormal. Do you need help? No. Although Shumo was in pain, his tone was very light. Your health data has touched the threshold several times. Our medical staff will test you to determine whether you are suitable to continue participating in the competition. Please be informed. After the female voice finished this sentence mechanically, the red light on the bracelet dimmed. Shumo estimated that Benigni would arrive in about an hour, which was enough time to recover. After the cramps eased little, continue to boil the meat in salt water. Self-recovery requires a lot of physical strength, so lunch is still 5 or 6 pounds of smoked meat. This amount of food is not only distressed by Shumo, but even the audience in the live broadcast room can't accept it. Left ear close to the heart. 2 meals of 10 pounds of meat, even if there is a mine at home, I dare not eat like this. Love has become a sigh. 10 pounds of meat can sustain other anchors for at least a week. They are really good eaters. Raising a dog and naming it ex-boyfriend. Not only can he eat, but he can also commit suicide. He is either committing suicide or on the way to committing suicide. Russian hand deflow of years. He fell twice in just a short while. Is the anchor poisoned, or does he really have a congenital disease? Turn around. Time is quiet and good. If he is not seriously ill, he can't do so many tricks. Follow the trend to wander. I can see the beautiful doctor again, so I look forward to it. As Shumo expected, more than an hour later, there was another sound of footsteps outside the wooden house. Benigni knocked on the door under the protection of 2 bodyguards. I didn't expect to see you again so soon, Miss Benigni. Shumo opened the door and welcomed her in with an innocent look. I didn't expect my work to be so busy. Benigni rolled her eyes at him, very helpless. Time is precious. Let's hurry up. Shumo smiled and took off his shirt neatly. Benigni was a little stunned, and the audience in the live broadcast room was not much better. And Ruashi, good guy, he took off his clothes as soon as he came up. If it weren't for this white coat, I would have thought I was in a pay channel. Fish in the desert. Isn't this a common plot in pay channels? Wow, you are so cute. This anchor must be doing it on purpose. It's so coquettish. And when in the picture, brothers, learn from me. You have to look at the anchor to pick up girls. Vulgar, boring. What should I do? I also want to get a serious disease. Benigni glanced at the pile of flowers and plants in the room and said casually, "These plants don't look like they can be eaten. Be careful of diseases from eating." Shumo blinked and smiled. "Miss Benigni, you broke the rules." Benigni choked, glared at him fiercely, and muttered, "My kindness is taken as a donkey's liver and lungs." Shumo didn't care and patiently accepted her inspection. 20 minutes later, the inspection was over and the data test was still passed. Before leaving, Benigni asked worriedly, "If you still want to eat these flowers and plants, I can stay here to save you another trip. As you said, these plants are not wild vegetables." Shumo certainly wouldn't let her stay, but he didn't say he wouldn't eat them. "Then I should be able to sleep well tonight." Benigni waved his hand and left the cabin under the escort of 2 bodyguards. After they walked away, Shumo took the poisonous grass to dig it out in the woods. When he returned with a full load, 3 hours had passed. He returned to the cabin and continued to test the poison. This time he wanted to do it once and for all, so he naturally couldn't give up because of Bernini's words. Since it was a once-and-for-all thing, he had to ensure the success rate, and of course, the more types of toxins, the better. But no matter how you look at it, this matter seems to be courting death. If it is too much, it will inevitably arouse suspicion from those who have ulterior motives, so the most urgent thing is to think of an excuse to cover up. Shumo sniffed the lingering fragrance in the room, and suddenly his eyes lit up. This beautiful doctor might be a good shield. WAP/96288148661. He raised a sly smile at the corner of his mouth, grabbed the grass and stuffed it into his mouth. Before he had taken 2 bites, he felt a burning pain in his mouth, as if he was not eating grass, but nails. Shumo's eyes lit up even more. This familiar feeling was poisonous at first glance. After swallowing it with difficulty, his breathing became rapid soon, and he felt that the blood in his body was not flowing smoothly. This should be a toxin that can affect the blood and organs. At its peak, it suffocated him for nearly half a minute. In general, the toxicity is okay. He did not fall this time, but the audience in the live broadcast room still noticed his abnormality. Hugging himself for warmth. What's going on? Why is the camera shaking so rhythmically? It's Master Mo who is shaking. He is obviously sick. The host is playing with death again. I am numb to watching. I seriously suspect that the host has a masochistic tendency. Was the host a cow in his previous life? He loves to eat grass so much. I don't know if Master Mo was a cow in his previous life, but he is pretty awesome in this life. It's a miracle that nothing happened after doing this. The red light on Shumo's bracelet lit up again, and the gentle and mechanical female voice came as expected. Your health data has been detected to be abnormal. Do you need help? No. Your health data has touched the threshold several times. Our medical staff will test you to determine whether you are still suitable to continue to participate in the competition. In addition, the equipment maintenance personnel will go with the medical staff to check whether your bracelet has any faults. Please be informed. Okay. Shumo didn't say much. After hanging up the phone, he started to prepare lunch. The pain has begun to ease now, and it will be basically back to normal when Benigni arrives. Dinner is still 5 or 6 pounds of bacon, and it is still simply boiled with salt. Although he wants to vomit after eating this stuff, today is obviously not the time to enjoy it. Halfway through the meal, Benigni and her 2 bodyguards came, and there was also a handsome blonde and blue-eyed guy. The guy was wearing dark work clothes, carrying a toolbox on his shoulder, and a wicked smile under his high nose bridge. He didn't look like a repairman, but a cynical, rich boy. He turned the screwdriver with 2 fingers, raised his eyebrows, and said to Shumo, "Hello, please take off your bracelet. I need to check it." Shumo nodded, took off the bracelet and handed it to her, then turned to Benigni and said, "Let's start." Benigni held his forehead with his hand and said distressedly, "Didn't you say you wouldn't eat these nasty flowers and plants?" Shumo shrugged and said innocently, "I didn't say that, but if I didn't eat them, how could I see you so soon?" Benigni widened his eyes and asked curiously, "Are you eating these flowers and plants to see me?" Of course, you are so beautiful and have a good figure. I feel like I miss you so much when I don't see you for a day. I shed tears when I don't see you for 3 days. Shumo didn't blush or breathe heavily, and he lied without hesitation. Benigni laughed foolishly and joked, "So, you want to pursue me?" Shumo nodded and said frankly, "There should be a lot of people pursuing you, and I won't make a difference." Benigni smiled and said, "Why are you pursuing me?" Shumo asked back, "Do you believe in love at first sight?" Benigni shook his head, "No. I didn't believe it before, but since I met you, I believe it." What a cheesy love talk. Benigni laughed happily, but obviously didn't take these words seriously. Sumo didn't want her to take these words seriously. After all, he just needed a shield. Benigni restrained his smile and said, "I don't mind having one more suitor, but I do mind the way you meet me. Since you said that, I won't eat these flowers and plants." "Really? Of course. Then can I sleep well tonight? Not only will I sleep well, but I will also have a good dream with me." Benigni's scalp was numbed by his earthy love words, and she unconsciously used more force when checking. Not only did her scalp numb, but the audience in the live broadcast room also had goosebumps all over the floor. Next intersection. Brothers solved the case. It turned out that the anchor did this for the beautiful doctor. Big head Rain is not worried. After listening to Moye's earthy love words, I felt bad. Meet Laolu at the corner. The anchor is so coquettish, living alone in the wilderness and still not forgetting to flirt with girls. Forgot love? Heart is not there. The anchor's words directly took me back to 10 years ago, reminding me of my first love. Motorcycle Xiaonan. Forgot love? Heart is not there? Brother, wake up. Where did you get your first love? 20 minutes later, the examination was completed. Benigni packed up the medical kit and said openly, "There are many ways to see me, but the best is after the game." What if I can't wait? Then withdraw early. After all, I promised you that I can give you a comprehensive examination. Maybe you don't need to withdraw early. I have a better way to see you. Shumo said this to give her a shot of prevention. Once there is enough food, he will look for large beasts to fight. Injuries are inevitable, so this beautiful girl will come here more frequently. He is on the verge of death for attribute points, but in the eyes of outsiders, he is so unscrupulous in pursuit of Benigni. I don't know if this shield can take on this fiery love. Benigni stared at the smirk on his lips and suddenly had a bad premonition, but still said calmly, "As long as it's not this kind of self-harm, I'm happy to accept other methods. Only fools would self-harm. Don't worry, I'm mentally fine, and I won't eat these flowers and plants anymore." Shumo really didn't plan to eat these things anymore. Poisonous plants are not bee feces, which are disgusting. These 3 toxins mixed together are definitely enough. Benigni didn't say anything else and left here under the escort of 2 bodyguards. At this time, the handsome guy came over, threw the bracelet to him, and said, "Okay, the bracelet is fine." "Thank you." Shumo put the bracelet on his wrist and nodded politely. The handsome guy put his arm around his shoulders and smiled. "You have a good eye, but you still lack the qualifications to be my 6th rival in love. Come on." Shumo touched his chin and said with a smile, "It seems that my eye is really good." The handsome guy patted his shoulder and trotted with the toolbox on his back to catch up with Benigni and others. Shumo watched them walk away before rubbing his painfully pinched shoulder. It seemed that this handsome guy had come with bad intentions. In fact, he didn't care. Both the beautiful doctor and the guy would look up to him. Lawin/Lumno96 2884862. It was already 1800 in the evening. The live broadcast room announced the daily progress of the contestants on the 9th day on time. The competition had come to the 9th day. Except for Shumo, almost all the contestants' physical fitness had declined to varying degrees. 2 of them had even fallen to good health. After all, not everyone had enough food like him. Although his daily progress data was better than all the contestants, his number of votes for support had been criticized by the live broadcast room audience for not rising but falling. Even sleeping, he had to kick his hands. Mr. Mo was so fierce, had food, and could eat grass, so why was his number of votes for support still at the bottom? Cat Street Girl Dream. I guess he was too good at asking for death, so people didn't dare to vote. I am not a lady. I don't like ladies. I don't think Moye is a wolf or a rabbit now, but he is too greedy and can't last long. I am lonely and lonely. To be honest, the one who has the greatest hope of winning is number 2, followed by number 7. They have solid experience in surviving in the wild and are very frugal. I live for myself. Number 2's shelter is made entirely of stone. It is no less safe than Moye. In addition, the hunting tools he made are much better than Moye's reckless behavior. Being ordinary does not mean being cowardly. I don't want to exaggerate or criticize. I watch Moye because he is good at courting death. The show is very exciting. If we only talk about survival in the wilderness, Moye is not even a little bit behind. I am so amazing. I think so many people are pessimistic about Moye. Why do I think Moye is the one who has the greatest hope of winning? Let's not talk about other things. Moye's courage alone beats other contestants. I can take it or leave it. I am sure that even though Moye is courting death, he still has to have the courage to do it. Do other contestants dare to do it? The flowers bloom and fall on the other, sure. You are lovers who only see his merits. Anyone with a little bit of common sense knows that he can't win. Pick the stars for you. Don't be too full of yourself. From the beginning to now, which player has lived better than Master Mo? You are enough for the rest of my life. Don't argue. If you argue, you will win. Tenderness in the eyes. Let's talk about the matter. Most of the host's food depends on traps. When the snow closes the mountain, if he hasn't stored enough food, he will only retire because of hunger. With his appetite, it is impossible for him to store food. The sky is full of rust. Yes, the host's appetite is too amazing. 15 or 16 pounds a day, too scary. The live broadcast room sent barrages very frequently, and Shumo was ready to start implementing his plan. He took advantage of the dark sky to collect a large number of 3 poisonous grasses in the forest. After returning, he smashed them with stones and squeezed out the juice and dripped it into the pot. He didn't stop until the whole pot of turbid green juice was dripping. This pot of 3-in-1 poisonous juice was a little scary for even him. I believe that ordinary small beasts cannot resist its charm. At this time, it was completely dark. Shumo carried the poisonous juice and groped into the forest on the left. At this time, everything was quiet, and it wouldn't be long before the forest would be lively. Shumo came to the water source in the forest and poured the poisonous juice all over. The water source was very small, less than 1 square meter. A pot of poisonous juice dyed the whole pool dark green. Soon, small fish floated to the surface of the water and turned their white bellies. Shumo didn't waste it. After cleaning it out, he stirred the pool again before returning to the camp. The results will have to wait until tomorrow morning to test the results. The current task is to sleep well. The audience in the live broadcast room witnessed what he did and was completely blown up. Coffee doesn't know how drunk the wine is. Damn! Breaking Bad Wilderness Edition. Eyebrows and eyes are the same as before, and lovesickness is the same as before. There are constant operations, but this time it's too cruel. I would rather betray the world than you. How dare Mr. Mo do that? Aren't you afraid of offending the public? A cool heart, a cold memory, and a cold body. This is really to get food by any means necessary. It's really terrible. In order to survive, of course, you have to do whatever it takes. I can only say that the host has a good brain. Divide the rest of your life and go away. Haha, you can brag about this. What did those animals do wrong? Divide the rest of your life and go away, then what did they do wrong about the meat you eat? Divide the rest of your life and go away. Is it comparable? I eat dead meat, and the live ones are at most chickens and ducks, and I eat less. The host is completely killing. Divide the rest of your life and go away. Can you use your brain before you speak? What did chickens and ducks do wrong to be eaten by you? Divide the rest of your life and go away. Stupid. Chickens and ducks are eaten by people. You still argue? Drive away. I'm going to fight you. You idiot. What you said made my blood pressure go up. Turn around. Time is quiet. A bunch of idiots, quarreling for nothing. Do you really think this pot of green soup is so useful? Besides, animals are not stupid. They can't taste it if it tastes wrong. How far is forevery? Damn, what kind of brain circuits are you all thinking? If you can taste the taste, you are still called an animal? I don't understand. If you don't like the anchor, just get out. What are you looking for here to make you uncomfortable? Love you to the point of hurting yourself. Oh hey, are all ink fans so awesome? The keyboard grows on my body, you bite me? It has to be said that this generation of netizens is very irritable, quarreling all night while Shumo was sleeping peacefully. The next day, Shumo got up early and went to the woods to check the results before it was completely bright. Before getting close to the water source, he found a twitching grouse on the soft leaf litter. WAP /1011622 After walking a few steps, he found a large black shadow lying in the bushes not far away. Shumo approached carefully and was surprised to find that the black shadow was actually a reindeer. The reindeer also discovered him and struggled to escape, but just as it staggered to its feet, it fell down again like a drunk. It looked like it was poisoned. Shumo was not calm, and the audience in the live broadcast room was even more not calm. How far is forever? Damn, take off! I miss you so much. Awesome. Plaz, how many people have you slapped in the face this time? I love you so much that I hurt myself. What's wrong with poisoning? How much can you get without poisoning? A story without a result. I can only say that Master Mo is awesome. His brain is useful. Where is the person who was talking last night? Why is he silent now? So funny. There are many ways to hunt, but this brainless anchor chose the most vicious one. Just wait to be scolded. Fensheng Kaizo, you brainless guy is still here. You don't like it, and you don't get out? Aren't you a bitch? Alpaca. Oh, so anxious. Isn't it more painful to see Master Mo poison the prey than to kill you? Damn, as long as he doesn't waste time, this reindeer alone will definitely make it to the finals. Shumo decisively ended the reindeer's suffering and dragged it back to the camp. This is an adult reindeer, estimated to be more than 200 pounds, and he struggled to drag it back to the camp. After recovering, he returned to the jungle again. He harvested a reindeer and a grouse before getting close to the water source, so today's harvest is definitely not limited to this. After entering the forest, Shumo walked very slowly, carefully searching for prey with every step. When he approached the water source, he saw a black shadow in the thorn bush behind the water source. Familiar body shape, familiar dark yellow fur, it turned out to be another adult reindeer. This reindeer was smaller than the previous one and was also poisoned by the grass, so it should be a pair. The surprise came so suddenly that Shumo almost couldn't resist. The audience in the live broadcast room was not much better, and the barrage was boiling. Dao Weiqing, Xin Weimian, awesome, this time it really took off. There is a sugar in the stock. Damn, is the effect of this pot of green soup so good? Can such a big animal be knocked down? Who reads the west wind and cools down? It didn't knock it down, it was just confused. If there is no Moye to finish it off, it will recover after a rest. I want to shine, the champion has been reserved. Why don't you hurry up if you haven't voted yet? Divide the rest of your life and go away. I have voted. Master Mo is awesome. Divide the rest of your life and go away. Loneliness has a regular period. Divide the rest of your life and go away. Kick your hands even when you sleep. At divide the rest of your life and go away. After Shumo dragged the deer back to the camp, he returned to the forest. He had a hunch that today would be a day of great harvest. It turned out that his hunch was not wrong. In addition to the reindeer, he found 2 porcupines with their stomachs turned upside down, 2 grouse, and a wolf in the forest. This pot of venom can be said to have really poked the animal's nest, not only pulling the show effect to the fullest, but also making his number of votes for support soar, and his popularity will usher in a real explosion in the daily progress announced tonight. Shumo returned to the camp and prepared to deal with the prey. Starting with the large reindeer, he peeled off a complete deer skin with a knife and took out the internal organs. The deer skin can be used as a bed sheet after washing and drying, which can make his wilderness life more comfortable. Deer offal is a rare delicacy, so of course it cannot be wasted. Except for deer intestines, other internal organs should be eaten as soon as possible, otherwise they will go bad. He planned to use the deer intestines to make deer sausages, which is also a very good way to preserve food. Deer blood is also a good thing, which has an indescribable effect on certain aspects of the human body, but because it is too fishy, he really doesn't have the courage to drink it. But it also has other uses, such as fishing, so even if it flows into the soil, it's okay. When the blood-stained soil is dug out, it can still be used as bait. Shumo was busy sweating profusely. It took him a whole morning to cut up a reindeer. Today's lunch can improve the food. He chose to boil deer bone soup. As I said, high-end ingredients only need the simplest cooking method. The fragrance overflowing from the pot is much more fragrant than wolf meat. While boiling the soup, he repaired the smoked meat rack he made last time. So much meat must be smoked dry before it can be preserved for a long time. Because there was too much meat, he built 2 more racks and baked them at the same time. At this time, the pot was bubbling. The meat on the deer bones had been stewed until soft, and the rich aroma made him salivate. After sprinkling a little salt, it was ready to eat. Shumo took a bite and squinted his eyes involuntarily. It was indeed much more delicious than bacon. After eating and drinking, he continued to process the prey. In one afternoon, another reindeer was cut up. The meat from the 2 reindeers alone covered the entire rock. It was just too much. There were still porcupines, wolf grouse, and other prey that had not been processed. We had to work overtime tonight to process them. Otherwise, the internal organs of these animals would generate heat and the meat would go bad. I definitely couldn't sleep tonight because I had to watch over these prey to prevent grizzly bears, wolves, and other large beasts from stealing the meat. At 18 in the evening, the live broadcast room announced the daily progress of the contestants on the 10th day on time. Contestant number 1, Wally Hardinge, health condition good, shelter under construction, captured prey 1 bird, support votes 4.98W. Contestant number 2, Brandon Stark, health condition excellent, shelter construction completed, captured prey none, support votes. Contestant number 3, health condition excellent, shelter under construction, captured prey none, support votes 6.99. Contestant number 4, Gregory Matthews, health condition good, shelter under construction, captured prey none, support votes 3.89. Contestant number 6, Zidon Phelps, health condition excellent, shelter under construction, captured prey 1 fish, support votes 271. Contestant of 7, Salvador Klein, health condition excellent, shelter under construction, captured prey 1 grouse, support votes 9.8. Health status excellent, shelter under construction, captured prey none, votes of support 106 Bine. Abuleti Zambrano, health status excellent, shelter under construction, captured prey none, votes of 280 Wabu. Contestant number 10, Shumo, health status excellent, shelter completed, captured prey 2 reindeer, 1 wolf, 2 porcupines, 3 grouse, votes of support 199 Wap. 111 11096288148864.html. Shelter number 2 was completed, which should have made him a popular figure today. But under the glory of Shumo's harvest, not even a wave of support was raised. Once the information was announced, the popularity and votes of support for the number 10 live broadcast room soared. In just a few minutes, the number of votes of support exceeded the 5 million mark, while the number of votes of support for other players inevitably fell sharply. The barrage in the live broadcast room scrolled rapidly, and the chat was heated around the large amount of venison on the camera. Wake up! Is this anchor so awesome? He got so much meat in one day, vulgar and boring. The anchor must have cheated, so awesome. Fish in the desert. What is the anchor called? Call him Master Mo. Hug yourself for warmth. Damn, with so much meat, you can open a store. Isn't this season's champion stable? No matter how beautiful it is, it's only the past. The anchor's shelter is also awesome. It looks very reliable at first glance, but it feels a bit unlucky. Heart follows you. We have a house and food. What reason do you have not to vote? Divide the rest of your life and go away. New friends, move your little hands and vote for Master Mo. Crying to little witch, voted. Time cooks rain, I cook fish, voted. Looking back suddenly, a group of dogs behind. Master Mo is awesome. This time he slapped those yin and yang people in the face. Divide the rest of your life and drive away. Who are you implying? My love is all yours. Not only did he slap those yin and yang people in the face, but he also slapped those banana people in the face. It was really fucking relieved. Give you the tenderness of the city. Who dares to say that Master Mo is not as good as those foreigners now? Who dares to say that Chinese people are not suitable for participating in this kind of program? The moon shines on the starry sky into the sea of the sea. As long as Master Mo can survive, he can press other contestants to the ground and rub them. Don't disturb each other. Why do I feel that Master Mo is not someone who can survive? Milk cover. Yes, I am worried about this. He is really too good at killing himself. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room is very lively, and Shumo has already started to think about dinner. I have been thinking about improving the food before, and now there are so many ingredients that he has difficulty choosing. I have been exhausted these days, and I can make up for it tonight. He picked up 4 deer kidneys and a deer penis from a pile of internal organs, and took the kidneys of grouse, porcupine, and wolf, and took them to the lake to wash. These things are very fishy, but very nutritious. The best way to remove the fishy smell is to grill them, but he doesn't plan to do that. Grilling will destroy nutrition and consume a lot of seasoning. The simplest way is to make soup, which is nutritious and healthy. After washing, blanch them in water first, because there are too many. One pot can't stew them, so they can only be stewed in 2 pots. After blanching, cut the kidneys into thin slices, cut the deer penis into small pieces, and then boil them in cold water. After the water boils, sprinkle some ginger powder and a little salt. When it comes out of the pot, sprinkle some pepper and chopped wild vegetables #1 to effectively remove the fishy smell. This pot of fresh soup is very nutritious, but it takes the audience in the live broadcast room directly to the highway. You are so sweet. Anchor, are you sure you want to eat it this way? Aren't you afraid of overdoing it? Unworthy of affection. At least eat in several meals. Doing so much in one meal is unbearable even for a cow. Why are you worrying so much? Master Mo is a better man than a cow. What's a small meal of kidneys? Anyway, there is so much meat here. Just find a piece at random. Calling the beautiful doctor. The person you are caring for is about to become abnormal. Annoyance. Beautiful doctor, you don't want to see him have problems, right? Chiyu. Damn, this is not the car to the kindergarten. I want to get off. Heart-flirting habitual offender. Driving now? Wait, I haven't gotten in the car yet. In Shumo's expectant eyes, the tonic soup was cooked. Take a sip. The fresh taste is accompanied by a sultry smell, barely acceptable. After a pot of thick soup, the whole body is lazy and very comfortable. Shumo felt that a lot of fatigue was swept away. After cleaning the pot, he continued to clean up the prey. Grouse and porcupines are small, but they are very troublesome to handle. There is also a wolf, which is also a medium-sized beast, and it takes a lot of time to handle. It was busy until late at night before all the prey was processed. Now all that is left is drying and preservation. It will take at least 3 days to smoke all the meat with the existing baking rack. Shumo obviously can't wait that long. In 3 days, he can't eat all the internal organs. Internal organs can't be smoked and preserved like meat. They will seriously deteriorate in less than 3 days. He doesn't want to waste this hard-earned food. So the best way is to make these meats into smoked meat as soon as possible, and then go out and have fun before the internal organs deteriorate. As long as you are injured, you will increase your appetite so you can maximize the consumption of these internal organs, and at the same time you may get attribute points. This is the most ideal way. Shumo has never been a hesitant person. Once he made up his mind, he immediately started to make a grill. This thing is very simple, and the materials are easy to find. It won't take long before 3 more grills are formed. A total of 6 grills were running at the same time, filling the entire camp with choking smoke. While smoking, Shumo was not idle either. He took out a large piece of fresh venison and chopped it into minced meat on the rock. This piece of nearly 50 kilograms of venison was specially reserved for stuffing sausages. After chopping the meat, he added salt, MSG, pepper, and chili powder to marinate. While marinating, he took the deer intestines to the lake to clean them. When he came back, the meat was almost marinated. After mixing it evenly, he rolled it into a funnel shape with an empty salt bag and began to stuff it. Because there was no thread, he had to reluctantly take off his shirt to tie the sausages. After a night, Shumo was still in high spirits. The pot of tonic soup provided him with a lot of energy. He didn't feel much tired after working all night. The 6 grills were covered with thick pine needles, with curling green smoke and bursts of fragrance. On the trees near them, there were a lot of fresh sausages hanging. Shumo looked at the results of his labor all night, and his heart was full of a sense of accomplishment. This morning, all the meat can be smoked. He hung the sausages high so that he could take them back to the house after dark. Shumo went to the lake to wash his face, and when he came back, he started to prepare breakfast. It was still the offal, but it was replaced with deer liver. Liver is choking to begin with, and it will be even more choking if it is not cooked correctly. In order to prevent this from happening, he chose to make deer liver and wild vegetable soup. There is nothing that soup cannot solve, and if there is, it must be that there is not enough water. Deer liver soup is very simple. Just slice it and cook it, and then add wild vegetables after it is cooked and it can be served. However, this time when seasoning, some soy sauce was added, and the liver soup with soy sauce tastes better. After breakfast, Shumo went to check the traps as usual. More than 30 traps brought him 2 grouse, 2 squirrels, and a rabbit. 1 redtails on 9//28814860 file. Today's harvest was very good and once again set off a barrage craze, but Shumo did not seem very happy. There was too much food at once, which made him a little irritated. After all, it took too much time to process them. His mentality was a bit pretentious, but it was true. For him, it was enough to have enough food. If it was not enough, he could get it slowly. With so much food at once, he could be said to have become fat in one breath. He just felt a little bloated now, and this bloating was psychological. To be honest, with these prey and the fortress-like shelter, as long as he didn't waste time, he would almost certainly win the championship this season. Unfortunately, his ultimate goal was attribute points, which was destined to disappoint the fans who supported him in the live broadcast room. Shumo returned to the camp, threw the harvested prey into the corner of the wooden house, and then lay on the straw bed with his eyes closed. The new prey would not be processed today, and he needed to get more sleep as soon as possible. It was smoky outside and it was broad daylight, so the probability of large wild animals visiting was very low, so he slept peacefully. When he woke up, it was already past noon. Shumo got up from the bed and went out to check the bacon. He found that the color had darkened and the meat had become much stiffer. This level of bacon could be stored for a long time. He took the bacon back to the wooden house and hung it on the beam. Because the wooden house was too small, it couldn't be hung. In desperation, he built a rack specifically for hanging meat, which made the small wooden house even more crowded. Shumo frowned at the dazzling array of bacon. This time he really couldn't be happy. The smell in the house was really hard to describe. Not only was there the aroma of venison, but also the fishy smell of prey. It was easy to get drunk after smelling it for a long time, which would seriously affect his sleep quality. If he wanted to live comfortably and at ease in the days to come, he had to build another warehouse specifically for storing food. He kept this in mind, and now it was time to prepare lunch. There were still a lot of deer intestines left from the sausage stuffing, and with the internal organs of other animals, he could barely make a hot pot of miscellaneous internal organs at noon. Because the hot pot base was heavy, he didn't bring it with him, but he could make a pot base now. There was a lot of deer fat, but he hadn't had time to boil it yet. He took a little off and put it into the pot to boil out the oil. After the oil was hot, he added spices, cinnamon, and bay leaves to stir-fry until they were fragrant. Shumo preferred the taste of shoe, so he added pepper and chili powder. After it changed color, he took the pot away and added water from the forest. He would never go to the forest on the right, and the water source in the forest on the left was poisoned by him, so the water source became a problem again. After thinking about it, he decided to go to the forest on the left to get some poisoned water. After a night, the toxins in the water had basically sunk to the bottom and would be absorbed by the soil. Even if they were poisonous, they could be ignored. After his tossing, the forest seemed to become quieter. The pool became clear again after being cleaned by the spring, but there was a layer of light green plant fiber left at the bottom of the pool, which made the shallow pool water as deep as a deep pool. Shumo thought it was okay, so he directly added water to the pot, but in the eyes of the audience in the live broadcast room it was completely different. Qingyi Shu, what is the host doing? Cooking with poisoned water? It takes decades of cerebral thrombosis to do such a thing. Qingfenliang comes to a company. One poison has multiple uses. Poisoning animals and poisoning yourself. Is this operation okay? Choice phobia. It's too good. If I don't do it again one day, I'm afraid that Master Mo will really die. Hi. What the hell? Master Mo has full poison resistance. How can I take a mere grass poison seriously? Hiding the emotional card. There are still people who want Master Mo to live. How dare they think? Haha. If Master Mo doesn't do it, can he still be called Master Mo? After Shumo fetched water, he returned to the camp to continue cooking hot pot and prepared the ingredients while waiting for the water to boil. Wash the deer intestines and cut them twice symbolically. Cut the deer's stomach into thin slices and select the wild vegetables for later use. After the pot boils, it can be scalded. This hot pot has both meat and vegetables, and Shumo eats with relish. Although the lack of seasoning, the taste is not perfect, but in this wilderness, it is also a rare delicacy. Eating hot pot is a very normal thing, but the audience in the live broadcast room felt that it was not normal. Pointing at the sun, "No, are you sure that Mr. Mo is surviving in the wilderness, not having a picnic? Die as soon as possible. I never expected that he would cook hot pot." A hot pot meal made me confused. Why do I feel so dreamy? Past events across mountains and waters. If this was not a live broadcast, I would suspect that Mr. Mo came to the group to film. I give up on you at will. Compared with Mr. Mo, the other contestants are just like refugees. Past events across mountains and waters. Ha, if other contestants see Mr. Mo's quality of life, they will probably be angry and withdraw directly. Langji cute. Mr. Mo, you must stay alive. I voted for you. You are my hope of becoming a millionaire. Then let's meet. You still call me Master Mo? I suggest you watch the live broadcast replay, then you won't be able to say a word. I'm crying. My family is very poor. We can't even afford to eat, so I'm counting on winning the prize to buy game equipment. After Shumo finished eating hot pot comfortably, he began to think about making trouble. In fact, there was nothing to think about. Just find a medium or large beast to fight. Before leaving, he brought 3 pounds of bacon for emergency use, and then wandered around like a ghost. The most ideal situation was to encounter a lone wolf, which he had experience with, and it was difficult to cause fatal injuries to him. The second best situation was to encounter a wolf, which had strong attack power, but was weaker than a bear, and was a very good transition opponent. If it really didn't work, it would be okay to encounter a vegetarian animal, such as a reindeer. These herbivores had strong attack power, and close combat could also trigger a battle judgment. Of course, this is the most ideal state under the condition of saving his. If he encounters a pack of wolves or grizzly bears, he will turn around and leave without hesitation. Shumo's wishful thinking was very successful, but reality often does not go as he wishes. After wandering around for nearly 3 hours, he did not see any hair of the animal he was thinking of. Finally, he found a large gray shadow on the gravel beach by the lake. What you fear is really what will come. This gray shadow crawled and walked by the lake, occasionally standing up and looking around. What else could it be but a grizzly bear? Shumo instinctively wanted to leave, but he stopped involuntarily. He was about 50 meters away from the grizzly bear. It was estimated that the length of this grizzly bear was no more than 2 meters, and it was obviously not the one he encountered last time. A grizzly bear no more than 2 meters long is either a cub or an immature one. Its attack power is much weaker, and it is still very worthwhile. Shumo gritted his teeth and approached it carefully. The camera followed his steps and kept zooming in, so that the audience in the live broadcast room discovered the grizzly bear. Now everyone was not calm. WAP, LASA 1 Lenens 1Leno916/2881486.html. Damn, bears are out. If you don't go crazy, your youth will be wasted. Is the anchor crazy? Seeing a bear, he still leans on it. Is he going to die? I hope you are fine. You are still a dog. Moye is so unlucky. He can meet a bear even if he takes a walk after dinner. Are you sure he is just taking a walk? Not here to commit suicide? Bornagant? Want to eat? Moye is committing suicide, but he is not stupid. He is full and has nothing to do, so he comes out to play with a bear? The evil Sizzy Bear is the overlord of this area. Is Moye crazy enough to find it? Then can you explain what Moye is doing now? Damn, he really went to the grizzly bear. Sumo tried to make his footsteps as light as possible, but he still stepped on the gravel more than 10 meters away from the grizzly bear, alerting it. The grizzly bear turned around, its round eyes glowing with bloodthirsty light. It did not attack immediately, but stood up and stared at him vigilantly. To be honest, Shumo was still a little panicked. This guy was 1.9 meters tall, half a head taller than him, and the oppression brought by his huge body was no less than that of an adult grizzly bear. But he did not retreat, but still stepped forward, step by step. The grizzly bear had never seen this kind of bipedal beast in its life, and with the natural vigilance of animals, it did not act rashly for a while, but just stared at Shumo, who was approaching. The distance between the man and the bear kept getting closer, and the grizzly bear on the camera became clearer and clearer, and the audience in the live broadcast room also watched it very nervously. The suicidal Mo really lives up to his reputation, and it makes my scalp numb. How did the big brother get so brave? I am really convinced. Limited edition. Love you. Isn't it good to live a good life? Why do you have to risk your life? This anchor must have a brain problem. He is not satisfied with so much food and wants to attack the bear. Doesn't he think that his small body can withstand the bear's slap? Cute little cat. I don't understand what the anchor wants to do. Is he trying to commit suicide? Cute. I suspect the anchor has depression. Otherwise, why would he be so determined to die? It's possible. The beautiful doctor also said he has a disease. Love's expiration date, huh? Then call him back. If it's too late, Mr. Mo's life will be in danger. Lazy cat eats idle fish. How can we persuade him to return? He's almost sticking to the bear's face. Finally, Shumo stopped. At this time, he was less than half a meter away from the grizzly bear. He could clearly see the mud on its lush hair like steel needles. The grizzly bear still didn't move, still staring at the biped in front of him very vigilantly. The man and the bear inevitably fell into a weird confrontation. Such a close distance made the camera almost give the grizzly bear a close-up, and the atmosphere in the live broadcast room was extremely tense. Wan Qingxi, my heart was in my throat. Although he couldn't hear, I still wanted to tell Mr. Mo to leave quickly. Otherwise, when the bear got angry, he really couldn't leave. Sing a song of farewell. Me too, I was so scared watching it through the network cable. I really can't imagine how strong the host's mentality is. Market smoke. Oh my god, this bear can slap my brains out with a slap. Is the host's head so iron? Rice cake noodles. Master Mo, let's go quickly. It's too late to leave. Hey, handsome guy, follow me. Yes, Master Mo, we all know that you are very fierce and brave, but this bear is really not a joke. The show effect is already full. Let's go quickly. No one dares to say you are a coward. Shumo didn't know that many people persuaded him to quit, and even if he knew it, he would not retreat. He silently opened the Eye of Wisdom, and a layer of data invisible to outsiders appeared in his sight. Type, bear low-end creature. Rage value, 22,100. Threat value, 9,500. Skills, none. Weakness. His eyes were a little straight, and the threat value of nearly full plus no weakness. No matter how you look at it, this is really a real death. But then he thought, there is no such thing as no weakness. He knew of one, which made him realize for the first time that the Eye of Wisdom was not perfect. It might be because the system was only in the primary version. Anyway, there were still 5 threat points that were not filled up, which meant that fighting this grizzly bear was not a sure thing, but the risk was relatively high. As the saying goes, you can take risks when you are in danger. He was determined to die today. Shumo adjusted his state and was ready to fight at any time, but the grizzly bear was as steady as an old dog and still maintained a standoff and was on guard. It responded to inaction with inaction. which made Shumo very passive. In this open and above-board situation, the first mover would be more likely to reveal flaws, so he had to find a way to irritate the grizzly bear and let it make the first move so that he could counter it. Angry it? That's easy. Sumo didn't even think about it. He raised his hand and slapped the grizzly bear in the face. This slap was so crisp that not only did the grizzly bear become confused, but the audience in the live broadcast room fell into silence. Rolling up the black hair, warming up the wine. Memories can't bring back your tenderness. Not striving for progress, but only thinking of you. The atmosphere inside and outside the arena seemed to freeze in an instant. After a short pause, the grizzly bear, which had reacted, opened its bloody mouth and pounced on him in a rage. Shumo, who had been prepared, dodged its bear hug in advance, went around behind it like a loach, and then kicked its fat ass without hesitation. This kick used at least 8 points of force, but what he got back was a spring-like recoil. There was no way. The ass was too fat. The grizzly bear turned around like nothing happened and locked him with an angry and bloodthirsty gaze. Shumo's heart suddenly cooled down. What the hell is this? It couldn't break the defense at all. At this time, the furious grizzly bear opened its sharp claws, and with a whistling sound, it grabbed his head. Shumo made a mistake in his steps and narrowly escaped. While dodging, he took out the dagger he carried with him and fiercely stabbed it between the waist and abdomen of the grizzly bear. The bright red blood dyed the burnt yellow hair red, dripped along the dagger to the ground, and bloomed into a bunch of weird blood flowers. However, the grizzly bear was still fine. Its fat was too thick, and the dagger didn't even have 2 inches. It would be an exaggeration to say that it caused minor injuries. Although it was not a big injury, it was painful. The intense pain stimulated the grizzly bear to go crazy and turned around and scratched wildly. Shumo remained rational, exerted his 1 point of agility attribute to the extreme, and wandered on the edge of death in danger. While dodging, he didn't forget to take the time to stab twice. After more than a dozen rounds, the grizzly bear became a flower bear, and Shumo's body was also stained with a lot of bear blood. However, no matter how good the operation was, it could not withstand the complete crushing of strength. 1-10-11-0916-288-14867 Mo was half a beat late in dodging, and the claws scratched a deep wound on his chest and abdomen. The defensive attribute points that he was proud of seemed fragile under the terrifying force, but still blocked most of the damage for him. Otherwise, if it were an ordinary person, his ribs would have been broken, and he would not know whether he was alive or dead. It was just that this blow caused him to suffer heavy damage, and his speed inevitably slowed down. 1 step slow, every step slow, he was already at a disadvantage, and now he was really half a foot in the gate of hell. The burning pain stimulated his potential, and he dragged his seriously injured body to fight the grizzly bear. There is no doubt that this was a wonderful life-and-death battle, but the audience in the live broadcast room collectively reacted half a beat late, and they were still lingering on the crisp slap. Not thinking about progress, but only thinking about you. No, what did the anchor do just now? Why can't I believe my eyes? Not only you don't believe it, I feel like I haven't woken up yet. You read it right. Master Mo slapped the grizzly bear. It was real, not even novels dare to write it like this. Humorous opening. No, Master Mo was bored and ran to slap the bear? What kind of operation is this? Memories are settling. Not only was he bored, this is not something a human can do at all. Sponsored by my family, can a normal person fight a bear in close combat? And both sides are injured? Even the fighting nation is not so fierce. I won't make do with it in the future. I knew Master Mo would die, but I didn't expect him to really die. The barrage in the live broadcast room was rolling wildly, and Shumo was almost in a desperate situation. Even if he had attribute point bonuses, he was still no match for this half-grown grizzly bear. Dozens of rounds passed, and he had several more wounds on his body. The loss of blood and physical strength made his feet shaky and his face pale. What was even more terrible was that the recovery attribute points were running to the extreme at this moment, madly consuming his physical strength. Shumo wanted to take a bite of bacon to replenish his physical strength several times, but was ruthlessly interrupted by the grizzly bear. In the past, the bacon could still distract the grizzly bear, but at this moment, the grizzly bear only had Shumo in its eyes. The slap was not very harmful, but it was extremely insulting. It now just wanted to tear this two-legged beast into pieces to comfort its humiliated bear heart. At this time, the red light on the bracelet lit up again, and a short sentence came. "We have observed that you are in danger. Please do your best to hold on or get out of danger. Our rescuers have set off and will arrive as quickly as possible." Shumo didn't have time to pay attention to her at all. The hunger in his stomach, which was stronger than the other, continued to invade his mind with extreme vanity, making his spirit a little scattered. If he didn't replenish nutrients in time, he would really get a box lunch. Suddenly, he had an idea and looked at the wound of the grizzly bear with hungry eyes. "Damn it, let's fight!" Shumo also risked his life and took the initiative to get close to the grizzly bear. When its claws and fangs surrounded him, he suddenly made a feint and went around behind it. Then he opened his mouth and quickly sucked on the wound on its back. The grizzly bear's body shook, as if it was petrified. Squeak! With an indescribable sound, a stream of hot blood spurted into his mouth. The indescribable fishy smell filled his mind and almost killed him on the spot. Shumo rolled his eyes and swallowed it. The bear blood entered his stomach and was quickly absorbed by the stomach, converted into energy to replenish his physical strength. Although it smelled fishy, it was very nourishing. Shumo took advantage of the time when it was stunned and sucked several more times. The recovery of physical strength made him feel better again. Although the grizzly bear was only slightly injured, it couldn't stand the bleeding. After it reacted, its offensive became more fierce. Shumo changed his tactics based on his recovered physical strength. He no longer fought back while dodging its attacks, but took a few bites at its wounds when he got the chance. As one side gained strength while the other lost strength, the balance of victory began to shake, and there was a tendency to fall into a fierce battle again. He fought hard, but the fight was very eye-catching, and the audience in the live broadcast room felt their eyes hurt. "You are more important than Doraemon. What kind of magical operation is this? Vampire maniac?" Dawn in the sun. At this critical moment, I shouldn't have thought about it in a wrong way. I blame myself and face the wall, but I can't help but replace the bear with douching in my mind. I guess I'm sick. A dawn in the sun, brother. You are not sick, it's me who is sick. I thought the bear was my ex-girlfriend. It's a sin. You can drive on this broken road. I really admire you, gentlemen. A touch of light, 100 kinds of lovesickness. Brother, don't blame us. It would be fine if Master Mo had just fought properly, but he used his mouth to fight. Who can accept this? No one in my heart but someone else. This anchor's operation is so cool that it's hard to disobey. The anchor not only refreshed my cognition, but also refreshed my 3 views and my moral integrity. I am now somewhat doubting my life. Devil, I am not watching the live broadcast. I am dreaming. Yes, I must be dreaming. Who of you has yellow urine? Please wake me up. Wind in the bottle. Okay, another one is crazy. Shadow in the dark. At devil, I have diabetes. I am willing to help. 9 points of like. Get out of the way. Don't let him taste the sweetness. I have uremia. Let me do it. The battle between one man and one bear is still going on, and the fight is still hard to tell. If the fight continues like this, sooner or later one of them will stay here forever. Shumo knows in his heart that it is very likely that he will be the one to stay. The damage caused by the dagger to the grizzly bear was very limited. Each blood hole was very shallow, and basically it was gone after one suck. He sucked out a whistle several times, but it was too difficult. So he didn't want to fight now. He was tired. At this moment, the intoxicating system upgrade sound rang in his mind. Ding! The battle judgment has been triggered, and the evaluation will be completed after the battle. The goal has been achieved, and there is no reason to fight anymore. Shumo deliberately distanced himself and waited for an opportunity to jump out of the battle circle and run away. The grizzly bear was not stupid at all. He keenly perceived his intention and stuck to him like a bear skin plaster, making it impossible for him to get away. Being entangled too tightly, Shumo was a little anxious, turned around and kicked it hard in the crotch. The grizzly bear never dreamed that he would do this. He was caught off guard and kicked hard in the vitals. The bear's face was deformed in pain, and his claws covered his crotch. His thick legs twisted like a woman, and he performed a jiaozi dance on the spot. This is the weakness that the Eye of Wisdom failed to detect. It is the common weakness of males all over the world. It works the first time you try it. Shumo escaped successfully and returned to the camp without looking back. On the way, a wonderful system upgrade sound rang out. Ding! The battle judgment has been completed. Rating B. Reward attribute points 5 points. WAP 1-916-2888148. Sumo thought about it and added all 5 attribute points to recovery. First, the injury is indeed quite serious. Second, the rescue will arrive soon. The injury must be recovered as soon as possible before they arrive. Otherwise, there will be a risk of retiring. The effect of the 5 recovery attribute points is immediate. The terrible wound has a tendency to scab, but it also consumes all the physical strength. Fortunately, he had the foresight to bring a piece of bacon. Shumo walked back while chewing on the bacon, not even looking at the grizzly bear who was still dancing, but the audience in the live broadcast room was still lingering on his wicked kick, and they still haven't recovered from it. Bud-colored tea. I felt a chill down there, and I sympathized with Brother Xiong for 2 seconds. Reflection turned into sand. I must be old, and I can no longer understand the actions of young people nowadays. Strange, cool girl. No, what kind of sin did Xiong do? He would be beaten up even if he went out. All the mountains and rivers are safe. It's like a big magic drama. Who would believe it if I told them? Shallow drinking, red-faced sleep. Not to mention, Brother Xiong's dancing posture is quite standard. Maybe he can even win an award. Far traveled to wind. Brother Xiong never dreamed that he would meet Mo Ye, the old man who doesn't do anything. It's really a sin. Boom, boom. A huge engine roar came from the distance, and the rescuers had arrived. Shumo had returned to his cabin, waiting for their arrival calmly. His injuries have almost recovered, and there should be no problem in passing the test. As for the wound, it was covered with blood stains, which was easy to cover up. This time, the visitors were still accompanied by Benigni, 2 armed bodyguards, and the handsome repairmen. This lineup can fight and heal, and is indeed a well-deserved rescue team. It's incredible that you escaped from the attack of the grizzly bear. The first sentence Benigni said when he entered the door was full of amazement, and her beautiful big eyes kept looking at the bloodstains all over his body. Shumo grinned and said, "Miss Benigni, I'm glad to see you." "I can't be happy. Is this the better way you said?" Benigni rolled his eyes at him, and her fair little hand gently touched his wound. Shumo naturally grabbed her wrist, blinked, and said, "How is it? This method is not bad, right?" Benigni struggled to break free several times but failed, and said unhappily, "You might as well eat grass, don't use it next time." Shumo's dark eyes revealed deep affection, and he whispered, "If I don't use it, how can I see you? You know, my dreams are all about you." Benigni bit her lips lightly and suddenly felt that she couldn't resist. She was always generous and straightforward, but suddenly she was a little speechless, and a faint blush appeared on her delicate face unnaturally. The wooden house was very quiet, and the atmosphere was strange in the charming atmosphere. Her white wrist was still held by him, and his affectionate eyes attacked her heart domineeringly. This scene not only made the handsome repairman leaning against the doorframe angry, but also stunned the audience in the live broadcast room. Boiling chrysanthemum. After beating the bear, he flirted with the girl. "Brothers, what do you think of this operation? Damn, hard teasing?" Apart from awesome, I really can't think of another word to describe it. Mengjiang's little cutie. Did Master Mo forget that this is a live broadcast? Aren't you afraid of social death? Looking at you through the window, will Master Mo take social death seriously? Have you ever seen him afraid? Shumo really doesn't care about social death, but Benigni does. She struggled to break free from his clutches and asked calmly, "Are you not injured?" "Of course I am injured, but it's just a heartache. When I think about you, leaving here after the examination, I feel so heartbroken that I can't breathe." Shumo was in high spirits and his voice was full of energy. He didn't look injured at all. Benigni took a deep breath and tried to clear his devilish and earthy love words from his mind, then opened the medical box and took out the testing equipment. "I'll do it myself." Shumo took off his shirt and volunteered. "Can you?" Benigni paused and looked at him suspiciously. "If you like someone, you have to like everything about her, including her work, so I can do it too." Shumo took out the coupling agent from the medical box, applied it evenly, and then put the instrument on his chest. Ding, ding, ding. The screen on the medical box was operating normally and the test data was displayed synchronously. Benigni didn't dare to respond. This guy was simply a disaster. He kept saying a lot of cheesy love words, and each one was different. The wooden house fell silent again, but was soon broken again. The handsome repairman had been enduring him for a long time, and finally couldn't bear it anymore. He glanced at the large blood stain on Shumo's chest and frowned, saying, "Since you like her so much, you shouldn't let her smell the fishy smell on you. This is very rude. I think you should pay attention to your personal hygiene before meeting her. It's normal for men to be unaccustomed to the smell of men. Perhaps, in the eyes of Miss Benigni, this is my exclusive smell, enough for her to remember for a lifetime." Shumo knew that he was slandering him, but he didn't take this so-called rival seriously at all. But then again, the smell of a bear was really overpowering. He couldn't stand it anymore. It was time to take a shower. Benigni never thought that even if he didn't say anything, his earthy love words could still seduce her. She didn't respond to Shumo's words, but glared at the handsome repairman fiercely. The handsome repairman ignored her gaze and sneered. "Are all Chinese people so shameless?" As soon as this sentence came out, the anger of the audience in the Yinyu live broadcast room was instantly ignited. Reflection turned into sand. CTM, is this guy so crazy? He dared to attack regionally during live broadcast. He really deserves to be punished. Sunlight is slightly warm. If I were next to him, I would slap his mouth until it is swollen. Cold and indifferent people. Keyboard warrior, stop being funny. What are you going to slap? His temperament is obviously not that of a simple repairman. Can you afford to offend him? Far-traveling wind. Why do I feel that the anchor is more crazy? Dare to offend anyone? When the sky is crazy, it will rain, and when people are crazy, there will be disasters. The anchor is too arrogant. He really thinks he can defeat the sky, the earth, and the air in seconds. This time he offended people and got us scolded. Forever Feigner, isn't the anchor awesome? If you have the ability, get the place back. Deep sea is not blue. Stop being funny. This is someone else's territory. You are still looking for trouble. He doesn't even know how they killed him. Who told him to respond to anything? You are all kneeling down and can't stand up, right? This is Master Mo's fault? It's obviously that foreigner who is looking for trouble. Distant. No matter whose fault it is a fact that the anchor has implicated everyone. It's okay to bully animals, but to bully outsiders, is it not a mental illness? Listening to you talk, my worldview is really shattered. People are mean. What can Master Mo do? Do you have the foresight to shut him up? Then find your place back. Use your skills against animals to deal with foreigners. Does he dare? You really want Master Mo to get into trouble. Do you want him to break the law? Haha, don't make trouble if you don't have the ability, okay? The live broadcast room was in chaos and Shumo's face had sunk. He raised his head and said word by word, "You'd better apologize in front of the camera, otherwise you won't walk out of this room unscathed." WAPA 1lumno96 288146869.html. Are you threatening me? The handsome repairman raised his eyebrows slightly, his tone full of contempt. In fact, he still regretted his words in front of the camera, but the other party's threatening tone really made him uncomfortable, and it also aroused his pride. You can think so. In terms of arrogance, Shumo, who has the blessing of the system, will not lose to anyone. What's more, the dignity of China cannot be trampled on. This is a sacred mission that every Chinese must uphold, so he can't give in on this matter. What if I don't? The handsome repairman's face darkened and stared at him unkindly. You will. Shumo chuckled, tore off the detection line on his body, stood up and walked towards him step by step. Every step he took made the handsome mechanic look a little uglier. For some reason, he seemed to feel a pressure that was as frightening as a flood or a beast. "I want to see how you make me surrender." The handsome mechanic calmed down and showed a sarcastic smile at the corner of his mouth. He didn't believe that the other party dared to do anything out of line under the camera. Even if he really did it, his two fully armed bodyguards would not be vegetarians. According to the rules of my China, you have to slap your face if you say something wrong. Shumo stopped in front of him with a harmless face. "What do you mean?" The handsome mechanic didn't understand the meaning of slapping his face, but the audience in the live broadcast room understood it very well. Wildness and reserve. Why is Mr. Mo so tough? Where is his confidence? I have been playing since I was a child. When has Mr. Mo ever been cowardly? People who dare to beat bears and wolves, will they take a pretty boy seriously? You can't keep the wind, but this is a live broadcast. The consequences of taking action will be very serious, and the submachine guns in the hands of the two bodyguards are loaded with bullets, which is scary to look at. Fading time, Master Mo defends the dignity of the nation regardless of the consequences, unlike some people who can't stand up and have no blood. Keep the job, but not waste it. Well said. What about those spineless wastes? Now Master Mo wants to get back at the place. Are you all silent? Distant Duanyan, what are you pretending to be? If he dares to do it, I will call him daddy on the spot, forever. Count me in. I don't believe he dares to be so arrogant. Under the gaze of countless people, Shumo slowly raised his right hand. The handsome repairman stared at his slap, and now he also understood the meaning of slapping his mouth, but he still didn't believe that. The other party dared to slap him in the face but shouted, "You!"
Bah!
He just made a sound and was drowned by the crisp slap. Shumo looked at the bright red 5-finger mark on one side of his cheek and slapped him on the other side of his cheek without any hesitation. 2 consecutive slaps directly stunned the handsome repairman, and he stood there for a while, a little at a loss. "Stop!" The 2 bodyguards quickly protected him and raised the muzzle of their guns to Shumo's chest. Shumo glanced at the 2 bearded men and said lightly, "Shoot." The 2 bodyguards looked at each other and saw the anger in each other's eyes. Too arrogant. Too arrogant. After so many years in the bodyguard industry, I have never seen anyone who can be so arrogant when a gun is pointed at his vitals, but they really didn't dare to shoot. Once they shot, it would be naked murder and they would not have a good life. Why are you pointing blindly if you don't dare to shoot? Shumo bent 2 fingers and pushed away the 2 gun barrels on the left and right. Teach him a lesson. After reacting, the handsome repairman's eyes were bloodshot and his handsome face was twisted, and he shouted angrily. The 2 bodyguards didn't dare to shoot, but that didn't mean they didn't dare to do it. They immediately raised the butt of the gun and hit Shumo's shoulders tacitly. Shumo was really not inferior to them. The moment they raised their hands, he took the lead and twisted their soft waists with lightning speed. The speed was so fast that it was outrageous. They didn't have time to react at all. When Shumo's fingers touched their waists, they twisted 360 degrees in an instant. The pain caused can be imagined. "Oh, fuck!" The mouths of the 2 bodyguards suddenly opened into an O shape, and they covered their old waists in pain and turned around. The handsome repairman behind them fell into a state of confusion again, and his brain couldn't turn around for a while. Shumo didn't intend to let him go. He took a step forward and slapped him in the face twice. 1 against 3, he suppressed them completely, and the audience in the live broadcast room once again refreshed the upper limit of cognition. Keeping his job without giving up. Master Mo. So crazy. Crazy and fierce, but why do I always feel that Master Mo is a rogue? Old lane lover. Master Mo's just crazy, so what? Who else is not convinced? Where are those sons of bitches? Give him tenderness. Great slap. It's really fucking satisfying to watch. You must be happy. I just want to ask those soft bone faces in the live broadcast room, if it hurts, does it hurt? Drowning in the forest. They have no faces, so how can they feel pain? 9 kilometers of light green. The word it is used to the essence. Thumbs up. Watery moon. It's satisfying, but will Master Mo get into trouble for causing such a big disaster? After all, he is alone, helpless, and it is easy for others to do something bad to him. It's okay, he'll find a way. First greeting. Wanqingxi, damn, a big guy appeared. Dream in a dream. Wan's sister is a longtime fan of Master Mo, but he is a real big guy in reality. Don't talk nonsense. Cute little Oppa. Big guy, please hug your... Enough! Benini frowned and shouted. Shumo wanted to slap the handsome repairman twice more, but he had to give up after hearing that. He still had to give face to the beautiful doctor. After all, he was using her as a shield. Benini walked up to the handsome repairman and said coldly, "Apologize." "Why?" The handsome repairman was very dissatisfied and asked with his handsome face twisted and red from being slapped. "Because you were the first to speak rudely." Benini's voice was very cold, with a hint of disgust. The handsome repairman gritted his teeth and snorted coldly, turned around and left without saying a word. "If you leave like this, the company's supplier can also be replaced." Benini said this out of the blue, causing the handsome repairman's steps to suddenly pause, and he stopped where he was and trembled slightly. After a long time, he turned around and walked slowly in front of Shumo. "I apologize for my inappropriate words and deeds just now. I'm sorry." Facing the camera on Shumo's forehead, the handsome repairman finally lowered his proud head. This scene was witnessed by countless viewers in the live broadcast room. Qingshanyu Fog, Master Mo is mighty and domineering. Benini is mighty and domineering. Candied Fruit, Master Mo is mighty and domineering. Benini is mighty and domineering. I will be very happy. Master Mo is mighty and domineering. Benini is mighty and domineering. Time Alley, Master Mo is mighty and domineering. Benini is mighty and domineering. Masters don't talk much. Master Mo is mighty and domineering. Benini is mighty and domineering. WAP /109628848870. The beautiful girl doctor captured a large number of fans by putting pressure on the handsome repairman, and also made Shumo really like her for the first time. It is not difficult to see from this incident that her identity is not ordinary. At least she is a small, rich woman. The handsome repairman's face was terribly gloomy. He looked at Shumo deeply and turned away. His eyes contained a strong threat, but Shumo obviously didn't take it seriously. No matter whether the handsome repairman played dirty or open, he couldn't pose an effective threat to him in a short time. As long as he was given enough time, he would not be afraid of any means. Shumo suddenly looked at the submachine guns in the hands of the two bodyguards, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I don't know if his recovery attribute points can pull him back from the gates of hell after being hit by a burst of bullets from this thing, or if he has enough defense and physical attributes. Can he withstand bullets or even artillery shells? His weird eyes made the two bodyguards shudder at the same time. They had never seen such an unethical opponent. It is often the people who don't play by the rules who are the most threatening, because you can't predict when he will make a move and how he will make a move. For example, the arrogant Chinese in front of him, even God couldn't have thought that he would actually twist people. Although this method is not good and can hardly cause serious damage, the intense pain directly makes them lose their fighting power for a short time. It can be said to be very simple and effective. No wonder some people always say not to provoke the mysterious Chinese people, because they really know Kung Fu. It is wiser to stay away from such dangerous people. The two bodyguards rubbed the purple and black soft flesh on their waists and left the room one after another. After they left, Benini said expressionlessly, "Let's continue. Okay?" Shumo responded and sat back in his original position. During the test, Benini, who had been holding back for a long time, looked up and asked, "I'm curious, is there really nothing that scares you? Didn't I say that I'm most afraid of you leaving me? This is the thing that scares me the most at the moment." Shumo looked at her affectionately, but his smile became more and more mean. Benini said angrily, "What time is it? You are still so poor. Don't you think your behavior today is a bit impulsive?" "Yes, but if it happens again, maybe I will beat it harder." Shumo looked like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water, and there was no regret at all. Benini stared at him for a long time before slowly saying, "You are very domineering." Shumo seriously corrected him. "You are a very manly man." Benini did not deny it, but did not say anything else. Shumo looked at her silently and said, softly, "Thank you." Benigni observed the test data attentively and asked casually, "Why are you thanking me?" Shumo restrained his expression and said seriously, "Thank you for defending the dignity of China. Every Chinese who watched the live broadcast will remember your righteous words today." Benigni was stunned and whispered, "No need, it's just my job." Shumo blinked and smiled happily. "Benigni, I think you should have a better name." Benigni smiled slightly, but deliberately changed the subject and said, "Compared to my name, you should think about how to deal with the troubles that come next." Could he dare to attack me in front of the camera? Shumo knew what she meant, but still didn't take it seriously. The camera was his protective amulet, and he didn't believe that the handsome repairman would dare to do something out of line. He's not that stupid, but legitimate means of defending his rights are inevitable. Benigni suddenly smiled, and his smile was particularly beautiful. "What do you mean?" Shumo was stunned with a vague sense of foreboding. Benigni tilted his head and smiled even more happily. "He will let you know how expensive these slaps are. Simply put, you will pay money, a lot of money." Shumo's face suddenly darkened, and he said dissatisfiedly, "Why are you so happy that I pay money?" "Because I found that you are also afraid of something." Benigni snorted and pulled off the instrument on his body. "Okay, there is nothing wrong with the inspection. Be more obedient in the future. You won't be in debt if you get the bonus." Shumo's mouth twitched and watched her go away. He knew that the handsome repairman would retaliate, but if it was really this way of revenge, it really caught his weakness. You know, he almost went bankrupt because of the fight, and he is still scared. But there is no need to worry too much. The championship is as easy as taking something out of his bag. It is impossible that the compensation for a few slaps will exceed $1 million. Shumo got rid of the distracting thoughts in his mind and went to the lake to wash his body. The wounds on his body had formed brown scabs, which fell off naturally under the impact of the lake water, leaving him with a healthy and intact body. The audience in the live broadcast room had no time to appreciate the macho man playing in the water, and were still immersed in the passionate scene just now. From what the beautiful doctor said, she is also Chinese? Obviously she is. Women are not inferior to men. You know what? She and Mo Ye are quite compatible. Just look at Mo Ye's domineering pursuit method. No woman can resist it. I bet they will be together sooner or later. Brother Mo Ye is so fierce, so awesome. I'm late. What are you talking about? Could it be that Mo Ye has done something tricky? Again? It's nothing serious. Just beat up the rescue team one by one, of course, except for the beautiful women. Wow. Today's events continued to ferment, making the popularity of the number 10 live broadcast room always high. Shumo also knew that today's actions had a great impact, but it did not violate the rules of the competition. The program team had no reason to let him withdraw from the competition, so there was nothing to worry about. He just did what he had to do. After returning to the camp, he first dealt with the prey caught in the trap today. Otherwise, it would be too addictive to leave it in the room. Unknowingly, it was already 18 in the evening, and the program team announced the daily progress of the contestants on the 11th day as usual. Contestant number 1, Wally Hardinge, health status good. Shelter under construction. Capture prey none. Support votes 4.2. Health status excellent. Shelter construction completed. Capture prey none. Support votes 10.59. Do contestant number 3, Maria Pambuki, health status excellent. Shelter under construction. Capture prey none. Support votes 5.8. Robber. Contestant number 4, Gregory Matthews, health status good. Shelter under construction. Capture prey none. Supports 2.77. Bobu. Contestant number 6, Zidane Phelps, health status excellent. Shelter under construction. Capture prey none. Support votes 2.547. Health status excellent. Shelter under construction. Capture prey none. Support votes 8.5. Navarro, health excellent. Shelter under construction. Captured prey none. Support votes 95. Budwao. Contestant Namnano, health excellent. Shelter under construction. Captured prey none. Support votes 245. Vadu. Contestant number 10, Shumo. Health, excellent shelter, complete, captured prey, 2 grouse, 2 squirrels, 1 rabbit. Support votes, 1225 Badu. WAP. 1 Latavan Sly, 1096 28148 Cell. Today is definitely the most explosive day since the launch of Alone in the Wild. Contestant number 10, Shumo, has become the biggest dark horse of this season with a clear lead. Whether it is the number of support votes, shelter construction, or prey harvest, he completely crushed other contestants on this day. The speed of his overtaking has overturned everyone's cognition. As a result, a huge amount of traffic poured into the number 10 live broadcast room, and the frequent barrages even appeared to be stuck, which shows how popular it is. On that day, the name Shumo spread like a plague and became popular in the streets and alleys of China. As the saying goes, the more popular you are, the more trouble you will have. His actions have also attracted mixed reviews, and the boring. I watched the live broadcast replay. No matter what, the anchor can't hit people. Inch of old time, you should understand that he was the first to talk about it. The anchor is defending the dignity of the Chinese nation. Soul return. Strange road. There are many ways to maintain it. You can choose a more gentle way. The anchor's approach is too barbaric and will seriously lower the image of the Chinese people. Xiaoyao Demon Emperor. I agree. No matter how you look at it, I think this anchor is very arrogant, and you can even describe him as crazy. General attack. Come on, tell me how to be gentle? Do you kneel down and beg him to apologize? You can kneel, but Master Mo can't kneel down, because he has backbone. Dragon of China. People should not forget their roots. Our ancestors protected the country with their fists, so you have the opportunity to type here. Time is still there, and you are still there. Support the anchor. Treat people in the right way, and the anchor has done nothing wrong. I support the anchor too. Well done. It was already late when Shumo finished cleaning up the prey. After returning to the camp, he lit a bonfire and took the sausages hanging on the tree back to the house. These cleaned fresh meats had to be smoked overnight. While smoking, start preparing dinner. There were a lot of internal organs left, and now there are a lot more. Altogether, it is enough for at least 3 days. Shumo didn't want to waste it, so he had to eat it. The hot pot base left at noon is enough for a meal. It is convenient to continue to scald it by adding some water. However, this hot pot was not as delicious as the one he had at lunch. He lost his appetite when he thought about the possibility of losing money. After quickly finishing 4 pounds of offal, he went back to the house and fell asleep. The next day, it was drizzling. The patter of rain hitting the eaves woke Shumo from his sleep. He opened his hazy eyes and muttered, "It's raining today, so it's better to let it rot." After that, he fell asleep. Suddenly, he sat up again, got up hurriedly and opened the door. He slept too comfortably and almost forgot about smoking meat. As soon as he walked out of the room, Shumo's face became interesting. The bonfire on the open space outside the door had long been extinguished by the rain. Dense black ash floated on the puddles on the ground. The smoking grill not far away was in a mess. There was no trace of a piece of meat. Where is my meat? Shumo rubbed his eyes and his sleepiness instantly dissipated. He braved the rain to rummage the collapsed smoked meat rack, but still couldn't find any meat. However, he found a mess of wild animal footprints on the ground around the smoked meat rack. Judging from the shape, size, and number, it can be basically confirmed that the house was stolen by wolves. Shumo was in a bad mood. These foods were hard-earned, and each one was the result of hard work. If they were not cleaned, it would be fine. But it was a bit hard for him to accept that the cleaned meat was stolen. It was a waste of time. He had no choice. He couldn't find these old guys for a while, and it was raining. The best thing to do was to continue to mess around. Shumo went back to the house in a bad mood and lay on the straw bed to catch up on his sleep. When he woke up, it was already afternoon. He was awakened by hunger. With 5 attribute points added, his appetite increased. He would be hungry if he didn't eat for a meal. The rain outside was still falling non-stop. Shumo washed his face with the rain and then began to prepare to cook. The ingredients were still mixed, but the method was changed to a simple stew. Put a little deer fat into the clean pot and boil out the oil. When the oil is hot, add the chopped offal and stir-fry until cooked. Sprinkle some ginger powder to remove the fishy smell. After it is cooked, add some soy sauce to adjust the color. Then add water to cover the ingredients and start seasoning. A little salt, MSG, and oyster sauce are enough. After it is cooked, it can be served. While cooking, he also picked some tender pine needles in the rain, planning to make a cup of tea after the meal. After waiting for a long time, a rich fragrance came out of the pot. Shumo sat at the door holding the pot, enjoying the food while admiring the misty scenery outside the house. The rain lasted for 3 days, and he also played for 3 days. In 3 days, the heat of the slapping incident subsided, and the barrage in the live broadcast room returned to normal topics. Cherish it while you can. Moye's life is too comfortable. He drinks tea and eats meat every day. I envy him. Firemen will not set fire. Other contestants have no idea where to eat, but our anchor changes his meals every time. Other contestants' shelters leak wind and rain, but our anchor has begun to dislike that the shelter is not a 3-bedroom apartment. Why is the gap between people so big? Dragon-like steps. Moye has become addicted to comfort and has really changed. He has not done anything stupid for 3 days. It is easy to dodge an arrow, but it is difficult to guard against a sneaky person. This is a good thing. Moye's support votes have exceeded 15 million, and he is the first in all aspects. 3-star peeing dragon. As long as Moye does not do anything stupid, he will be the quasi-champion. He has a prize of 1 million. Do you really think he is stupid? Xiao Xiao will not laugh. I used to take risks because I had no food. Now I have no worries about food and drink, so why take risks? 50 steps and 150 steps, that's what I said, but Moye has become so honest all of a sudden. I can't get used to it. During these 3 days, Shumo was indeed very honest. He ate and slept every day and lived a pig's life. But he was not happy at all, because he felt lonely. Loneliness is the biggest enemy of every contestant. To defeat it, you have to enrich your life or make it busy. Shumo couldn't play badly anymore, and his mind was full of thoughts about brushing attribute points. Finally, the rain stopped, and a long-lost smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. There is no rain today, so don't play badly. It's time to do something. Shumo took a dagger, brought 3 pounds of smoked meat and dry food, and strode into the jungle. This time, he went specifically for the wolves. He wanted these 6 guys to know that Master Mo's food would burn their mouths. Wolves are social animals that like to move at night. Now it's just past noon, and there is a high probability that they are resting. This gives him the opportunity to steal back. As long as he is smart, the group of wolves will become lone wolves. Lone wolves are the most ideal opponents for him. While thinking about various plans, Shumo walked towards the halfway point of the mountain. Lie 12-11-996-288-148 Wolves usually live in caves. There are many naturally formed caves on the hillside behind the camp. You can try your luck there. Because it had just rained, the mountain road was slippery and difficult to walk on. When Shumo reached the hillside, nearly an hour had passed. There was no road on the hillside, but there were traces of wild animals. He searched carefully along the traces and soon made a discovery. Not far ahead, there was a dark cave covered by weeds. It was really hard to find if you didn't look carefully. The cave was more than 1 person tall and nearly 2 meters wide. It was surrounded by dense bushes and weeds and was very hidden. Shumo pushed aside the weeds and looked into the cave. It was pitch black, and he couldn't see anything. However, the damp and fishy smell coming from the cave made him sure that there were animals living inside. As for what kind of animal it was, he had to go in and see. He took out a dagger and flint and made a simple torch with local materials. After lighting it, he strode into the cave. Once he entered the cave, it was as deep as the sea, but it was a sea of shit, and the ground was full of foliage, which made him sick. Shumo covered his nose, raised the torch above his head, and saw dense bats. The foliage on the ground was caused by these bats hanging upside down. They urinated and defecated everywhere, without any hygiene. Shumo wanted to complain, but he would inhale the smell of fermented shit as soon as he opened his mouth, so he had to cover his nose and mouth and continue to walk in. He had no taboos and didn't think there was anything wrong, but some of the audience in the live broadcast room couldn't accept it. Professional sewer dredging. Why didn't the anchor stay in the shelter and run to this ghost place? I even had intensive phobia, exquisite little fairy. With Mr. Mo's personality, it would be strange if he could stay there. He probably came out to die. Give you a small cauliflower. No, is this anchor so stubborn? He dares to drill any hole and is not afraid of anything happening. You can never guess what Master Mo wants to do, but old fans know that what he does is definitely not human. Quickly save Hu Tao. A good survival program was turned into an adventure program by the host. Sure enough, there are many tricks. The deep cave, the lighting torches, the atmosphere is well rendered. Very exciting. I have already started to feel it. Dongabai, then why don't you prepare tissues quickly? Damn, I feel nothing in an instant when you drive this broken car. Shumo walked and suddenly stopped. The scene in front of him made his scalp tingle, causing severe physical discomfort. There are snakes. There are so many snakes, almost crawling all over the ground. They are either coiled alone or entangled together to form a constantly wriggling snake group. Under the light of the fire, it is very visually impactful. Shumo is actually quite disgusted by this thing, and it is even more disgusting when there are so many of them. But then he thought, these are all delicious soup pots. If the layout is bigger, this cave will be his natural granary. When he thought of this, his eyes became kind, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously revealed a very friendly smile. Shumo could laugh, but the audience in the live broadcast room couldn't. Damn, this is a snake's nest. It gives me goosebumps all over the floor. A stick chicken. Damn, anaconda? The anchor was scared silly. The camera didn't move. The watermelon field. Even as strong as Master Mo has to kneel, these are all poisonous snakes. Crazy Knife Ink Man. It's not suitable to stay here for a long time, Master Mo. Go yo-yo. Sing that. Worry. The anchor also has a cowardly moment. Isn't he bragging about how awesome he is? Acacia scissors. Awesomeness also depends on the situation, right? Are you joking with so many poisonous snakes? Shumo turned and left, not because he was afraid, but because the purpose today was not them. Just after taking 2 steps, a poisonous snake flew out, opened its mouth, and bit his arm. Without thinking, he raised his hand and slapped the snake away. This scene was clearly seen by the audience in the live broadcast room, and the barrage immediately boiled. I am not a good man. You call this cowardly? This team doesn't take these long insects seriously at all. Sweet smile. Familiar tricks, familiar moye. That domineering man is back. A season of flowers blooming. Not only domineering, but also a god. People go away and tea gets cold. This snake has never seen the world and even dares to bite moye. White and rosy. The anchor doesn't sleep in broad daylight and keeps doing tricks. Shumo left the cave as if nothing had happened and continued to look for the traces of the wolf pack. In fact, he also knew that this cave was not a wolf's den, because the weeds at the entrance of the cave were intact and there were no signs of large wild animals. But sometimes, if you don't take risks, there will be no surprises. One granary is enough, so he walked out of the forest and walked towards the exposed ridge halfway up the mountain. There are many strange rocks there, and there are many naturally formed cracks. If they are deeper, they are perfect habitats. There may be unexpected gains there. The facts did not exceed his expectations. As soon as Shumo came out of the forest, he found a lot of traces of animal activities. There were not only chaotic footprints on the ground, but also a lot of dried feces and hair stuck on the grass leaves. Obviously, this is a gathering place for wild animals. Shumo was a little excited, but he quickly calmed down. There are many cracks in the rocks here, but most of them are empty. Because of the existence of the food chain, animals will not live together, so these cracks can be selected to explore the big ones. But he still seriously underestimated the vigilance of the animals. He searched for more than a dozen large cracks in a row, but didn't find even a wolf hair. Just when he thought he would get nothing, he looked up and suddenly saw a domineering, oversized crack in the stone. This crack was more than 3 meters high and more than 2 meters wide, with bare ground all around, which was very conspicuous. The most important thing was that there were many claw marks on the rocks around it, some of which were blurred and some were very fresh. Based on this alone, it was almost certain that there were large beasts living in this cave. As for whether it was a wolf's den, you had to go in and see it. Shumo was very cautious and planned his escape route in advance. 10 meters away from the large cave, there was a lonely, crooked tree, which was an excellent shelter. With the back route decided, it was time to explore. Shumo did the same thing and made another torch, then climbed up the rock and tiptoed into the cave. The cave was very spacious and very quiet. The only drawback was that it was too shallow, so shallow that before he had walked a few steps, he saw a large gray shadow. Familiar color, familiar body shape, who else could it be but the grizzly bear he met by the lake that day? Shumo was stunned, and his expression suddenly became very rich. The grizzly bear, who was licking his feet, was also stunned. His round eyes stared at the uninvited guest, and he even forgot to put down his paw. WAP-1196/2073. The audience in the live broadcast room were also stunned. They didn't expect the excitement to come so unexpectedly. Eyebrows and eyes. Is this considered a narrow road for enemies? Moly. Not really. It feels like the only enemy is Master Mo, and the grizzly bear is so innocent. Not beautiful, not cute, not gentle. I suddenly feel that Xiong is quite miserable. He obviously did nothing, but he happened to meet Master Mo, the disaster star. No, the style of painting is a bit wrong. Why do you say that the bear is the weaker party? Brothers, figure it out. That's a bear, a terrifying existence that can weigh thousands of pounds with a slap. It is a well-deserved top predator. Then what? Didn't he get slapped by Master Mo? It stands to reason that enemies will be jealous when they meet, but it doesn't seem to be the case between Shumo and the grizzly bear. The two looked at each other affectionately, with a hint of embarrassment in the weirdness. Shumo didn't expect that he would find the wolf on its head. The battle situation that day was vivid in his mind, and the temptation of 5 attribute points made his already restless mind even more restless. To a certain extent, this grizzly bear, which is still developing, is the most ideal opponent. After all, he has already had a fight and has experience. Coupled with the generous attribute point rewards, there is no reason to miss this opportunity. Shumo made up his mind to fight again, and his eyes looking at the grizzly bear were not good. The grizzly bear obviously understood what he meant and silently stood up and made an attacking posture. But it was just a pose and never took the initiative. It didn't move if the enemy didn't move, which still made Shumo very passive. Shumo found that its eyes were always on the torch in his hand, and then he realized that animals are afraid of fire, so he threw the torch on the ground in a very martial manner. The flames soon weakened, and the light in the cave became much dimmer. However, it still did not move. Shumo could not hold it any longer, and he stepped forward and slapped the bear in the face with his backhand, then turned and ran. The crisp sound of the slap echoed in the cave for a long time, and the grizzly bear once again fell into self-doubt. The audience in the live broadcast room was not much better, and once again fell into collective contemplation. Lee. If the grizzly bear could talk, it would have started to curse. It's okay to be beaten outside, but it's a bit unreasonable to be beaten at home. Dusk rain falls in a pool of autumn. Look, is this what a human would do? Rainy day, waiting for the rainbow. This bear and Master Mo are not compatible, so let's move. Sweetness is too much. Familiar operation, familiar plot, expected and unexpected. Summary. I am numb. Shumo ran and looked back, expecting the grizzly bear to catch up. The reason why he angered the grizzly bear was to lead it out of the cave. The cave is too small. If he fights here, his agility advantage will be greatly reduced, and the grizzly bear is very powerful. If he is hit a few times, it is easy to fall asleep here. Therefore, it is the best choice to lead the grizzly bear out of the cave to fight. His abacus is very loud, but unfortunately it failed. Until he ran out of the cave, there was still no movement behind him. Shumo was a little dumbfounded. What can he do if it doesn't come out? But he is not a person who gives up easily. If the grizzly bear doesn't come out, it must not be angered. As long as it is angry, it will definitely come out. But this time he will not go to the cave to anger it. God knows whether the grizzly bear will play dirty in it. At any time, Don't underestimate the IQ of animals, because they also have brains. There are many ways to anger grizzly bears, and language is a very good way. Shumo cleared his throat, and the cat shouted at the inside of the cave, "You hit me? Come out and hit me." We agreed that bear people will never be slaves. Don't be a coward. You are a bear, not a bear bag. If you don't come out after being beaten, I look down on you. He didn't care whether the bear could understand or not, and he just bombarded it. Even if it couldn't be stimulated, he would use noise to blast it out. Before the bear reacted, the audience in the live broadcast room was already stunned. Lili Yuanshang score, one score after another. Hanshan Yuandai, brothers, what do you say about this wave? Forget it, don't say it, I'm going to heal my ears. Superman quickly announces me. Master Mo, you should just be a quiet, handsome man, it's too hot for my ears. Sunset chasing toes. Master Mo, you are either too slutty or too cheap. If I were Xiangxiang, I would have to press you to the ground and rub you for 300 rounds. Cute little, too cheap, too cheap. Xiangxiang can bear it, but I can't bear it. Damn, can you still play like this? I'm forced to learn more again. Anchor, is there anything you can't do? Ah, my ears! Shumo shouted until his mouth was dry, and finally saw the effect. There was a thunderous roar from the cave, extremely irritable. As the ground shook, the mad grizzly bear rushed out of the cave like a cannonball. Shumo, who had been on guard for a long time, easily stepped aside and then took out a dagger and entered a fighting state. The grizzly bear stopped its charge with a sudden break, then turned around and rushed towards Shumo like crazy. It can be seen that it was very angry, not because it understood Shumo's provocation, but because it was stimulated by the echo of the cave. Shumo did not retreat but advanced, holding a knife and brazenly facing it. A great battle thus began. Compared to the grizzly bear's frenzy, Shumo seemed much calmer. While wandering around the edge of the bear's paw, he did not forget to think about things. What is the basis for the battle evaluation? It is definitely related to the strength of the opponent, and it is also inseparable from the fighting skills. So is it possible that it is also related to the length of the battle? Is it true that the longer the battle lasts, the higher the evaluation and the more attribute points you get? The more Shumo thought about it, the more likely it was, so he deliberately turned this battle into a protracted war. If you want to compete with such a dangerous large beast for physical strength, you must replenish your consumption at all times. Although he brought bacon, the grizzly bear obviously would not let him eat while fighting. Therefore, it is the best policy to fight to support the fighting party. He also has experience in this. After using a dagger to cause trauma to the grizzly bear, he would take a bite while it was hot when he got the chance to replenish his physical strength. In fact, this is the most effective way for him, but it once again successfully made the eyes of the audience in the live broadcast room red. I just washed my ears, and my titanium dog eyes are hurt by the spiciness again. Walking alone in the crowd. What kind of weird operation is this? The anchor can kiss while fighting. Damn, at least find someone else to kiss. Won't the bear hair prick your mouth? Meeting at the airport. Although I understand that your eyes are blinded by the spicy food, I still want to explain that the anchor is drinking bear blood. Are you so thirsty? He sucked the bear's blood until it squealed like a pig. People who don't know would think he was cupping the bear. I heard that drinking bear blood like this is the most nutritious and freshest. Wuqing Yusi, who told you that? I'm going to take him out and beat him up. WAP 1 and 10 CL9962848 Take a bite of cream. Magical operation. Magic Master Mo 2. Damn magic. The battle was very thrilling, but the audience in the live broadcast room obviously didn't pay attention to it. They kept focusing on his fatal sucking and couldn't extricate themselves. Shumo fought very hard. Even though his wishful thinking was working well, he was still injured under the fierce attack of the grizzly bear. Fortunately, he avoided the frontal attack of the bear's paw at the cost of trauma, so he always maintained a glimmer of hope in the dangerous battle. The arduous struggle finally paid off, and the beautiful system prompt sound rang at this moment. Ding, the battle judgment has been triggered, and the evaluation will be completed after the battle ends. Shumo was immediately full of energy and was determined to drag it into a protracted battle. However, there will be accidents. If the rescue team arrives in time, he will have to end the battle before they arrive. Otherwise, whether the rescue team intervenes armed or fails the health test due to unrecovered injuries, he will face the consequences of withdrawal. Strangely, after playing for so long, the red light of the bracelet still did not light up, as if the staff of the program group had forgotten him. Shumo thought about it for a while and soon understood. It is probably because the handsome repairman secretly did something which made the staff turn a blind eye to his dangerous situation. If this is the case, then I really have to thank the handsome repairman's 8 generations of ancestors. Their failure to come just happened to be what he wanted. Since the red light on the bracelet was not on, he devoted himself to the battle with the grizzly bear. However, as the fight went on, the style of the painting began to change again. The originally thrilling battle was dragged into a war of words by him. The audience in the live broadcast room also gradually became numb from the initial thrilling. Enthusiastic net, brothers, how long has the fight been going on? I didn't pay attention to the time just now. Raise the gun and fall asleep. It's been almost an hour. I'm so sleepy. Interesting and boring things. This movie is so boring it keeps repeating the same scene. Bad review. Drunk for many years. Just a reminder, Master Mo is fighting a life and death battle. Who is the truth with me? Really, if you didn't say it, I really forgot it. 9 Life Cat. In the inland lake of Area 10, a speedboat quickly broke through the waves and docked steadily on the shore. Benini, who changed into a leather jacket, carried a medical box in one hand and a silver-white desert eagle in the other, and rushed to Shumo's location heroically. When she reached the middle of the mountain, she quickly found Shumo and the grizzly bear fighting each other. Without any hesitation, she immediately raised the black muzzle of the gun and aimed at the huge head of the grizzly bear. Her slender finger touched the trigger, ready to fire at any time. Who knew that this gun would be fired for nearly an hour? For a whole hour, she didn't realize that Shumo was really in mortal danger. But as a rescuer, she couldn't relax and could only raise her sore arms to maintain a high level of vigilance. Benini was so angry that his teeth itched. If he hadn't offended everyone in the rescue team, he wouldn't have to suffer this. Now he prayed that he would finish the job soon and let himself end the torment soon. Shumo, who was in the midst of a fierce battle, didn't know that someone had come here. At this time, he was excitedly pulling the bear's hair and continued to fight. While fighting, he was fantasizing. Calculating the time, it's been almost 2 hours, right? Giving 7 or 8 attribute points is not too much, right? If the battle lasts another 2 hours, giving more than 10 attribute points is also reasonable, right? Imagination is always beautiful and reality is often cruel, because he found that the grizzly bear seemed to be giving up. The grizzly bear was also unlucky to run into such a wicked old man. Even though it is a domineering bear clan, it can't stand being poked like a beehive. The consumption of physical strength, coupled with the loss of blood, made it feel tired, really tired. Now it doesn't want to do anything, just want to go back to the cave to sleep. So while fighting, the grizzly bear turned around and left, crawling back to the cave without any nostalgia. It left very suddenly, catching people off guard. Shumo couldn't react for a while. He never thought that it would give up so thoroughly. Ding! The battle evaluation has been completed. Evaluation C, bonus attribute points, 2 points. This time he reacted, and his mood instantly became extremely bad. After working hard for several hours, he only got 2 attribute points, which made him feel exploited for working overtime every day without overtime pay. Sumo took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. It has been proved through actual combat that delaying the battle time does not add points to the battle evaluation, and may even reduce the evaluation. Because this battle is not much different from the last time, and the injuries he suffered are no less serious than the last time. Therefore, the reduction of attribute points is probably due to the delay of the battle time. Then think about it the other way around. The shorter the battle time, the higher the battle evaluation will be. He suddenly thought of the name of the system, Janshin. Simple and efficient, even one-hit kill is in line with the true meaning of battle, and it is more appropriate to the name Junshin. The more Shumo thought about it, the more possible it was, but he couldn't put it into practice now. This battle caused him a lot of damage, and it takes time to recover. It also consumed a lot of physical strength and energy, and he also needs to replenish and rest well. Since the opponent has already given up, let's go back to our own homes and find our own mothers. Shumo took out the bacon and walked back while chewing it. Before he walked far, he found Benigni rubbing his arm in front of him. Benigni had been waiting for a long time. Seeing him coming, he complained, "You really make me worry." Shumo was very surprised. He looked her up and down and asked strangely, "Investigator?" In fact, it's not his fault that he thought too much. Benigni was wearing a tight black leather jacket, which outlined her hot figure. Shumo coughed dryly and asked, "Miss Benigni, why are you the only one here? Where are your bodyguards?" "I am your exclusive medical consultant. They are not." Benigni wanted to say that they wished you would be bitten to death by the bear, so why would they come to save you? But considering that this was a real-time live broadcast, she said it very tactfully. Shumo could guess something, so he took the initiative to skip the topic and said, "You still feel sorry for me. Do I have a place in your heart?" Benigni's face immediately became serious and he snorted, "Don't be so nagging. I'm here to perform my job duties. Your monitoring data has reached the threshold again and needs to be checked. I have always cooperated with you in your work." Shumo nodded, thinking about how to delay time. His injury still needs some time to heal, and she must not find any abnormalities during the recovery period. On the way back to the shelter, he walked very slowly, and those who didn't know would think he had left his leg at home. "Hey, do you want me to find you a walking stick? You didn't fight the bear so hard just now." WAP/11196/2881485. This was the nth time Benigni had urged him, but no matter how she urged, the blood-stained teenager moved slowly like an old man. "The sunset is beautiful, but it's almost dusk. It's my blessing to be able to walk into the dusk with you in the afterglow." Shumo simply stopped and looked at her affectionately. Benigni was slightly startled, and suddenly her mind was a little dazed. Shumo paused and added, "Of course, if you are willing to carry me down the mountain, I would be happy to do so." Benigni took a deep breath and opened the medical box on the spot. If the first half of his sentence could touch her heartstrings, then the second half of his sentence would directly break the strings. "What are you doing?" Shumo was dumbfounded when he saw her take out the equipment. "Testing." Benigni replied coldly and continued to take out the equipment. Shumo quickly held her little hand and said with a smile, "You have to go back to the shelter first if you want to test. It will be dark soon. The jungle at night is very dangerous. If you are unlucky, you will encounter a bear." Benigni blinked her big eyes, always feeling that there was something strange about this sentence. Shumo quickly helped her put away the medical kit, picked it up and left. This time his legs and feet were more flexible and his steps were more steady. Benigni snorted and followed him silently. When they arrived at the shelter, it was completely dark. Benigni was a little anxious and took out all the equipment needed for testing as soon as she entered the door. As this disaster star said, the jungle at night is very dangerous. She didn't want to shuttle through the forest alone when it was dark. But Shumo obviously didn't intend to cooperate with her. The first thing he did when he came back was to make a fire and cook. "I have added a lot of workload for you during this period. I feel a little sorry. To express my apology, I will make you a good meal today." Shumo took a piece of venison from the beam and removed the ribs from the meat. The food of the contestants is hard-earned and will directly affect the final champion. You should eat it yourself. Benigni did not want to affect his competition and rejected his invitation very coldly. Shumo concentrated on removing the bones and said casually, "Not only can I win the championship, but I can also feed you. If you don't believe me, look up." Hearing this, Benigni, who was concentrating on adjusting the equipment, raised his head. After seeing the beams like grape trellises, his mouth suddenly opened into an O shape. "I didn't say it just now. I want to eat something light." Benigni was not a person who was shy and pretentious. Seeing that he had so much stock, she threw politeness out of the window. As long as it did not violate the rules of the competition, she was still happy to accept the reward. No problem. Shumo went out with the ingredients and built a bonfire in front of the rock. The ribs can be used to make soup, but it is more suitable to use them for grilling now. As for stewing soup, there are better ones. He returned to the room and cut a leg bone from the venison on the beam. The shank bone is the first choice for making soup, but the shank bone of the deer is too big to be stewed in one pot. Half of it can stew a full pot. Shumo smashed the shank bone in half with a stone and then took them to the lake to wash them. While washing the vegetables, he also washed himself. The wounds on his body had scabbed and fell off naturally under the washing of the lake water. When he returned to the camp, it was already dark and he couldn't see his hand in front of him. The only light was the blazing bonfire in front of the shelter. Benigni sat in front of the bonfire in a daze and didn't even notice that he came back. "Why did you come out?" Shumo was just making small talk, just because he didn't want the atmosphere to be too awkward. Benigni was startled and whispered, "The room is too dark." Shumo didn't care and handed her the skewered ribs. "You grill them." "Ah, me?" Benigni was stunned and asked with a guilty conscience. "Don't tell me you don't even know how to do this." Sumo stuffed the skewers into her hands and turned to carry the pot to the forest to fetch water. When fetching water, he picked up some pine resin and brought it with him. This thing is flammable and can be used as a candle temporarily when mixed with sawdust. After returning to the camp, you can stew soup. In fact, the stewed ribs are somewhat greasy, but he didn't have corn or white radish to go with it, so he had to make do with it. On the other side, Benigni has already started to grill skewers, but the grilling method is really hard to describe. Shumo came to her side and asked strangely, "Aren't you hot?" "Hot!" Benigni was sweating profusely, and her pretty face was red from the scorching. Shumo asked in confusion, "Then why don't you stay away?" "Ah, what about the meat?" Benigni asked blankly, holding the black skewers in both hands. "Stick them in the ground and turn them over occasionally." Shumo took the skewers from her hand and skillfully separated them and stuck them around the fire. "You can still do this." Benigni was a little annoyed and embarrassed. Shumo glanced at her white and tender fingers and knew that this girl's 10 fingers had basically never touched the water of spring. However, he did not ask more questions but prepared to make candles. Benigni asked quickly, "Can we start the inspection? My work is not finished yet." When she mentioned work, she became a different person and became very serious. Of course. Shumo took off his shirt very cooperatively and sat beside the campfire. The inspection process was very quiet, with only the crackling sound of burning firewood echoing in his ears. Benigni was concentrating on the data on the screen, not noticing that Shumo was also concentrating on appreciating her profile. It must be said that this beautiful doctor is really beautiful, with impeccable delicate features and a hot body. If the full score is 10, Shumo will give her at least 9.5 points, and the remaining 0.5 points is his fantasy of the unknown. Perhaps it was because his eyes were too unscrupulous that he finally attracted Benigni's attention. She raised her head and asked in surprise, "Why do you always look at me?" "Eye-catching." Shumo's answer was simple and rough, and he didn't mean to move away at all. Benigni choked for a while, and didn't dare to ask again, because she knew that if she continued to talk, his earthy love words would shine. When the bone soup was cooked, the examination was also coming to an end. "Okay, no problem." Benigni numbly announced the expected result, and at the same time began to pack up the equipment. Shumo was even less surprised. After getting dressed, he stood up and brought the bone soup over. The grilled ribs were also ready, sprinkled with seasoning, and they could be eaten. This dinner was not sumptuous, but it was definitely the best in this place. Benigni was not polite. She just grabbed the food with her hands, eating it very sweetly, not paying any attention to her image. Shumo did not expect her to be so casual, and his impression of her became better. Generally, people like this are not bad in character. At least they are people who can make friends. WhatsApp 11101 of A14766 HTML. It's delicious. Benigni held the big bone with meat in both hands and ate it until his mouth was full of grease. His beautiful big eyes narrowed into a crescent moon in satisfaction. If it's delicious, eat more. Shumo put the roasted ribs and the stewed soft bone on the big leaf and placed them in front of her. Then he drank the bone soup and went to get water to stew the remaining half of the bone. When the two of them were full, it was already very late. Benigni raised his wrist to check the time, then looked up and said, "I should go now. Can you take me to the lake?" "Of course." Shumo made a simple torch out of the remaining pine resin and led the way very cheerfully. He also brought the iron pot with him and cleaned it by the lake. The inland lake was only 500 meters away from the shelter. The distance was short, but the walk was slow. The mountain road was already rugged and difficult to walk on, not to mention in the dark night. Shumo held the torch and avoided potholes and rocks by memory. Suddenly he paused and stared at the bushes ahead vigilantly. What's wrong? Benigni, who was following him silently, accidentally bumped into his back and asked while rubbing his forehead. "There's something," Shumo answered while opening the Eye of Wisdom. "Ding, the Eye of Wisdom has been opened. Searching for target. Target search completed. Type bear lower creature. Rage value 8800. Threat value 100. Skills none. Weakness none. Type weird spiritual creature. Rage value 0-100. Threat value, skills unknown, weakness unknown. The red data was particularly dazzling, completely overwhelming the grizzly bear with full threat value. Benigni also heard the movement in the bushes and immediately became nervous. What's there? She didn't have the eyes of wisdom and didn't know what was in the bushes. Shumo turned his head stiffly and said with trembling lips, "It's a trick." Benigni was stunned for a moment, and after reacting, he said dissatisfiedly, "If you want me to stay, at least think of a more reliable reason, right? Now I seriously suspect that you are insulting my IQ." "It's really a trick." Shumo forced a smile that was uglier than crying. "Is it true that no one believes it these days? Your acting is good, but it's a pity that I can't present you with an award." Benigni clearly didn't believe it. Not only did she not believe it, but no one in the live broadcast room believed it either. Scumbag harvester. Mr. Mo even used this excuse to pick up girls, bullfrog. He can be tough and pretend, and Mr. Mo is also an all-round talent. Lonely man on a snowy night. Not to mention his acting is quite good. The camera is shaking slightly, fully expressing his inner fear. If the full score is 10, I will give him 11 points, not afraid of his pride. Feng Wen Mashi. Some girls just fall for this. As long as you mobilize the girl's inner fear and give her a sense of security in time, you will be halfway to getting her. 10 miles of red makeup. I have to say this weekly. If there is really a trick, you should be afraid of the trick, right? 16 Nights of Love Road. No, are you sure this is living alone in the wilderness? And not a bloody romance drama? How many winds and rains? If Mr. Mo continues to operate, Living Alone in the Wilderness can be renamed Living Together in the Wilderness. Seeing that he had no intention of walking any further, Benigni took the initiative and said, "Thank you for taking me there. We're not far from the lakeshore now. I can walk there by myself." Shumo hurriedly grabbed her wrist and whispered, "Don't leave tonight. Listen to me and go back to the shelter." Benigni slapped his hand away and said vigilantly, "This is a live broadcast. You're not going to do anything rash, are you?" "What are you thinking about?" Shumo was stunned, and during this moment of distraction, Benigni had already escaped from his control and dived into the bushes. "Fuck, come back!" Shumo felt something was going to happen, and he quickly grabbed her arm while shouting. Almost at the same time as he shouted, there was a creaking sound of a dead tree breaking in the bushes. Benigni's body suddenly stiffened, and in her horrified eyes, a bear paw with sharp claws slapped her face fiercely. At this critical moment, Shumo pulled her back with force, then raised the iron pot and hit the bear's face hard. Bang! The crisp sound of the golden sword broke the silence of the late night. Shumo pushed Benigni to the door and shouted, "Run!" Benigni stumbled and almost fell. After stabilizing his body, he quickly turned around and pulled out the Desert Eagle he carried with him. He loaded the gun and turned off the safety, almost in one go. Shumo's eyebrows jumped, and he shouted, If using it will make me withdraw from the competition, I would rather use my flesh and blood to protect you from leaving. Benini gritted her teeth, put away her gun, turned around and ran towards the shelter. Almost at the same time, a huge grizzly bear nearly 3 meters long jumped out of the thorns and pounced on her petite back. But what greeted the grizzly bear was only a burnt black pot bottom. Bang! Bang, bang, bang! Shumo danced with the iron pot vigorously, but apart from covering the bear's face with pot ash, he didn't cause any substantial damage to it. This grizzly bear was obviously not the one in the cave during the day, but it looked familiar. It was probably the adult grizzly bear that broke into her camp last time. This grizzly bear was not comparable to the half-grown one during the day in terms of size and strength. Shumo could only avoid its edge and try to delay Benini's escape time. Seeing that one of its prey had escaped, the grizzly bear decisively turned its target to Shumo. Shumo was immediately under great pressure, and he had no choice but to add all of his 2 newly acquired attribute points to agility. With the increase in attributes, his skills instantly became much more agile, but he still seemed stretched in front of this grizzly bear. At this time, Benini was almost at the camp, and Shumo decisively withdrew from the entanglement and turned around to run. He thought that the increase in 3 points of agility attributes would allow him to get rid of this grizzly bear, but the truth was very cruel. The mountains were rugged and difficult to walk in the dark night, but under the grizzly bear's paw, it was like walking on flat ground. This innate advantage almost wiped out his attribute increase, causing him and the grizzly bear to be in close contact all the time. The cold claw wind kept whistling in his ears, like the sound of ruthless death. While Sumo was running, he had to distract himself to deal with the grizzly bear's attack. Bang! Another fierce collision between the bottom of the pot and the bear's claws. His arm was numb, and the iron pot in his hand was also slapped away. Swish! Along with the sound of clothes being torn, another bear claw scratched across his back, bringing up a series of bloodstains. Shumo groaned. His face instantly turned pale as paper, and the burning pain in his back almost made him faint on the spot. Suddenly, a flash of fire broke through the darkness, and a firewood that was about to burn into charcoal hit the grizzly bear with a blazing flame. The flames burned the grizzly bear's hair, and it was frightened and retreated. Run! Benigni pulled out another burning firewood from the campfire and threw it hard at the grizzly bear that was trying to hunt again. Shumo seized this opportunity, ran to the camp in one breath, and pulled Benigni into the wooden house together. 1096288147, dates TME. Bang! Shumo had just closed the door with great effort, and the whole wooden house was shaking under the impact of the grizzly bear. Can your shelter stop it? Benigni's worried voice rang out in the dark room. Don't worry, we won't become canned food. Shumo was very confident. This was a shelter built specifically to defend against large beasts. Not only was the material solid, but there was also a layer of stone decoration on the outside. What's the big deal about a mere grizzly bear? However, despite saying so, his heart still rose to his throat. If they didn't withstand the attack of the grizzly bear, the 2 of them would really become canned food and meat stuffing. From time to time, the sound of claws piercing wood and stones rolling down outside the house made the atmosphere in the house extremely depressing. But the atmosphere in the live broadcast room was just the opposite, very cheerful. His back gradually faded away. Damn, this bear is simply a god assist, and it came too timely. Bowing on the armrest, I guess Moye was very happy in his heart. Not only did he save the beauty, but he also kept the beautiful doctor. How many storms? What did I say? Living alone in the wilderness was really turned into living together in the wilderness by Moye. You can't help but accept this operation. I feel like Master Mo is playing a big game, and now he's going to checkmate. Langya girl's heart. No, shouldn't you worry about the host's safety? After all, he just escaped from a bear's mouth. Full meal and being loved. Langya girl's heart. Shouldn't you worry about the bear? Langya girl's heart. Don't be fooled by Master Mo. He was just pretending to pursue the beautiful doctor. Langya girl's heart. The noise outside gradually died down and finally returned to calm. After a long time, Benini whispered, "Did it leave?" "I don't know. Are you going back now?" As soon as Shumo's nerves relaxed, he clearly felt the burning pain coming from his back. This time, the injury was more serious than before, and he grimaced in pain. Benini shrank his neck and shook his head decisively. Unfortunately, the room was too dark, and Shumo didn't see it at all. After a short silence, Benigni mustered up the courage to say, "I'll stay for one night, just sit in the corner." "No, you sleep on the bed." Shumo certainly wouldn't let her sit for one night, otherwise he would be scolded to death by the audience in the live broadcast room. "What about you?" Benigni's big eyes sparkled and his voice became much lighter. "I'm thick-skinned and can make do with anything. But let me be frank. Men and women should not be intimate, so don't try to hit on me." Shumo reminded him seriously. He didn't want Benigni to find out about his injury, otherwise it would be very troublesome and he would face the risk of retiring. Benigni spat lightly. "Shouldn't I be the one to say your last sentence? Okay, it's getting late, let's go to bed." Shumo really didn't feel like arguing with her. The pain from the wound on his back was getting stronger and stronger, and he was almost at the limit of his endurance. "Oh?" Benigni responded softly and lay down on the thick straw bed. The beauty was in bed, but Shumo didn't have any evil thoughts. He walked to the corner and sat down alone, silently resisting the invasion of pain. The room was very quiet, so quiet that they could hear each other's breathing. This quiet and peaceful scene was full of different excitement for the audience in the live broadcast room. Damn, brothers, they really live together. Not surprising. Don't you see who is doing this? A single man and a single woman in a room is like dry tea and raging fire. Do you think they will do something? Brother, your idea is a bit dangerous. It's easy to 404. What are you thinking? This is living alone in the wilderness. Ugh! Living together in the wilderness, not a paid program. Don't think too much. This is a live broadcast. How can it be like what you think? In fact, I am not surprised by what Mr. Mo does, but it is obviously impossible for the beautiful doctor. What happened today is just to deepen the impression of each other, and there will be no confession. Rub into my arms. Ha ha! In fact, everyone knows that it's just a mouthful. Hiss! After enduring for a long time, Shumo finally took a breath of cold air. It was really too painful. Sometimes it was stabbing, sometimes it was swollen, sometimes it was burning, and sometimes it was spiral pain. In short, it tortured him in various ways. It was really hard to bear. It is estimated that this time it is very likely that the bones were injured, otherwise the pain would not be so persistent. Benini heard the sound of his cold air, but didn't care. At this time, she was also forcing herself to endure the pain. The torch just now was taken out of the campfire by her, causing many blisters on her hands. The burning pain was also tormenting her all the time. This matter was caused by her. She didn't want to cause trouble for him because of this injury, so she chose to endure it alone. Both of them were injured, but they chose to hide it from each other tacitly. However, when the physical pain exceeds the willpower, there will always be some clues. Although Shumo clenched his teeth, the intense pain still leaked out from his teeth. Oh! His low and suppressed groan of pain dragged out a long tail, causing Benini, who was pretending to be asleep, to suddenly widen his eyes. Hiss! Oh! Who? Seeing that he was about to lose control, Shumo quickly bit his wrist, but he couldn't control it and whimpered again. What's wrong with you? Such a special moan made Benini feel bad. It's okay, who? You sleep. Shumo panted and couldn't stop shaking slightly. Benini hesitated for a moment and whispered, What are you thinking about? What else can I think about besides thinking about you? Oh! Shumo's earthy love words almost came out of his mouth, but he gasped in pain. Benini felt her cheeks getting hot for a while, and after a long pause, she whispered, Actually, I can understand, really. I can understand, and I don't mean to laugh at you, but this is a live broadcast, so I still have to restrain myself. When I meet you, I can't control the wild power in my body, so I will pour out my hot emotions to you regardless of the eyes of the world. Shumo also thought that this was a way to distract attention, so he continued to say earthy love words. Benini was shocked and stammered, Actually, it's better for you to do this kind of thing in private. I can pretend not to know. Shumo said puzzledly, I just want you to know. Otherwise, why tell you these things? Benini's face was red as if blood was dripping, and she didn't dare to answer again. She was very confident in her figure and appearance, and she knew that many men had improper thoughts about her, but no one had ever dared to show it in front of her. But the guy in front of her was simply out of the ordinary. WAP on lash delsa 109628814878.html. The ecstatic fling of the soul and his words of venting the burning emotions in his heart easily made her think wrongly. Not only did she think wrongly, but the audience in the live broadcast room had already thrown off the brakes on the highway. My name is O. What is this operation by Master Mo? Let someone who knows explain it. Didn't he say that he couldn't control the wild power in his body? You guys think about this sentence carefully. Anyone who has been single for more than 10 years can understand it in seconds. This wave of flirting is out of the sky again and again. Damn, we are self-sufficient and at least know to pull down the curtains, but this is a live broadcast. How dare the anchor? Are there really no taboos? I don't know how to sing. Actually, it's understandable. I believe you can't control yourself when you are so close to the hot search officer. Xiao Xiao, 10 years young. I came to see the wilderness survival, but I got on the highway as soon as I entered, and I couldn't get off the car. After a long time, Shumo's strange voice gradually weakened, replaced by an indescribable hunger. The injury on his back has improved under the crazy operation of the recovery attribute, and now he urgently needs to replenish his physical strength. Shumo groped in the dark and took a piece of bacon from the beam, hugged it, and started to chew it. Such a big noise certainly couldn't escape Benigni's ears. She hesitated for a moment and plucked up the courage to whisper, "Are you done?" Shumo wrapped the bacon in his mouth and asked vaguely, "What's done?" Benigni's voice was even lower. "It's just venting the emotions in your heart. As long as you like, I can vent endlessly." The relief of pain made Shumo feel much happier, and earthy love words came out naturally. No need. Benigni was really defeated by him, so how could he dare to say more? But Shumo got excited and said affectionately, "In fact, you should face my inner feelings because you will find how hot and unrestrained it is." Benigni was stunned, and so were the audience in the live broadcast room. Brother Jade Emperor, what kind of bullshit is this? I'm going crazy. I love you endlessly. Where am I breaking? Where am I breaking? You in the afterglow. This car just ran over my face, so slutty. Eat, sleep, play doo-doo. Master Mo is such a rogue. I like him so much. MC Zhang Daya. He is simply a god. No, he is simply not a human. Benigni took a deep breath and gritted his teeth and said, "I can understand you, but that doesn't mean you can molest me unscrupulously. I hope you respect yourself." Molestation? Shumo was stunned, and his mind was confused for a while. Benigni continued, "I'm grateful that you saved me today, but you really went too far." Shumo said innocently, "I just said a few words. How can it be too much? If you don't want to listen, I won't say anything." "Are you just saying a few words? You've already done it." "What did I do? We are all adults. Do we have to make it clear?" "This has nothing to do with being an adult. No. What are you talking about?" Shumo was confused and felt that she was completely on a different channel from her. Benigni was also a little angry and gritted his teeth and said, "You know what you did just now. I hope you can control your physical desires in the future." Shumo seemed to understand, but also seemed not to understand. Desire or physical? What a mess. Benigni didn't want to continue this topic and said coldly, "I'm going to open the medical box and the screen inside will light up. If you don't have an exhibitionist fetish, put on your pants." Her hand was in unbearable pain, and she still needed a simple bandage. Shumo understood this time and immediately broke down. His body trembled slightly, and he squeezed out 3 words from his teeth. "You are dirty!" Benigni snorted coldly. Who is dirty knows it in his heart. Shumo did not care about eating meat, and walked over and said excitedly, "You are dirty! Things are not what you think at all. Just listen to my excuse." "Don't come over." Benigni sat up with her hands on the straw bed and shouted vigilantly. Unexpectedly, the blisters on her hands were mostly broken, and the sharp straw stalks pierced into her wounds without skin protection, bringing unbearable pain. "Ah!" Benigni's face turned pale instantly, and she groaned in pain uncontrollably. The atmosphere seemed to solidify in an instant, and Shumo froze in place. The screen in the live broadcast room was extremely dim, but this ecstatic voice was enough to make the barrage explode. You said love is bullshit? This is... I have to pay? Lonely Shepherd? Are you playing too big? My fragile heart can't bear it. Your lovely wild father, add maggots to the camera food and poison the maggots. Worry-free grass. Don't think too much. The truth should not be what you think. Well, I have prepared the tissues. Emotional scholar, where is the recharge entrance? I will recharge my membership first. In the Wenghua Beach Villa area. A blonde and blue-eyed young man stared at the computer screen with deep resentment in his eyes. Master Charles, the information you want has been sent from Huaxia. At this time, an elderly butler gently placed an A4 paper next to his computer desk. Charles picked up the information and glanced at it, frowning, and said, "So little?" His identity is very ordinary, and there is no need to investigate ordinary people. These are all he has. The old butler took out a small shell from his jacket pocket and handed it to him, saying, "This is clam oil produced in China. I heard that it has a good effect on removing skin marks." "Who gave it to you?" Charles gently stroked the slap marks on both cheeks, and the resentment in his eyes became more intense. The old butler stood beside him and said respectfully, "Of course it is a Chinese. By the way, young master, Judge Joseph Ekman has agreed to accept your lawsuit. No need, I have changed my mind now." Charles waved his hand, revealing a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth. "Oh, my young master, do you have a better way to deal with him? Instead of letting him live in debt, it is better to let him die in Area 10. Do you think this is a better way?" The old butler frowned and reminded him, "Young master, please forgive me for being frank, but this is a bad idea. Although he has no background, his fame is growing. If he dies in an assassination, it will be easy to trace it back to us, which will be a very difficult problem." Charles touched his chin and said softly, "Then let him die in the mouth of the beast so that no one will suspect us." 111196-288148 TML. The old butler asked in confusion, "But the beast will not listen to us." Charles suddenly smiled, and his smile was very vicious. "Wild beasts will not listen to us, but they will listen to their hungry stomachs. After a while, the weather will get colder. When it's cold, food will be scarce. If a large number of large wild beasts are added at this time, do you think they will hunt and kill this arrogant Chinese?" The old housekeeper's eyes lit up and he exclaimed, "This is a great idea. I'll leave this matter to you. Don't let me down. Master, don't worry, I know what to do." The dark wooden house was very quiet. Benini bit his lips and tried not to make a sound, but the piercing pain still slipped out from his teeth. The suppressed and deformed moan will make people think more, such as Shumo, who thought a lot. "We are all adults now. I understand that if you have physical desires, you should release them. Don't hold them back." Shumo's expression was very interesting. He returned her words almost intact. Benini groaned and gritted his teeth and said, You are dirty." Shumo almost laughed out loud and said leisurely, "We both know who is dirty." Benini was almost choked to death. After a long pause, he asked suspiciously, "Are you injured too?" Shumo also reacted and asked back, "Are you injured too?" After a short silence, Shumo took the lead and said, "Turn on the light." "Okay." Benini responded and immediately opened the medical box. The white light of the screen illuminated the small wooden house, and the misunderstanding between the two was resolved at this moment. Shumo saw her red hands and thought of the torch that drove away the grizzly bear, which she took out from the campfire with her bare hands. Benigni took out iodine and gauze from the medical box with great difficulty, and did not forget to look up and ask, "Where are you hurt?" "I was accidentally touched by the bear's paw. I'm fine, but you're seriously injured." Shumo walked to her side and squatted down, gently grabbing her snow-white wrist. "What are you doing?" Benigni was startled and instinctively wanted to pull his hand away, but he held it too tightly and could not pull it out for a while. "You can't take care of yourself now, so of course I'm taking care of you." Shumo took the iodine and carefully disinfected her wound. "You are the one who can't take care of yourself." Benigni snorted and turned his head away, but did not struggle anymore. The weird and tense atmosphere that lasted for most of the night turned a little warm at this moment, but it broke the defense of a large number of viewers in the live broadcast room. Ninian Kingchi, I took off my pants and you showed me this? I can't bear to see you cry. I really can't hold it anymore. I'm going to strangle the anchor. Wind and Moon, you guys can't be like this. It was running fine on the highway and the brakes were removed, but don't take off the wheels too. Drinking to the east wind. Still paying? The car has overturned now. The song is called Missing. I have lived so long, but I was played around by a live streamer. Worry-free grass. Don't get me wrong, I just took the paper because I wanted to poop. Capture a strand of hair. A bunch of single dogs with lust in their brains, even if they use their butts to think that the live streamer can't do that kind of thing in front of the camera. Half withered. At capture a strand of hair, we are all gentlemen. Why do you have to pretend to be so like one? All right? Shumo held up her little hands that were wrapped like dumplings and nodded with great satisfaction. You wrapped them so thickly, this time I really can't take care of myself. Benini looked at his hands, feeling helpless. You can heal your wounds here before leaving. I don't mind. Shumo returned to the corner, picked up the venison and continued to eat. Have you forgotten that you are still in the competition? Benini said unhappily, and returned to the straw bed. Does it affect it? Shumo didn't care at all, and ate happily. There will always be people gossiping. Do you care about what others think of you? Don't you care? Shumo smiled and didn't answer. Benini stared at him for a long time before sighing. Well, it seems that you don't care. It's getting late. Go to bed early. Filled his stomach, closed his eyes, and soon snored. Benini was stunned for a long time. She didn't expect him to fall asleep so quickly. She was worried that this guy would take advantage of the opportunity, but now it seems that she was overthinking. A night passed, and it was more peaceful than she imagined. The next day, the sky was gloomy, and it seemed that it would rain. Shumo woke up from his sleep and found that Benini was no longer in the room. Maybe it left. He didn't care, got up and went to the lake to wash up. After coming back, he prepared breakfast as usual, but he couldn't find the pot after searching the entire camp. Then he remembered that the pot was knocked away by the bear when he escaped last night. He carefully searched the place where he lost the pot based on his memory, but he still found nothing after searching for a long time. Where is my pot? Shumo wailed and sat down on the ground dejectedly. Now he was 100% sure that the grizzly bear last night was the one that came to the camp last time, because the pot lid was also taken away by it. This bear probably had a special fetish or had a serious disease, otherwise why would it always steal his pot? Without the pot, his quality of life had at least dropped by half. Shumo was so angry that his teeth itched, and at this moment he felt like he had eaten a dead child. The pot was gone, but life had to go on. He returned to the camp listlessly and skewered some meat to make do. Eating barbecue early in the morning was a last resort. If there was a pot, I could make soup and a cup of tea. Life would be as comfortable as it could be. But because of a grizzly bear, the good life was instantly shattered. The more Shumo thought about it, the angrier he got. He really couldn't swallow this. No, I have to take revenge. Since I can't bear it, I'll go get the pot back. He made up his mind, but was in trouble. This was just a serious adult grizzly bear, and it was not comparable to the half-grown one. With his current strength, it was basically no different from sending himself to death. Fighting hard wouldn't work, so he had to outsmart it. Shumo thought hard, and his eyes drifted to the uneaten wild vegetables intentionally or unintentionally. Suddenly his eyes lit up, and a bad idea came to his mind. Mixed poisonous grass can knock over reindeer, and it may not be impossible to cause harm to grizzly bears. Poisoning is definitely a feasible method, but the method of poisoning has to be changed. If we poison the water source, it will take who knows when, and it may not be effective. We have to think of a simple and crude method. Shumo pondered over it, and soon a bad idea came up again. If we want to be simple and crude, we must take some risks. He is not afraid of taking risks. He has always been on the edge of death and has long been accustomed to it. Then we can start to implement it now. WAP/1lum/ELUN0916/2814880. After breakfast, Shumo went directly to the woods to collect poisonous grass and check the harvest. Today's trap brought him 2 wild rabbits, but he was still not happy. It took a whole morning to collect poisonous grass and clean up the rabbits. For lunch, he directly grilled the 2 rabbits. As for food, fresh food is better. If there is a pot, it would be even better. Now that the poisonous grass is available, we still lack a container to hold the poison. After dinner, Shumo planned to try his luck at the lake. The garbage left by humans has spread all over the world, especially plastic products, which will take 1,000 years to completely degrade naturally. Maybe there is something he needs in it. He searched carefully along the lake beach. There was garbage and plastic, but they were basically rotten and unusable. Just when he was about to give up, he found a floating plastic bottle in the water plants by the lake. He picked it up and took a look. It was similar to a mineral water bottle. The packaging on it was rotten and unrecognizable, but the bottle was well preserved, but it was soaked and turned dark brown. Shumo unscrewed the bottle cap, filled a bottle with water and shook it, and found no signs of leakage. So he took out a dagger on the spot, drilled a hole in the bottle cap, then screwed on the bottle cap and squeezed the bottle hard. Bew! A stream of water shot out from the hole in the bottle cap, a full 3 meters away, which was quite useful. Shumo was very satisfied. After collecting the bottle, he continued to look for usable plastic products. Hard work pays off. Not long after, he searched out a half-rotten plastic bag from the stone peak. He took off the intact part and put it away, then continued to search. About 2 hours later, he had more than a dozen intact plastic bag fragments on his body. Shumo estimated that it was almost done, so he returned to the camp. After returning to the camp, he began to smash the poisonous weeds. He filled a whole plastic bottle with the poisonous juice from the poisonous weeds. Now that he had long-range firearms, he was still short of a few poison bombs. He used plastic bag fragments to hold the poison, then stabbed the bag mouth, and a fist-sized poison bomb was ready. The audience in the live broadcast room witnessed his coquettish operation, and the barrage instantly changed. Living in the mountains, I don't understand. What is the anchor trying to do? Kiss me quickly. This doesn't look like a good thing. Let someone who understands explain it. His back gradually faded away. What else is there to explain? Biological and chemical weapons have come out. What good can come of it? Catch a soft rabbit. It must be used to deal with the grizzly bear yesterday. Dare to steal Moyes pot. Isn't it because you think the bear's life is too long? By the way, is this thing really useful? Why do I feel so suspenseful? Lonely man on snowy night? I think it's terrible too. This thing looks very intimidating, but it's actually not very useful. It's better to throw it into the water source. Scumbag harvester. It's useless. Will Mr. Mo make it? Wait, there must be some tricks. After some earth-shattering operations, more than a dozen poisonous juice bombs took shape in his hands. Now that he has weapons, it's time to seek revenge on the grizzly bear. Shumo looked up at the sky and found that it was still early, so he took the weapons he had just made and walked to the middle of the mountain. Mineral water bottles are easy to carry, but plastic bag bombs are easy to break, so he only brought 3. Before he reached the middle of the mountain, one of the poisonous juice bombs was scratched, and the poisonous juice covered his leg. It can be said that he started off badly. Shumo was not discouraged and came to the pile of rocks halfway up the mountain in one breath. The cracks in the rocks were still there, but they seemed even more deserted. He didn't know where the adult grizzly bear lived, but there was a half-grown grizzly bear living here, so this must be an ideal place for a grizzly bear to live. This time he directly abandoned the small cracks in the rocks and searched only the big ones. He unknowingly found the den of the half-grown grizzly bear. Shumo actually had a simple idea. Anyway, he was dealing with grizzly bears, so he could practice with this weak one first, which could effectively increase his experience and reduce risks. When he saw him sneaking into the cave, the audience in the live broadcast room couldn't hold back. Knowing what to do, I never expected that he would bully this bear again. All things are not as good as you. Master Mo, at least you should change a scourge. This little bear was bullied so badly by you that I couldn't stand it. Is this the Master Mo you boasted about? He can't beat the big ones, so he only bullies the small ones. Forgive the past. Brothers, this is a bear. What's the point of bullying? Let it go? Give me 7 warmth. I also think Master Mo is too much. This bear has been slapped by Master Mo for no reason. Let it go. The cave is very dark and very quiet. Shumo tiptoed to the end but did not find the shadow of the grizzly bear. At first he thought it had gone out to look for food, but when he saw its clean den, he realized that it might have moved. What a sin. Shumo felt a little embarrassed. Since it was not there, he had no reason to stay here. After leaving the cave, he continued to search the mountain. The caves of large beasts would not be too close. This is the nature of animals, so Shumo simply abandoned the rock and climbed up the mountain. The audience in the live broadcast room breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that the bear was not at home. That's great, is not at home, and finally escaped. This bear seems to have moved. It is probably scared by Master Mo. Too cruel. Even bears are afraid. I would like to call Master Mo the strongest man on earth. Spoiled by tenderness. Other contestants would feel like they were encountering a tiger when they met a wolf, but our anchor would feel like they were encountering a cat when they met a bear. There is no comparison. Wild boar. What? There are other anchors. Isn't this season of living alone in the wilderness a special show for Master Mo? Shumo searched carefully along the halfway up the mountain, but he didn't find the shadow of the big grizzly bear until the evening. Although he found several caves during the period, they were either empty or inhabited by other animals. His purpose was very clear. He would not waste time on other food. Now the first thing was to find a pot to improve his life. The sun was gradually tilting and it would soon set. Shumo had to return to the camp before dark and could only come again tomorrow. It is said that going down the mountain is more difficult than going up the mountain, and the reality is indeed so. After going down the rocky land halfway down the mountain, he entered the forest. Only after walking out of this jungle could he reach the shelter. As soon as Shumo entered the forest, he felt something was wrong, as if something had been following him. The further he walked back, the more obvious this feeling became. He stopped and turned around, silently opening the Eye of Wisdom. Ding! Eye of Wisdom has covered. Target search in progress. Target search completed. Type, wolf low-end creature. Rage value, 35-100. Threat value, 49-100. Skills, none. Weakness, nose under the abdomen. There are also data on some other small animals, but he ignored them all. Shumo breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't the weird one with an extremely high threat value, it would be fine. This wolf had been following him all the time. It must have regarded him as prey. The reason why it didn't take action for a long time was probably that it was waiting for its companions to arrive. Wap pap 179781481.html. Shumo didn't want to hang on the tree for another night, so he quickened his pace. The big gray wolf hiding in the bushes discovered his intention and immediately raised its head and howled. In an instant, wolf howls were heard everywhere, forcing Shumo to stop again. Shumo glanced around, and target information kept popping up in the Eye of Wisdom. All this information is wolf stuff. My goodness, a gang is committing a crime. They are trapped. Awoo! Amid the howling of wolves, big gray wolves rushed out from all directions. They took steps without recognizing any relatives, completely blocking all of Shumo's escape routes. Without a second thought, Shumo quickly climbed up the nearest tree. Fortunately, this tree had a branch. He sat on the branch as steady as an old dog, watching the wolves rushing towards the tree. Shumo didn't panic, but the audience in the live broadcast room panicked first. You are one of me? Damn, Master Mo is surrounded by wolves. What should I do? My wife is a drama queen. What's the point of panicking? It's not like I haven't been surrounded before. At most, I can just be the tree brother again. The rain last night. Isn't it said that this anchor is very fierce? Why don't you go down and fight? Master Mo's die-hard fan. Damn, there are more than a dozen wolves here. Even Ultraman wouldn't dare to fight like this. Life is better with you. If there is only one, it is probably a wolf that climbed the tree. Pervert train. It is probably because Master Mo is too arrogant that even the wolves can't stand it. Shumo suddenly felt that this group of wolves looked familiar. The more he looked at it, the more it looked like the group that surrounded him last time. Wolves are very vengeful animals. He ate their companions, and they would definitely wait for an opportunity to retaliate. The reason why he thought this group of wolves was the same group as last time was because they seemed to really hate him. Even though he had already climbed the tree, the wolves still didn't intend to let him go. Soon, several wolves ran under the tree, stretched out their claws and dug the tree trunk, trying to climb the tree. Shumo was still not panicked. If the wolves could climb the tree, he could fly to the sky. Although he was not panicked, he was quite irritable. He became even more irritable when he thought about hanging on the tree for another night. Especially the wolves below who wanted to climb the tree howled from time to time, which made him even more upset. Time passed by minute, and Shumo began to panic. The wolves were digging the bark of the tree relentlessly and had already dug the trunk bare. Tree was not thick to begin with, and if it continued like this, it might really be cut by them. Shumo didn't want to sit there and wait for death, so he took out the poison bomb hanging on his waist. This thing is very precious, and it must hit the target with one shot to create an effective deterrent. The wolves digging the tree below didn't notice it at all. One of the larger gray wolves was particularly active, not only digging the hardest, but also barking the most happily. Shumo had noticed it a long time ago, and getting rid of it would at least clear up half of the trouble. So he focused all his attention on it, patiently waiting for the best opportunity to make a move. This big gray wolf was also courting death. It felt that the digging below was a bit crowded, so it actually stood up on its two hind legs and stretched out its front paws to climb the tree directly. Its raised wolf head inevitably met Shumo's focused gaze. The two eyes met in the air, affectionate and complicated. The wolf seemed to be offended and immediately bared its fangs, then tilted its head back 3 points again and let out a threatening wolf howl. Now is the time! Shumo had been waiting for a long time, and naturally would not miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. At the moment when the wolf opened its mouth, he decisively aimed at the wolf's mouth and smashed the poison bomb down with force. The fist-sized poison bomb flew into the wolf's mouth at a very fast speed with the help of gravity. The fragile plastic bag shell was scratched by the sharp wolf's teeth, and the dark green juice splashed out. With the help of inertia, it covered the wolf's throat. This attack was perfect, and not a drop was wasted. Oh, ah! The wolf rolled his eyes and fell backwards. Then his forelegs twitched and vomited a lot of vomit. Putting aside the toxicity, the smell of the poison alone was enough to make this wolf doubt his life. The wolf was twitching violently, which naturally attracted the attention of his companions. Now there were no more wolves digging trees. Almost all the wolves were walking around their companions who had turned into jet fighters. The picture was so beautiful that it once again caused physical discomfort to the audience in the live broadcast room. Untouchable wounds. This is a smelly live broadcast. No, I have to go vomit for a while. Gray world. Damn, can you play like this? Once again, my 3 views have been refreshed. Enjoying loneliness. Master Mo is a genius. He can come up with such an inhuman idea. It's really awesome. Cow flying in the sky. I'm numb. I was shown off again. Crazy talk in the madhouse. You may guess what Master Mo is going to do, but you can never guess how he will do it. It's really outrageous. The wolf twitched for a while and suddenly stopped moving. Probably dead. Shumo knew that it did not die from the poison, because the poison of the poisonous grass was not that toxic, and the effect was not that fast. It was most likely choked to death, and a considerable part of the juice just now splashed into its trachea, so it twitched so violently. In any case, it was indeed dead, and it died miserably. Sure enough, magic damage is stronger than physical damage, and it is not just a casual statement. Its death caused panic among the wolves, and also made them hate Shumo even more. Just when the wolves were in a mess, a wolf howl that was obviously much more domineering sounded from the depths of the jungle. With this wolf howl, the wolves suddenly quieted down. There is only one possibility that can have such pressure and aura. That is, the Wolf King is here. Sure enough, not long after, a giant wolf with shiny hair and huge body appeared in Shumo's sight with a pace that even ancestors did not recognize. Shumo stood in awe and directly took out the mineral water bottle rifle. To capture a thief, first capture the leader. If the Wolf King is shot, he may not have to live in the tree tonight. The majestic Wolf King walked straight towards his subordinate who died suddenly. The gray wolves on both sides made way for him on their own initiative, which shows his status. He lowered his head and sniffed the corpse. The smell of venom and vomit almost made him vomit on the spot. But the majesty of being the Wolf King forced him to suppress this discomfort. He raised his huge wolf head and swept it towards Shumo, the culprit. The two eyes collided in the air, complex and affectionate. The Wolf King retracted his majestic eyes and raised his head to howl. Ow! This was him giving orders, but unfortunately he was facing Shumo, and the distance between them was less than 3 meters, which happened to be within the range. How could Shumo, who had long been a professional old man, miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? He aimed his gun at the slightly open wolf mouth of the Wolf King without hesitation. Whop, flash 110 111 96 2881 4882. Bew bew bew. Shumo squeezed the bottle hard, and 3 streams of dark green poison spurted out. 2 of the 3 bullets hit the wolf's face, and 1 went through the Wolf King's teeth and hit the root of its tongue. Ah! 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 The Wolf King was stunned at first, and then subconsciously tasted it carefully, then rolled his eyes and stretched his tongue out to a length of 30 centimeters. The majestic wolf howl was instantly distorted and turned into a panting and vomiting sound. This stream of poison could not kill it, and it could not even cause effective damage, but it was enough to disgust it and leave a psychological shadow. The audience in the live broadcast room watched with their eyes wide open, and their 3 views were refreshed again and again. They couldn't help but think of me. Good guy, I called him good guy. Awesome, a bottle of water can create a gunfight effect. Only Master Mo can do this. This group of wolves are so unlucky to have met Master Mo. If they have a little bit of intelligence, they would not think of treating him as prey. No way? No way? There are still wild beasts in Area 10 who dare to mess with Master Mo? What's wrong with the host's brain? He can even come up with such a shocking idea. Ah! Ouch! Ah! Ouch! The majesty of the Wolf King was completely destroyed, but he still gave orders with a clamped voice. The sound of its clamping gave Shumo goosebumps all over the floor, and he wished he could add a few more rounds of bullets to make it shut up completely. The scary thing is that the wolves actually understood it. They withdrew from the forest in an orderly manner, and did not forget to leave Shumo with a threatening look before leaving. Shumo knew that this time he was completely remembered by this group of wolves, but he was not worried. Wild beasts were still wild beasts. They had brains, but not much. The inexplicable harvest of a wolf was something worth celebrating. Although he was happy, it was not much because there was no pot. When he thought of the pot, he felt as uncomfortable as constipation. Shumo dragged the heavy wolf carcass back to the camp and cleaned it overnight. The roasted wolf meat and roasted wolf waste for dinner would make him get angry sooner or later. This made him more and more obsessed with the pot. If he couldn't find a pot, he would have to think of other ways to improve the food. After dinner, Shumo smoked the wolf meat as usual. Now he has a very sufficient food reserve and a natural grain depot. This is a rich battle that other contestants can't imagine. And there are traps. Plus, he goes out from time to die, and there will be a steady supply of food. Shumo is now a little worried that he will worry about too much food in the future. If his mentality is revealed, it is estimated that other contestants will be angry and withdraw directly. But no matter how much food there is, the lack of a pot is a flaw. He lay on the straw bed, his mind full of thoughts about the black pot. The next day it was dawn. Shumo got up to check the smoked meat. After a night of smoking, the wolf meat had changed color. It would be smoked in another morning. He washed up and started to prepare breakfast. He really didn't want to eat barbecue early in the morning, so when he came back from the lake, he found a flat stone. After returning to the camp, he used stones to stack a stove, and then put the flat stone on it, and a simple stone frying pan was made. But this thing has too many flaws. It can't control a little soup. Let alone making soup, even making tea is a luxury. But generally speaking, it is better than barbecue. Shumo sliced the venison and had a simple fried meat with wild vegetables 1 and 2. After eating and drinking, he continued to collect poisonous grass in the woods. There was only a small half bottle of poison juice left in the bottle, and it had to be replenished in time. The usefulness of this thing was beyond his imagination, and it gave him another super crazy idea. However, this idea can be put aside for the time being. The most important thing now is to find a pot to improve life. In the morning, he replenished the poison bullets. After lunch, he took the poison rifle and 3 poison bombs and set out to find the pot. The way up the mountain was familiar, and it took more than half an hour to reach the exposed rocks halfway up the mountain. Shumo continued to go up, looking for large caves. Above the rocks, there were sparse trees, and there were many protruding huge rocks. Some rocks hid deep caves under them, and there were also several cracks between rocks, which were also very ideal natural caves. Shumo focused on these caves and searched carefully. Unfortunately, there was still nothing to be found. These caves were either abandoned or the habitats of some poisonous insects. He was not interested in these things and continued to search around. As he walked up the mountain, the road slowly turned downhill. It was not downhill, but came to the col. Shumo looked far into the distance and saw a mountain lake. This lake was much smaller than the inland lake at the foot of the mountain, so it was more appropriate to describe it as a pond. Just as he was about to look away, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a gray shadow by the pond. Although the distance was relatively far, he could still see the gray shadow moving. It was a living creature. He was about 200 meters away from the mountain pond. Judging from this distance, the size of this thing would not be too small. Shumo immediately became excited. Judging from the color, it was probably the grizzly bear he had been looking for. He suppressed his excitement and sneaked towards the pond. When he arrived at the pond, he was stunned. It was a grizzly bear, but it was smaller. Judging from the dark brown bloodstains on its fur, it was undoubtedly the underage grizzly bear that he had beaten twice. The underage grizzly bear was holding a big fat fish that was still struggling and was happily strolling by the pond. Seeing that it was it, Shumo simply stopped pretending and walked out of the bushes towards it. The underage grizzly bear heard the movement in the bushes and immediately looked over vigilantly. The 2 eyes met in the air and were awkward for a moment. The underage grizzly bear recognized this disaster star and stood up almost immediately and took 2 steps back. At this time, Shumo had walked in front of it, less than half a meter away. Shumo's expression was very complicated, and he really wanted to find it to brush some attribute points. After all, the temptation of attribute points was really irresistible to him, but when he thought that it had been forced to move, he felt a little sorry. It is indeed a bit too much to grab the wool of a sheep. The grizzly bear was still the same, standing in front of him motionless, habitually not moving if the enemy did not move. One person and one bear looked at each other affectionately, which made the hearts of the audience in the live broadcast room rise again. This bear must have gone out without checking the almanac and met the disaster star Moye again. Listen to my advice. Don't be stunned. Run quickly. WAP /10 1196288148.html. Under the focused gaze of countless people, Shumo moved. He stretched out his sinful hand, grabbed the fishtail in the bear's mouth, and then pulled hard to snatch the whole fish from the bear's mouth. The underage grizzly bear subconsciously licked the fish taste left at the corner of his mouth, and a mist quickly floated in his round eyes. It held its 2 paws in front of its belly and stood there stupidly, like a child whose snacks were robbed, pitiful and helpless. Not only was it stunned, but the audience in the live broadcast room were also collectively petrified. Sadness and joy are all because of you. Lan Meng girl heart? Life is not like poetry. Is this what people do? Is this something that people can do? Writing poems on the cloud. Give the fish back to it. Give the fish back to it quickly. Ugly people are often weird. Master Mo, I beg you to be a human being, really. I beg you to do something human. A wisp of lonely smoke. It would be better to kill it. It makes me feel so sad. Shumo stole its fish simply because he wanted to improve the food. Eating meat every day would make you tired, and it would be nice to get a fish occasionally to change the taste. Bears have a talent for fishing, and throwing a fish is much better than being beaten, which also gave Shumo a reason to let it go. Just as he was about to leave here, the underage grizzly bear showed its sharp fangs and made an attacking gesture. Shumo immediately became alert and immediately took out a dagger and was highly alert. The underage grizzly bear suddenly turned its head and let out a threatening growl at a thorn bush by the pond. Shumo followed its gaze and found a shaking in the bushes not far from the pond. Not long after, a super large grizzly bear appeared in his sight. Whether it was the fur color or the size, he was sure that this grizzly bear was the adult grizzly bear that broke into his camp twice. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, they are particularly jealous. Shumo didn't know if his eyes were red, but he could clearly feel his adrenaline soaring, and he could hardly suppress the power of the wild in his body. Now he only had one thought: it's my fault! The adult grizzly bear obviously didn't take him seriously, and all its attention was focused on the juvenile grizzly bear. The juvenile grizzly bear was almost twice as small as it, but its momentum was not weaker at all, and it was always in an attacking posture. Shumo was a little dazed and suddenly felt as if he had nothing to do with it. Even a blind person could see that there was a grudge between the two bears. The audience in the live broadcast room were not blind, and they all saw the danger. Don't ignore me. Damn, such a big bear, the anchor should run away. Love across the mountains and seas. Isn't this the one that fought with the anchor last time? It was too dark to see it clearly, and now it looks so big. I feel terrified even through the screen. It is simply not something a human can beat. Why is Master Mo still standing there? Run quickly. Unable to restrain. With Master Mo's temper, will he run? Have you forgotten that his pot is still in the hands of this bear? Never give up. That depends on the situation. There are two bears now. No matter how fierce Master Mo is, he will be here. Shumo didn't plan to run at all. This was the closest time he was in trouble. How could he give up? But the situation is indeed very dangerous. If you are not careful, you can easily get a box lunch. He stepped back slightly and chose to wait and see. The two grizzly bears are likely to fight here, which may create an opportunity for revenge for him. The grizzly bears are more impatient than he thought. They wrestled with each other after a short confrontation. The fight between the two overlord-level beasts is very fierce and visually impactful. The audience in the live broadcast room also followed the camera and enjoyed this visual feast. Good at acting in emotional dramas. Damn, bears are so fierce. I was almost fooled by Master Mo. I thought they had no attack power, like a yellowed painting. This is the real power of bears. They can break stones with a single slap. The moon is bright in my hometown. Haven't you noticed that Master Mo's fighting style is very vulgar? He has never fought a bear head-on. Having fun. How can I not be vulgar? A single slap can break bones, but Master Mo is really brave. He dares to fight such a beast. Waiting for people to return with an umbrella. It's so scary. The anchor should run away. Shumo watched the battle intently, and his hand had already unconsciously taken off a poisonous juice bomb from his waist. The battle was fierce, but the situation was obvious. The size difference between the two grizzly bears was too large, and the underage grizzly bear inevitably fell into a disadvantage. Soon the adult grizzly bear bit the front paw of the underage grizzly bear and used its huge body to hold it down. The fight instantly turned into a war of attrition. The juvenile grizzly bear struggled violently under the adult grizzly bear, but it could not break free from the adult grizzly bear's body pressure. Not long after, its struggle weakened, and it could only gasp for air. If there was no external force, the juvenile grizzly bear would have a miserable end. Even if it didn't die, it would have been seriously injured. I don't know whether it was lucky or unfortunate. At this moment of life and death, it met Shumo, who had transformed into Lao Liu again. Shumo actually sympathized with it, enduring the pain that it shouldn't have endured at this age. While the two bears were fighting, he sneaked behind the adult grizzly bear. The adult grizzly bear lowered its head and bit the front paws of the juvenile grizzly bear, and didn't notice that Lao Liu had approached it. Shumo stood behind the adult grizzly bear and was a little embarrassed for a while. There was no place to start. It not only had thick and shiny fur, but also thick fat. It was impossible to cause fatal damage with just a short-bladed dagger. Physical damage is not going to work, so it looks like magic damage is needed, but the adult grizzly bear bit too tightly, and the juvenile grizzly bear's hair was equally lush, so the two fit together perfectly without leaving any gaps, leaving no chance to drop bombs. Shumo was a little dumbfounded, but he was unwilling to give up. Since there is no chance, then create one. He also risked his life, swaggering in front of the adult grizzly bear, intending to use himself as bait to attract its attention and create an opportunity. As long as it lets go, Shumo will seize the opportunity to stuff the venom bomb into its mouth. The plan was perfect, but it failed again. The adult grizzly bear simply ignored him as air and had no intention of letting go. Shumo sneered, and if he didn't let go, did he think he had no way out? He silently took out the venom rifle and looked at the two dark nostrils of the adult grizzly bear with malicious eyes. WAP 11916/28184.html. The adult grizzly bear looked the bipedal beast indifferently, still not taking him seriously. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Shumo stopped silently, and at this time he was only a few feet away from the grizzly bear. The dark nostrils were right in front of him and were emitting hot air. The adult grizzly bear looked up at him, his eyes full of disdain. Its arrogant look was exactly what Shumo wanted, and it was also suppressing the juvenile grizzly bear, so Shumo was confident and bold to get so close. Shumo bent down slightly and aimed the muzzle of the venom rifle at one of the adult grizzly bear's huge nostrils. The distance was less than 5 centimeters, and even a child could output it at full strength. The adult grizzly bear wrinkled his nose and smelled a strange smell from the bottle mouth that made it physically uncomfortable, but still did not choose to abandon the juvenile grizzly bear. Otherwise, why do people say that wild animals have intelligence but not much? Shumo was not polite and squeezed the bottle with all his strength. Bayou! The dark green viscous juice formed a line and went into the big nostrils accurately. This time, at least half of the bottle of bullets was consumed, and not a drop was wasted, and it was a grand slam. The adult grizzly bear's round eyes suddenly widened twice, and the black nose wrinkled into a chrysanthemum in an unscientific posture. Ha! It made an incomprehensible sound, and the sharp teeth that were biting the front paw of the juvenile grizzly bear loosened uncontrollably. The juvenile grizzly bear turned over as soon as it got out of trouble and then swung its huge bear paw and slapped the adult grizzly bear's face. This was not over yet. The bear paw that was slapped was pulled back and slapped hard on the other side of the adult grizzly bear's face. Shumo was stunned. Why did this move look so familiar? The adult grizzly bear, who had been slapped twice in a row, had no time to care about them. The indescribable, concentrated substance in its nose had already turned its bear brain into a mess. Amidst an incomprehensible laugh, a shocking sneeze was about to be brewed. Ah! The adult grizzly bear opened its bloody mouth and revealed its sharp fangs. If it weren't for the fact that its bare face had already wrinkled into a blooming chrysanthemum, Shumo would have been deeply impressed by its domineering spirit. Ah! The adult grizzly bear had already prepared itself to the extreme, and a large mass of dark green snot had also poked out of its huge nostrils, ready to go. Just as the word sneeze was about to come out, Shumo took a step forward and stuffed the venom bomb that had been prepared long ago into its mouth. The sharp fangs scratched the plastic bag, and the dark green venom instantly covered its entire mouth. The adult grizzly bear suddenly closed its mouth, and the snot that was about to spray out suddenly retracted. Time seemed to stand still at this moment, and it was so quiet that it was terrifying. It moved its mouth twice, and its round eyes suddenly widened into big eyes like those of a castellan. 2 lines of turbid tears flowed down, wetting the thick hair on its cheeks and faintly glowing with a light green light. It cried. The audience in the live broadcast room witnessed the close-up of the camera and fell into complete silence. Not sweet, no money. The bear cried, it cried. Anyone would cry if they met this old man Moye. Waiting for a long journey, this kind of operation is unimaginable for humans, let alone bears. There is a long song in the hometown. I surrender. I am completely surrendered. Folding fan plays beauty. I am numb. Even if Moye fights 2 bears now, I am not surprised because there is nothing he can't do. Woo, woo. The adult grizzly bear moved its mouth and made another incomprehensible sound. Shumo knew that 2 poisonous bullets could not cause fatal damage to it, but it was enough to stimulate it to madness. So he retreated calmly and chose to wait and see again.
Woo! Woo! Ah!
Just as he retreated a short distance, the adult grizzly bear covered his stomach and vomited violently on the ground. It was as if a valve had been opened in an instant, and fermented stomach acid mixed with overnight meals and thick poisonous juice in the mouth sprayed all over the ground. The snot and poisonous juice that had retracted in the nostrils also sprayed out under the strong stimulation. The adult grizzly bear was crying and rolling on the ground with his head in his hands. Its movement and pungent smell frightened the minor grizzly bear, and it stood up and ran away with its 2 fat legs. Shumo did not move. His ultimate goal was to find the pot so he would not leave. The adult grizzly bear rolled and rolled until it rolled into the pool, splashing huge water. With the help of the pool water, the toxicity and taste of the poisonous juice were quickly diluted, but the psychological shadow left behind was difficult to erase for life. After a long time, the adult grizzly bear staggered to the shore, without even looking at Shumo, and crawled into the thorns crying. Shumo hung behind it, always keeping a suitable distance. Woo! Woo! The adult grizzly bear cried as it walked, not caring whether there was a tail behind it. Shumo followed it all the way to its den and then stopped. The grizzly bear's den was in the thin forest above the pool, and it was very conspicuous with bare ground everywhere. At this time, the grizzly bear had entered the den, and whimpering sounds came from it from time to time. Shumo was 80% sure that the pot and the lid were in this cave, but he didn't dare to go in rashly. The grizzly bear had no time to pay attention to him outside, but it didn't mean that it wouldn't pay attention to him in the cave. Now there were only 2 choices. One was to find a way to lure it out again, and then take the pot back, and the other was to wait for it to go out to find food and then secretly take it back. Shumo looked up at the sky and decided to go back first. Good food is never too late, and good pot is never too late. This grizzly bear had just suffered such a great psychological and physical double trauma, and it still needed time to comfort itself. It would be difficult to lure it out in a short time. Besides, it was getting late, and he didn't want to be besieged by wolves again. Shumo remembered the location of the cave and left it reluctantly. The way back was very peaceful, without any unexpected situations. After arriving at the camp safely, he looked up at the sky. It was still early, and there was still some time before dinner. Shumo planned to take advantage of this time to make a good bed. Now that there was no shortage of food and the black pot was about to return, it was time to improve the quality of life. He went to the woods to pick up a lot of hay, spread them evenly on the bedboard, and then covered the hay with 2 whole deerskins to serve as a bed sheet. Now that the bed is ready, it is still short of pillows and quilts. If these are put together, his sleep quality will be significantly improved. Pillows are easy to deal with, but the quilt is difficult, and the quilt is exactly the most important thing. Without it, you have to rely on your integrity to survive the cold winter. In fact, he still has wolf skins and wolf fur, which can be pieced together to make a sheet. WAP/196/288148885.html. But the patchwork sheets inevitably leak air, and the feet and buttocks are exposed when sleeping, which will seriously affect the quality of sleep. If there is no condition, you can make do with it. If there is a condition, you must sleep more comfortably. The image of the grizzly bear naturally emerged in Shumo's mind. If there is a complete bear skin as a quilt, it will be comfortable in winter. The size of the adult grizzly bear is very suitable, but now he is just thinking about it. It is too difficult to kill it. Shumo folded 2 wolf skins into the shape of a pillow and then went out to prepare dinner. Dinner was replaced by fried wolf offal. To be honest, the taste of this thing is very ordinary, and it has a strong fishy smell, which is far worse than venison. But there is no way. The remaining wolf meat last time, plus the captured this time, still weighs more than 100 kilograms. It can't be wasted. There is another problem that has always existed. There is too much food now, and his hut can no longer hold it. It has become an urgent matter to build a warehouse for storing food. Shumo is worried about food, but he doesn't know that someone has withdrawn from the competition because of food. Today is the 17th day since the start of Alone in the Wild. Contestant number 4, Gregory Matthews, officially announced his withdrawal today. The audience in the number 10 live broadcast room of Yinyu watched Shumo fry wolf offal and talked about it with relish. Have you heard about number 4? He just withdrew from the competition. I know, he was swollen from hunger, and he was eliminated because he failed the examination. Stars in the sky. No way? I remember he caught a lot of prey. How could he be eliminated so quickly? Wu Wei Hao of the Wuji Empire. Is that enough food? Don't think about his size. It's not easy for him to hold on until now. He really thinks everyone is Master Mo. Talented scholars and beautiful women. I haven't watched other anchors for a long time. If you didn't say it, I would have almost forgotten that I was watching Wild Survival. With a keyboard in hand, the world is mine. I watch Moye fighting wolves or bears every day. I just can't stand watching his anchor. Innocent child. Other contestants worry about food every day, but Moye is full and goes out to die every day. Is this comparable? As the barrage continued to scroll, the time came to 18 Hood, and the program team announced the daily progress of the contestants on the 17th day as usual. Contestant number 1, Wally Hardinge. Health status good. Shelter construction completed. Captured prey none. Support votes 4.72 million. Contestant number 2, Brandon Stark. Health status excellent. Shelter construction completed. Captured prey 1 fish. Support votes 10.88 million. Contestant number 3, Maria Panbuki. Health status excellent. Shelter construction completed. Captured prey none. Support votes 6.55 million. Contestant number 6, Zidane Phelps. Health status excellent. Shelter construction completed. Captured prey 1 squirrel. Support votes 2.65 million. Contestant number 7, Salvador Klein. Health status excellent. Shelter construction completed. Captured prey none. Support votes 8.57. Contestant number 8, Biaro. Health status good. Shelter under construction. Captured prey none. Support votes 10.5 million. Contestant number 9, Abulati Zambrano. Health status good. Shelter under construction. Captured prey 1 squirrel. Votes $267. Contestant number 10, Shumo. Health status excellent. Shelter completed. Captured prey 1 fish, 2 hares. Votes 2088 WUD. In just over 10 days, the votes for contestant number 10, Shumo, exceeded 20 million, leaving the other contestants far behind. Who would have thought that this young Chinese man, who was not favored from the beginning, would crush all the contestants in such a short time? If Shumo didn't waste time, the votes would be even more. But if Master Mo didn't waste time, would he still be Master Mo? While eating barbecue, Shumo began to think about his next plan to commit suicide. No matter what time it was, attribute points were always put first by him. The underage grizzly bear is really a very good opponent for sharpening, but it has been really miserable recently, and it's so pitiful that Shumo, the 6th oldest, has sympathy. If he guessed correctly, this young grizzly bear would move again overnight. His guesses were always accurate. At this time, halfway up the mountain, the young grizzly bear dragged its injured body and left the mountain sadly. If it could speak, it would definitely say, "Cherish your life and stay away from Lao Liu." Shumo planned to let it go for the time being, so he had to find another opponent. The adult grizzly bear is also a reliable source of attribute points, but it is too strong, and Lao Liu would be frightened by it. The battle judgment must be triggered in close combat, and any crooked way does not suit his purpose. If it is just to kill it, he has a way. If it is simply to obtain attribute points, he really has no way now. Shumo thought for a while and decided to put the adult grizzly bear aside and not provoke it before it is strong enough. Then the only opponent that meets the requirements is the wolf. Wolves and wolf packs are completely two different existences. A wolf pack that cooperates tacitly will not easily provoke even a bear, so Shumo will naturally not make such a mistake. Lone wolves are the most ideal opponents, but unfortunately there are too few of them, and they are hard to come by. Shumo narrowed his eyes. Lone wolves are rare. Is there a possibility to create lone wolves artificially? For example, alienate the wolf pack. His mouth corners slightly raised, and a sinister plan took shape again. In fact, herbivores are also aggressive, but their cautious character makes him automatically ignore it. He doesn't want to race with herbivores. There is no benefit except wasting physical energy. After dinner, Shumo went back to his room to sleep early. Lying on the soft deerskin bed, he felt indescribably relaxed and comfortable. When he woke up, it was already dawn. Today's weather is very good. Shumo got up and washed up and went back to his room to take out the bacon and sausages to dry. These smoked products need to be dried and ventilated regularly. Otherwise, they will easily become moldy and deteriorate. He was very busy these 2 days, so he had to hang these foods higher. Otherwise, they would be easily stolen by wild animals. He had too much meat, and it was hung on the branches of 3 trees. Such a rich food reserve opened the eyes of the audience in the live broadcast room again. Longteng Wanli, I knew that Master Mo had a lot of food, but I didn't expect that he would have so much, like a local rich man. Lao Wang next door. Yeah, I didn't notice it before, but when he took it out, it blinded my titanium dog eyes. Backpack and set off. What will other contestants think when they see this? He can win the championship even if he just sits and eats. Master Mo can eat and earn money, which is really awesome. Shumo was exhausted and he took a while to start cooking. Breakfast was still fried meat, so he had to make do with it. There was only one goal today, which was to find the pot. Wap 1P1110962881 After Shumo finished his meal, he went to the forest to collect poisonous herbs. The poison rifle and poison bomb are very useful. Even if it is unlikely to be used today, you have to carry them with you for self-defense at all times. While looking for poisonous herbs, check the traps and harvest. Today's luck was not bad, and he harvested 2 grouse and a rabbit. If everything goes well, he can have a delicious chicken soup tonight. The rabbit and grouse are both alive, but their legs are injured. He didn't rush to deal with them. He tied up their legs and threw them into the shelter. After Shumo finished his work, he took 3 poison bombs and poison rifles. In order to prevent a wasted trip, he took a live chicken and set out to find a pot. He remembered the adult grizzly bear's residence in his mind. The journey was smooth and there were no emergencies. When he arrived at the cave, it was almost noon. The adult grizzly bear's cave is very conspicuous, and there are not even a few weeds growing around it. Fortunately, there is a pine tree not far from the cave entrance. When in danger, you can climb the tree to take emergency shelter. Shumo calculated the retreat route and then tiptoed to the cave entrance. The cave is very deep, and he can't be sure whether the grizzly bear is at home, so he dare not go in easily. He lay on the top of the cave and listened carefully to the movement inside. Not long after, he heard bursts of low snoring from the cave. It's at home, still sleeping. Shumo frowned. He didn't want to wait until the grizzly bear woke up naturally. He had to wake it up and leave the cave. He was good at making noise, but now there was a better choice. Shumo took the grouse in his arms, slowly pushed the chicken's head into the cave, and then squeezed it with both hands. Ka-ka-ka! The grouse's eyes bulged out, and it opened its mouth and crowing crazily. I have to say that the sound of this thing is really unpleasant. Shumo frowned even deeper. He thought that grouse were also chickens, so they should be good at crowing. Now it seems that he thought too much. Not only is the call unpleasant, but the sound is not loud. Anyway, it's okay to have noise, so let's make do with it for now. This wave of operations once again made the audience in the live broadcast room feel numb. There is a long song in my hometown. Screaming. Screaming chicken? My God, what kind of people are these? Too evil. Humble-like. Come and see. Master Mo is full and showing off his skills again. Wind passing the long street. This bear deserves it. Why mess with Master Mo when there are so many other people to mess with? Leaning against the building and listening to the wind and rain? This is it. This bear will never sleep well again. Always unpleasant. Bear, listen to your uncle's advice and move away. You can't afford to mess with this guy. Ka-ka-ka! The grouse was crazy for a while, and it was so tired that half of its tongue stuck out. Shumo let go of the grouse, pinned it to his waist, and then lay on top of the cave, listening carefully to the movement inside. This time there was no sound inside. The adult grizzly bear was probably woken up. The next step is to lure the bear out of the cave. Shumo had a way long ago. He went to collect vines nearby without making a sound. This stuff is everywhere, and you can easily pull out a large piece. He picked thin live vines and tied them into long strips one by one. He didn't stop until it was dozens of meters long. Next, we have to invite Brother Chicken to come on stage. Shumo tied the vines to the chicken's feet, then returned to the cave entrance, threw the fluttering grouse in, and climbed up the tree with the other end of the vine. This trick is called throwing bricks to attract jade, luring snakes out of the cave, or seduction. Of course, the simplest name is still fishing. Bait is not easy to come by, so he tied such a long vine to prevent the bait from being lost. The most important thing about fishing is patience. As a professional old six, Shumo can certainly stand loneliness. He was huddled on the tree, his eyes fixed on the movement at the entrance of the cave, and he dared not relax for a moment. The audience in the live broadcast room has been numb, completely numb. Brothers, we have seen a lot of fishing, but have you seen bear fishing? Xingqianfei last night? I am numb, and my eyes have been opened again. Always unpleasant. Sure enough, the fisherman can catch everything except fish. Living a miserable life. If this is an empty car, I believe no one would dare to say it. Drunk and smoked, damn, with Master Mo's temper, would he leave, empty-handed? Unless the bear takes the initiative to return the pot. Marchfold cat. No animal that encounters Master Mo has a good end. This grouse stepped on Master Mo's trap, and it was unlucky for 8 lifetimes. Time passed by minute, and Shumo was a little impatient. After so long, there was no movement in the cave. If the vines at the entrance of the cave had not moved from time to time, he would have suspected that the grouse had been eaten. Since the grouse was alive and well, why didn't the grizzly bear make any movement? It doesn't make sense. Grouse is on the grizzly bear's menu, and it is difficult to resist the delicious food that is delivered to its doorstep. Unless it is full, but it was still sleeping just now and didn't hunt at all. So there is only one possibility left. It doesn't want to eat. As for why it doesn't want to eat, just think about it and you will understand. It is estimated that the effect of the poison is too strong, causing it to feel sick at everything it sees, so naturally it has no mood to eat. Shumo waited patiently for a while, and after making sure that the grizzly bear would not be lured, he prepared to implement Plan B. He pulled the grouse back from the cave by pulling the vines, and found that it was alive and kicking without any damage. As he guessed, the grizzly bear had no appetite now. There are many ways to get it out of the cave. If temptation doesn't work, then use force. Shumo used local materials and collected a large amount of hay and piled it not far from the cave entrance, and then collected a large amount of wet grass and moss to cover it. Ignite the hay below, and the wet grass and hay will emit a lot of thick smoke, which can smoke the grizzly bear out of the cave 100%. If this method is upgraded, it can be converted into a fire attack to burn the grizzly bear to death inside. However, Shumo did not have such an intention. Now that there is enough food, he will not kill for the sake of killing, and the opponent is hard to find, and obtaining attribute points is the most important thing. Even if Shumo wants to kill it, it will only be a head-on fight. After Shumo lit the hay, he returned to the tree and hung it again. The flames burned the dry grass and quickly grew into a large fire. The raging fire burned the wet grass and moss containing moisture, and thick smoke billowed out. After a while, the cave was filled with choking smoke, and a considerable part of the smoke entered the grizzly bear's cave. Shumo covered his nose and stared at the cave entrance. He believed that under this attack, the grizzly bear would definitely come out. After waiting for a while, an angry roar came from the cave, and the big grizzly bear yesterday showed its haggard head in the diffuse smoke. It finally came out. Shumo was so happy that he covered his mouth tighter. His goal was to make the grizzly bear leave. The farther the better. Of course, he couldn't let it find out that he was here. Otherwise, if the enemy met, what would he do if it didn't leave? The grizzly bear was very haggard. Even if he heard the movement outside, he was too lazy to go out to check. In addition, the residual poison in his nostrils caused his sense of smell to basically fail, so he naturally didn't find Lao Liu outside. Now it has to come out. It's too choking. The grizzly bear walked around the fire and wandered around the cave entrance for a while. When he was about to leave, there was a movement in the tree. Ka wop 11996/288148887.html. Sumo's face changed slightly. How could he forget this thing? The grouse in his arms was also choked and kept making kakaka noises. The grizzly bear raised its haggard head and inevitably met Shumo's affectionate gaze. Shumo was a little embarrassed, but his hand unconsciously touched the poison bomb hanging on his waist. As long as this guy dared to dig his tree, he would smash this thing on its nose without hesitation. Obviously, the grizzly bear had no intention of approaching, especially when it saw him take out the dark green plastic bag. It turned around and left. This kind of unethical thing, even if it was a bear, would be afraid. Its departure made Shumo anxious, because the grizzly bear did not go far away, but returned to the cave through the thick smoke. Shumo could only stare blankly, without any way. But with so much smoke, isn't it afraid of choking? Just as he was wondering, the grizzly bear came out again, but this time it had a black iron pot in its mouth. Shumo's eyes suddenly widened, and his lips trembled with excitement. This is his pot. This is the black pot he has been thinking about. The grizzly bear left with the pot in its mouth, really left. Shumo felt that it would not come back, really would not come back. Damn, it is moving. And it is moving with his black pot. How can this be? Shumo quickly slid down from the tree and chased after it. If it left, it would really go far away, and it would be a luxury to drink hot soup in the future. The grizzly bear heard the hurried footsteps behind him and immediately spread his bare paws and ran wildly. Stop! Leave the pot for me! Shumo roared wildly and immediately used his agility attribute points to chase wildly. At this moment, he couldn't care much. Today, the pot is still there, and he must get it back. Grizzly bear is a bit brave, but he is definitely not as brave as Shumo at this moment. He was chased by Shumo all over the mountain. The audience in the live broadcast room was stunned, and their 3 views were refreshed again. Am I blind? Shouldn't the bear chase people? Warm and burning. I thought I had maxed out my resistance points, but I didn't expect that I was still too young. Really awesome. Willing to be City Pomelhor. No! Putting aside Mr. Mo's tricks. How can he run so fast? He can even catch up with the sprint champion. Don't meet again after the mountain. Damn, the speed of the sprint champion, the endurance of the marathon. Isn't it a waste of talent if he doesn't participate in the sports meeting? Shumo has agility attribute point bonus, so he runs fast. Grizzly bear has 2 more legs than him, so he runs fast too. The speed contest between one man and one bear gradually turned into a contest of endurance. Shumo was hanging behind the grizzly bear, but he could never really catch up with it. Even if he caught up with it, he would not dare to grab it directly. After all, it was an adult grizzly bear, and its lethality could not be ignored. The most ideal situation was to wait until the grizzly bear was exhausted and gasping for breath, and then he would pick up the pot. But he couldn't wait any longer. Area 10 was so small, and he would be out of the circle if he ran a few miles. Shumo gritted, his teeth accelerated suddenly, and stretched out his evil hand to grab the tail swinging left and right on the bear's butt. It was furry and felt good. It was just too small and a little slippery. The big grizzly bear, who was running hard, braked suddenly and trembled violently as if his lifeline was grabbed. After a brief stalemate, it suddenly turned around and opened its bloody mouth with a fierce look. Bang! The moment it opened its mouth, the black pot fell on the stone on the ground, making a crisp sound. Shumo decisively let go and narrowly avoided the sharp fangs. The grizzly regained its spirit and pounced on him again. Shumo immediately pulled out his venom rifle and squeezed out a stream of dark green juice from the bear's mouth. The grizzly learned its lesson this time. Not only did it close its mouth immediately, but it also stood up half a person and stretched out 2 bear paws to block the venom. Shumo seized the opportunity and quickly rushed out. After escaping the grizzly's frontal attack, he picked up the black pot as soon as possible and then ran away without looking back. The grizzly was furious and spread out 4 bear paws to chase and bite madly. It was as if the scene of the past was reappearing, and they went back the way they came. The style of painting changed so quickly that the audience in the live broadcast room was caught off guard. Like a jade boy. What a normal picture. It's really normal. But why do I feel it's abnormal? Jiang Feng wakes up. It's more than normal. It's simply abnormal. Sooner or later, our brains will be broken by Master Mo. Soup rice is cooked. Who is chasing who? Is it hide and seek? A lazy man. The show operation always comes so suddenly, I have to adapt to it first. Cat sleeping with fish. Master Mo and Hyungshang are having so much fun. You call this playing? 1 man and 1 bear ran all over the mountain and unknowingly returned to the starting point. Shumo was exhausted, and the grizzly bear was also exhausted. The fire at the starting point was about to go out, with only a few wisps of smoke proving that it had once burned fiercely. Shumo really couldn't run anymore, and used up his last bit of strength to climb up the tree he had just stayed in. The grizzly bear didn't want to chase him anymore, and pulled his tongue back to his cave. The painting style suddenly became harmonious, but it still caught the audience in the live broadcast room off guard. Boy and dream, do I have a memory bias? I always feel like I saw this scene not long ago. Vicissitudes of memories. Reincarnation? It's so magical, it feels like a dream. If you don't watch Master Mo's videos often, your brain will be damaged sooner or later. Going to the wild, it's too late. I've been poisoned too deeply and can't extricate myself. Mo panted heavily and only slid down slowly after, making sure that the grizzly bear would not come out for the time being. As he walked back, he checked the black pot. The overall shape of the pot was intact, and there was no obvious deformation, but there were a few more claws and embossings on the bottom of the pot, which made the bottom of the pot not so pure black. Generally speaking, there was no big problem. You have suffered. Shumo muttered silently and hugged it into his arms as if it were a treasure, and walked back with it in his arms. On the way, he had already started to think about what soup to stew in the evening. He didn't know where the grouse he brought was lost when he was chasing just now, but there was another one at home. But 1 chicken was not enough for him to eat, and he had to add some ingredients. Although he had a lot of food, he couldn't make do with today's evening soup, so he had to welcome the return of the black pot with the highest standards. Shumo suddenly remembered that there was a natural granary, and it happened to be on the way, so catching 2 snakes and making a dragon and phoenix soup would not be considered a bad treat for himself and the black pot. He also memorized the location of the granary and rushed there when he went down the mountain. When he arrived at the cave entrance, he made a torch as usual. As soon as he entered the dark cave, the temperature dropped immediately. Shumo felt a chill on his back and subconsciously looked back and saw a pair of dark green eyes outside the cave entrance. These were the eyes of a wolf. WAP 1281488.tml. When did this thing come? He didn't even notice it. Shumo's scalp was numb. He didn't want to encounter this thing at this time. The human bear race just now consumed a lot of physical strength, and he really didn't have the energy to toss it again. He turned and walked towards the cave entrance to check the situation. If there was only one, then he would find a way to drive it away. If there was a group, then he would climb the tree as quickly as possible. But the severity of the situation far exceeded his expectations. As soon as Shumo poked his head out of the cave, he found at least 7 or 8 big gray wolves wandering outside the cave. They were patrolling under the big tree outside the cave, intentionally blocking his possibility of climbing the tree. Suddenly, a low whimpering sound came from above his head, and a few drops of fishy liquid dripped onto the back of his head that was exposed outside. Shumo turned his head stiffly and looked up, only to see a big gray wolf with shiny fur bending over and standing above the cave, baring its big yellow teeth at him, and the fishy liquid was leaking from its teeth. "It's so fucking disgusting!" Shumo cursed inwardly and retracted his head very tactfully. This group of wolves was the one that had a grudge against him. He thought they would retaliate, but he didn't expect their revenge to come so quickly. Obviously, this was an organized and premeditated action by the wolf pack. Not only did they surround the cave entrance, but they also blocked the possibility of climbing the tree. They wanted to catch him like a turtle in a jar. If he went out rashly, he would definitely be besieged by a group of wolves. No matter how good his operation was, he would not get any good results, and he might even die in the wolf's mouth. Shumo calmed down and leaned against the cave entrance to observe the situation outside. As everyone knows, he always likes to be passive. In such a dangerous situation, he has to wait for the wolves to make the first move. After waiting for a long time, the wolves outside still did not move. Surrounding but not attacking, even the Tim Sun Tzu's art of war was used. It seems that this group of wolves is more difficult to deal with than imagined. Shumo thought for a while and decided to counter it. If the opponent surrounds but does not attack, then he will defend it. Although the entrance of the cave is spacious, it becomes narrower and narrower as you go in. The narrowest part can only accommodate one person. It can be regarded as the throat of this cave. After the narrowest part is the nest of poisonous snakes. As long as the throat is guarded, the advantage of the wolf pack will be completely lost. Even if they attack, they can only pass through the narrowest part one by one. He can't beat a group of wolves, but he can still touch one wolf. Shumo made up his mind and retreated to the snake's nest without making a sound. The densely packed poisonous snakes in the snake's nest are entangled, which is very scary. Shumo had no mood to admire them and looked up at the torch in his hand. The pine resin on the torch had burned out and would soon go out. Once the fire went out, the cave would return to darkness, which was basically the same as being blind. Wolves have night vision, and he is at a disadvantage in this regard. Although he has the eye of wisdom, this function is not perfect yet. He can only analyze approximate data and the approximate location of the target. If it is turned on for a long time, it will make his eyes swollen and sore. So, either continue the fire or fight in the dark. Shumo thought about it and gave up on making a fire. Now he couldn't go out to find dry firewood, and the only combustible material in the cave was bat shit. If he really burned shit in the cave, he would probably be choked to death by the smell of heated shit before the wolf bit it to death. The picture was so beautiful that he shuddered just thinking about it. From time to time, a few low and suppressed wolf howls came from outside the cave, proving that the wolves had never left. Shumo knew that the wolves would not leave until they achieved their goal, which meant that he and the wolves would have to fight today. He had no way out, he could not hide, and he could not escape. Only a desperate counterattack would give him a glimmer of hope. The wolves were still making arrangements and would not attack for a while. He had to take this opportunity to arm himself as much as possible. Shumo checked the remaining equipment on his body, and his heart suddenly sank. The poisonous juice bombs on his waist were all broken, and there was only a quarter of the poisonous juice left in the mineral water bottle. He was almost out of ammunition and food. Fortunately, the short-bladed dagger was always carried at all times, which more or less warmed up his cold state of mind. But the blade of the dagger was too short, and it was difficult to cause effective damage to such a large beast. Shumo stared at the dagger for a long time and suddenly slapped his thigh. It's okay to be short. Everyone has a short time. If you can't lengthen it physically, then lengthen it physically. It's okay if the biochemical bomb is broken, then make a biological bomb. Shumo turned around immediately and resolutely stepped into the sea of snakes. Countless colorful venomous snakes quickly wrapped around his legs, spitting out scarlet snake tongues and climbing up. This horrifying scene greatly shocked the hearts of the audience in the live broadcast room. This half a lifelong book cannot be completed. Infatuated dream. Too scary, I'm gonna collapse. Heart is clear. Master Mo, we know you are in a desperate situation, but you can call for help. There is no need to choose such a horrible way to die. Youth is a song. Farewell, Master Mo. Next autumn, my retention of you. What's wrong, what? Master Mo was so coquettish. Why did he suddenly want to commit suicide? Listening to the wind in the evening street. Master Mo has a very strong personality, and it's too easy to break. Mom, I'm going to have a nightmare. Woo-woo. Timing, my dear. Son, don't cry. Shumo kept pulling the venomous snakes that were crawling up, while carefully looking for snakes that met the requirements. His idea was simple. Find a longer snake and tie its tail to the dagger. Wouldn't it be longer? The idea was beautiful, but it was a bit difficult to implement. Most of the snakes in this cave were venomous snakes, fat, short, and thick, and they couldn't be tied at all. It was not easy to find a long, green, and thin snake, but it didn't cooperate. It untied itself as soon as it was tied. This happened several times. Although it can be strangled to death and make it give up resistance, now he has a better way to use it. A good snake whip is right in front of you. Why go far away? Shumo put the dagger back in his waist and grabbed the long, green, venomous snake's tail. Then he swung his arms and waved them vigorously in the air. Hoo! 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 The unlucky green snake was swung straight up, and even its tongue was thrown out by inertia. Shumo finished accumulating strength and whipped the snakes under his feet fiercely. Pia! In an instant, the snakes flew around and several of them were beaten to death on the spot. The lethality was obvious. Shumo was very surprised. As expected, the real snake whip was good. This snake was more than 2 meters long. It was not only strong, but also tough and very useful. He tied the half-dead green snake to his waist and lowered his head to pick and choose. After shopping like shopping, he had 2 more snake whips on his waist. Now that he had a handy weapon, he could start making biological bombs. Wop/slat 1096288489.mel. Biological bombs are not so particular. Fat, thin, long, or short are all fine, as long as they are poisonous. Shumo casually grabbed a handful of venomous snakes, tied their tails into a knot, and then coiled them into a ball, leaving only the head outside. The principle is similar to that of an explosive hook, with the snake head as the hook. A dozen venomous snakes coiled into a ball, and it became a biological bomb. This bomb will not explode, but it has the power of a bomb. The venomous snakes were artificially coiled into a ball, and they had already opened their mouths irritably, revealing their fangs. Now, as long as there are living things passing by their mouths, they will definitely be bitten. Just because they can't bite Shumo's skin doesn't mean they can't bite the wolf skin. Another advantage of balling is that they can't run away. They can only bite. A dozen snake heads are in an attacking state with almost 360 degrees without dead angles. This is Shumo's first line of defense. Even if it can't cause serious damage to the wolf pack, it will weaken the wolf pack's strength. He coiled a biological bomb and threw it directly into the passage outside the throat. It is the only way for the wolf pack to pass, and it is also the most ideal place to bury the bomb. What needs to be done now is to increase the number of biological bombs as much as possible to maximize the chance of the wolf pack being bitten. Time was very tight. Shumo was playing very seriously. The audience in the live broadcast room was already in a mess, completely in a mess. Who the hell said that Master Mo was going to commit suicide? It made me squeeze out 2 tears hypocritically. Damn, what kind of godly operation is this? Playing with hydrangea? This is a snake. This is a poisonous snake. My God, I want to ask, won't he be bitten? Master Mo has maxed out his magic resistance and poison resistance so he can ascend. Don't harm our fragile hearts anymore. Can snakes be played like this? I really learned a lot, thank you, Master Mo. I feel sick all over. I want to vomit after watching it, and I want to watch it again after vomiting. Sooner or later I will confess in Master Mo's live broadcast room. Puff. Shumo was working hard when all the bats above his head flew out. The wind from countless wings extinguished the lingering flames on the torches, dimming the light in the cave. Their abnormality only indicated one possibility. The wolf is coming. Shumo decisively stopped his work and quickly leaned against the stone wall at the throat. Through the light from the cave entrance, a big gray wolf could be seen carefully crawling in. Ah! Ah! The big gray wolf walked very slowly, making low wolf howls from time to time. It can be seen that this is just a scout who came in specifically to explore the way. Shumo's pupils shrank slightly, staring at the wolf's leg. Near the wolf's leg there was a biological bomb. The snake head on the bomb opened its mouth, showing its fangs, and kept swallowing and spitting out scarlet snake tongues, waiting for every punching bag that approached. Due to the rush of time, he only made 7 or 8 bombs. all of which he threw into the cave passage. Now he really wanted to know the effects of these bombs.
Ah!
The big bad wolf was very cautious and took every step carefully, but it couldn't understand Lao Liu's method, and it was too dark in the cave, so it was difficult to adapt to it. It accidentally stepped on the angry biological bomb.
Ah! Ah!
The big bad wolf was frightened and jumped up suddenly and ran out directly after landing. Shumo was sure that it was bitten, otherwise it would not react so strongly. I just don't know which snakehead bit it, how toxic it is, and whether it can take its life. It depends on its own luck. Facts have proved that biological bombs are still useful, but unfortunately, they still can't stop the wolf pack from attacking. In fact, because the scout was injured, their offensive will become more fierce. Shumo took a deep breath and continued to concentrate on his vigilance. Next, it will be a life-and-death battle. Without the warning of the fat bat, he must always pay attention to the wolf pack's every move. At this special moment, any negligence may bring about a fatal disaster. Time passed by minute, and the atmosphere became more and more depressing. Even the audience in the live broadcast room felt the unusual smell and became nervous. Play is play, make noise is noise, the wolf pack is not a joke. Master Mo, call for help. I have no lover. Yes, we all know that you are strong, but no matter how strong you are, you can never be the opponent of the entire wolf pack. Whenever there is a retreat, call for help. Master Mo, I like you so much and don't want to see you die young. Seeing my palms are full of sweat, if I were at the scene, I would have been so scared that I couldn't stand up. I can't imagine that Master Mo can still be so calm. I like to see Master Mo die, but I don't want to see him really die, kneeling and begging the program team for help. Who? Shumo exhaled a breath of turbid air, silently pulled out the dagger and inserted it into the ground. Suddenly, the red light of the bracelet on his wrist flashed a few times, and a familiar voice came from it. Shumo, hold on. Don't act rashly. I'm on my way. Benini? Shumo was stunned. He never thought it was her. It's me. I'll be here in about an hour. What you need to do now is to delay as much as possible. Benini's voice was calm, but her tone was a little hurried. Shumo asked softly, if you intervene, will I be eliminated today? Yes. Benini hesitated for a while, and quickly gave a positive answer. Then don't come. Shumo knew that he was no match for the wolf pack, but he didn't want to be eliminated because of this. The true meaning of the war core is to fight against adversity and live towards death. If you don't have a fearless heart, you don't deserve it. Do you know what you are facing? It's a complete wolf pack. Once they surround their prey, they will rush over and tear you to pieces. Is this game more important than your life? Benini's voice was louder for a long time, and his tone became more urgent. Shumo smiled and said, this game is very important. Why? Because there is a prize of 1 million. Are you short of money? Yes, I'll lend it to you. Shumo was slightly startled and chuckled. In fact, it would be more impressive if you said I would support you. The bracelet was silent for a moment, and then the voice of Benigni came again. I know I can't persuade you, but I still want you to think it over carefully. Don't worry, I will be fine. After all, I haven't caught you yet. Shumo's tone was very relaxed, but the smile on his mouth gradually disappeared. The red light on the bracelet flashed a few times and went out. There was no more voice of Benigni, but instead there were loud wolf howls outside the cave. The wolves are coming. WAP. Lash 1110-1096 2881-489E. Shumo pulled out the dagger and untied a snake whip and held it in his hand. Tap, tap, tap. There were chaotic footsteps outside the cave, followed by a loud wolf howl. At the command of the wolf howl, 7 or 8 big gray wolves rushed in with their claws flying. Their dense footsteps inevitably stepped on the scattered biological bombs, but even if they were bitten, they did not slow down. Instead, the pain stimulated their ferocity and they charged more fiercely. This time, they were determined to surround and kill Shumo in the cave.
Who?
Shumo danced with the snake whip vigorously and quickly entered the combat state. The cave entrance was less than 20 meters away from the throat, and the wolves rushed in the blink of an eye. In the strong, fishy smell, the fastest big gray wolf suddenly jumped up, opened its big mouth full of fangs and bit Shumo's throat fiercely. Pia! The waving snake whip whipped the air and hit the gray wolf's protruding black nose fiercely. The big gray wolf wailed, and blood spurted out of both nostrils at the same time. The whip made it fall headfirst, but just as it landed, a big gray wolf stepped on its back and rushed in at a faster speed. Shumo gritted his teeth, raised his left arm and actively stuffed it into the mouth of the gray wolf that rushed in, then put his feet on the ground, ready to meet the impact. He must defend the throat at all costs and never let the wolves rush into the snake's nest, otherwise he will fall into an irretrievable situation. The big gray wolf in the front will not be polite. Its sharp fangs pierced his skin mercilessly, and then shook its head and bit it madly. Shumo ignored the pain and pushed it out with all his strength. After pushing a few steps, the wolves had swarmed in, and the powerful impact brought him back again. No, if this goes on, he will definitely not be able to defend the throat, and he must rely on the power of the wolf. Shumo clenched the dagger and stabbed it hard into the eyes of the gray wolf that bit his arm.
Ah!
The big wolf howled miserably, bent its body in pain and instinctively retreated, but the wolves behind it squeezed in frantically. Then, they were all stuck. 7 or 8 wolves squeezed on the narrow throat rock wall, struggling and howling frantically. Shumo was happy. As long as he could protect the leader wolf, the wolves would either be stabbed one by one or retreat on their own initiative. Given how much the wolves hated him, they would definitely not retreat, so he would just stab them. This was a rare opportunity, so he would not be polite and would focus on the vital points. A dagger was swung by him, leaving an afterimage, and it kept stabbing into the vital points of the gray wolf in front. But the dagger was too short. Although the big wolf that bit his arm was stabbed to a bloody mess, it showed no signs of dying in the short term. Shumo was also helpless. If the program team had increased the dagger's blade by 2 inches, he would not have had such a hard time. Fortunately, after his crazy output, the gray wolf finally let go of his arm with its dying breath. But the scene was still extremely dangerous. There were at least 3 wolf heads in front of him, and they could squeeze out of the predicament and pounce on him at any time. After Shumo finished his knife, he immediately turned to the nearest wolf head. It was still the old routine, still using his left arm as bait to block the wolf's mouth for support, and the free right hand just needed to stab. Unexpectedly, this big gray wolf was not fooled, and actually retracted its wolf head back into the wolf pile. Yes, the fate of his companions was right in front of him. With the previous experience, it was normal to be timid. Shumo didn't care. He was not afraid that they would shrink back, but that they would squeeze out. So he raised his head slightly and set his target on the other gray wolf that was trying hard to drill out. Just as he was about to make a move, he suddenly felt a burst of heat coming out from his crotch. The wolf head that had just retracted stretched out again and was biting his vitals without anyone noticing. Nima! Shumo was frightened and hurriedly retreated several steps, narrowly avoiding the fatal wolf's mouth. The gray wolf failed in its sneak attack, and it retracted its head back into the wolf pack as if nothing had happened. Shumo was panting heavily, his face full of fear. If it got its mouth, it would be meaningless for the rest of its life. After the fear, there was a raging anger. Shumo took a step forward, raised his injured left hand, grabbed the ear of the old 6th gray wolf and pulled its head out of the wolf pack, then took out the poison rifle and stuffed the bottle mouth into the wolf's mouth. The big gray wolf smelled the suffocating smell from the hole in the bottle cap and refused to open his mouth. If you don't let go, you think I have no way, right? Shumo let go of the hand that was holding the wolf's ear, then bent his index and middle fingers and inserted them accurately into the gray wolf's 2 nostrils. Ah! Grunt! The gray wolf rolled his eyes, made an incomprehensible sound, and the wolf's mouth opened a little uncontrollably. Shumo immediately stuffed the poison rifle in, then squeezed the bottle hard, spraying the remaining poison into its throat. Ugh! The wolf's tongue was sticking out of its mouth, and its 2 dark green eyes were rolled up, leaving only the whites of its eyes. You don't want to be a good wolf, but you want to be a hyena. You have no moral principles, right? You like to eat, right? I'll let you eat enough. Shumo didn't intend to let it go. After the poison was sprayed, he untied the 2 snake whips at his waist and stuffed them into its mouth, which was wide open due to vomiting. This was not enough, so he bent down and grabbed the bat shit and stuffed it hard into its throat. The big bad wolf vomited crazily and convulsed all over, but instinctively swallowed what he stuffed in. Just like stuffing sausages, a little came out and he stuffed more in. The picture was so beautiful that the audience in the live broadcast room was struck by lightning. Wen Mao, brothers? Ugh, what do you say about this wave? Ugh! It's really eye-catching. No, I have to go vomit for a while. Sweet words in the ear. Damn, why don't you mess with anyone else? Why mess with Master Mo? Don't you know that he never does anything for people? Don't like to take the initiative. This wolf will not have an appetite for food in the second half of his life, and I have a psychological shadow after watching it. The second half of his life? This wolf is going to be stuffed to death today. After an unknown amount of time, the wolf twitched a few times and then stopped moving. Shumo calmed down and immediately moved his eyes away. The death of this wolf was indeed a bit eye-catching, and he couldn't bear to look directly at it. At this time, he realized that the cave suddenly became very quiet. The wolves were still squeezed in the narrow aisle, but they didn't struggle anymore, and they didn't even make a sound. The bizarre death of their companions greatly shocked their fragile hearts. Death is not terrible, but this way of dying is terrible. They are wolves, not dogs, and no one wants to be stuffed to death by shit. The army's morale was scattered, and the momentum was weak. At this moment, Shumo's thin figure made them more awed than the Wolf King. This bipedal beast is so terrifying. Shumo did not dare to relax, and his vigilant eyes swept across the crowded wolf pack. Unexpectedly, the wolf heads that he swept across all moved or lowered to avoid his gaze. Wop, Lashchin, 1110916, 288814881, woo! After a long silence, the gray wolf in the back row of the wolf pack let out a low cry. Then it turned around and left the cave in disgrace with its tail between its legs. With a leader, the remaining gray wolves stopped struggling and lined up to leave the cave. The crisis was resolved very suddenly, leaving Shumo a little at a loss. Leaving now at least gives some psychological hints, eh? The cave became quiet again, with only the sound of the snakes wriggling and spitting snake tongues. Shumo looked down at his bloody left arm and frowned slightly. He didn't care about the injury, but just hoped that Benigni listened to him and didn't come over. Otherwise, it would be another trouble. Ding! The battle evaluation has been completed. Evaluation B. Reward free attribute points. 6 points. The system's prompt sound suddenly sounded, making him smile with surprise. I was too nervous just now and didn't notice that the battle judgment had been triggered. Yes, it would be strange if this kind of life and death battle could not be triggered. The smile on Shumo's face gradually disappeared, replaced by deep fatigue. He was too tired. This kind of tiredness was the tiredness of both body and mind. He slumped on the ground, just staring blankly. The live broadcast screen was frozen on the dark cave wall, but the barrage was rolling abnormally actively. Who Will Warm Whom single-handedly challenged a group of wolves and won, ridiculously strong. Countless sunsets. It's really awesome. It makes my blood boil. There are so many fierce people in China. We'll lose temper. This battle can be enshrined as a god, right? No one has any objections, right? Nanly old things. If Master Mo was placed in ancient times, he would definitely be a fierce general who would be remembered in history. This sadness touched the fleeting years. Master Mo is domineering. Master Mo is the eternal god. Huh? Shumo exhaled a foul breath and stood up tiredly. The wolf pack left 2 corpses, which must not be wasted. He dragged the 2 wolf corpses out with difficulty, 1 in each hand, and stopped again when he was about to reach the cave entrance. There were still several intact biological bombs on the ground at the entrance of the cave. They still opened their mouths wide and struggled hard, but their tails were tied into a knot, and the more they struggled, the tighter they were entangled. Shumo bent down and picked up a biological bomb. His expression softened a lot. They made great contributions in today's battle, and they must be rewarded. For the chicken soup in the evening, let's stew 2 more. He hung the snake ball on the wolf's leg and continued to drag it out. After leaving the cave bathed in the golden sunset, he had the illusion that he was in another world. Shumo looked around and didn't find any trace of the wolf. I guess they were gone. The wolf is gone, but there is one more person. He looked at the slender figure on the earth slope not far away and suddenly smiled bitterly. "You are here after all." Shumo greeted her listlessly when he passed by her. "This is my job responsibility." Benigni changed back to Bidegwai, and his beautiful big eyes stared at the two wolf corpses behind him in disbelief. "Let's go. Let's have a good meal tonight. I'll treat you." Shumo didn't care about her gaze. Now he just wanted to return to the shelter as soon as possible to cook and replenish his consumption, and then have a good rest for a while. "Incredible. Not only did you come out alive, but you also killed two big bad wolves. Do you really know Kung Fu?" Benigni blinked his big eyes, and his little face was full of surprise and admiration. Shumo didn't comment. "I told you not to come. So what, it was a wasted trip?" "I don't think so." Benigni's eyes turned to his bloody hands with a hint of worry. Shumo had a headache and laughed dryly. "It's just a minor injury. It's nothing. Let me check it for you. If the wound shows signs of infection, it needs to be treated in time." Benigni stopped and prepared to open the medical box on the spot. Sumo hurriedly stopped her and said, "I'm very tired now. I'm afraid I won't have the strength to get up again if I sit down. Let's go back to the shelter and check it out." Benigni looked up at his tired look, nodded silently, and said, "Okay, but you don't have to make dinner for me. I can't always eat your food for free. If you feel bad, then help me drag some prey back. Dinner will be your reward." Shumo was really tired. It would be great to have a helper. After leaving a wolf corpse, he felt much more relaxed. Benigni stared blankly at the huge corpse in front of him for a long time. "Let's go, it's getting dark." Shumo reminded him and pulled the other corpse ahead. "Hey!" Benigni cried and shouted at his back. Unfortunately, Shumo didn't hear it, and he wouldn't respond even if he did. She stared at the corpse again, secretly hating herself for talking too much. After a long moment of daze, Benigni reluctantly grabbed the wolf's legs and dragged it towards Shumo's camp. The wolf was much heavier than she had imagined, and she was already pale with exhaustion after just a short drag. Shumo had no intention of showing any mercy to a woman. Anyone who could fly a desert eagle must have good physical strength. He didn't stay too far away from her. After all, this was a jungle full of dangers, and her personal safety had to be guaranteed. Benigni gritted her teeth and dragged the wolf's corpse back to the camp with him without saying a word. As soon as she arrived at the camp, she sat down on the ground with no image at all, panting heavily. "I want to eat wolf meat, this one." Benigni raised her sweaty little face, pointed at the wolf corpse she had dragged back, and said indignantly, "No problem." Shumo took out his dagger and prepared to cut off one of the wolf's legs. "Wait, let's check it first." Benigni saw his bloody arm again and quickly opened the medical box. "Okay." Shumo did not resist and took off his shirt. Benigni was stunned and said unhappily, "Why are you taking off your clothes? Bring your injured arm here. I'll help you clean the wound first." "My wound is not a problem. Just test it directly." Of course, Shumo could not show her his scabbed arm, otherwise even a fool could see the problem. Benigni frowned and said, "If you don't treat your wound, it will easily get infected. Using medicine violates the rules of the competition, and I don't want to be eliminated. Are you really that short of money? If you don't plan to support me, don't ask this question again." Shumo was not embarrassed at all and said it with confidence. Benigni was blocked for a long time and couldn't speak, so he took out the equipment to test him helplessly. Halfway through the test, she suddenly looked up and said, "I've always had a question, but I don't know if I should ask it." "Ask it." Shumo sat on the ground, his eyes slightly closed. "I'm curious. Aren't you afraid of being bitten when you catch a snake with your bare hands? And you were standing in a snake den today, and the snakes crawled onto you, but didn't they bite you?" Not only was Benigni curious about this question, but all the viewers in the live broadcast room were also curious about this question. WAP please 1-96288-142mel. Shumo opened his eyes and explained devoutly and seriously, "Everything has a spirit. Although snakes are cold-blooded animals, they are also spiritual. As long as they feel kindness, they will naturally not bite people. Kindness? Although Benigni didn't understand, she was shocked. Not only was she stunned again, but the viewers in the live broadcast room were also full of questions. Autumn Fairy, brother, are you serious about this explanation? Happy signal. Am I blind? Who used the snake as a whip just now? Who tied the snake's tail into a ball? The old man returns. God is kind. Snake, listen to me. Thank you. You are so kind, Master Mo. How many are you going to stew tonight? Unforgettable Lone Master Mo is simply a disaster star, and animals will suffer wherever he goes. You don't believe it? Shumo saw that the atmosphere was a little awkward, scratched his head and asked, I'm not stupid. Of course I don't believe it. Benigni shook his head, looking unconvinced. Shumo sighed and lied. Actually, I come from a family of ancient doctors. I grew up soaking in medicine jars. I soak in medicine more often, so I am naturally immune to all kinds of poisons, and I avoid snakes and insects. I can also find some herbs to treat some minor injuries myself. Benigni became interested. So we are still in the same business? You can say that. How long will the examination take? I'm so hungry. Shumo didn't want to dwell on this issue, so he took the initiative to change the subject. It will only take a few minutes. At present, the health data is a little abnormal, but it does not meet the conditions for withdrawal. Overall, there is no big problem. Benigni followed his words and shifted her attention, staring at the screen very attentively. In fact, she didn't believe Shumo's explanation completely, but it dispelled the doubts of most of the viewers in the live broadcast room. Wasteland growth. I was thinking, how could Master Mo eat grass? It turns out that he comes from a medical family. Lanshan Old Man returns. This is the explanation for why Master Mo is not afraid of snake bites. Some herbs have a strong repellent effect on snakes. There must be such in the potion that Master Mo soaked. Withered heart. Why do I feel that this is a bit far-fetched? Who would take medicine for no reason? Watch the sunrise with me. I am ignorant. Have you heard of Duan Yu? He ate a medicinal snake and became immune to all poisons. All poisonous insects would avoid him. Once upon a time in the world, Duan Yu? Such a familiar name. Isn't this from a martial arts novel? Okay, no problem. Benigni took off his instruments and started packing up the medicine box. Shumo put on his tattered clothes, cut off a wolf leg with a dagger, and then went back to the house to carry the rabbit and grouse to the lake to clean up. He really didn't have the energy to deal with the bodies of the 2 gray wolves today, so he could only leave them for tomorrow. After processing the ingredients, he returned to the camp to make a fire and cook. For dinner, he roasted a whole wolf leg and made a pot of dragon and phoenix soup. There were more than a dozen snakes in a snake ball, but he only killed 3. The remaining poisonous snakes were rolled into a ball and thrown at the door of the wooden house. This wave of hardcore and coquettish operations frightened Benigni so much that she refused to approach the cabin. Shumo had no time to care about her. The sun was about to set, and he had to collect the sausages and bacon hung outside as soon as possible. This was another very physically demanding job. After doing all this, he was so weak that he couldn't even stand steadily. Fortunately, the dragon and phoenix soup was almost done, and the rich aroma filled the entire camp. Shumo sat tiredly by the campfire and lifted the leaves covering the pot. A stream of steam containing a rich aroma rose up, attracting the attention of Benigni, who was concentrating on roasting wolf legs. She turned her head, smelled the rich aroma, and swallowed her saliva involuntarily. Want some? Shumo generously pushed a full pot of dragon and phoenix soup in front of her. No, I'll just eat the wolf legs. Although Benigni was greedy, she was still very resistant to the snow-white snake meat in the pot. These were all poisonous snakes, and none of them looked edible. Shumo stopped trying to persuade him, as he was too hungry. When the soup cooled down a bit, he just held the pot and poured it into his stomach. Such a heroic way of eating once again shocked Benigni. Benigni wanted to stroke his back, but he raised his hand halfway and put it down again, saying unhappily, "Drink slowly. No one is competing with you for it." Burp. Comfortable. Shumo burped with satisfaction, and his pale face turned rosy at a speed visible to the naked eye. After drinking a pot of fresh soup, He felt warm all over and felt indescribably comfortable. At this time, the wolf leg was also roasted to a crisp on the outside and tender on the inside, sizzling with hot oil. Benigni borrowed Shumo's dagger and cut it bit by bit to eat. Shumo was not idle either, and ate the snake meat and chicken in the soup pot cleanly. Here for you. Benigni handed him the wolf leg that he had eaten a little bit, and took out a tissue from the pocket of his coat to wipe the grease from the corner of his mouth. Shumo's eating style was not so particular. He just held the wolf leg and started to eat it. He had consumed too much energy today, which led to a crazy increase in his appetite. A pot of soup only had 3 snakes and a chicken, which could not satisfy his appetite at all, and this wolf leg weighed 7 or 8 pounds, and Benigni only ate less than 1 pound. The remaining meat just filled his stomach. After eating and drinking, Benigni picked up the medicine box and said, "Since you have nothing to do, I will go back first. I'll take you." Shumo did not intend to keep her. First, he was very tired today, and second, he really didn't want to sit in the corner all night, unless she agreed to sleep in the same bed with him, but this possibility was not great at the moment. Okay, Benigni did not refuse, and carried the medicine box to the lake. Shumo carried the black pot and sent her to the speedboat. After watching her walk away, he jumped into the lake to take a bath. While taking a bath, he took off his clothes and washed them. But after several battles, this set of clothes has basically become a rag. Shumo stared at the rag in his hand, and his heart skipped a beat. Damn, it's not exposed. In fact, there is no need to worry about the live broadcast. The staff behind the live broadcast room will mosaic the vital parts in real time. But Benigni didn't react at all, which hurt his self-esteem a little. After all, it is an adult geoduck, so he shouldn't show some surprise and joy? Shumo complained in his heart and went ashore to wash the black pot. This set of clothes can't be worn anymore, but it's not bad to keep it as a rag. Fortunately, there is no shortage of wolf skins at home, so it's not bad to make a simple piece of clothing to cover up. After cleaning, he returned to the camp. The 2 wolf corpses were thrown outside and dealt with tomorrow morning. But the campfire must burn all night, otherwise there will be a risk of being stolen. Shumo added a few thick logs to the campfire and went back to the wooden house to sleep with peace of mind. As soon as he lay on the soft deerskin bed, boundless sleepiness swept over him. He slept peacefully and comfortably until the dawn. In the early morning, Shumo opened his sleepy eyes, got up and opened the door. The cool mountain breeze brought fresh air, which made his naked body shiver. It also made him realize that winter was not far away. WAP /11009/2881489.html. Shumo went back to the house and put the wolf skin that he used as a pillow on his waist, and then went to the lake to wash up with his bare chest. The first thing he did after returning was to take out the sausages and bacon to dry them. After doing this, the sun was rising slowly. He washed his hands and began to prepare breakfast. There was also a fresh rabbit yesterday, and he killed 2 more snakes and cooked a pot of soup together. A meal of about 3 or 4 pounds is his normal appetite now. There are still 6 attribute points that have not been added. If he adds them, his appetite will increase further. After breakfast, he went to check the traps as usual. Today's trap brought him 2 grouse, which was not bad. After Shumo returned to the camp, he tied the grouse's feet and threw it into the shelter, then dragged the 2 wolf carcasses to the lake to clean up. Cleaning was simple: skinning, removing the internal organs, and removing the meat along the joints. But this kind of work is not only physically demanding, but also time-consuming. It was already noon when the 2 wolves were cleaned up. As usual, the cut wolf meat was put on the grill for smoking. He only took 1 set of the 2 internal organs, and the remaining one was full of bat shit. He left it by the lake, intending to make it into bait for fishing in the afternoon. This time, 4 grills were used to meet the requirements of smoking at the same time. The camp was full of smoke and fire, which was very choking. Shumo covered his nose and hung the washed wolf skin on the tree to dry. This thing has a strong, fishy smell, and it has to be exposed to the sun for several days in a row to effectively remove the smell. After hanging it up, it was time to prepare lunch. Take out the remaining wolf viscera, kidney, wolf heart, wolf treasure, Make up to 4 pounds, add some wild vegetables, and stew in one pot. The stew is very simple. Use some deer oil to lubricate the pot, stir-fry the ingredients until they are cooked, then add dark soy sauce to color them. When the ingredients are soy sauce colored, start seasoning. 2 spoons of salt, half a spoon of MSG, 2 spoons of chicken essence, a little 13 spices, a little oyster sauce to enhance the flavor. Add water to cover the ingredients. Cover with big leaves and simmer. A few minutes before serving, add wild vegetables and blanch them, and a pot of delicious stew is ready. The wolf's viscera still has wolf lungs and intestines left, but he doesn't plan to take these things because they are very troublesome to clean. After dinner, Shumo carried these unprocessed viscera to the lakeside to find a suitable place to fish. He didn't have fishing tools, so he could only use the most primitive method. Often, the simplest techniques are the most practical. He carried 2 sets of viscera and came to the lake beach where he first encountered the underage grizzly bear. This lake beach is very wide, and the water changes from shallow to deep, which is a very good place for fishing. Shumo dropped his internal organs and went into the lake to measure the water depth. He walked 13 steps from the lake beach to the center of the lake, and the water just reached his knees. This water depth was just right, and there was no point in going any further. He looked back and estimated the distance, which was about 10 meters. He placed stones in an arc toward the shore at this distance to circle a water area, and thus completed a traditional fishing trap. Shumo returned to the lake beach to carry the stones. This kind of work does not require any skills. Just work hard. The only thing to note is that it is best to pile the stones out of the water, so as to minimize the possibility of fish escaping. This trap is effective for a long time, so the more solid it is, the better. It was not until the sun was slanting that he used stones to pile out an arc of more than 20 meters. At the deepest point, a gap of more than 1 meter was left as the entrance to the trap. He followed the gap and made a deep V entrance inwards. The narrowest part was only about 30 centimeters. This funnel-shaped entrance was easy to enter but difficult to exit, and could effectively trap the fish that broke in. At this point, a traditional fishing trap was completed. Counting the more than 20 land traps he had set up, he had now realized the survival rule of living off the land and living off the water. Shumo threw all the wolf's internal organs into the trap and turned back to the camp. The internal organs have a strong fishy smell, which is very attractive to fish and can be used for a long time. In the following days, you only need to check the harvest every day. After returning to the camp, it was almost dinner time. There were 2 grouse in the cabin, which were just slaughtered and stewed into dragon and phoenix soup. When dealing with grouse and snakes, Shumo suddenly realized that he seemed to be a bit picky about food. He didn't feel it when there was no food, but when there was a lot of food, this problem came out. This is probably human nature. Speaking of people, is he still a human now? Whether it is a human or not, it stands to reason that you should eat bacon first. The grouse is alive, and there is no problem leaving it for a few days, but I just can't help wanting to eat fresh food. Also, smoked meat, jerky, and firewood. If it's not for storage, who would want to eat this stuff for a long time? Deer meat is better. He has a headache when he thinks of wolf meat. Wolf meat is what he least wants to eat, but there is the most of it. If he doesn't eat it, it will inevitably be wasted. Once it is wasted, he will definitely be scolded to death. It seems that I have to get less food in the future, otherwise too much food will be a troublesome thing. Shumo sighed and returned to the camp to cook dragon and phoenix soup. After dinner, he collected sausages and smoked meat, and then went to bed early. He didn't plan to go out and die these days, but to build a warehouse to store food. And the weather is getting cold, so I have to build a fireplace in the shelter first, for heating, and second for cooking in the room. Speaking of cooking, I have to build a special shed to store firewood. Otherwise, it will be difficult to find firewood if the mountain is blocked by heavy snow. The winter in the Arctic is no joke. If you are not well prepared, you can't survive it. Shumo planned for the future and fell asleep unknowingly. The next day, just after daybreak, Shumo got up early, washed up, and went to check the trap as usual. Today's luck was also very good. 2 more grouse. After taking down the grouse and restoring the trap to its original state, he went to the lake beach to check the catch. Before he got close to the water, he saw splashes of water in the shallow water. It must be said that his luck was very good, and it was also related to the rich resources here. Shumo went into the water and took a look. Under the floating wolf entrails, there were 3 big fish, each weighing no less than 3 pounds. He only took one, cleaned it on the spot, and returned to the camp. The water trap is also a natural warehouse, so there is no need to take it all out at once. He didn't want to eat smoked fish after eating enough smoked meat. After returning to the camp, he made a fire to cook. Of course, breakfast was fish. He chose to steam it, which was light and could preserve the original freshness of the fish to the greatest extent. For this purpose, he specially made a wooden board for holding the fish. Fortunately, the box pot was also rectangular, and the size was just right. Put some wooden sticks in the pot as support, then add water, and finally put the wooden board on the wooden sticks. Light the fire to boil out steam, cover with big leaves, and wait for steaming. While waiting, he began to season. He didn't bring the steamed fish sauce, but he could make a simple version with soy sauce. Just dilute the soy sauce and a little salt with water. It is not only simple but also tastes good. A simple meal has become the ceiling level of living alone in the wilderness. WAP/1196/2881489.html. Let me briefly talk about the subsequent direction of this book and some settings. The author has always believed that pure living alone in the wilderness is a very easy, boring story. Writing and writing, there are only those things, and writing becomes a running account, and reading too much will make you tired. Someone once commented that it was inappropriate to create a system for a person living alone in the wilderness. I replied that you are actually reading a science fiction. That's right. The book was positioned as a fake science fiction from the beginning, but it is still mainly about living alone in the wilderness. Who says that living alone in the wilderness can only be done on Earth? The collision of the alien primitive world, the future science fiction world, and the classics and technology can also be regarded as another kind of survival in the wilderness. The big world view is to expand outward from the Earth, based on the transformation of the Earth's creatures, and expand to the battlefield in the foreign domain. There is also a weirdness, which is also criticized. The weirdness is a spiritual creature, and the genetic change is the transformation of the creature. They each have their own uses and can be regarded as foreshadowing. For example, what if you encounter aliens in the later stage and you can't beat them physically? Then you have to rely on the weirdness that the aliens can't understand. What if the weirdness doesn't cause physical damage, but it can interfere with data and cause psychological damage, for example, to scare people and aliens? Isn't it more interesting to see it this way? As for the female lead, there must be one. We are all men, and without women, we must be dry and need lubrication. I won't say more. Knowledge. Sorry, I don't have much culture. I just make up stories. If there are any problems, it must be because I didn't write them well. Common sense. Sorry, I don't have any common sense. How can you expect the book I wrote to have common sense? In general, the elements of this book include wilderness, city, technology, interstellar, etc. And the main theme is easy and refreshing, outrageous and coquettish. If these words are spoken, some readers may abandon the book, and they will lose the fatal pursuit of poison at the critical moment of competing for recommendations. The author hesitated for a long time, but still chose to say it. Instead of being scolded later, it is better to give readers the right to choose earlier. Of course, the author is not firm in his will, and if there are good opinions, you can put forward them. The author may or may not make changes as appropriate. For the readers who stay, there is nothing to say. Please read it again. Otherwise, I will feed you batshit bat soup. The author Lao Feiyu respectfully presents /1111096/28114html. After breakfast, the sun just rose. Drying bacon and sausages is a must in good weather. In the morning, he planned to start building a warehouse to store food, but before that, he had to build a fence to keep grouse and rabbits. The trigger trap would only cause minor injuries to the legs of the prey, so it would not be a big problem to feed them. This was also a way to store food, and it was definitely fresh enough. Shumo took a dagger to the forest to cut down trees. Warehouses were as important as shelters, and the materials used must be solid. The wood needed for the fence was not so particular, and the scraps from building the warehouse would be fine. In fact, he hated cutting trees. The trees in the cold zone were very hard, and it was very laborious and time-consuming to chisel with a dagger. He suddenly remembered that there were still 6 attribute points that were not used. So why not use them to cut trees? Start the war core. Shumo muttered silently and opened the system panel. Constitution 0-100 strengthen internal defense. Endurance 10-100 strengthen external defense. Strength 0-100 strengthen physical strength. Agility 3-100 strengthen physical speed. Toughness 0-100 strengthen physical resistance. Recovery 6-100 strengthen self-healing ability. Allocated attribute points 6. Activated skills, Eye of Wisdom, real-time analysis of target status data. Battle Judgment. None freely allocated attribute points can be obtained through battles evaluated by the system. Upgrade area. After completing all body enhancements, it will automatically upgrade to the War Core Intermediate Edition and automatically start the next stage of the task. He thought about it and added all 6 free attributes to strength. It takes strength to cut down trees, and increasing strength may be more effective. The increase of 6 attributes made him clearly feel that the strength in his body was growing explosively. Shumo clenched his fist and swung it hard. Ha! The fist swung once, bringing out a strong fist wind. So strong! Shumo was pleasantly surprised and quickly found a thicker tree to test it. He took out the dagger and stabbed it hard at the bottom of the tree trunk. Puff! As if stabbing into fragile tofu, the dagger was completely immersed under the strong force. He clenched the dagger and pushed hard, easily pushing out a full circle. At this time, the tree was already shaky and fell down with one push. Shumo was stunned. Could this be the legendary miracle of great strength? But it was too strong. If he had increased his strength earlier, it would not have been so difficult to fight with bears and wolves. But on second thought, the increase in each attribute has its own use. If there is no endurance, being bitten will not only be a minor injury, but also a broken hand or foot. Without the recovery attribute, a wound, infection alone can take half of his life, not to mention other things. There is also the agility attribute, which gives a huge speed bonus. Otherwise, he can't race with bears in the mountains, and his agility has allowed him to avoid many fatal attacks from wild beasts. All signs show that this system is too strong. It is so strong that he began to doubt whether he is still a human being now. Shumo put aside the distracting thoughts in his mind and cut down the tree with his heart. But he still used a chisel and deliberately slowed down the speed. He could doubt whether he was a human, but he couldn't let the audience in the live broadcast room doubt that he was not a human. Otherwise, trouble would come again. In fact, what he didn't know was that in the eyes of the audience in the live broadcast room, he was no longer a human because nothing he did could be done by a normal person. Near noon, there was a pile of cut wood in the camp. Even if he was dawdling, Dali still brought him a miracle. At this rate, the required wood could be cut in 2 days. Fortunately, no one in the live broadcast room doubted it. Compared with what he had done before, cutting a few trees was really not worth mentioning. He thought about it for a long time for lunch and decided to eat wolf-smoked meat. There was no way. There was too much of this stuff, and it had to be consumed. Shumo knew that adding attribute points would increase his appetite, so he simply cooked 5 pounds of wolf meat. Not more, not less, and it just filled his stomach after a meal. After eating and drinking, he walked to the wood pile and cut off all the branches and the slender trunks at the top. These scraps were the materials for making fences. The fence was located just in front of the cabin on the left, very close. The open space on the right was used to build a granary. The closer the granary is to the cabin, the better. Any disturbance can be detected immediately. Mo planned the size of the fence, took out the wooden pegs left over from the last cabin construction, and started digging a hole. The fence didn't need to be very strong, and the pit didn't need to be too deep, as long as it could block the power of grouse and rabbits. The area didn't need to be too large. 3 square meters would be enough. The height was about 1.5 meters, and each stake was 1 finger wide apart. Then, filled with leaves and weeds, the prey could be completely prevented from escaping. In general, the project was not very large and could be completed before sunset. The progress was faster than he expected, and he had completed the fence before dinner. Shumo rested for a while, went back to the house and took out the 2 grouse, then pulled out a dagger, cut off the feathers on their wings, untied the vines on their legs, and threw them into the fence. The grouse, whose feathers were cut, lost the ability to fly. It jumped for a long time but failed to jump out of the height of the fence. In the end, it could only dig food on the ground with its injured claws in dejection. Shumo was very satisfied, but this fence had a fatal flaw, which was that it could not withstand the attack of large wild animals and could be easily wiped out. And he could not guard this fence for 20 hours, so he had to find a way to solve this problem. He thought hard for a long time, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Dogs can guard the house, so wolves should be able to do it too, right? After all, they are close relatives, and this kind of work is not very technical, so they should be able to do it. Besides, the wolves beat him out's compensation. It's not too much to ask them to come and guard the house for him, right? Not too much at all. The more Shumo thought about it, the more justified he felt, and his mind was full of thoughts of bringing a wolf back. Unknowingly, the sky gradually darkened. He took back the bacon and sausages and began to prepare dinner. For dinner, there were 5 pounds of wolf bacon, simply cooked with salt, and he went to bed after eating. The next day, Shumo got up, washed, and checked the traps. Everything went according to plan and got on track. Today, the trap caught a rabbit, and the grouse in the fence also welcomed a new companion. There seemed to be 2 more fish in the fishing trap. He didn't look closely, just picked up one and went back to the camp. Breakfast was fried fish on the stone slab, a simple breakfast. Apply a layer of deer oil on the stone slab, sprinkle a little salt after the oil is hot to prevent the fish skin from sticking to the bottom. After salting, put the fish in and fry until both sides are golden brown. Sprinkle with cumin and pepper, and you can eat it. Fish is tender, easy to cook, delicious and nutritious. The internal organs should not be wasted. Fish bladders and fish roe are rare good things. Fry them together and it will be delicious. This fish is about 4 pounds, which barely fills my stomach. WAP/1/916/28896.html. After breakfast, I continued to chop trees. The matter of asking wolves to watch the house can be put on hold for the time being. After all, there are not many prey now, so it is more important to build a warehouse. While cutting down trees, take some of the squirrels' stored food to feed the chickens. It is said that squirrels in some places will hang themselves if they find that their stored food has been stolen. Shumo doesn't know whether the squirrels here want to be happy, but he really hasn't eaten roasted squirrels for a long time, and he still misses it. Cutting down trees is a very boring thing. With his deliberate procrastination, it took him 2 days to gather the required wood. Early in the morning of the 3rd day, Shumo officially started to build a warehouse. With the experience of building a wooden house, the construction of the warehouse will be much smoother. Digging pits, burying piles, framing wood, chiseling grooves and protrusions, splicing, everything is carried out in an orderly manner. The warehouse is not a replica of the shelter. It is not only smaller but also simplified where it should be simplified. In short, it only needs to meet the 3 requirements of being sturdy, rainproof, and moisture-proof. 2 days later, the warehouse frame was basically formed. In fact, it is not much different from the frame of the wooden house, except that he put several more beams on the roof, which are specially used to hang bacon. Once the roof is built, it can be put into use. The roof combination is still the big leaves as the bottom and the moss as the pressure, which is the easiest and most convenient thing in the construction process. Shumo had completed the construction of the warehouse before the sun set. It was just time to collect the bacon, and they should move into their new home. When he took the dried bacon and sausages back to the warehouse, it was getting dark. After being busy for several days, Shumo decided to reward himself. During this period, he ate wolf bacon, which was really disgusting. Now there are 5 lame grouse and 2 lame rabbits in the fence, and the extra ones are all the traps harvested in the past few days. There are just 2 snakes left, and 2 more grouse are slaughtered. Let's have a simple pot of dragon and phoenix soup. Skin the snake, wash and cut it into sections, blanch it with the cleaned grouse, then moisten the pan with deer oil and fry the snake meat dry. After frying, add water, and when the water boils, add a steamed grouse and stew. When serving, season with a little salt and pepper. Generally, the longer the soup is cooked, the more fragrant it is. Dragon and phoenix soup must be cooked for at least 3 hours to bring out the deliciousness of the ingredients. Shumo waited for the soup to be ready and returned to the cabin to study the next plan. Without the densely packed bacon, the cabin suddenly became much emptier and seemed a little deserted. Yes, the 10 square meter space is not big or small, and a straw bed alone seems a little shabby. It seems that it is time to build some furniture. But before that, there is something more important. Shumo walked around the room a few times and chose the corner of the inner room. This location is the farthest from the bed and is very suitable for building a fireplace. He measured the size and went out to drink soup. A pot of delicious dragon and phoenix soup not only replenished his physical strength, but also swept away his fatigue. Although he is not sleepy now, there is really no entertainment in the wilderness for him to entertain himself. As soon as it gets dark, he either goes out to do something stupid or goes back to his room to sleep. Shumo has been very busy these 2 days and has no time to go out to do something stupid, so he went back to sleep early. The next day, the sky was gloomy and it seemed to be raining. Today is not suitable for drying, but for letting it rot. Shumo woke up early and lay on the bed to let it rot. But after not long, he supported the bed and sat up. There is no way, he has to be diligent. He went out for a while as a routine. When he came back, he brought a rabbit and a slaughtered fish. He threw the rabbit into the fence and made soup with the fish. After eating and drinking, he went to the lakeshore to look for clay. It is best to have this thing to make a fireplace, but if you don't have this thing, you can use mud. Anyway, it just serves as a reinforcement. His luck has always been good. After searching for a while, he found gray-white mud that looked like clay in the muddy ground by the lake. Shumo pinched it with his hands and started digging with satisfaction. The dug clay was piled at the door of the shelter, and then he turned around and went to the lakeside to carry stones. The requirements for the stone materials used to build a fireplace are relatively high. Flat stones are the best, followed by square stones. Both types are available on the lake beach, but it takes time to find and arrange them. By the time the required materials are gathered, half of the day has passed. To put it simply, building a fireplace is to build a better stove in the corner of the wall. There is no technical requirement. The only difficulty is the smoke exhaust problem. After all, the house is so small, and if it is full of smoke, it will be uninhabitable. For this reason, he specially chiseled a large hole in the inner wall to block the smoke. Shumo first moved the stones and clay into the house and began to build the stove. Smear clay on both ends of a stone, and then press it with another stone so that it is stacked to 1/2 meter high. The size of the stove is based on the box pot, and not many stones are needed. In less than an hour, a square stove was built. The bottom of the stove leads to the outside through the reserved wall hole, which is both the smoke exhaust channel and the ash exhaust channel. The passage must be built with flat stones, and it must be tight and dense, otherwise the flames will easily ignite the wooden shelter. Shumo didn't want to burn while roasting a fire in winter, so he was particularly careful in this step. Flat stones were placed on the ground of the wall hole, square stones were placed on both sides, and flat stones were placed on top, and the connection was fixed with clay. In this way, the sturdy and durable stone chimney was formed little by little in his hands. When it was completely built, it was just noon. Shumo decided to try the newly built fireplace for lunch. After setting up the pot, he collected dead branches and stuffed them into the stove hole below. The fire was lit and the flames jumped up. Amid the crackling sound of burning dead branches, wisps of cooking smoke drifted along the passage to the outside of the house. Shumo deliberately checked the hole in the wall and found no flames, so he put his heart back in his stomach. Lunch is simple. Salt-boiled wolf-smoked meat. The purpose is not to eat, but to try. As it was cooked, the temperature in the wooden house began to rise. Stone absorbs heat and dissipates heat, and this is where the heat comes from. This is a very good heating measure in winter, so forget it now. Shumo walked out of the house, stretched his arms, and stretched himself. Now that the fireplace is built, there is only one thing left. Build a tent, store dry firewood, and prepare for the bitter winter in the extremely cold land. After dinner, he started to build the tent. The tent needs to meet the two conditions of moisture-proof and rain-proof. In order to save trouble, he directly planned the huge rock in the camp as a place to store firewood. As long as a few wooden stakes were erected around the rock and a roof was built on it to prevent rain, it would be done. This can also be regarded as making full use of existing resources to achieve twice the result with half the effort. In one afternoon, the huge rock became a simple tent. When all the plans were realized, Shumo's mood was completely relieved and relaxed. Whether it was a violent storm or a flying snow and cold wind, for him, it was just a different scenery. Shumo, who had no worries, suddenly wanted to give up. 111916288148897 HTML. Calculating the time, it has been almost a month since I started participating in the competition. During this period of time, I have either been tossing and turning, or I have been improving the shelter. It is time to take a good rest. Perhaps this is not called playing badly, but it is more appropriate to call it self-cultivation. Shumo found a high-sounding reason for himself and lay down completely. In the following days, the daily work remained the same, but the 3 meals a day were changed. In my spare time, I picked up firewood and arranged some furniture. This kind of idle life lasted for nearly a month. In nearly a month, a small wooden table was added to the room, with several wooden plates and a wooden teacup on the table. There was half a cup of coniferous tea in the teacup, which was steaming. In the corner of the table, there was also an oil lamp mixed with pine resin and wolf oil, but it was daytime and it was not lit. The straw bed looked even softer after he added some hay to it. In addition to the deerskin sheets, there was also a thin quilt made of wolf skin and wolf fur. On the wall inside the house, there were some dried furs of small animals hanging. He planned to make small items such as gloves and scarves with them in his spare time. The fireplace in the corner was burning red, and the square pot on the stove was bubbling with hot steam, stewing large pieces of venison and bones. The house was not only very warm, but also very cozy, and looked more like a home. The fence outside the house was expanded. More than 20 grouse were digging for food, and from time to time they raised their heads and made a clicking sound. There were also 7 or 8 fat rabbits, who kept moving their mouths around a pile of green grass. The warehouse next to it was full of meat, and some dried wild vegetables were also piled in the corner of the warehouse. The rocks in the camp were also piled with dead branches, both thick and thin, more than a person high, enough for him to survive the entire winter. Shumo, wearing a wolfskin, was sitting at the door of the wooden house with a sad look on his face, like a large husky. The most he did these days was to sit at the door and stare at the clouds. It seemed very high class, but in fact, he was bored to death. The carefree days were indeed plain and boring. Today was an ordinary day for him, but it was definitely a special day for the audience in the live broadcast room. Because the wilderness solitude had just reached the 50th day, the final vote was closed after 12 o'clock in the evening. At 1800 in the evening, the live broadcast room announced the daily progress of the contestants on the 50th day as usual. Contestant number 1, Wally Hardinge. Health status poor. Shelter completed. Captured prey none. Support votes 300-222. Number 2. Health status good. Shelter completed. Captured prey none. Support votes 865. Contestant Mriambuki. Shelter completed. Captured prey none of 44 VOD. Contestant number 6, Zidane Phelps. Health status poor. Shelter completed. Support votes 241. Contestant number 7, Salvador Klein. Health status good. Shelter completed. Captured prey none. Support votes. Contestant number 8. Health status poor. Shelter completed. Captured prey none. Support votes. Contestant number 9. Abular Zambrano, health status poor. Shelter completed, captured prey none, votes of support, 185 worthy. Contestant number 10, Shumo, health status excellent, shelter completed. Captured prey 1 fish, 1 hare, 1 grouse. Votes of support, 388 wadu. It must be said that the contestants this season are all strong. Only 2 contestants were eliminated in 50 days. If it were in the past, the competition would be a white-hot competition here, and all contestants would show their skills to survive the cold winter in the Arctic Circle. But unfortunately, Shu Mo, an unreasonable contestant, met, resulting in almost no suspense about the ownership of the championship this season. Behind the 38.88 million votes of support is a perfect shelter, sufficient food reserves, and a healthy state of growing fatter, which is something other contestants can't imagine at all. Now all the live broadcast rooms are circulating a saying that others live alone in the wilderness in hell mode, while number 10 is on vacation in the leisurely wilderness. This sentence can fully reflect the huge gap between them, so this season can be regarded as a unique performance of number 10. Number 10 Shumo not only crushes all the players in terms of data, but also has a very popular exclusive live broadcast room, which completely exceeds the total popularity of the other live broadcast rooms. As the largest live broadcast platform in China, the exclusive live broadcast room of number 10 in its column, Living Alone in the Wilderness, has always dominated the top of the homepage, and its popularity has lasted for a long time. 20 hours of rolling barrages have been continuously discussing Shumo's every move. Winlangzi, awesome. Master Mo has made China proud this time. 38.88 million votes, more than all other players combined. Meow Meow Jungler has not returned yet. Master Mo is awesome. Master Mo is mighty and domineering. Speaking of which, Master Mo has been too stable during this period. I haven't seen him go out to die for a long time. Unspeakable. Isn't stability good? As long as he maintains this state, the championship is a must. Old records. Master Mo's quality of life is better than mine. He eats meat and drinks tea every day, and he doesn't have to go to work. I envy him. Every sound is a farewell, feeding chickens, raising fish, and enjoying the scenery every day. How many people yearn for a pastoral life? Grace. Don't be fooled by Mr. Mo. I just checked on other anchors. They are either freezing or starving. It's so damn realistic. Day 51, early morning. Shumo climbed out of the warm bed and put on a wolfskin. The weather was getting colder and colder, and he was almost in the habit of staying in bed. When he opened the door, the biting cold wind with flying snowflakes blew in his face, making him shiver. Outside the door, heavy snow was falling, and it was all white. The arrival of this snow meant that all the players officially entered hell mode. Shumo tightened the wolfskin on his body and strode into the wind and snow. Although the weather was cold, the daily business could not be interrupted. He went out to check for traps, and as expected, the car was empty. Most of the traps were buried by the snow, and the few exposed traps were destroyed by the wind and snow and became useless. Shumo did not plan to rearrange them because he did not know how long the snow would last. Even if the snow stopped, the success rate of the traps would drop to freezing point. He went to the lake beach without lingering. The lake water was still blue and not affected by the heavy snow. The fishing traps on the lake beach kept splashing water. It was his hard work for nearly a month. Shumo picked up a big fat fish and turned back to the camp. Before cooking, he would feed the captive grouse first. When he came to the fence with the squirrel food, his pupils shrank slightly. It seemed that a grouse was missing. Whoop, lash 1 and 10, 11096, 288-14898.html. There were a total of 22 grouse and rabbits in the fence. This was an important seasoning for him to survive the winter, so he remembered it very clearly. Now one was missing, which was enough to end his good mood for the day. Things are different now. After the snow closed the mountain, it is difficult to catch prey. One less prey means one less prey to eat. The fence is intact. It is impossible for a large wild animal to visit. Otherwise, it would not be as simple as losing a chicken. It is not like the grouse escaped on their own. These grouse are all disabled chickens, and most of their wing feathers have been cut off. It is difficult for them to cross the 1.5-meter fence. Shumo bent down and carefully checked along the fence, and soon made a discovery. There was a hole dug in the branches at the bottom of the fence, which was large enough for rabbits and grouse to enter and exit. In addition to a few grouse feathers at the entrance of the hole, there was also a tuft of conspicuous yellow hair. He picked up the yellow hair and looked at it for a few times, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. This seems to be the hair of a weasel. If this thing is targeted, it won't take long for the chickens and rabbits he raises to be eaten up. The first snow attracted such a thing. After that, it is estimated that large wild animals that have been silent for a long time will also come to visit. It seems that bringing a wolf back to guard the house is an urgent matter. Shumo put down everything on hand and went to the warehouse to take out the long-sealed poison rifle. There was a full bottle of poison in the rifle, which he had prepared a long time ago. After the precipitation of time, the poisonous grass fiber has sunk to the bottom, and the color of the poison is also light on the top and dark on the bottom. After being stored for so long, I don't know if the toxicity has weakened. He shook the bottle and put the bottle cap under his nose to smell it. Oh, the smell is still refreshing and intoxicating. Poison bombs are not easy to store, and there is a lack of plastic bags, so they are not made. Moreover, this time the poison rifle was used only to realize the long brewing plan, and brute force is not required, so it doesn't matter whether there is a poison bomb or not. Little did he know that the moment he took out the poison rifle, the barrage in the live broadcast room instantly ignited. How beautiful and evil. Brothers, something big has happened. Master Mo took out the artifact. Is he going to make trouble? Tears of the clown. After being silent for so long, Master Mo finally couldn't hold back his restless heart. The little prince of love? I have a strong feeling that the man who is so coquettish is coming back. Come and watch. When the beautiful scenery overlaps, I knew that Master Mo would not be able to win the championship, and it was not in vain to wait for so many days. Master Mo's die-hard fan Zhang Pao. I bet that Master Mo is going to find trouble with the wolf pack this time. Sunset and sunset glow. If you don't take revenge, you are not a gentleman. Master Mo is not a person who will swallow his anger. I bet $1. Shumo hung the poison rifle on his wolfskin coat, took the dagger, and set off. The search site is mainly near the pool behind the mountainside. The place with fresh water is the most ideal habitat for wild animals, and that place is rarely set foot in. It is one of the few unknown areas in Area 10. The snow is getting heavier and heavier, and the mountain road is getting more and more difficult to walk. Fortunately, the snow didn't fall for a long time, and the snow only covered the feet. Apart from being a little slippery, there is no big problem. Shumo walked alone in the snow and wind, and it took him nearly twice as long as last time to reach the water pond. He stepped on the snow and wandered around the bank of the pond aimlessly, and unknowingly came to the cave of an adult grizzly bear. I don't know how it is doing since we last met, and I wonder if it still remembers the handsome guy running with it in the sun that day. The snow at the entrance of the cave is intact, and the deep cave also exudes a desolate atmosphere. Brother Bear, are you home? Brother Bear? Shumo lay at the entrance of the cave and called out affectionately. To be honest, he missed it. After all, his pot lid is still in its hand, and the weather is getting colder and colder, and the bear fur coat he longed for is still on it. His affectionate call did not receive any response, but it made the audience in the live broadcast room scalp tighten. I am your wild father. It has a taste, and it is starting to get coquettish. Want to eat sorry? My scalp is numb, and I feel that Master Mo is not calling the bear but calling the soul. Gluttonous girl, bear, please don't stay home, or you won't be able to hibernate for the whole winter. I'll wait for you on the rooftop. No matter how I hear it, I feel that Master Mo has bad intentions, like a big bad wolf knocking on the little white rabbit's door. Fried icicles. You know what? Master Mo is really wearing a wolf skin. Shumo called for a long time but still got no response. He walked in on tiptoe, but didn't see any trace of the grizzly bear until he got to the end. It seemed that it really moved and took the pot lid away. Is it that serious? Shumo was stunned for a long time and began to search for the grizzly bear's legacy. In fact, there was nothing to search for. The cave was empty, and there was nothing. However, based on the principle of plucking feathers from passing geese, he still searched out a handful of bear hair. Bear hair is a good thing. It has a bear smell on it. It can be thrown into the fence to scare the weasel. Whether it is useful or not, just put it in your pocket. You can't make a wasted trip. After leaving the cave, he continued to search for traces of the wolves. He divided the area into 4 areas in 4 directions with the pond as the center. He searched one direction a day and finished the search in 4 days at the latest. Unless the wolves moved away, he would definitely find some clues. Shumo trudged through the snowy mountains with difficulty and searched until dusk without finding anything. It was getting dark at this time, so he could only return to the camp and fight again tomorrow. For some reason, he suddenly felt that area number 10 was much quieter, and this feeling was particularly obvious when passing through the jungle. It was too quiet. There were few signs of animal activities even on the snow. After arriving at the camp, he shook off the snow on his body and returned to the warm room. There were still embers in the fireplace, and it would continue to burn with a little firewood. The large pieces of braised meat in the box pot had already been stewed soft and could be eaten hot. This was the stew that he spent a lot of seasonings to make. It was moderately salty and light. In the future, he could just add whatever he needed. It was delicious and convenient. Shumo waited for the soup to heat up and started to eat it directly. After eating and drinking, add some water to the pot, put some large pieces of venison and bones in, and let it stew slowly. You can continue to eat it the next morning. A pot of brine without seasoning is fine for 3 days. After 3 days, you can change the taste. Fish soup, chicken soup, rabbit soup, you can change it up. He is quite particular about eating, otherwise he would not give up tools and bring seasonings. Facts have proved that his choice is too correct. Otherwise, his quality of life would not be so comfortable. Shumo washed his hands with snow and lay on the bed contentedly. The flames in the fireplace flickered weakly, dispelling the cold for him and providing a comfortable sleeping environment. Outside the house, the cold wind was howling and the snow was falling heavily, and it snowed all night. Daybreak. Shumo just got up and was shocked to hear the bad news. Another grouse was lost. WAP/1/1 letter no 916 28814899. He blocked the hole dug by the weasel yesterday, but there was another similar hole on the other side, which was obviously made by this guy. It seems that bear fur is useless. It was windy and snowy at night, and he couldn't keep guarding the fence. It seems that it is more reliable to ask a wolf to come back to watch the house. After breakfast, Shumo took his equipment and 3 pounds of dried meat and continued to set off. Yesterday he searched the east side of the pond, and today he focused on searching the south. The snow on the mountain was much deeper, making it more difficult to walk. Some potholes were buried in the snow, and it was easy to step on empty space. Shumo found a wooden stick to explore the way, so he walked slower. He only searched a small area in the whole morning, but still found nothing. He had lunch with the 3 pounds of dried meat he brought with snow water, and continued searching after eating. The heavy snow was still pouring down, and I didn't know when it would stop. In addition to the reduced visibility, it also made his search more difficult. Even if there were traces of animal activity, they were quickly covered by the heavy snow. He really didn't want to lose the chicken again, so he had to bite the bullet and continue looking. In fact, it is not necessary to use wolves to guard the house. The underage grizzly bear is also a good choice. For this reason, he even went to its cave to take a look, but he didn't know where the thing had moved to. He didn't even see a single bear hair for such a long time. In desperation, he could only focus on the wolf pack. The sky gradually darkened, and when he was about to return empty-handed, a wolf howl suddenly came from a distance. Shumo was immediately excited, and his lips were trembling with excitement. This was simply the sound of nature for him. After searching for so long, he finally had some clues. He followed the source of the sound and walked into the sparse forest. The forest was snow-white, and there was no shadow of the gray wolf. But there was a dark hole next to a big tree not far away, which was very conspicuous in the snow. The snow at the entrance of the cave was very messy and covered with animal traces. Based on this alone, it can be concluded that there are animals living in this cave. As for whether it is a wolf's den, we have to test it out. Shumo lowered his footsteps and climbed up the big tree next to the cave entrance. In this forest, trees are always the best shelter. Next, it is to test whether this cave is a wolf's den. He collected snow from the branches, then made snowballs and threw them into the cave. 1, 2, awoo! When the fourth snowball was thrown in, a beautiful wolf howl came from the cave in response. The joy on Shumo's face became even greater, but he restrained it well. He calmed down and continued to roll snowballs and throw them into the cave. After all, a wolf pack is a wolf pack, not something he can fight alone now. He still has this self-knowledge. The only question now is whether this group of wolves is the same group that surrounded and beat him last time. If so, then implement Plan A. The wolf king of this pack of wolves has tasted the poison juice before, and he must still have an impression of it. As long as the wolf king does not have a strong taste, he will definitely hate this smell. Therefore, it is not impossible to lure a gray wolf and spray a little poison juice on it to make it disgust the wolf king, so it is not impossible to be driven away from the wolf pack. If not, then implement Plan B. It is similar to Plan A, except that the poison juice is replaced with fresh meat. Wolves are greedy and suspicious by nature. Lure a gray wolf out and feed it some food. As long as it eats, the taste of the food remaining in its mouth will also arouse the suspicion of the wolf king. If it doesn't work once, feed it a few more times, and the wolf king will always be unable to bear it and drive out this wolf that eats alone. These two are his long-planned alienation plans. Now let's see who this group of wolves is. When Shumo was about to pull out the snow on the tree, there was a movement at the entrance of the cave. A big gray wolf with smooth fur showed its head lazily. It stood at the entrance of the cave and sniffed the snow on the ground, then looked around. After finding nothing unusual, it turned around and returned to the cave lazily. At the moment it turned around, Shumo, who had already set up his gun, squeezed the bottle hard, and a stream of dark green juice came out. The juice drew an arc in the air and splashed on the wolf's buttocks. The big gray wolf shuddered, looked back suddenly, sniffed again, and finally went deep into the cave with its mouth tilted. Shumo waited patiently, and now he had to see if there was any movement in the cave. If there was no movement, then it might not be the wolf pack that surrounded and beat him last time, or it might be that his Plan A failed. If there was movement, but it didn't meet his expectations, then Plan B could be implemented as well. Even if both plans failed, it didn't matter. As long as they didn't move, there were plenty of ways to get a wolf back. Not to mention, Shumo was really worried about them moving. These animals have no moral integrity at all. When they encounter difficulties, they just want to escape and never come back. Shumo despises them. He hopes that this group of wolves will have some backbone. The wait is always long. After a long wait, there was a movement from the depths of the cave. Ah, 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 ah! Shumo seemed to understand. They seemed to be quarreling. Such a big reaction was enough to prove that this group of wolves was the same group that beat him up last time. There were wolves howling in the cave, and the quarrel was very intense. After a while, the cave suddenly became quiet. Not long after, the big gray wolf that was soaked with poison came out again. Its originally smooth fur was a little frizzy, and it seemed that it was scratched. It ran to the snow dejectedly and kept rolling around, trying to wash off the odor on its body. How could Shumo let it do what it wanted? When it returned to the cave after washing, it was shot again. This time it didn't notice and went back into the cave with the snowflakes stained green by the poison. Not long after, the cave started to quarrel again, and this time it was more intense. Shumo's ears were filled with wolf howls, and he knew in his heart that his plan had worked. The cave quarreled for a long time, and suddenly it became quiet. Not long after, the unlucky big bad wolf came out again. It had a wolf face, its tail tucked between its legs, and its hair seemed to explode even more. It was obvious that it was very sad. This time it stepped on the snow and didn't look back. It walked farther and farther in the cold wind and snow, and became more and more lonely. Shumo was very happy. It had become a lone wolf. How far was it from being a watchdog wolf? He quickly slid down from the tree and followed it. He didn't dare to use force against a group of wolves, but he still had hope of controlling one wolf. If it doesn't know what's good for it, it can just try 6 points of strength attribute and have a chance to trigger the battle judgment. In the end, it still has to guard the house for him. The big bad wolf seemed to have noticed it. It suddenly stopped while walking. It turned its head and saw another wolf walking upright. WAP. Wat 6 hex 2881 HTML. Seeing that it was discovered by it, Shumo couldn't help but slow down his pace. The big bad wolf moved and actually took the initiative to walk towards him, and it stuck out its scarlet tongue and drooled. Shumo didn't understand what it meant, but he always felt that it was very wretched. Yes, very wretched, even more wretched than himself. He lowered his head and glanced at his wolfskin coat and suddenly came to his senses. Could this guy have mistaken him for the same kind? No way. He was walking upright, obviously not sociable. And what does it mean by drooling? Could it be that he thought he was a female wolf? It's just the beginning of winter, and it's not spring yet. Shumo shuddered. He wanted to confront him head on, but how could he be seduced for no reason? In order to prove his guess, he turned around and twisted his butt in a coquettish manner. "Oh!" The big bad wolf howled to the sky and ran over excitedly. Damn! Shumo's face froze. Unfortunately, he guessed it right. The big bad wolf ran behind him, stood up trembling on its hind legs, waved its front paws and dug in the air for a while, trying to put its hands on his shoulders. At this moment, Shumo turned around with a charming smile. The two eyes penetrated the flying snow and intertwined affectionately in the cold wind, revealing endless ripples. At this moment, it seemed as if everything was still and time was frozen. Such a rare shot is enough for the audience in the live broadcast room to remember forever. Get out of my world, Lavender Grace. I don't understand. I really don't understand. Lanch and old people return. Wolf? Wolf friend? Let's grow old together with deep affection. I shouldn't be surprised by Master Mo's actions, but I always feel something is wrong. 1 in 10,000 sweet. Evil. Really evil. Master Mo is evil, the wolf is evil, and the atmosphere is even more evil. After the two wolf friends looked at each other affectionately for a long time, the big bad wolf suddenly shuddered, and the tongue that was hanging out retracted little by little. The wretched expression on the wolf's face gradually disappeared, becoming more and more ferocious. When it showed its fangs, Shumo raised his palm without hesitation and slapped it firmly in the face. Pah! This slap contained 6 points of strength attribute power, which directly slapped the entire wolf's mouth into a big tilt, and 2 wolf teeth burst out of the crooked mouth and disappeared. The big bad wolf, who was already standing unsteadily, turned a circle under the strong inertia and finally fell into the snow without a sound and stopped moving. Scum wolf, you turned your face and didn't recognize me after you were flirting. Shumo complained in his heart, dragging the ignorant wolf by the tail and dragging it to the camp. The heavy snow was very chaotic, and the audience in the live broadcast room was very messy. Be good and I will hug you. Familiar style, familiar operation, familiar big cunt, still so suffocating. Super fierce duck. If you don't love, please don't hurt. How embarrassed is the wolf with this slap? Story and wine. What the hell? The wolf was knocked unconscious with a slap? Is this still a human? My husband is not at home tonight. Don't think about how long Mr. Mo has been holding back, and the wolf can't stand it when he erupts. Are you playing the king game? My husband is not at home tonight. You should talk nicely. Don't turn on the highway. Along the way, the big bad wolf was as quiet as a child. Shumo pulled its tail and hurried on his way silently. Fortunately, there was snow, so it didn't feel much effort to drag such a big wolf. After returning to the camp, Shumo threw it near the fence and then went to the woods to collect vines. This big bad wolf is sleeping soundly and will not wake up in the short term. It will not take long to collect vines, so it cannot run away. The snow in the forest was getting deeper and deeper. Fortunately, vines were everywhere. With his familiarity with the terrain, he quickly pulled a lot of them. Shumo dragged the vines back to the camp and sat at the door to weave a strong necklace for the big bad wolf. He tied several thick vines together to make a thick and large collar, and then used several vines to tie a rope as a leash. After it was done, he put the collar on the neck of the wolf, who was still sleeping. Well, it's a bit big and easy to run away. Shumo sat on the wolf and was very dissatisfied. He had invited this wolf with great effort and at the cost of his appearance, and he must not let it run away. It has to be redone. Fortunately, he left a slip knot in the collar, so it was easy to tighten it. Shumo pulled the vines and tightened the collar with force. At this time, the big bad wolf woke up slowly. Before he had time to breathe 2 breaths of fresh air, his eyes bulged and his tongue stuck out again. Well, it's not easy to escape this time, but is it too tight? Shumo looked at the collar that had caught the wolf's fur and fell into deep thought. His attention was all on his masterpiece, and he didn't notice the wolf's face that was already engorged with blood. Let's just loosen it. Shumo thought for a long time and decided to treat the guard well. There was no other way. He had always been so kind, and he was afraid that the guard would feel uncomfortable or wronged. When the collar loosened a little, the big bad wolf took a deep breath, rolled his eyes, and fainted again. After the masterpiece was completed, Shumo's attention finally turned to the wolf's face, and he was immediately shocked. "Good man, is it so hot in this snowy day? The tongue is so hot that it sticks out. It seems that this wolf's physical fitness is very good, and it is definitely capable of guarding the house." Shumo's love for talent was aroused, and he immediately decided to build a wolf den for it to protect it from rain and snow. He did what he said. There were still a lot of scraps left from the last warehouse construction. In addition to those that were burned as firewood, many were piled on the rocks. He picked and chose, and found a dozen thicker wood and piled them next to the gray wolf. Then he found a wooden poke and dug a hole next to a tree next to the fence in the wind and snow. A dozen pieces of wood were inserted into a circle, which became the prototype of the wolf's den. Cover it with something to keep out rain and snow, and it would be complete. For this reason, he did not hesitate to use the complete wolverine skin to cover the wooden stake. This move was enough to prove his importance to the new member. He hoped that the big bad wolf could understand his good intentions and not be unreasonable. In fact, it was not easy to find big leaves and moss on this snowy day, and he felt very sorry for using the wolverine skin. But he would not say these words. After making the wolf den, he tied the leash to the tree. In order to make it sleep more comfortably, Shumo personally stuffed it into the new home. After that, he returned to his wooden house to make a fire and cook. Dinner was still braised meat, nothing new. After filling his stomach, he came to the wolf den with hot soup. The big bad wolf was still sleeping soundly, which made Shumo a little worried. He didn't know how much 6 points of strength attribute was. Anyway, he didn't leave much strength in that slap. He was not worried that the big bad wolf was slapped to death. After all, its belly was still heaving. He was worried that it would be left with sequelae such as concussion, dementia, etc. Alas, it was all my fault for not being gentle. Shumo blamed himself and looked at its crooked face, sleeping soundly. His eyes became softer. He had to take responsibility for his mistakes. From now on, he would take good care of it and try to make up for the damage he had done to it. WAP/01111962881. He gently stroked the wolf's mouth, which was very crooked, and called softly, "Big wolf, get up and eat." The big bad wolf stuck out its tongue, but still didn't respond at all. Shumo could only pry open the wolf's mouth and pour the whole bowl of soup into it. The wolf is made of iron and the rice is made of steel. If you follow him, you don't have to worry about a meal. Hung-chi, ow! After swallowing a bowl of thick soup, the big bad wolf was choked and his eyes rolled back. He woke up faintly. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a very kind, smiling face. The big bad wolf shuddered and immediately bared his leaky fangs and let out a threatening growl. "Pah!" Shumo slapped the other side of its face with a backhand, straightening its crooked mouth a little. The big bad wolf's growl was forcibly pulled back, and it stared at him dully with its 2 dark green wolf eyes. Shumo touched its head, got up and went back to the room to take out a large bone full of meat from the pot. After all, a wolf is a wolf, and its wild nature is difficult to tame. If you want it to be obedient, You have to train it well. The big bad wolf was lying in the wolf den in a daze and did not react at all when he saw him return. Come, eat it while it's hot. Shumo showed a kind smile and handed the big bone to its mouth. The big bad wolf was indifferent, and his staring eyes revealed deep resentment and humiliation. Pah! Without thinking, Shumo slapped it in the face again. A slap in the face and a date. He didn't have dates, but he had slaps. The big bad wolf was stunned, and tears could not help but roll in his eyes. Its appearance of a wronged young wife made the audience in the live broadcast room sympathize with it. Thinking logic. Master Mo, let it go, it's a wolf after all, and you have bullied it. I thought he wanted to eat fresh wolf meat. What the hell is he trying to do? Let's grow old together with deep affection. It is obvious that this is revenge for the last time. This wolf is also a sin. It was caught alive by Master Mo. It might as well die. Like an old friend, why do I feel that Master Mo wants to tame it? Zelia, are you kidding? Wolves are so wild, how can they be tamed? Hometown feelings. Fearful. That depends on who tames it. With a big bag in one hand, who can resist it? Shumo felt sorry for it too. He passed the big bone to its mouth again and gently advised, "Be good. How can you have the strength to work if you don't eat enough?" The big bad wolf didn't understand, but he could understand what he meant. If he didn't eat, he would definitely be slapped again. It opened its mouth in humiliation and took the big bone that was cooked in its mouth. Shumo was very satisfied and watched it eat its first working meal with a smile. The big bad wolf suddenly became very quiet and gnawed the big bone in its mouth silently. Shumo watched it finish eating, and then he returned to the wooden house with peace of mind. The sky was getting darker and darker, but the snow was getting heavier. He lay on the warm and soft bed, tossing and turning and unable to fall asleep. It was too quiet outside. This was not normal. Logically, with the wildness of wolves, it was impossible for them to be tamed by a few slaps. Normally, they should howl from time to time to express their protest, but for so long there was no movement outside. This was not normal. It was so quiet outside, there must be something going on. Shumo couldn't lie still anymore, so he decided to go out and take a look. He got up, put on his wolf coat, lit the oil lamp, and opened the door. The cold wind outside was howling violently, almost blowing out the oil lamp. Shumo protected the oil fire and came to the wolf's den. Before he got close, he heard a slight rustling sound. With the help of the weak firelight, he saw the big bad wolf with its back to him, secretly gnawing on something with its head down, shaking its butt from time to time, gnawing more vigorously. "What are you doing?" Shumo curiously moved over and moved the oil lamp near the wolf's head. The big bad wolf was startled and almost jumped up. Shumo also saw clearly what it was doing at this time, and his face suddenly darkened. This thing was actually chewing on the vines. It was trying to run away. If the vines were not thick enough, it had lost 2 teeth and he arrived in time, otherwise it would have succeeded. Shumo was scared. It was not easy to invite this wolf back. If it ran away, he would be the one who couldn't sleep. Damn, ungrateful wolf! Seeing that he was discovered, the big bad wolf knew that it couldn't be settled peacefully, and immediately showed its fierce appearance, opened its fangs and pounced on him. Shumo was furious and kicked the wolf in the mouth. Crack! The wolf's mouth quickly deformed under the sole of the size 42 shoe, and 2 broken teeth popped out. The big bad wolf was kicked and rolled on the ground and hit the wooden stakes of the wolf's den. But it not only did not retreat, but immediately jumped up and pounced on him again viciously. Shumo knew that it would be impossible to tame it without beating it, so he did not hold back and slapped it in the face with all his strength. Pah! The crisp sound of slapping rang out in the dark night, and the crooked mouth of the big bad wolf was forcibly straightened, but the price was that several wolf teeth were spit out again. The big bad wolf cried out in grief and pounced again fearlessly with its claws, but it was greeted by the sound of slaps that were more violent than the cold wind. Pa pa pa! The crisp slaps continued to ring in the dark night, and each slap was filled with Shumo's deep love. It was easy to kill it, but it was difficult to teach it a lesson without getting hurt. He kept the wolf's legs, but other parts of the wolf were prone to internal injuries, so he was a little restrained when beating it, so he could only hit its face. On the one hand, it could correct its appearance, and on the other hand, if its teeth were knocked out, it would not be able to bite the vines. After a long time, the slapping sound disappeared, and the wolf's howl turned into a soft sob. The night was quiet again. Shumo rubbed his numb hands and relit the oil lamp. The flames rose slowly, bringing him a faint light. The wolf was crawling at his feet, whimpering softly. Near its swollen mouth, there were scattered wolf tooth equipment on the ground. Shumo estimated that it should be obedient this time, so he tightened the collar around its neck and stuffed it back into the wolf den. He shook off the snow on his body and returned to his warm hut. Lying on the soft bed, he still didn't feel sleepy. The main thing was that he was worried that the wolf would do something wrong again. After all, this wolf was very wild, and it would be difficult to tame it with a beating. He leaned against the wall and listened attentively to the movement outside. There was no other sound except the whistling cold wind and the occasional call of grouse. Ah! After a long time, a wolf howl suddenly came from outside.
Ah! Ah!
The wolf howls became more and more frequent and more intense, containing a strong sense of resentment. Shumo seemed to understand again. This guy seemed to be scolding him. This time he felt at ease and could have a good sleep. Wapladenseln 10096/288492.html. Amid the shrill wolf howls, he fell into a sweet dream with great peace of mind. When he woke up, it was already dawn. Shumo sat up from the warm quilt and stretched lazily. After he was more awake, he put on his wolfskin coat and opened the door. The biting cold wind mixed with snowflakes blew in his face, sweeping away the remaining sleepiness after waking up. The snow was still falling, but it was much lighter, but the snow was deeper, not even halfway up to his knees. Shumo tightened his wolfskin coat and walked on the snow to the fence. The wolf, who had been scolding all night, curled up in his den, sleeping soundly with his tongue hanging out. The rabbits and grouse in the fence kept digging in the snow, looking for food. He counted the number, 20 grouse and 10 rabbits, not one less. Needless to say, it must be the wolf's power that made the weasel dare not act rashly. Shumo was quite satisfied and decided to reward this hero. He braved the wind and snow to go to the lake beach, and while washing up, he also took 2 big fish from the fishing trap. The bait in the trap had been eaten up, but there were still more than a dozen fish trapped in it and unable to get out. He picked up 2 big fish weighing about 4 pounds and cleaned them on the spot. Except for the fish bladder, the remaining internal organs were thrown back into the trap. The fish internal organs have a strong fishy smell, which also has the effect of attracting fish, which is why there are always fish in the trap. After returning to the camp, he poured the residue in the box pot into the fence. Grouse are not picky eaters, and these sporadic meat scraps are also very delicious food for them. Rabbits are more particular and only eat vegetarian food. Fortunately, there is a lot of hay stored, which is enough for them to eat for a while. After feeding them, Shumo began to prepare his own breakfast. After removing the internal organs of the 2 fish, there are more than 6 pounds left. He eats 5 pounds himself, and the rest is breakfast for the wolf. He chose to make soup. First, it is simple, and second, the big bad wolf's mouth is swollen, and eating some light liquid food is conducive to recovery. After the box pot is heated, put some deer oil to lubricate the pot, sprinkle some salt when the oil is hot to prevent the fish skin from sticking to the pot, then put the whole fish in and fry until both sides are golden brown, and finally add water to cover the pot. After boiling over high heat, turn to low heat and simmer for 20 minutes. When it is almost out of the pot, add some wild vegetables, 1 or 2, and the fragrance will suddenly become stronger. Shumo took a mouthful of fish meat and a mouthful of fish soup, and he felt warm and comfortable all over. He finished more than half of the full pot of fish soup and used a wooden stick to pound the remaining fish meat and fish soup into fine pieces. After it became a paste, he poured it into a rough wooden bowl. Shumo held a bowl of steaming fish soup and came to the wolf house. The big bad wolf was really tired and slept very deeply, not noticing anything. "Big wolf, get up and drink the soup." Shumo looked at its swollen mouth like dough and felt a little sorry for it. His voice became much softer involuntarily. After his gentle call again and again, the big bad wolf finally lifted his heavy eyelids and opened his bloodshot eyes. The big bad wolf was very excited and kept cursing at him. Shumo pretended not to understand and raised his hand to touch its head to comfort it. Seeing the raised slap, the big bad wolf shut up very tactfully. "That's good. Come on, eat whatever you want. Don't be polite." Shumo put down his hand with a smile and pushed the soup to its mouth. The big bad wolf whimpered twice and humiliatedly stretched out his tongue to lick the soup. The thick fish soup from the night was quickly licked clean. "Also, I'll make it for you." Shumo was very happy. He took the empty bowl back to the room and poured another full bowl. Under his careful care, the big bad wolf drank 4 bowls of fish soup in a row, and then nestled in the wolf house to take a nap. Shumo gently stroked its neck to help it fall asleep. Slapping is just a means of establishing authority, and using love to influence is the key to taming. He is very gentle, and the scene is also very warm. I don't know if the big bad wolf has been influenced, but the audience in the live broadcast room is almost influenced. Promise you a lifetime of tenderness. He really is, I cry to death. No 21 Flower Shop. Mr. Mo is really gentle, but it's a pity that he is Mr. Mo. Sunset in the world. If I hadn't remembered what Master Mo had done so vividly, I would have been moved. There was no snow in the spring of that year. Wolf R, you moved? Wolf, I dare not move. Don't mention the past. Master Mo perfectly interprets what it means to be domineering and gentle. Even a man like me is attracted to him. I want to fight him with bayonets. Temperature. After the big bad wolf fell asleep, Shumo left the wolf house quietly. He returned to the cabin, took the dagger, and went to the forest to cut trees. The snow was getting deeper and deeper, and it was very inconvenient to walk on his legs, so he planned to make a sled. First, it could free his legs, and second, it could give the big bad wolf a chance to exercise, so as not to lose his strong physique. If the big tiger wolf could understand his good intentions, he would surely be moved. He is good at cutting trees, and he is even better at dawdling. After a difficult operation, a big tree collapsed with a loud bang, splashing a large amount of snow foam. The structure of the sled is simple. It can be seen as 2 sleds under a wooden bench. The sled body is flat, and the front part is curved. It is not difficult to copy one. Shumo gestured for a long time and began to chisel the required wood. The sled needs to be connected with mortise and tenon joints, which is not difficult. The difficult part is the arc of the sled. The arc of the sled must be completely cut out, and the difference between the 2 sleds cannot be too large, otherwise it will add a lot of unnecessary physical consumption to the big bad wolf. In the morning, he chiseled out the wood needed for the sled bench. Next, he just needs to chisel out the grooves and convex joints. It is lunchtime now. If there is no special situation, there will be no meal. Shumo thought about it and decided to kill a chicken and a rabbit for lunch to improve the food. These living creatures are his most precious food reserves. If he is not greedy, he will not easily eat them. But today is different. Today is the first day of the wolf's arrival. It must be treated with the highest standards to reflect his respect for it. Shumo is no stranger to killing chickens and rabbits. After a while of operation by the lake, he carried the processed chickens and rabbits back to the camp. Of course, precious ingredients cannot be skimped on seasoning. They must be braised. Chickens and rabbits are more fragrant when they are not blanched, but they must be soaked out of blood with clean water. After the blood is soaked out, wash them clean, then stir-fry the chicken and rabbit meat in the pot without oil, and then pick them up for use. Since there is no ginger and garlic, heat the oil directly. Stir-fry the chicken and rabbit meat until the meat changes color, and add soy sauce to color. After the meat is colored, add clean water to cover the ingredients. After the water boils, season. Half a spoonful of salt, 2 spoonfuls of chicken essence, 1 spoonful of white sugar, a little oil, a little chili powder, cover with large leaves, and simmer until the water is dry. Then you can collect the sauce and serve. The rich fragrance quickly spread and filled the whole room. Shumo followed the steps and made a pot of braised rabbit and chicken with good color, fragrance, and taste. After eating most of it, of course, the rest was fed to the big bad wolf. Waplash 111196/288814903ml. Considering that the big bad wolf's mouth would not be swollen for a while, and many of its teeth had retired early, Shumo was very considerate and mashed the remaining meat and bones into paste. He brought a full bowl of paste to the wolf house and found that the big bad wolf had woken up, but his eyes were full of bloodshot and he was dazed. "Big wolf, it's time to eat." Shumo smiled and put the paste next to the big bad wolf's mouth. The big bad wolf sniffed his nose and licked the bowl with his tongue. After feeding it, Shumo continued to busy himself. In one afternoon, he ruined 2 pairs of sleds. Either he didn't control the force well and broke the arc of the sled, or the difference in the proportions of the 2 sleds was too large. In the evening, the snow gradually stopped. A heavy snow fell for 2 days and 2 nights, taking away 2 contestants. The shelter of contestant number 1, Wally Hardinge, was a pit dug in the ground, with a triangular roof made of wood on top, and then covered with moss to prevent wind and rain. But wind and rain protection does not mean that it can prevent low-temperature penetration. The accumulated snow absorbs the temperature of the shelter. In addition, the main body of the shelter is underground, which is cold and damp. If there are no other warming measures, it is impossible to withstand the severe cold in the far north. The reason for Wally Hardinge's withdrawal is mostly due to this, and it is also inseparable from his long-term malnutrition. Not everyone can eat 3 meals a day like Shumo. Wally Hardinge has been in a state of 1 full meal and 3 hungry meals for a long time, which has caused his health to be on the verge of elimination. In this heavy snow, the heating fire in the shelter went out unexpectedly, causing him to lose temperature and fall into a coma. If it weren't for the timely rescue by the program team, it would be unknown whether he could leave the area alive. The reason why contestant number 6, Zidane Phelps, withdrew from the competition was also related to the temperature. His shelter was a stone house built on the ground with stones. It was solid, but the warmth retention was very poor. For this reason, he specially filled the cracks in the stone with moss and clay to achieve the purpose of warmth. But filling is the key to success and failure. Last night, he built a fire indoors to keep warm, but he never thought that the only air outlet was blocked by snow, causing moderate carbon monoxide. He slept very soundly this time, so sound that he almost didn't wake up in his life. If it weren't for the 24-hour monitoring data fluctuations by the program team, there would be another spiritual creature in this area. The successive withdrawals of the 2 contestants once again reminded the audience that living alone in the wilderness is a very cruel survival test. Don't be fooled by the old 6 of number 10. At 18 in the evening, the live broadcast room announced the daily progress of the contestants on the 53rd day as usual. Contestant number 2, Brandon Stark, health status good. Shelter construction completed. Captured prey none. Support votes 825. Contestant number 3, Maria Panbuki, health status good. Shelter construction completed. Captured prey none. Support votes 514. Contestant number 7, Salvador Klein, health status good. Shelter construction completed. Captured prey none. Support votes 653. Contestant, health status poor. Shelter construction completed. Captured prey none. Support votes 82. Contestant number 9, health status poor. Shelter construction completed. Captured prey none. Support votes 165. Contestant number 10, Shumo, health status excellent. Shelter construction completed. Captured prey 2 fish. Support votes 399.99. The program team has closed the voting function, and now the number of votes of support from the contestants is the final number of votes. It is not difficult to see from the panel data that almost all contestants are facing the dilemma of food shortage. Of course, with the exception of number 10, Lao Liu. Now this stage is to compete in food reserves and shelters to protect against the cold. 2 important survival points, of course, with the exception of number 10, Lao Liu. Nothing is absolute. The heavy snow does not mean that the possibility of hunting is completely cut off. As long as you are lucky enough and strong enough, you may still be able to capture prey, but it is inevitable that the difficulty will increase, of course, with the exception of number 10, Lao Liu. On the 54th day of living alone in the wilderness, early in the morning, Shumo climbed out of the warm bed and went out to check if the prey in the fence had decreased. Grouse and hares got up earlier than him and were running around the fence. He counted them and found that there were 17 grouse and 7 rabbits, not one missing. Shumo was very satisfied that this guard was not hired in vain. He went to the wolf house again and found that the big gray wolf was curled up in the den and was still sleeping soundly. He did not disturb it and went to the lake to get 2 fish to make soup. Drinking a bowl of steaming fish soup in the cold winter is a very enjoyable thing. After drinking the soup, he went to feed the wolf as usual. The big bad wolf seemed to have a much less irritable temper and drank up the porridge obediently. Shumo believed that wolves are kind-hearted, and it is only a matter of time before they are influenced. Besides, who can refuse a life where food comes to them? This is much more comfortable than foraging for food by themselves. And with his cooking skills, where can he find such delicious food? After feeding it, Shumo continued to make a sled. The sled board was not completed yesterday, and it must be solved today. After many attempts, a pair of seesaws that are almost the same finally took shape. The sled board is cut from a tree trunk as a whole, without any splicing parts. As long as it is not maliciously damaged, it should be fine to use it until the end of the game. The next step is assembly. The concave and convex parts are inevitably loose, but they can be filled with wood blocks. The principle is similar to that of a farm tool hoe. Knock the wood blocks into the loose parts to play a reinforcing role. After a series of fancy operations, a rough copycat sled appeared in the camp. The bored big bad wolf stood up and suddenly had a vague sense of foreboding, especially when he noticed Shumo's malicious eyes constantly looking back and forth between the sled and the big bad wolf. This uneasiness became even stronger. Shumo wanted to test whether the sled was useful right now, but considering that the big bad wolf's mouth injury had not healed, he still restrained himself. Or, let's do it tomorrow. It was already lunchtime. As the saying goes, if you want a horse to run, you have to feed it grass. Shumo would not be stingy with Big Bad Wolf's work meal. Basically, Big Bad Wolf would eat whatever he ate. He originally planned to cook some smoked wolf meat for lunch, but considering that wolf meat and Big Bad Wolf were the same species, he gave up. But there was too much wolf meat and it had to be consumed, so he made 2 pots for lunch. He ate wolf meat and Big Bad Wolf ate venison. It can be said that Shumo really did his best. After he finished eating, he still mashed the meat into a paste and fed it to it himself. The wolf didn't enjoy the meal very much and was a little trembling. It has intelligence, although not much, but it can also feel that the smiling old man has no good intentions. WAP 196/2881494.html. After supervising it to finish eating, Shumo took the pots and bowls to the lake to wash. After returning, he swept the snow in the camp, which looked much fresher. There was nothing to do in the afternoon, so Shumo planned to make a bathtub and a wooden barrel. The weather was getting colder and colder. He couldn't always go to the lake to take a bath, but he couldn't not take a bath either. When he thought of taking a hot bath in the cold winter, he was full of energy. The idea was good, but it was very difficult to build a wooden bathtub. The first thing to solve was the leakage problem. Although it was difficult, Shumo decided to do it. As long as you have free time in the wilderness, you will experience the loneliness everywhere. Loneliness is the biggest enemy of all contestants, and Shumo is no exception. Only by keeping yourself busy can you stay away from it. Shumo spent the whole afternoon cutting trees and splitting wood. In the evening, there was another small pile of neatly stacked wooden boards in the camp. For dinner, it was still wolf meat and venison. Shumo ate wolf meat, and the big bad wolf ate venison porridge. After taking care of it, Shumo returned to the room to rest. The next day, the sky was gloomy and still not clear. Shumo got up and opened the door and was blown by the cold wind. Goosebumps appeared on his skin. The temperature continued to drop, which was not a good sign. He looked up at the sky and estimated that there would be no sun in the short term. This depressing weather made him feel creepy. Just as he was about to go out, the bracelet light that had been silent for a long time actually lit up. Soon, a strange male voice came from inside. According to meteorological data, A blizzard may form in the next few days. Please pay attention to personal safety protection and call for rescue in time if you encounter danger. After that, the red light dimmed. Shumo frowned slightly. Although the program staff's words were short, they just showed that this snowstorm was not simple. Because if it was just ordinary bad weather, the program team would not have given a special reminder. Not only did he receive a reminder, but the rest of the contestants also received a warning at the same time. Those who could stay were all experienced people, and of course they understood what this reminder meant. So they put down everything they were doing and made every effort to consolidate the shelter and moved all the supplies into the shelter, preparing for a long-term confrontation. Shumo really didn't have much to prepare. At most, he would transport some dry firewood and stored food back to the wooden house. His shelter was very strong, and even an adult grizzly bear couldn't break it. There was really no need to reinforce it, but the placement of the prey in the fence and the big bad wolf was a problem. He knew that this snowstorm would not be small, but he didn't know how big it would be. In any case, he would not let the big bad wolf live in his house and warehouse. The same goes for grouse and rabbits. After all, they are just his prey and can die under his knife at any time. Shumo has compassion, but not sympathy. The law of the jungle, where the strong prey on the weak, is being played out every moment. There is nothing to say about it. But after all, he has a body temperature of 37 degrees, so he decided to do his best for them. After breakfast, Shumo lifted the wolverine's skin on the wolf house and used a dagger to chisel grooves on the inside of the wooden stakes, intending to transform the roof of the wolf house into a wooden structure. This can greatly increase the solidity and block the blizzard as much as possible. The big bad wolf circled around the tree, lowering his head to dig snow and looking up at the sky from time to time, looking very anxious. The grouse in the fence flapped their wings hard to fly out of the fence, but they could only call in panic without the ability to fly. The hare was not much better, digging the snow hard to dig a hole to get away, but it was lame and didn't even dig through the ground. Their abnormality made the atmosphere even more depressing, and even the audience in the live broadcast room became nervous. "Guys, I just checked the weather over there, and I heard it's a once-in-a-century snowstorm. Damn, will Mr. Mo be okay? Why worry about Mr. Mo? If he's okay, the other contestants will probably be wiped out." That's true. The other contestants are busy now, trying every way to strengthen the shelter. Cute Ferocious Auntie number 3 is even more evil than Mr. Mo. She brought a lot of bark into the shelter. Withered branch. What's so evil about it? Bark can be eaten, slept on, and burned. It's a panacea for survival in the wild. Unusable. Awesome. After Shumo renovated the wolf house, he covered it with the wolverine skin again and added a few pieces of wood to hold it tight to prevent the skin from being blown away by the wind. Now that the wolf house has been renovated, the only thing left is the fence. The renovation of the fence is much more labor-intensive, and it needs to be designed well. The perimeter must be reinforced, and a few wooden stakes must be erected in the middle to support the weight of the roof. The material for the roof was also a problem. Fortunately, there were still some furs left at home, which should be enough. Shumo stroked his chin and thought for a long time. Finally, he took out a dagger and killed them all. This method is still reliable. It is simple, efficient, and can add food. The big bad wolf witnessed his atrocities and trembled with fear. Oh my goodness, so many chickens and rabbits, they will all be killed in a while. Shumo wiped the blood off the dagger and walked towards the big bad wolf with a smile on his face. Ah! Ah! The big bad wolf panicked and kept kicking his hind legs. The vines on his neck were instantly stretched straight. Shumo was really worried about the snowstorm this time. Look at how scared this wolf is. So he had to hurry to transport the rabbits and chickens to the lake to clean them up and try the carrying capacity of the sled. Ah! Ah! Woof! The big bad wolf looked at the approaching demon and started to talk nonsense in fear. Shumo suspected that he had heard it wrong and was stunned involuntarily. After hesitating for a while, he asked tentatively, "I didn't hear it clearly just now. Can you call it again?" "Ow, ow! Ow, ow!" The big bad wolf was very cooperative, but it returned to its normal wolf howl. Shumo could probably understand what it meant. The translation should be something like, "Don't come over here," but that's not what he wanted to hear. He moistened his throat and said in a gentle and persuasive way, "You should call like this. Woof woof." The big bad wolf was stunned and looked at him like an idiot. Shumo was also stunned. Why did he feel despised by a wolf? At this time, the wolf stopped calling and he stopped talking. The scene suddenly became terrifyingly quiet. The audience in the live broadcast room were also stunned. They could feel the suffocating embarrassment across the screen. Fat Orange Cat, the famous scene is here again. Brothers, remember to take screenshots. What to do if you're out of books. 1358, wolves may not be people, but Master Mo is a real dog. Sunshine Moon, the familiar and suffocating operation is getting more and more outrageous. Macho Acne, this wolf has never been so speechless in his life. What kind of monster did he encounter? Wanden, Master Mo barked like a dog and I laughed like a pig. WAP/1 and Torsh 1 Loenzo 966288490 Bell. Sumo scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Anyway, training is not something that can be done overnight, so take it slowly. He didn't care whether the big bad wolf was willing or not. He untied the reins and tied them to the sled, then moved the rabbit and grouse carcasses to the sled.
Ah! Ah!
The big bad wolf was very uneasy and kept digging with his claws. Shumo knew that this guy would not cooperate easily, so he took a wooden board and brought it with him, and then sat on the sled. The sled suddenly sank, and the reins were instantly stretched straight. "Go!" Shumo shouted loudly, pulled out the wooden board, and slapped it on the wolf's butt with a pia sound. "Ah!" The wolf howled miserably, digging its claws and running away madly. But I don't know if it was because the sled was too heavy, or the power of the one-cylinder engine was insufficient. The wolf was still spinning in the same place after digging for a long time. Shumo was also helpless. The conditions were really limited. If the engine problem could not be solved, then the throttle would be used. So he swung the wooden board again and slapped the wolf's butt hard. "Ah!" This board was much heavier than the last time, and the wolf screamed even more miserably. As the saying goes, there must be a brave wolf under a heavy board. Under the crazy struggle of the wolf, the sled moved. Although it was slow to start, it really started. Shumo continued to give gas, and the wolf made a tractor-like roar and pulled the sled on the road. The audience in the live broadcast room were stunned, and their three views were shattered again. I tolerate the wolf being used as a dog, and I tolerate it being used as a sled dog, but you should at least change the position of the vine. Who can bear it if it is tied to its neck? Like that? Damn it! Please be a human being? Can't you do something useful? Good guy, a wolf is used up like a diesel engine. The capitalists are crying. Don't you think about who Moye is? He builds a nest and feeds the wolf. Do you really think he is so kind? Moye is smiling. Gray wolf. The big gray wolf pulled the heavy sled and ran hard on the snow. The wolf's face seemed to be swollen. Shumo waved the wooden board behind him and controlled the steering. Due to inertia, it was much smoother after getting on the road, and it still reached the lake smoothly. The big gray wolf was tired and lay on the ground, panting with his tongue sticking out. Shumo was not worried that it would escape, so he unloaded the grouse and rabbits to the lake to clean them. So many rabbits and grouse, it takes a lot of time to deal with them. Only half of the food was cleaned up in the morning. At noon, he left the wolf by the lake to look after the prey, and he took the processed viscera back to cook. The viscera were mixed and smelled fishy, so they were a pot of stew. After he was full, he took the rest of the pot and bowl to the lake. Shumo mashed it into a paste and fed it himself. To be honest, he was a little reluctant because chicken and rabbit offal were very delicious ingredients here, even more precious than wolf meat and venison. But the wolf had worked hard, so he couldn't be stingy. He must treat it well, otherwise how could it be willing to work hard? But the wolf still didn't eat very well. It understood that there was a price to pay for eating this guy's food. In the afternoon, he still processed the prey. It was not until dusk that everything was processed. Shumo moved all the processed meat and viscera to the sled and then began to try to start the diesel engine. The wolf was very sensible this time. When he saw him pull out the plank, he immediately jumped up and pulled the sled to the camp with all his might. Shumo was impressed by its amazing understanding. No wonder dogs were domesticated from wolves. This talent is not comparable to other animals. He believed that this wolf would definitely become his loyal friend. The wolf was not that complicated. It only knew that it would be beaten if it didn't run, and it would also be beaten if it ran in the wrong direction. In order not to be beaten, it had to run back along the way. After arriving at the camp, Shumo tied it back to the tree and tried to store the meat. The weather is very cold now, so there is no need to smoke it. The snow outside is a natural refrigerator. It is no problem to store it for 10 days or half a month. Considering the snowstorm, he plans to put the snow refrigerator at the door of the cabin. Shumo went to the nearby area to collect the clean snow on the surface and piled it at the door and buried all the meat in it. The temperature is continuously decreasing, so there is no need to worry about melting. The offal can still be used as a meal in the evening, so there is no need to store it. He looked up at the sky. It was still some time before dark. Shumo planned to go to the natural granary before dark and catch some snakes to replenish the reserves. He brought a wooden peg and tied the reins of the big bad wolf to the sled. The poor big bad wolf was forced to open the business before he could come to his senses. With the experience from last time, the start was smooth and the steering was easy to control. The only drawback was that the car was a little slow. Shumo could understand it. After all, it was a one-cylinder engine and the power was a little lacking. If it weren't for the imminent snowstorm, he would have to find a way to upgrade the engine to a 3-cylinder. He put this matter on the agenda and planned to start upgrading after the snowstorm. When he arrived at the cave, the big bad wolf was already exhausted and lay on the snow like a dead dog, motionless. Shumo made a torch and walked into this familiar cave with a wooden poke. The snake ball in the passage had disappeared, and the bats on the wall were still hanging upside down. There was still a layer of bat feces on the ground, and there were still some traces of the last battle. He held the torch and went straight to the snake's nest. The snake's nest was clean, and there was no snake. Shumo knew they were still there, but they just hibernated underground. He held the torch and searched the ground and the rock wall carefully, and soon found something. There are many holes in the snake's nest, of different sizes, and most of these holes have snakes. The rock wall and the ground are very hard, and ordinary people really can't do anything. But Shumo can do miracles with his strength, so there is no such thing as not catching snakes. He found a snake hole that looked relatively fragile, and then picked up a wooden poke and mashed the hole several times larger in a few seconds. Then he touched it directly, and after a while he felt the cold scales. There is nothing to say after touching it. Just pull it out, and a big fat snake with poor activity appears on the dim camera. The audience in the live broadcast room has been numb, and the screen is full of basic operations. Shumo, in accordance with the principle of taking in moderation and not taking more if not enough, only caught more than 20 snakes and left the cave. The big bad wolf just took a breath, and when he saw him coming out, he howled miserably and stood up with trembling legs. Shumo tied the snake into a ball and threw it on the sled and chose to walk back. There is no way, he has always been so kind. If it really tires itself to death, it will lose a good seedling that can be tamed. He still knows what is more important and what is less important. WAP/11096/288149006. After returning to the camp, it was already dark. Shumo threw the snake balls into the snow pile, planning to deal with them tomorrow. The snake balls have lost a lot of their activity due to the temperature, and they have basically lost their ability to move after being frozen, so there is no need to worry about them running away. The big bad wolf was very tired, physically and mentally. It returned to its wolf den with a look of despair on its face, and there was no movement at all. Shumo rubbed his hands and started to prepare dinner. The remaining offal was enough for one meal, and it was still a pot of stew. He finished it himself and fed the rest to the wolf. The big bad wolf drooped his eyelids and licked the mush in a lifeless manner. Shumo waited patiently for it to finish eating before clearing the pots and bowls and washing them at the lake. After returning, the night was already pitch dark. Shumo closed the door and lay on the soft bed. When he opened his eyes again, it was already dawn the next day. The snow still hadn't fallen, but the weather was terribly gloomy, and the thick and heavy clouds seemed to be pressing down on the ground. After getting up, Shumo washed and prepared breakfast as usual: 5 pounds of smoked wolf meat and 2 pounds of venison, simply boiled with salt. He really didn't feel like being refined in this kind of weather. After a quick breakfast, he took the snake ball to the lake to deal with it. This time, he didn't use a sled because he had to be prepared before the snowstorm came. After dealing with the snake ball, he buried the snake meat in the snow pile at the door. Then he moved 2 large pieces of wolf meat, a large piece of venison, and more than 20 pieces of sausage back to his cabin. After hanging them on the beams, he went to the rocks to move firewood and stacked them in the corner of the cabin. The small house suddenly seemed much more crowded and filled with a strange smell. It was almost noon when he finished all this, and the snow still hadn't fallen. The big bad wolf regained some spirit and kept howling restlessly. Lunch was still a simple salt boil. After eating, Shumo used a wooden poke to clean the exhaust pipe and reinforce the roof. While he was busy, a crystal snowflake fell on the back of his exposed hand. Snowing? Shumo looked up at the sky and his face suddenly became ugly. The thick clouds that had been suppressed for a long time kept rolling and deforming and were getting lower and lower under the tearing of the high wind. The drifting snowflakes were rolled back into the clouds by the cold wind before they fell, making the sky darken quickly.
Whoa.
The high wind in the sky blew the horn, getting more and more urgent and more intense. All signs showed that the snowstorm was coming. Shumo quickly climbed down the roof, took a large piece of venison and a dozen sausages from the warehouse and threw them into the wolf house. Big Bad Wolf stopped howling and curled up in the wolf house, quietly waiting for the snowstorm to come. Good luck to the wolf. Amen? Shumo prayed silently for it, then turned back to his wooden house. Pah! The door was closed and locked in one go. Shumo took off his wolfskin coat and lay on the soft bed with his arms and legs spread. There was nothing else to do now, just one word: stay at home. The food and firewood in the house were enough to last for 10 days and a half months, and the warehouse was very close, so they could take more when they were used up. The food left for the big bad wolf was enough for it to last for half a month. As long as the wolf house didn't collapse, there shouldn't be any big problems, right? Woo-woo. The cold wind outside was howling, and the heavy door couldn't stop shaking. Damn, is the wind so strong? Shumo quickly got up and peeked through the crack of the door. In the end, he didn't see anything, but his eyes were so cold that they hurt. He went back to the bed and lay down and fell asleep in a daze. I don't know how long it was, but he woke up because of the cold. Even if he wrapped himself tightly in the quilt, he still couldn't stop the pervasive cold. The room was pitch black, and it must have been night. The wind outside was howling violently, and the door was still shaking. It's so cold. Shumo shivered and got out of bed, wrapped in the quilt. The fire in the fireplace had long been extinguished, and he stuffed some dry firewood to relight it. The flames jumped up, not only bringing light, but also dispelling a lot of cold air. With the light of the fire, he saw that the walls and doors of the wooden house were covered with ice crystals. This phenomenon occurs when snow water penetrates and freezes in a short time. From this point of view, this snowstorm is really not simple. Shumo wrapped himself tightly in the quilt and put the pot on the fire. He reserved most of the pot of water in the pot, boiled it, and made some tea to warm himself up. He collected a lot of tender pine needles, took out some and put them in a wooden cup, and then poured some white sugar into the cup. After the water boiled, he brewed a cup. The fragrance of pine needles and the sweetness of sugar not only improved the taste, but also replenished sugar. Shumo drank it while it was hot and felt very comfortable. The less the fire, the more prosperous it was, making the room warm as early spring. At present, this snowstorm cannot have a major impact on him. But other contestants are different. Some contestants are even on the verge of life and death. For the first time, the main topic of the number 10 live broadcast room left Shumo, and almost all of them were paying attention to the conditions of other contestants. Brothers, something big has happened. The shelter of number 8 has collapsed. Is this true? How are the peak fish? Really, I just came from the number 8 live broadcast room, and the live broadcast room screen has been frozen. Steady. In this extreme weather, the collapse of the shelter can basically be sentenced to death. Drifting in the middle of the night, the rescue personnel of the program team have already gone there, and I don't know if they can arrive in time. What the hell can we get? The visibility outside is less than 1 meter. Timely rescue is a joke. This time, number 8 is really in danger. Without the shelter, he will soon lose temperature. Once he loses temperature, even gods can't save him. He is basically dead. The screen of his live broadcast room has not moved for more than 10 minutes. A moment of silence. Other anchors are not much better. I am terrified to see it. In this situation, if the shelter collapses, he will die. If the fire is extinguished, he will also die. It's too cruel. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. In the tense mood of countless people, the first dawn of the snowstorm arrives. The cold wind is still howling, and the heavy snow is whitening everything that can be seen. At 7:10 in the morning, the rescue team finally arrived at the location of shelter number 8 after many difficulties. The shelter made of fragile wooden frames and moss collapsed by half, and only a few dead trees were exposed outside after being buried by the blizzard. Rescue workers cleared the snow and dug out a frozen corpse. The corpse was holding a piece of roasted squirrel meat tightly in its hand and refused to let go until death. The rescue team collectively mourned for 3 minutes and officially announced that contestant number 8, Bianca Navarro, had died unexpectedly due to extreme weather. This sad news shocked the entire internet and made countless viewers once again realize that living alone in the wilderness is very cruel. The audience in the number 10 live broadcast room, in the spirit of the dead, collectively mourned for contestant number 8. Thus, the biggest mistake in the history of living alone in the wilderness appeared. WAP 01962828149007.TED. Whiteface Scholar, a moment of silence. Old Beast Clothes, a moment of silence. Fire, a moment of silence. Secret Love Star, what's going on? You were mourning as soon as you came in. Could it be that Mr. Mo is dead? Very 6+7, how could Mr. Mo die? No, 8 is dead. Famous all over the world. Damn, Mr. Mo is really dead? Mr. Mo is not dead. The camera is not moving because he is sleeping. He will wake up soon. Southern Barbarian Pig. Woohoo, Mr. Mo died tragically. A moment of silence. Winter is cold. A moment of silence for Mr. Mo. May Mr. Mo not commit suicide in his next life. Even if someone in the live broadcast room tried to explain, the rumors could not be stopped from spreading rapidly. Sometimes lies become the truth when they are told too many times. Many people who do not know the reason are deceived by rumors and are also caught in the vortex of spreading rumors. In just a few hours, the news of Shumo's death spread from online to offline. There are many different opinions about his cause of death. Some say he died of freezing, some say he died of starvation, some say he died of illness, and some say he was eaten by wild animals. In short, the more they say, the more outrageous it is. Shumo never dreamed that he would be forced to die because he slept a few more hours. And at this moment, the signal of the live broadcast room was cut off due to the impact of the snowstorm. The black screen of the live broadcast room fueled the arrogance of the rumors, and it was almost confirmed. In the Wengoa Beach Villa area, young Charles leaned on the soft sofa, a sneer at the corner of his mouth. The old butler at the side said respectfully, "Master Charles, now there are rumors outside that your opponent has died in this snowstorm. In your opinion, how true are these news?" "Of course it's false. He won't die so easily. Also, don't call him my opponent. He doesn't deserve it." Charles closed the computer screen on his knees, turned his head and asked, "How are the preparations for your instructions going?" "Everything is ready. A total of 300 adult gray wolves, which can be released to Area 10 after the snowstorm is over." The old butler paused and said worriedly, "The Ruan family of China cares about this kid very much. If you do it too obviously, it will inevitably arouse their suspicion. If they investigate the source of the gray wolves, it will be a big trouble. It is normal for a snowstorm to change the ecological environment. Besides, this is not China, and their hands can't reach so far. Charles looked disdainful and suddenly asked, "How long will this snowstorm last?" "About 5 days." 5 days. Charles pondered for a while and ordered, "Well, you send people to the signal base station to delay the repair time, and then find 2 trustworthy people to deal with him in the name of rescue." The old butler was shocked and asked, "Master Charles, are you going to do it in advance?" Charles sneered, "Isn't it said outside that he is dead? Well, I will let him die in this snowstorm so that no one can find fault." The old butler's eyes lit up and nodded. "This is a really good idea. As long as the body is burned, it can be faked as an accidental fire in the shelter and destroy all human traces." "Good. Remember to be clean." "Master, don't worry. I'll do it right away." After an unknown amount of time, Shumo woke up from his drowsiness and stretched out sleepily. He probably has one of the following: spring sleepiness, summer fatigue, autumn fatigue, and winter hibernation. Gurgle. The stomach suddenly made a protesting sound, which made him a little dazed. If I remember correctly, I had already eaten at midnight yesterday. How could I be hungry so quickly? The light in the room was dim, but I could still tell that it was daytime. I probably didn't sleep for long. Shumo still felt a little dizzy, and he didn't bother to think too much, so he got up to cook. There was still half a pot of water in the pot. He heated it up and made a cup of tea, then threw a few pieces of sausage and wolf meat into the pot to cook. When he was making the fire, he felt a little choked and guessed that most of the smoke exhaust passage was blocked. The wind and snow outside were so strong that he didn't dare to open the door and go out to clean it up. Forget it. Just make do with it for now. After Shumo finished his meal, he felt a little sleepy again after sitting for a while. This time he realized that it might be carbon monoxide poisoning. He was hungry so quickly because the recovery attribute points were removing toxins. Damn, this is not a trivial matter. Shumo hurried to the door and opened it with force. Crack, crack, crack! The frozen door outside made a series of ice-cracking sounds when it was pulled hard. When he struggled to open the door a crack, a violent storm with snowflakes whistled into the house, causing the temperature in the house to drop to freezing point in an instant. Shumo was so cold that he had goosebumps all over his body and quickly closed the door again. Forget it. With such a heavy snow, even if it is cleared, it will soon be blocked again. Let it be poisoned anyway. It won't kill you, and it can also help you sleep. It's good to sleep until the snowstorm is over, saving you from boredom. Shumo rolled back to the bed and continued to lie flat in the quilt. With the help of carbon monoxide, he soon fell into a deep sleep again. After an unknown amount of time, there was a rustling sound of footsteps outside. 2 burly killers came to Shumo's door with difficulty in the wind and snow. That's it. Do it. Damn, it's so cold. Killer A trembled and took out a pistol from his arms and aimed at the thick door. Wait, the boss has told us to be careful and not to shoot rashly before seeing the real owner. Otherwise, the mission will fail and the bullet holes will arouse suspicion. Killer B was also shivering with cold, and his bearded face was covered with frost. Killer A said with admiration, "Brother is still professional. What should we do now?" Killer B showed a mysterious and confident smile, knocked on the door politely, and said loudly, "Hello, we are the rescue team. Do you need help?" After he said this, he calmly gestured to Killer A to wipe his neck. Killer A understood, pointed the equally frozen muzzle of the gun at the crack of the door, and pulled the trigger with his red fingers. Shumo was sleeping soundly, and he didn't hear any movement outside the door at all, so he naturally didn't answer. The 2 professional killers waited for a long time in the cold wind, but there was no movement, and they were a little nervous. "Brother, has he figured out our identities? That's why he won't open the door?" Killer A retracted his gun-holding hand back into his arms, feeling a bit cold. Killer B, "This guy is very alert, but it's his bad luck to meet us. Get ready to attack." "Okay." Killer A immediately took out his gun and aimed at the door. Just as he was about to shoot, Killer B slapped him on the forehead and shouted angrily, "Are you stupid? I told you not to shoot before you see the real owner. Go and break the door open when 17916/281498.html. Oh, Killer A responded, put the gun back into his arms, then stepped back a few steps and suddenly hit the door with all his strength. Bang! The door trembled under the strong impact, and a lot of snow on the eaves above fell down. Killer A's blood and chi were surging due to the recoil force. After recovering a little, he continued to bang the door vigorously. Bang! Bang! After 7 or 8 rounds, Killer A was exhausted, but the heavy wooden door was still motionless. Get out of the way! Let me do it! Killer B couldn't stand it anymore, so he pushed Killer A away and went into battle himself. He rubbed his hands for a long time, and finally roared and slammed into the door. Bang! The door shook for a while, and then nothing happened. Killer B didn't believe it, and continued to bang the door vigorously after gathering his strength. But Shumo's shelter was helpless even against adult grizzly bears, so how could it be shaken by human power? Killer A couldn't stand it anymore and advised, "Brother, don't hit it. This shelter is like an armored vehicle. It can't be broken open at all." Killer B waved his hands breathlessly and said with a heavy breath, "If a strong attack doesn't work, then use your wits. Go around the shelter and see if there are any weak points, such as digging a corner or something." "Brother, there's no need to look. It's all stone all around. It's frozen into a block and can't be moved at all. Is this number 10 sick or something? Is he planning to lay eggs in such a solid shelter?" Killer B rubbed his numb shoulders and complained crazily. Killer A suddenly had an idea and offered a suggestion. "Brother, we can try on the roof. He can't put stones on the roof too." "Good idea." Killer B's eyes lit up and he praised it. The 2 unlucky killers climbed up to the roof stealthily and shoveled snow frantically, but they couldn't shovel anymore. The upper layer of soft snow had just fallen and was easy to dig out, but the lower layer of snow had already frozen into a hardness as steel due to the low temperature. The 2 killers were dumbfounded, and they were helpless in front of the iron, bucket-like shelter. "Brother, what should we do?" After a long time, Killer A broke the silence and asked cautiously, "Use fire attack." Killer B's face was livid, and it was unclear whether he was frozen or angry. "The wind is too strong, it can't be lit at all." Killer A was relatively rational and saw the problem at a glance. Killer B thought so too and could not help but remain silent again. The 2 killers conspired for a long time in the ice and snow, but still had no good way to open the door of the shelter. "Brother, why don't we retreat? If we stay any longer, we will all become ice sculptures." Killer A was so cold that he couldn't stand it. 2 long icicles were already hanging under his tall nose. "Retreat!" Killer B no longer insisted and slid down the roof first and landed on the snow pile in front of the door. Suddenly his feet slipped and he sat on the snow pile. Just as he was about to stand up, both of his hands touched the frozen grouse. "Brother, what are you doing? Hurry up!" Killer A, who was already walking in front, stopped and turned back to urge. "Wait, what do you see?" Killer B shook 2 clean grouse with a proud look on his face. Killer A turned back and wondered, "Grouse!" "Here!" Killer B stuffed the 2 grouse into his arms and turned around to continue digging in the snow. After a few digs, another grouse was dug out, and then more and more were dug. In addition to grouse, there were also cleaned rabbits and snake meat. Killer A was shocked and said hesitantly, "Brother, we are professional killers. This is not good." "What's wrong? If we don't complete the task and go back, there will be no reward. We can't make a wasted trip in this cold weather." Killer B didn't have so many professional ethics and dug harder. "But we are assassins after all. Why do we feel like we have to change our profession?" Killer A was somewhat resistant, feeling that something was wrong. There is an old Chinese saying that a thief never leaves empty-handed. It is also suitable for our profession. Just think about it. When we go back, we can eat steaming hot chicken, rabbit, and snake meat. Isn't it delicious? Killer A smiled and quickly stuffed the chicken, rabbit, and snake meat he dug out into his arms. Poor Shumo had worked hard to save the delicious food for more than a month, but it was dug up by 2 assassins who changed their profession temporarily. Gone? Probably gone. The 2 assassins stuffed their arms full, looking satisfied. Just as they were about to leave, Killer A suddenly said, "Brother, I really think I saw a dog over there just now. It should also be raised by number 10. Dog, take it back! The two assassins sneaked into the wolf house again and dragged the half-frozen wolf away. The cold wind and snowstorm were swift and fierce and soon buried the traces of the two people. It was dark and bright again, and Shumo finally woke up from his drowsiness. He climbed out of the warm bed in a daze and put on a cold wolfskin coat. He slept for a long time, but it was not a good sleep. There was always a palpitation in the daze. It seems that it is better to use less of these sleep aids. Shumo walked to the door and opened it forcefully. The violent storm and snow poured into the house, making the turbid air refreshed. The snow outside the door was almost 1 meter high, and it was unknown how deep it would accumulate if it continued like this. He picked up a wooden poke and went to the exhaust pipe behind the house in the wind and snow. As he expected, the exhaust pipe had been blocked by snow. It took a lot of effort to clear the snow. After returning to the house, he took the pot outside and washed it with snow water. The air here is less polluted. Not only can it be used to wash pots, but also for cooking. After washing, he took a full pot of snow and put it on the fireplace. Now it's time to think about what to eat for the first meal after waking up. Eating salt-cooked smoked meat for 2 consecutive days has been very frugal. It's time to improve the food. Speaking of improving the food, of course, it's the ceiling-level dragon and phoenix soup. When he thought of the deliciousness of the dragon and phoenix soup, his mouth couldn't stop secreting saliva. Shumo rubbed his hands, and regardless of the cold weather, he ran to the snow pile at the door and dug for food with his bare hands. But after digging for a long time, he didn't see even a hair. He didn't care. The snow was so deep, maybe it was still underneath. But he dug until he reached the hard mud ground and didn't see any reserves. Fuck, it's impossible. Shumo's hands began to tremble, and he plowed the snow at the door frantically. But still nothing. This time he was sure that 20 grouse, more than 20 snakes, and 7 hares had all disappeared overnight. Shumo collapsed to the ground as if he had seen a ghost, and was completely dumbfounded. Flash 111.11096 2881490.html. It was fine when it was buried. How come it disappeared? This is unscientific. Shumo racked his brains but couldn't figure out how the meat got lost. Could it be a ghost? Of course, there are ghosts here. But ghosts don't eat these things. There is only one explanation: a thief broke into the house. But in this blizzard, who the hell would be so stupid as to steal chickens and dogs? Speaking of dogs, Shumo suddenly had an idea. It is said that it is difficult to prevent thieves in the house even if you guard against them day and night. Isn't there a dog that is being domesticated in the house? Right now, it is the most likely to do such a thing. Shumo hurried to the wolf house and saw a mound of earth buried in snow. He dug out the hole in a hurry, regardless of his frozen hands. But it was empty inside, with only a piece of torn vines left. Fleeing for fear of crime? Shumo stuck his head into the wolf den and observed carefully, and soon made a major discovery. On the inside of the wolf house, there was a clear half-shoe print, which had been frozen into shape. Someone has been here. Shumo can now be sure that there is a thief in the camp. But is it really just a thief? In such a dangerous and extreme environment, just to steal some meat? I'm afraid even a 3-year-old child can see the problem. Therefore, it can be basically determined that the uninvited guests are coming specifically for him. Shumo sorted out his thoughts and continued to sort out the clues. Obviously, these people are not kind. And in this unfamiliar land, there is only one person who has a grudge against him, and that is the handsome repairman who was slapped in the face by him. To be honest, even if he was slapped in public, he would not be able to swallow this bad breath, so revenge is justified. But coming to steal chickens and dogs is a bit unethical. But Shumo absolutely did not believe that the handsome repairman's revenge was as simple as stealing things. He must have other intentions. He returned to the wooden house and continued to search for clues. Soon he found traces of friction on the wooden door. The door was basically covered with a layer of frost, but there was a darker color than other places. Judging from the color, it should be left by the fading of clothes. Shumo took a closer look and saw that there were some wool threads that belonged only to clothes sandwiched in the dark area. This can prove that someone has hit the door, and it has been hit a lot. He looked up at the roof and found that the snow was uneven. He had already come to a conclusion in his mind. Most likely, a group of people came yesterday to harm him, but they tried for a long time and failed to open his shelter. In the end, they could only take his stored food as a comfort. The facts have been guessed by him. The only thing that made him feel uncomfortable was that this group of people had no professional ethics. Shumo complained endlessly and was in a very bad mood. Suddenly, he was confused again. How could the handsome repairman dare to attack him in front of the camera? Could it be? He took off the camera on his head and found that the red light representing the signal had gone out. So that's it. It should be affected by the snowstorm, which cut off the signal transmission. It is estimated that the snowstorm will be over when the signal is restored. Shumo understood everything in his heart and went back to his room to put the camera on the table. This headlamp camera is known as the latest black technology. Although it has no effect on the head, it is not as comfortable as taking it off. He closed the door and lit the fire. The temperature in the room rose quickly, dispelling the remaining chill. Although the delicious food to improve the meal was stolen, life still had to go on. 4 sausages were thrown into the pot together and cooked, and some venison was added to make do with it. Shumo suppressed it for a long time and exhaled a foul breath in depression. The sausages and venison were cooked quickly and he picked them up, but he didn't have much appetite. When he thought about the days to come without chicken soup and rabbit meat, everything felt bland. It is not a good thing to be depressed for a long time, and you need to release it in time. In fact, everyone has depression, but most people choose to release it secretly when no one is around. Now that the camera signal is cut off, this is his own private cabin. It is the perfect time to release his nature. Shumo slowly stood up, grabbed the 4 sausages connected together, and threw them on his shoulders handsomely and elegantly. Then turned around suddenly, coquettishly lifted up his wolfskin coat, and sang loudly, "Hurry up and use the nunchaku, hum-ha-hey! Hurry up and use the nunchaku, hum-hum-ha-hey!" Those who practice martial arts should remember that the benevolent are invincible. Who is practicing Tai Chi and is doing well? My passion is like a fire that burns the entire desert. Oh! Hurry up and use the nunchaku, hum-hum-ha-hey! Shumo was shouting the lyrics out of tune, while taking the devilish steps that Jiao Si would have to admit defeat, occasionally dancing the 4 sausages vigorously and singing to the sausages with deep affection. In this cold season, release your fiery nature. At this time, the signal light on the camera on the table lit up. The screen of the number 10 live broadcast room flickered for a while, clearly showing a coquettish dance with mosaics all over the lower body. The huge number of viewers who had been waiting for a long time were almost blinded by the spiciness, and their ears were also hurt by the spiciness. Insomniac coffee. Damn, did I go to the wrong place? Dare to be more weird? Endless ripples. Who said Mr. Mo is dead? This guy is obviously crazy. Supreme building. Oh my God, my heart can't bear it anymore. Who will save me? This scene, I will spend my whole life to heal. Mr. Mo, you give me back my eyes. How do we say goodbye? Mr. Mo and I are definitely going to go crazy. He is crazy now, and I will go crazy after watching it. Not long ago, a celebration banquet was about to be held in the Wenghua Beach Villa area. Charles held a cup of coffee and sat comfortably on the leather sofa. The old butler reported with a smile on his face, "Master Charles, the 2 brothers Morrow and Grattan sent news not long ago that they have successfully completed the task you assigned." Charles' mouth corners slightly raised. "Oh, are you sure?" "Sure. They said that no one will be left alive." "No one will be left alive?" As expected, he is a top-notch professional killer. By the way, where are they now? According to the plan, they have received their commissions and left Wenghua forever. Not bad. Charles nodded with satisfaction, stood up and walked to the luxurious table. There was a laptop on the table. The unfolded screen was pitch black, with only a few small words on the number 10 Shumo live room emitting a faint fluorescence. Charles drank a sip of coffee comfortably, gently stroked the black screen and whispered, "So, this screen will never light up again." The old butler replied confidently, "Yes, Master Charles." As soon as he finished speaking, the computer screen lit up, and the cruel and inhumane demonic sound came. WAP/11/11628888141.html. My enthusiasm, is like a fire, It burns the whole desert, oh. Hurry up and use the nunchaku, puff! Charles couldn't hold it in for a moment, and a mouthful of coffee sprayed directly onto the computer screen. After a long time, he turned pale, stretched out his trembling fingers, and pointed at the screen and asked, "What's going on?" The old butler rubbed his red eyes and replied carefully, "The signal base station has been repaired." How come he is still alive? Charles angrily smashed the cup in his hand against the computer screen, turned his head and roared wildly. The old butler hesitated for a long time and didn't answer clearly. Charles took a deep breath, twisted his face, and said word by word, "I want him to die. Do you understand?" "Understood." The old butler nodded quickly and vowed, "Master, don't worry. I will release the gray wolves immediately after the snowstorm and trap them in area number 10. No matter how powerful area number 10 is, it is impossible to escape the encirclement of so many wolves. This time, no more failures are allowed, understand?" Charles said with a gloomy face and gritted teeth, "Understood. Area number 10, in a warm cabin." Shumo has completely let himself go, switching between personal concerts and martial arts performances. Just as he was about to perform a medley and a lightning 5 whip, the red light on the bracelet lit up. A familiar yet unfamiliar magnetic male voice came out. "According to the requirements of the program team, please wear the camera, otherwise you will be eliminated." Shumo's movements suddenly paused and the whole person froze in place. He mechanically turned his eyes to the forehead test camera on the table and found that the red light on it had already glowed softly. The audience in the live broadcast room found that he had stopped, and they were immediately unhappy. "Bad donkey, dance singing? Why did you stop? Keep going. Come on, hurt each other." "You know nothing. Master Mo is brewing a mechanical dance, and it will blind your eyes later. Please, don't light it up. I'm already blind." "Moneyless and full of wind, Master Mo, you and I have no grudges. Why do you want to hurt my young heart? Rain for you, coquettish, wild and cheap, and most importantly, domineering. All the good and bad are taken by Master Mo. Light cup of tea. Otherwise, how can he be so attractive? He is simply a killer for both young and old." Shumo knew that he was most likely caught on live broadcast. If it were an ordinary person, he would have died a long time ago, but not him. He never cared about other people's eyes or comments. Since the repressed emotions have been released, it's time to live a good life. He made the sausages oily, so he ate and drank. After eating and drinking, he went to bed and dreamed of Chang'an, leaving countless viewers in a mess in the live broadcast room. This topic of public opinion, which should have been popular for a while, was completely overwhelmed by another major news in just a few hours. Contestant Num, Nyabulati Zambrano, suddenly went into shock and was on the verge of death. It happened so suddenly that everyone was caught off guard. The blizzard seriously hindered the rescue speed. When the rescue team arrived, Abulati Zambrano had already become a cold corpse. According to the preliminary judgment of the accompanying doctor, there are many causes for Abulati Zambrano's shock. One is that long-term hunger has led to a comprehensive decline in physical fitness. The other is that the extreme cold brought by the snowstorm caused the weak body to lose temperature. Third, in order to keep warm, Zambrano lit a fire in the closed shelter to keep warm, which led to mild carbon monoxide poisoning. The three fatal factors combined together led to Zambrano's sudden shock. But anyone with a discerning eye knows that the snowstorm is the main factor. The bad news spread across the entire network again, triggering a moment of silence. This snowstorm was extremely rare. It took 2 lives in just 2 days. The bloody lesson made everyone more deeply aware of the power of nature. Alone in the Wilderness has been going on for 58 days, and there are only 4 contestants left. Except for Shu Mo, the situation of the other 3 contestants is not optimistic. They are suffering in this extreme weather. The shelter of contestant number 2, Brandon Stark, is made of pure wood and is located under a leeward slope. It has good warmth retention and a reserved air outlet. At present, there is no risk of collapse. There are still more than 10 kilograms of food reserves in his shelter, but because he eats very frugally, he is also in a state of long-term hunger. Fortunately, he also prepared dry firewood, so he could keep warm by the fire for a long time, and there was no danger to his life in the short term. The shelter of contestant number 3, Maria Panbuki, was originally a self-built wooden shed, but it collapsed a long time ago, and later moved to an abandoned cave. The cave is not bad in terms of solidity and warmth. In addition, she piled up a lot of hay and bark in the cave and sealed the cave entrance with stones. She was the only one who did not keep warm by the fire. In fact, the cave was also cold, but her weight of more than 300 kilograms had its own cold-proof fat, which was more cold-resistant than ordinary people. There were still 6 kilograms of compressed dry food, about 1 kilogram of meat reserves, and at least 20 kilograms of wild vegetables left in her shelter. The food reserves were very rich, but her weight still dropped a lot, which was inseparable from the lack of nutrition. Long-term single nutritional intake made her face sickly sallow, and lying flat in the cave for a long time, lacking the activity of exercise, made her health status not optimistic. The only thing worth praising is her amazing perseverance. She is the only one who has managed to survive the blizzard since the beginning. With this perseverance, it is not impossible for her to survive the blizzard, and even to the end of the competition. The shelter of contestant number 7, Salvador Klein, is very similar to Shumo's, but it is not as solid as his. This kind of shelter will not have much problem surviving the blizzard. His food reserves are very rich, with nearly 40 kilograms of meat, 3 kilograms of dried wild fruits, and 5 kilograms of wild vegetables. He is the contestant with the most hope of winning the championship besides Shumo. However, he was able to store so much food, and a large part of it was saved from his teeth, so he was in a state of long-term hunger, and his health was not optimistic. In general, the 3 players had one thing in common, that is, they paid great attention to saving food. After all, the competition was only on the 57th day, and it was far from time to eat their fill. Shumo was different. He still had nearly 400 kilograms of meat reserves and a large number of wild vegetables, number 1 and no. 2 at home. There was also a natural grain depot and a fishing trap outside. It can be said that he had not worried about food since the first 2 days of the game. Because he brought a lot of seasonings, he not only had enough food every meal, but also ate well every meal, so his health had never declined. WAP/1119162814911.html. Not to mention the shelter, it was no problem to survive this snowstorm. But Shumo's biggest goal was to obtain attribute points, which brought uncertainty to his victory. Therefore, it was still unknown who would win. The snowstorm lasted for 4 days. The wind and snow gradually weakened in the early morning of the 5th day. None of the 4 contestants withdrew from the competition and all survived the snowstorm. On the morning of the 5th day, Shumo woke up from his dream. The first thing he saw when he opened the door was the white world covered with snow. The snow had already covered half of his body. With such a thickness, he couldn't do anything. Shumo closed the door and went back to bed to continue lying down. The days of lying down are always plain and boring. On the 63rd day of the competition, the sun, which had disappeared for a long time, finally reappeared. The warming temperature caused the snow to begin to melt. It was not until the 70th day that the snow melted to the point where it could be moved. Calculating the time, the 4 contestants were trapped in the shelter for 12 days. In addition to the consumption of food reserves, the loneliness and torment of counting the time was the biggest enemy. The 4 contestants all suffered varying degrees of mental torture, and their conditions all declined to varying degrees. Shumo was no exception. His long-term house arrest made him look haggard and exhausted both physically and mentally. This kind of mental exhaustion is more painful than physical torture. He opened the door, breathed in the fresh air, and felt the icy cold wind. The snow on the ground had fallen to his knees. Although it was difficult to walk, he could barely go out. Shumo checked the damage in the camp. Fortunately, the warehouse was intact and the rock shed had not collapsed. The necessary supplies for the winter were not affected. Except for the stolen chickens, rabbits, snakes, and big bad wolves, everything was the same as before. When he thought of the stolen things, his anger was bubbling. But he couldn't run to the handsome repairman's house and beat him up. He could only swallow his anger and wait for an opportunity to take revenge later. Shumo walked around, went back to the house to get a wooden stick, and walked to the lake. He was really fed up with eating bacon and sausage every day, and he urgently needed to improve his food. The snow was knee-deep only in relative terms. The mountain road was rugged and uneven, with varying depths, so he had a hard time walking. This was when the benefits of the sled were reflected. Unfortunately, although the sled was there, the engine that pulled the sled had disappeared. I don't know how it is doing or if it is doing well. It should have been boiled. I don't know if it tastes good. Shumo was thinking about the big bad wolf, and unknowingly he had come to the lake beach. The lake water had frozen, with a thin layer of snow floating on it. He walked onto the ice and came to the fishing trap area. Under the ice, more than a dozen big fish were frozen to the point of turning their bellies upside down. Although the temperature was very low, after all, they were soaking in the water. If they were not taken out for a long time, they would rot. Shumo held the wooden poke tightly and chiseled the ice vigorously. No matter how thick the ice was, it could not stop the miracle of great force, not to mention that the ice here was not thick to begin with. He fished out all the fish in the trap, a total of 16, each weighing about 4 pounds. After cleaning on the spot, the viscera were thrown back into the trap. Today is different from the past. It is difficult to catch fish in the trap before the ice melts. Throwing the viscera is just a way to repay the gift from the inland lake. He strung the fish together with dead vines and carried them back to the camp. It is unknown how many days these fish have been dead. Although they have not deteriorated, they have lost their freshness and are no longer suitable for making soup. He lit a bonfire outside the cabin and skewered 2 fish with branches for grilling. The remaining seasonings are enough for him to use until the end of the game, so there is no need to skimp too much. Soon, the 2 grilled fish, which are crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, exuded fragrance. Sprinkle with secret grilling seasoning and cumin powder, and grill for another 2 minutes before you can eat. Shumo took a bite, and the taste was as impeccable as ever. After eating and drinking, he dug the sled out of the snow. The sled was well preserved, except for the engine. Shumo couldn't just let the sled go to waste. Besides, he had been staying at home for so long, it was time to stretch his muscles. He took the wooden pike and the poison rifle, and strode on the snow to the wolf den he found last time. The goal this time was to bring back the 2 engines, so a fierce battle was inevitable. So he brought the wooden pike that could be used as a weapon. It was the same plan as last time, first to alienate them, and then to defeat them one by one. He believed that the entire wolf pack would be destroyed in his hands in no time. Shumo's wishful thinking was going on, and a mysterious and confident smile appeared on the corner of his mouth unconsciously. But as he walked, he found something wrong. Before he left the forest, there were a lot of traces of animal activities on the snow on the ground. You know, since the heavy snow closed the mountain, the animals here seemed to have disappeared, and it was difficult to meet one again. And now the snow on the ground was like a dog paddle. How many animals had come here? Shumo thought about it for a while and figured it out. The heavy snow had been blocking the mountain for so many days, even he was feeling suffocated, let alone the wild animals. Besides, after so many days without food, they would also come out to eat. He didn't take it seriously and continued to move towards the wolf den. But after walking a few steps, a wolf howled in front of him. Not long after, an adult wolf with green eyes appeared in his sight, sniffing its nose. Shumo was immediately excited. It was really a piece of cake to find it. It seemed that this was a lone wolf, so there was no need to use the alienation strategy. He tightened his wolfskin coat and observed for a while. The belly of this wolf was very flat, and it must have been hungry for a while. A hungry wolf is even better. A meal of delicious venison should make it grateful, right? This one. Just as he was about to take action, another big gray wolf appeared in his sight. Huh? Shumo frowned slightly, and soon relaxed again. I was planning to get a 2-cylinder engine. Wouldn't this be more convenient? At most, it would take some effort. He clenched the wooden poke and was about to charge when the third wolf appeared in his sight. Huh? 3? Shumo frowned again, but soon relaxed. He had been holding back for so long, and it was time to stretch his muscles. Moreover, he hadn't brushed up his attribute points for a long time. 3 wolves were just right for him. His blood began to boil, and his fighting spirit soared rapidly. When he made up his mind and prepared to attack, the 4th big bad wolf appeared in his sight with a step that didn't recognize any relatives. Then the 5th big bad wolf appeared, the 6th, the 7th, the 8th, until all he could see were wolves. Shumo's passion that had just ignited was quickly extinguished, and he felt cold from the top of his head to the soles of his feet in an instant. A quick glance showed that there were at least 30 or 40 of them. Shumo turned around and left without a second thought. So many wolves. What the hell? WAP/no906288142.html. Not only did he feel something was wrong, but even the audience in the live broadcast room felt it was a bit incredible. There aren't usually so many wolves. Where did these wolves come from? I guess there were so many, but we just didn't notice them normally. A snowstorm forced them all out. Impossible. Mr. Mo often goes out to commit suicide. There aren't so many wolves in Area 10. Brothers, don't guess. The case has been solved. The program team just issued an announcement saying that the snowstorm changed the ecological environment and it will recover after a while. Impossible. I don't see any problem in other areas. Simple happiness. What's impossible? Ecological changes are unpredictable. We can only say that Mr. Mo is unlucky. Juge coldly, are you sure it's Mr. Mo who is unlucky? Why do I feel that it's not certain who is unlucky? Shumo couldn't figure out why so many wolves suddenly appeared, so he stopped thinking about it. Now the important thing was to hurry back to the shelter. If he was surrounded by so many wolves, he would be basically dead. Fortunately, the wolves didn't find him, and he returned to the camp smoothly. As soon as he arrived at the camp, he opened the door of the warehouse and moved a lot of bacon and sausages back to his cabin. He had a strong sense of crisis because most of these wolves were hungry wolves, and it was difficult to find food in this frozen area. So it was only a matter of time before the wolves came to the camp. He saw 30 or 40 of them, and who knows how many more there were who he didn't see, so he had to continue to be confined in the shelter to ensure his personal safety. After Shumo moved the food, he replenished some firewood and returned to the shelter. After everything was ready, he closed the heavy door. The moment the door was locked, the sense of security came up. Shumo didn't seem to be very happy, and he was depressed when he thought about being confined again. Now he hoped that these wolves would go back to where they came from and leave this area as soon as possible. Not long after he lay in bed, he heard several wolf howls outside. These wolf howls came from far away and became more and more frequent. As he expected, the pack of wolves came to the camp. Soon there was a trampling sound outside the door. Shumo climbed up from the bed, looked through the crack in the door, and found several big gray wolves wandering around the camp. They soon found the warehouse and used their front paws to dig at the wooden door. One of them came to the door of the shelter and looked at him through the door. Shumo's mouth twitched, and he went to make a fire and cook in silence. These wolves could not open the doors of the shelter and warehouse, so they could only worry. After being anxious for a long time, they left, and there was no need to worry. During the mealtime, the noise outside gradually decreased, but the sky gradually darkened. After Shumo had a full meal, he lay on the bed bored and continued to lie flat. Amid the occasional wolf howls, he fell asleep unknowingly. This sleep was not peaceful, because the wolf howling was too annoying. No matter how far or near, it kept on calling. Half asleep and half awake, there was suddenly a strong knock on the door, accompanied by a harsh scratching sound. Shumo woke up suddenly and was immediately furious. This group of wolves was really too much. Did they really think that Shuzilong of Huangshan was made of mud? He turned over and got out of bed, picked up the wooden stick leaning against the head of the bed, and then suddenly opened the door. Ha! The moment the door opened, a large gray shadow rushed into the wooden house with a biting cold wind. Before Shumo could see what the gray shadow was, he found that at least 7 or 8 big gray wolves outside the house opened their bloody mouths and pounced at the same time. Fuck, let's call it a pity. He didn't even think about it and closed the door at a very fast speed. This door, it's safer to close it. No, Shumo suddenly remembered that something seemed to have rushed in just now, so he quickly lit the oil lamp. The dim light illuminated the small wooden house, and he immediately noticed a large gray shadow in the corner. Familiar body shape, familiar gray-yellow hair. Isn't this an underage grizzly bear? Shumo's eyes were a little straight and he froze in place. The underage grizzly bear curled up in the corner, buried its face in its stomach, and did not move at all like a ball. Shumo was stunned for a long time, still a little confused. Didn't this thing move? Why did it run here? No. What's the matter with it being here? It's a bear. Shumo reacted immediately and immediately took out the wooden stick. Any normal person would not want to sleep in the same room with a bear. Who knows? Today I will have to destroy the bear with my own hands. He approached the bear step by step cautiously, but the bear did not react to the approaching footsteps. Shumo had already arrived in front of it and slowly raised the wooden stick in his hand. He believed that with the blessing of 6 points of strength attribute, this wooden stick could penetrate the entire bear brain. At this time, the underage grizzly bear raised its bare face buried in its belly and looked at him with round eyes. Shumo couldn't understand its eyes, but with the help of the weak firelight, he saw that its body was covered with bite marks. He suddenly figured it out. Maybe it was forced into a desperate situation by the wolf pack, so it ran here. To be honest, he was a little soft-hearted. However, it was a grizzly bear after all. Even if it was underage, it was still very aggressive and wild. Staying here would be a great threat to his safety. Shumo never put down the wooden stick he held high, and there was a fierce battle between heaven and man in his mind. The picture seemed to be frozen at this moment, and the hearts of the audience in the live broadcast room were also hanging in their throats. Master Mo, I feel so sorry for it. Even as a big man, I feel that this bear is quite innocent. Master Mo, let it go and be a human for once. It's incredible. Really, the bear has been in such a mess it's hard not to feel sympathy. Egret flying high. But then again, this is wilderness survival after all. It's not right to refuse the food source that's delivered to the door. The feeling of flying. That's what you say. But after all, the human body temperature is 37 degrees. So killing it depends on the situation, right? This bear is already very miserable and it didn't do anything wrong. It was helpless to run to Moye's shelter. If you don't talk about love, what should we do? If we let it go, it will be bitten to death by wolves. Can we let it live in the same room with Moye? Who can guarantee that it won't attack Moye? Drunk in the lamp to see the cheap. Yes, although Moye is strong, there are always times when he is negligent. If the bear goes crazy, it will be a situation that cannot be recovered. But animals also have feelings, and there are many animals that are close to humans. You see, the bear has no intention of resisting, so it will definitely not attack Moye. 9 trees. Don't be too sure, this is a matter of life and death. Who dares to bet? The audience in the live broadcast room was arguing fiercely about whether to kill or not, and Shumo finally moved his hand holding the wooden stick. Whap. Whap on 1096-288-14913 HTML. He slowly put the wooden stick on the bear's forehead, poked it lightly, and said provocatively, "Get up and hit me." The underage grizzly bear stretched out its paw to dig open the wooden stick, silently moved its butt and turned around, burying its face in its belly again. Shumo was at a loss. He really couldn't do it. He returned to his bed, leaned against the headboard, holding the wooden stick in his hand, and stared at the grizzly bear's furry back. What should I do with this thing? It's here. I can't sleep peacefully at all. But if I want to kill it, it won't fight back, which is very difficult. If it shows any aggressiveness, I can do it. But its inaction still makes him passive. Forget it. Let's do it this way for now. Shumo rubbed his head and was too lazy to care about it for the time being. It was a very quiet night without any accidents. To be honest, Shumo did not sleep well, or rather, he did not sleep at all. After all, there was a grizzly bear next to the bed, and no matter how brave he was, he could not sleep peacefully. On the contrary, the grizzly bear did not have so many things to do, and slept very sweetly in the corner. It was dawn, and it was time to cook. Shumo rubbed his dark circles, glanced at the grizzly bear who was still sleeping, and got up helplessly to light a fire and cook. Breakfast was still a simple salt-boiled bacon and sausage. There was still half a pot of water left yesterday, so he just put the meat in and cook. There were wolves howling outside, so he had to stay in the room. After the water boiled, the aroma of bacon and sausage soon wafted out. After it was cooked, Shumo fished out 2 pieces, and when he was about to start eating, the grizzly bear came over. It moved to his side slowly, holding its paws and staring at the bacon in his hand. Shumo moved aside cautiously and instantly felt that the meat in his hand was no longer fragrant. The grizzly bear was so big that it was still very oppressive, not to mention that it was so close, which made him nervous all the time. Even if the grizzly bear had not shown any hostility, it was still difficult for him to let down his guard. He hesitated for a while and threw the bacon in his hand into its stomach. The grizzly bear quickly picked up the bacon and swallowed it in a few bites. After eating, it looked at him eagerly again. Shumo's mouth twitched, and he took 2 pieces from the pot and threw them to it again. The grizzly bear held the meat and ate it clean in a few bites. Shumo had no choice but to continue feeding it, and the whole pot ended up in its stomach. He stared at the pot with only soup left in it, stunned. Wasn't it prepared for his breakfast? Why did it change to feeding the bear? The grizzly bear was obviously not full and stretched out its bear paw to pat the pot. The meaning was self-evident. Shumo woke up and speechlessly took 2 pieces of bacon from the beams and threw them directly into the pot to cook. After it was cooked, he threw it all to the bear. It was obvious that the grizzly bear was very happy. He held 2 pieces of meat and moved back to his corner. After feeding it, Shumo cooked his own meal. After eating, he lay on the door again to observe the situation outside. The howling of wolves outside basically never stopped. Until now, there are still a few wolves wandering in the camp. Area number 10 is big and small. There are wolves wandering in the camp for such a long time, which is enough to show that the number of wolves is very large. So you can't go out now, otherwise it's easy to be besieged by a pack of wolves. Shumo sighed and climbed back into bed. He held the wooden poke and half lying on the bed to make up for his sleep. From time to time, he opened his eyes to see if the grizzly bear was moving, and then closed his eyes and continued to sleep. In this way, the shameless days with the grizzly bear lasted for 7 days. For 7 days, neither he nor the grizzly left the cabin, because the wolves outside never retreated. Shumo remained alert, always in a half-asleep and half-awake state. After a few days, he became more haggard. The grizzly was different, eating well and sleeping soundly, and his fur became more and more shiny and smooth. When will this kind of life end? Shumo, half lying on the bed, wailed, feeling that his future life would be gloomy. This gray, the gray of the grizzly. He came to live alone in the wilderness, but now he really lives together in the wilderness, and he lives with a bear. Living together is fine. This bear can not only sleep, but also eat a lot, and most importantly, he can poop. It's not like he hasn't been a shit shoveler before, but shoveling the shit of the grizzly bear is really killing him. It's such a big pile, and he has to find a path, suitable opportunity to throw it out the door. There is no suitable opportunity, so he can only wait patiently. The big wolves were the same. They would not leave unless they could dig open the door of the warehouse. If they had the chance, they would stuff bear shit into their mouths to relieve their hatred. These things could actually be tolerated. The most important thing was that there was not enough food in the wooden house. He had only stored a month's worth of food for one person, but the bears were more hungry than he was, so the monthly food supply was reduced to less than 10 days. If the wolves did not leave, he would have to risk being beaten up to get food from the warehouse. He was anxious, and there were others who were more anxious than him. In the Wenghua Beach Villa area, Charles supported his chin with his hand, his focused eyes fixed on the brand new computer screen. On the screen, a man and a bear were eating, and the picture was extremely harmonious. At this time, the old butler hurried over and whispered, "Master Charles, the two brothers Moreau and Grattan have been contacted." Charles shook his head and said in confusion, "You say, why didn't the bear attack him? Is this scientific?" The old butler shook his head and said in confusion, "It's quite unscientific. Forget it. No matter whether it is scientific or not, we must not let him get food from the warehouse. Without food supplies, I want to see how long he can last in the shelter." Charles rubbed his eyes, lay on the sofa and said, "So, now we must find two professionals to pry open the door of the warehouse without anyone noticing, and let the wolves in to empty his food supply." But Master Charles, the two brothers Moreau and Grattan are unwilling to take this kind of job. They say they are professional killers, and this kind of sneaky thing is not suitable for them. Not suitable for them? I think no one is more professional than them in this kind of thing of leaving no chickens or dogs alive. Charles laughed angrily and said grimly, "Tell them that if they come back to complete the mission, the last incident will be forgiven. If they don't come back or fail the mission, they will be fed to the fish." Yes! The 79th day of living alone in the wilderness. Shumo and Grizzly Bear have been trapped in the house for 9 days, and the wolves still haven't left. If they don't leave, he will win the championship with Grizzly Bear. The food stored in the house can only last for 2 days at most, so he must start planning to get food from the warehouse. After a whole day of thinking, the best way is to quickly move food from the warehouse during the day when there are fewer wolves. So he must get enough sleep in the next 2 days to complete this important task in the best condition. As soon as it got dark, he lay down on the bed early and tried to let down his guard for the first time to have a good sleep. He didn't sleep well every day when he lived with Grizzly Bear. He was really tired. As the night deepened, he smoothly fell into a deep sleep. At this time, 2 sneaky tall figures sneaked into area number 10 from the inland lake. /119/2881491 After they got ashore, they did not rush to act, but chose to ambush by the lake. Killer A lowered his voice and asked, "Brother, we have already left here. Why did we come back?" Killer B also lowered his voice. "The boss has a huge force behind him. We can't hide. Only if we complete this mission can we really get away with it. But we are killers. This kind of door prying and lock opening is not within our business scope. That can't be helped. Who let the boss take a fancy to our talent?" Killer B was a little complacent, patted Killer A on the shoulder, and whispered to comfort him, "After completing this mission, you and I will retire from the underworld and no longer have to live on the edge of a knife." "But there are so many wolves here." Killer A was a little scared when he heard the wolf howls that kept coming from far and near. "Don't worry, I've prepared, otherwise I wouldn't have come back so soon to take on this mission." Killer B opened the toolbox he carried with him. In addition to the tools for prying the door, there were also a dozen small black cans neatly arranged. He took out a few cans and handed them to Killer A, saying, "If a wolf approaches, use it. It will keep us safe, amen?" "Brother, what is this?" "Anti-wolf spray, specially used to prevent wolves, produced in the largest small commodity market in Xia country, with excellent quality. Remember to shake it before spraying." "Brother, you are professional, brother. You are awesome." The 2 killers muttered for a while, put on their equipment, and set off to Shumo's shelter. It was a dark and windy night, and it was cold in the 49th day of the year. The lakeshore was only 500 meters away from the shelter, and the 2 killers didn't take long to find the vicinity of the camp. They were very lucky that they were not attacked by gray wolves along the way, but there were 3 big gray wolves constantly wandering in the camp. "Brother, what should we do?" Killer A squatted down, pressing Killer B's shoulder, staring at the big gray wolf vigilantly. "Wait, there are still 3 hours before dawn. If they don't leave within 3 hours, we have to attack them by force." Killer B raised his wrist to check the time and replied briefly. The 2 killers lay in ambush, quietly waiting for the best time to act. But the big bad wolf had no intention of leaving the camp and kept circling around the warehouse. 2 hours later, Killer B's patience ran out, and he whispered, "Do it!" Killer A was also unambiguous and quickly shook the anti-wolf spray in his hand. Remember, you must reduce the noise and never let know. 10 find out. Understood. 2 professional killers, holding anti-wolf spray and door prying tools, tactically entered the number 10 camp one after the other. The moment they stepped into the camp, the 3 wolves discovered them at the same time. Awoo! The hungry gray wolves, of course, would not let go of the food that was delivered to their doorsteps and immediately howled and pounced on them at the same time. Cover! Killer B's professional quality immediately came up, and he whispered and quickly moved towards the warehouse door. Understood. Killer A was also unambiguous. He held the anti-wolf spray in both hands and crossed them around Killer B very professionally, spraying non-stop. The pungent spray formed a tactical aura around the 2 people, protecting their safety. Killer B instinctively wanted to cough and sneeze, but he restrained himself. The physical discomfort of holding back made his face quickly turn red, and 2 lines of hot tears flowed down uncontrollably. Killer A was not much better. The effect of the anti-wolf spray was strong, but it did not distinguish between enemies and friends, and it also caused great harm to them. Fortunately, the 3 gray wolves smelled the pungent and spicy smell from a distance and did not dare to approach easily. The 2 professional killers cried and leaned against the warehouse door. Killer B took out the door prying tools and began to pry the door with tears. Killer A cried very depressed and sad, but still held the spray and sprayed non-stop. In fact, the warehouse door was not locked at all, and it could be opened by lifting the door up. But the 2 killers had never seen this kind of Chinese slot door. After a long time of trying, they still had no idea where to start. Killer B raised the crowbar and had already begun to doubt his ability. Brother, hurry up! I can't bear it anymore. Killer A's face was covered with snot and tears, and he urged in a sobbing voice. Killer B gritted his teeth and used the crowbar to pry the door up and down, left and right. He really managed to pry the wooden door out of the slot. Bang! Without the support of the slot, the wooden door slid into the warehouse and fell heavily to the ground. Oh God, I'm such a genius! Killer B looked at the wide-open warehouse door and instantly felt his confidence return. Brother is awesome! Killer A praised him and covered him to quickly evacuate the place. Not long after they left, 3 big gray wolves entered the warehouse one after another, and soon they all came out with large pieces of bacon. The aroma of smoked meat that had been stored for a long time wafted out from the warehouse, attracting a large number of gray wolves. Shu Mo, who was sleeping soundly, had no idea that a wolf festival was being held in the camp, nor did he know that all his food reserves had been emptied out in a short time. The sky finally brightened. Shu Mo, who had rested enough, sat up from the muck bed, got out of bed, and put on his wolfskin coat in high spirits. A good night's sleep made him particularly energetic, and he had more energy to cook. The underage grizzly bear got up earlier than him and had moved to the side of the fireplace, eagerly waiting for dinner. During this period, its injuries had recovered by more than half, and the whole bear seemed to have gained weight. It was difficult for Shu Mo to get up again after letting go of his murderous intent, and his vigilance was also unconsciously decreasing. He took off the only 2 pieces of smoked meat left on the beam and threw them all into the pot to cook. Since he wanted to do something big, he had to eat and drink enough to ensure sufficient physical strength. While eating, he suddenly discovered a problem. It seemed to be much quieter outside, and he had not heard a wolf howl so far. After dinner, he lay on the crack of the door to observe the situation outside. After observing for a long time, he did not find any shadow of the wolf. Did the wolf leave? Shu Mo felt that it was a little impossible, but now it was definitely a godsend for him, and he must not miss it. He took the wooden poke, quietly opened the door, and then stuck his head out to look around. The snow in the camp was a mess, full of traces of wolf activities, but now there was indeed no wolf left. But wolves are like things. If one appears, a group of them may appear, so we still cannot let our guard down. Shu Mo took a deep breath and ran to the main door of the warehouse with the wooden poke. But before he ran a few steps, he saw the collapsed door of the warehouse and the dark entrance. Fuck you, immortal board. WAP/11109628814915.html. Shu Mo's heart sank instantly. and he rushed into the warehouse. The warehouse was empty, and there was no more than 300 kilograms of stored grain left. Now he knew why there were no wolves in the camp, because they were all full, and there was no food in the warehouse, so they would not continue to waste time here. But why was the door of the warehouse opened? The slot-type wooden door must be lifted up to open, and no matter how many wolves there are, it is impossible to open it. Shumo's face was very ugly, and he noticed something was wrong at the first time. The mood of the audience in the live broadcast room was not much better. After all, 39.99 million votes involve too many people's lottery qualifications. Confused little treasure. It's over. The biggest reversal in history is here. Without food, how can Mr. Mo survive until the end of the game with his appetite? It's better to miss each other than to meet. Panic Hammer, with Mr. Mo's personality, he will sit and wait for death? Listen to your heartbeat. But it's icy and snowy now. Where can you find food? Stranger, have you forgotten that Mr. Mo still has a snake nest? It's no problem to survive until the end of the game. Besides, isn't there a wolf in her Area 10? Hunting 2 is enough. The past is very light. Stop it. Hunting wolves depends on the situation, right? With so many wolves, who dares to attack them? Otherwise, with Moye's personality, why would he stay at home for so long? Contradictory posture. If it doesn't work, kill the bear in the house. Not only can you survive until the end of the game, but you can also eat well. Quiet little man. Woo-woo-woo. Don't kill the bear. It's so well-behaved. Moye should just starve. Shumo frowned and went to the door to check the situation. There was a very obvious pry mark on the collapsed wooden door, which was not caused by wolves at all. The snow outside the door was very messy, but he still found a few incomplete shoe prints. Now he can conclude that someone has been here. The identity of the person who came is unclear, but it must be related to the handsome repairman. The handsome repairman has tripped himself up again and again. It seems that he not only wants to prevent him from winning the championship, but also wants his life. Without food, he can only go out to look for it. Once he goes out, he is likely to be besieged by wolves, and then his life and death will be really unpredictable. Shumo suddenly figured it out. The appearance of the wolf pack is likely to be a trap set by the handsome repairman. However, he had to enter this trap. Attribute points are important, and so is the 1 million bonus. In any case, he must go to replenish food. Shumo returned to the house and walked to the grizzly bear, who was about to go to sleep. The grizzly bear raised its face from its stomach and looked at him innocently with its round eyes. "You've been eating for so long. It's time for you to go to work." Shumo touched its furry head and whispered. The grizzly bear didn't understand, but had an ominous premonition. "Follow me." He patted the grizzly bear's head and turned to leave the room. The grizzly bear hesitated for a long time and finally propped up its paws and followed behind him. Shumo tied the vine rope on the sled to its neck and chest. Unexpectedly, it did not resist. The grizzly bear's obedience made him a little dazed, but now was not the time to worry about it. He sat on the sled and gently poked the grizzly bear's butt with a wooden stick. The grizzly stretched out its claws and scratched its buttocks. Then the claws landed on the ground and pulled the sled out of the camp easily. Shumo used a wooden poke to control the direction of the grizzly bear. It had a high level of understanding and was very cooperative. It understood with 2 light taps. This time, the destination was the snake nest halfway up the mountain. At present, only this place could provide him with sufficient food supplies. This journey must be full of dangers, but he did not bring a venom rifle. If he was really besieged by a pack of wolves, the role of the venom rifle would be almost negligible, and bringing it would only become a burden. His only weapon was the wooden poke in his hand. The wooden poke was about 1.8 meters long, as thick as an adult's wrist, and was made of tree heartwood, which was very strong and durable. One end was sharpened by him, with a strong penetration and lethality, and could be used as a spear in a critical moment. The camera in the live broadcast room followed the sled forward and once again appreciated the wonders of nature in the far north. But this time, their blood began to boil, because everyone knew what it meant to travel at this time. A heart-piercing promise. Awesome. Going out at this time basically means that you have chosen to confront the wolf pack head-on and your courage is beyond belief. It is better to miss each other than to meet. I said that with Mr. Mo's character, he would not sit still and wait for death, but I did not expect him to be so tough. Now I just want to say, be brave. Why should you not be discouraged? Mr. Mo, be brave. The residual heat dissipated. Mr. Mo, be brave. Thinking logic, Mr. Mo, be brave. In the uniform screen, Shumo drove the sled into the forest. Last time, there were a group of wolves here, but this time, there were only a few scattered ones hanging far away. They did not dare to approach because they were afraid of the deterrent power of the grizzly bear. As the strongest overlord in this area, even if it was underage, it was not something that a few wolves dared to offend easily. Shumo glanced at them with contempt and continued to drive the grizzly bear forward. Out of the forest, there was a very wide slope. There was no other vegetation on the slope except for a few crooked trees. It was very empty, so empty that he could see at a glance that there were more than a dozen hungry wolves wandering around. The grizzly bear stopped and bared its sharp fangs, because it had discovered the wolf pack, and the wolf pack had also discovered them. Keep going! Shumo tightened his wolfskin coat and patted the grizzly bear's butt with a wooden stick expressionlessly. The grizzly bear licked his nose and continued to move forward without saying a word. Awoo! A loud wolf howl came from behind, and it was the gray wolves in the forest that followed. The grizzly bear pulled the sled and walked through the snow as if it were flat ground. There were gray wolves wandering around in all directions, and their green eyes were fixed on the man and the bear who were walking. The gray wolves did not take action because there were not enough of them. They were very cunning and cautious, and would not easily provoke the overlord before they were sure of victory. As more and more gray wolves followed, the grizzly bear pulled the sled up the slope and entered the sparse forest where the snake's nest was. After reaching the cave entrance, Shumo untied the vine rope and pulled Grizz by the bear's ear into the cave. It was dangerous outside, and he couldn't leave it outside. When he arrived at the snake's nest, he waved the wooden stick to dig out the snakes. Grizz lay beside him and watched him silently. The snakes dug out were tied into a ball by Shumo and thrown aside. There were about 12 or 13 snakes in a snake ball. After making 3 snake balls, he stopped digging. So many snakes were enough for him and Grizz to eat for a few days. He had to save his energy to deal with the wolves outside. Let's go. Shumo called out and left the cave with the snake ball and the wooden stick. Grizz still followed him silently and walked to the cave entrance together. Shumo put the snake ball on the sled and tied the vine rope back to it. The way back was the same as the way here. The only difference was that there were more and more wolves. The ideal situation was that the wolves still did not take action and they returned to the camp smoothly. But ideals are ideals after all, and what is coming will come. Zenim, //levno96 28288149 now. As soon as it came out of the forest, the grizzly bear stopped again, but this time it was forced to stop by the wolves. Awoo! Awoo! On the open, snowy ground on the slope, a large number of big gray wolves kept crossing each other, forming a huge encirclement. The encirclement was shrinking, and they were ready to attack at any time. The grizzly bear was very anxious and scratched its paws and kept making low growls. Shumo looked around and found that the wolves had blocked all their retreat routes. If they wanted to survive, they could only force their way out of the encirclement. In fact, he had expected this situation, so his mood was not too fluctuating. He tore off the vines tied to the grizzly bear and turned over to ride on its back. The grizzly bear suddenly sank under the pressure and turned his head to look at him in confusion. You are a bear, not a bear bag. They bit you so badly last time. This time it's your turn to get it back. Shumo patted its furry bear head and whispered a soothing word, then suddenly swung the wooden stick and slapped it hard on its fat butt. The grizzly bear felt pain and roared and charged towards the surrounding wolves. Large pieces of snow flew under the bear's paws. Without the drag of the sled, its speed was even faster than that of the wolf. Oh! Of course, the wolves would not let go of the prey at their mouths, and they swarmed up with howls. The wolves in front of them met them first. The fastest big gray wolf among them suddenly jumped up, opened its mouth with saliva, and bit Shumo on the bear's back. Huh! Shumo's eyes condensed, and the 6 points of strength attribute that had been suppressed for a long time broke out completely. The wooden stick in his hand swung out a residual image and accurately pierced into the mouth of the flying wolf. Puff! The sharp, wooden stick instantly penetrated the wolf's mouth and came out from the back of its head under the powerful force, nailing the whole wolf in midair. Scarlet blood kept dripping, quickly dyeing the entire wooden stick red. The picture seemed to be still at this moment, and the audience in the live broadcast room was instantly excited. Have you ever heard? I, Juo, was shot dead, so handsome. Mountains and seas are finally ravines. One man guards the pass and 10,000 men cannot open it. It is me, Master Mo. Youth. Brave and invincible, domineering and messed up. The demeanor of a great general. How many people in the world can match this momentum? The scenery on the rooftop is unique. Master Mo is my god. Awesome, 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 awesome. Shumo shook his wrist and picked up the dead wolf corpse and flew it out. Ding, the battle judgment has been triggered, the battle is over, and the evaluation is completed. The system's prompt sound is like a battle horn, and a full-scale battle broke out. Awoo! The splashing blood aroused the ferocity of the wolves. The 4 fastest gray wolves in the front pounced at the same time, still aiming directly at Shumo. Shumo was not afraid at all. He took advantage of the impact speed of the grizzly bear and stabbed the gray wolf's throat again. The wooden poke left a series of afterimages. With the increase of the dual attribute points of strength and agility, it broke the throats of 4 gray wolves at an incredible speed. Before the 4 gray wolves got close, they were pierced through the vitals and fell powerlessly into the snow. At the same time, 3 gray wolves on the right were approaching, and they pounced at the same time with a strong smell of fish. Shumo glanced at them, clenched the wooden stick, and swept it across. Crack! The crisp sound of bone cracking sounded continuously under the whistling wooden stick, and the 3 gray wolves were slammed into the snow pile at the same time, and their lives were unknown. Suddenly, the fishy smell on the left increased, and another gray wolf pounced over, and its sharp fangs were about to touch his waist and abdomen. It was too late to defend with a gun at this time. Shumo did not dodge, but clenched his left fist to meet the wide-open wolf's mouth and smashed it hard into its throat. The big gray wolf rolled his eyes, and the wolf body instantly stiffened and straightened. Shumo snorted coldly, pulled its tongue root, and pulled the entire tongue out of the wolf's mouth. As blood splashed, the wolves on the left were scared away. But the fishy wind behind him started again, and 3 more gray wolves pounced over. The grizzly bear suddenly braked, turned around and rushed back at the gray wolf, while extending its sharp claws and slapping the nearest wolf's head. Crack! The thick bear paw not only smashed the gray wolf's skull in an instant, but also tore off half of the wolf's face. The gray wolf in the front died on the spot without even a wail. The grizzly bear jumped up on the wolf's corpse, pressed the second wolf under it, and then bit off its neck cleanly. The third wolf changed its target and bit down on the thick neck of the grizzly bear. But before it touched the grizzly bear's hair, Shumo shot through the wolf's head. Shumo finished the knife and immediately fell off the bear's back. The grizzly bear's fighting power should not be underestimated. It might be more likely to win if they fight alone. When he just stood firm, a big gray wolf who had learned the true teachings of the second wolf in the state of Shuzhou pounced on his lower body vitals so fast that Shumo didn't even have time to react. Shumo's face turned pale, and he felt a chill in his crotch. Just as he was about to clamp his legs together to try to reduce the damage, the grizzly bear, which had dealt with the gray wolf, turned around again and suddenly knocked the wretched big gray wolf 3 meters away. From now on, you are my brother, my real brother. Shumo was so moved that his attitude towards it instantly soared to the level of a relative. If it weren't for it, I'm afraid I would have to apply for a job in the palace. In addition to being moved, there was a rapidly expanding anger. These wolves repeatedly did not follow the moral code of martial arts, which was something he absolutely could not tolerate. The resentment and anger accumulated in these days must be borne by these wolves. Shumo shouted angrily, stepped forward and nailed the old sixth gray wolf forever in the snow, and then leaned against the grizzly bear and tried his best to protect its safety. The grizzly bear was not a vegetarian either. It was more terrifying than these gray wolves when it was completely crazy. The man and the bear quickly changed from fighting alone to coordinating attacks. They all have extremely high defense and powerful strength, and they always maintain a safe place surrounded by wolves. On the contrary, the attacking wolves keep falling at their feet, and the blood that gushed out penetrates a large area of snowy ground. This battle frightened the wolves and shocked the audience in the live broadcast room. The landlord of the cat, so strong. The scenery on the bridge is unique, not only strong, but also abnormal. I can't describe my current mood. It's not an exaggeration to say that Master Mo is a god of war. A hug with the wind. I think the title of Wolf Slayer is more suitable for Master Mo. He is too fierce. Bai Mushanchi. I am fortunate to see this live broadcast, which makes me firmly believe that the fierce generals who can fight against hundreds of people in ancient China really exist. Master Mo was born in the wrong era. If he was born a few hundred years earlier, he would definitely be a super fierce general who would shock all nations. Only a boat crosses the sea. If today's live broadcast is spread, I don't know how many foreigners will come to China to beg to learn martial arts. It's too face-saving. WAP 1N2-1N6-2884917.html. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room was extremely hot, but some people's moods had sunk to the bottom. Wenghua, Beach Villa. Charles stared at the screen intently, watching the gray wolf fall under the sharp wooden pokes one after another. He stared at the thin figure killing people everywhere, and a chill rose uncontrollably from the bottom of his heart. This chill represented the fear that he had not felt for many years. He was afraid. The old butler stood beside him, also silent. The villa was very quiet, so quiet that it was depressing. After a long time, Charles looked away and asked with trembling lips, "I ask you, is there really such a thing as Chinese Kung Fu?" The old butler was silent for a moment and said softly, "Master Charles, China has been a very mysterious place since ancient times. There are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers there, and it is not strange for any characters to appear there. What I'm asking is, does he really know Chinese Kung Fu?" Charles suppressed the fear in his heart and repeated it again. "Yes," the old butler replied with certainty. Looking at him, if it was not Chinese Kung Fu, how could this mysterious Chinese man have such a strong anti-killing power in the Siege of Wolves? This kind of power that violates science and exceeds cognition can only be achieved by the legendary Chinese Kung Fu in the world. Charles fell silent again. Chinese Kung Fu is famous all over the world and has been said to be magical. He had always been skeptical before, but today he had no choice but to believe it. The old butler sighed and advised carefully, "Master Charles, in my opinion, let's forget about this matter." "Forget it," Charles muttered to himself, repeating these two words over and over again. Suddenly his face began to twist, and he roared resentfully. "Do you know how many people watch this live broadcast? Hundreds of millions. His slap not only slapped me in the face, but also brought shame to my entire family. You tell me to let it go? How can I let it go? Unless he dies, it will never end." The old butler trembled with fear and did not reply. Charles took a deep breath, pulled out a black pistol from his arms, and said sinisterly, "I don't care whether he knows Chinese Kung Fu or not, and I don't care who he is. In front of it, all beings are equal." The old butler was shocked and quickly advised, "Master, please think twice. If you use a gun, it will really make things worse, and it will be difficult to end it at that time. Don't worry, I have a plan. As long as we erase the evidence, they can't do anything to us, even if they are suspected." Charles regained his confident smile on his face, pondered for a while, and continued, "The brothers Moreau and Grattan are talented. They completed the last mission very well. Let's leave this matter to them." The old butler was stunned and said with difficulty, "Master Charles, they have changed their careers and probably won't take this kind of murder job." "Change career?" "Yes. After the last mission, they think thieves are the most suitable profession for them. No professional ethics at all. Tell them that if they want to change their careers, they have to complete this mission before changing. Otherwise, they will go to the sea to feed the fish. Yes! After an unknown amount of time, when Shumo picked up a gray wolf that rushed up from the pile of corpses, the battle gradually cooled down. The besieging wolves surrounded a wolf and a bear and kept whimpering threateningly, but no wolf dared to cross the line. On the snow stained with blood, there were piles of gray wolf corpses emitting a disgusting smell of blood. They were really scared, and the unprecedented fear spread rapidly among the wolves. Oh! Finally, with a loud wolf howl, they dispersed in disgrace with their tails between their legs. Shumo, who was covered in blood, inserted the equally blood-stained wooden stick diagonally into the ground and sat down on the snow with a tired butt. Ding! The battle judgment has been completed. Battle rating S, reward-free attribute points 12 points. The rich attribute points have arrived, slightly clearing his fatigue. However, he was still seriously injured in the siege of the wolf pack and needed to return to the camp to rest immediately. Shumo took a few deep breaths and turned his eyes to the grizzly bear. The grizzly bear played an indispensable role in this battle, but it was also seriously injured, with many parts of its body torn and bloody. It sat beside him, licking its wounds. After waiting for its strength to recover a little, Shumo stood up and pulled the sled over. This battle, the wolf pack left at least more than 40 corpses, so there was no need to worry about food. However, Shumo only moved 3 of them and put them on the sled, and he piled the rest on the spot. There were still 21 days left before his solitary life in the wilderness ended, and it was enough for him to eat. In the days to come, he would become the nightmare of the wolf pack. When the anti-hunting time came, he would worry about the food, so there was no point in moving all the wolf corpses back. Shumo called the grizzly bear and personally pulled the heavy sled back to the camp. The grizzly bear was his brother now, so he didn't need to do this kind of rough work. It was very human, dragging its injured body and silently following behind him. Along the way, the gray wolves they encountered retreated far away and did not dare to approach them. After returning to the camp, Shumo unloaded the wolf carcasses outside the warehouse. Today, he did not have the energy to clean these up, and he did not have to worry about wolves coming to steal food if he left them outside. After all, they had been frightened by the killing today, and no matter how brave they would not dare to come to the camp in such a short time. Even if they really came, Shumo would keep them here forever. The grizzly bear rolled twice in the snow, washed the blood off its body, and crawled back to the corner of the wooden house. Shumo moved the box pot out and chose to live and cook outside. There was still a day's worth of food in the wooden house, and he cooked it all at once. After it was cooked, he picked out the precious venison and put it to the grizzly bear's mouth. The grizzly bear rubbed the back of his hand and unceremoniously held the steaming hot venison and ate it. After feeding it first, Shumo took out the remaining wolf meat in the pot and ate it. After eating, his physical strength began to recover, and the wounds quickly scarred and fell off under the effect of restoring attribute points. In this battle, most of the injuries were superficial, which proved that the wolves were not as scary as imagined. The real scary thing is people, especially those who keep using dirty tricks. Shumo knew that the handsome repairman would not give up if the wolves did not hunt him down. The end of the game was just around the corner, so revenge would come soon. He had thought about exposing the repairman's conspiracy and relying on the huge audience to stop his actions. But without evidence, even if he reported it, he would only fall into endless wrangling and end up with nothing. What's more, this is his territory, and any topic involving him may be used by him in turn. So instead of stopping him, it is better to counter it. It is still unknown whether it will be a blessing or a curse. WAP. Unlevered Hundimus Dine 1628811498.html. Shumo was not afraid of the repairman's methods because the newly added attribute points gave him great confidence. Start the war core, he said silently and opened the system panel. Constitution 0-100 strengthen internal defense. Endurance 10-100 strengthen external defense. Strength 6-100 strengthen physical strength. Agility 3-100 strengthen physical speed. Toughness 0-100 strengthen physical resistance. Recovery 6/100 strengthens self-healing ability. Distributable attribute points, 12. Activated skills. Eye of Wisdom, real-time analysis of target status data. Battle Judgment, none. Through the battle evaluated by the system, you can obtain freely distributed attribute points. Upgrade area. Complete all body enhancements. Automatically upgrade to the Warcore Intermediate version and automatically start the next stage of the task. The problem of allocating 12 attribute points made him quite entangled. Actual combat proved that, except for 2 blank pages, the rest of the attribute increases are very important. Now that the attribute points are abundant, why not share them equally? He believes that with such a powerful system, no attribute is lame. Shumo thought about it and added 1 attribute point to the Constitution. After the distribution, he felt his body tighten and couldn't help shivering. Apart from that, there was nothing else unusual, but he could clearly feel that it had become harder. As for where it was harder, he didn't say it. He could only say that it was hard everywhere. The harder the body, the stronger the defense, which was in line with the word physique, and it didn't affect the flexibility of the joints. In general, it was another powerful attribute increase. Shumo was very satisfied and immediately added another attribute point to toughness. He didn't know much about toughness. It was called resistance, but with such a strong internal and external defense, this attribute felt more or less useless. But he quickly overturned this feeling. Although the increase in toughness did not bring any changes to the body, it made him feel less cold. You have to know that this is an extremely cold place. Even if you put on a wolfskin coat, you still can't stop the pervasive cold. But after adding toughness, the coldness was significantly reduced. This shows that toughness has the effect of resisting cold. If you can resist cold, does it mean that you can also resist fire? Even ultraviolet rays, radiation resistance, and all other magical damage? If that's the case, it would be really against the will of heaven. Given time, maybe he will really be immortal. Even if he dies, his body can't be burned or rotted. At the very least, he will become a 10,000-year-old Zongzi. Shumo didn't dare to think about it. If he thought about it anymore, he would be floating. He still had 10 attribute points left, and no matter which attribute he added, his strength would increase. His increase in strength was equivalent to a disguised weakening of his opponent, which was disadvantageous to him. Take the wolf pack as an example. If the wolf pack did not pose a fatal threat to him, it would reduce the combat evaluation and even fail to trigger the combat judgment. So he had to try to suppress his strength before he met a strong enough opponent. Shumo retracted the system and looked up at the sky. The sky was getting darker now, but there was still some time before dark. He planned to take this time to go to the lake to wash and deal with a wolf corpse. After all, the food was gone, and he didn't want to sacrifice his sleep time to deal with this thing. The grizzly bear curled up in the corner, licking the wound on its body in pain, but it did not make any sound and was very quiet. It had no recovery system and could only rely on its own healing ability to get through it. Shumo sighed. He could not help it with this kind of thing. He closed the door of the wooden house, turned back to the camp, moved a wolf corpse and put it on the sled, and then pulled the sled to the lake alone. On the way, there were several big gray wolves constantly wandering in the distance, but they never came close. Shumo was not in the mood to care about them now. The wooden poke was placed on the sled, and he was not afraid of them. After arriving at the lake, he first used the wooden poke to poke an ice hole at the lakeside, and then jumped in with a plop. The freezing cold lake water washed away the stains on his body, bringing an extremely sour sobriety. The water was really cold, but with the attribute of 1 point of toughness, it was barely bearable. Shumo soaked in the ice water and washed off the sticky blood stains attached to his body. The audience in the live broadcast room already worshipped him as a godlike figure, but they were still shocked by his operation. "You go and beat me. This..." He jumped down with mosaics all over his body. If I'm not mistaken, the temperature there is at least minus 30 degrees. It's really brave to go winter swimming in such an extremely cold place. Master Mo, it's not surprising. He slaughtered the wolf pack. Is there anything he can't do? A leaf. I now doubt whether Master Mo is a human. Even the TV shows are not as outrageous as him. Someone has also registered the name Big Fat Wants to Lose Weight. There are still people who have such doubts. Don't you think that Master Mo has ever done anything human? Of course, he is not a human if he doesn't do anything human. After washing himself, Shumo climbed onto the ice. A gust of cold wind blew and froze him. He quickly put on his wolfskin coat, which made his pale face a little rosy. It's still cold. It seems that it's better to swim less in winter. This fully demonstrates the importance of hot baths. It seems that the bathtub needs to be made as soon as possible, because the next few days will be accompanied by fighting, and blood will inevitably be stained on the body. Besides, the grizzly bear should take a bath. The smell is indeed a bit strong. It would be painful to let it take a cold bath, so it should also take a comfortable hot bath. While cleaning the wolf carcass, Shumo planned to build a bathtub. It was not until it was completely dark that he dragged the processed wolf meat back to the camp. It was dark, and the gray wolves wandering on the road felt that they were able to attack him again and again. But when they saw Shumo pulled out the wooden poke, they were scared and retreated far away. After returning to the camp safely, Shumo hung the fresh wolf meat on the beam of the warehouse, then closed the warehouse door and returned to his cabin. The grizzly bear had fallen asleep in the corner, probably because of the pain, and his sleep was not peaceful. Shumo came to its side quietly, touched its fluffy head and comforted it for a while, and then returned to his bed. He had let down his guard and soon fell into a deep sleep in fatigue. It was a quiet and peaceful night. Nothing happened except for a few scattered wolf howls in the distance. In the morning, the cold wind blew and a new day arrived. Shumo, who had replenished his energy, got up from the bed and opened the closed door. The sleeping grizzly bear shivered from the cold and turned over to continue sleeping. After Shumo came back from the lake to wash up, he began to prepare breakfast for the new day. He unloaded a wolf leg from the warehouse and planned to grill the whole thing. The grizzly bear was injured, and stewing it would be most beneficial for it to recover from its injuries. But Shumo didn't do that, and he didn't even make it a breakfast. WAP 1109628814919.htm. Because the grizzly bear is the overlord of this area, not a fed pet, Shumo will leave here soon, and the grizzly bear will return to the embrace of nature. If it loses its wildness because of my care, that would be the real harm to it. The barbecue soon gave off an alluring aroma under the bonfire, awakening the sleeping grizzly bear. It twisted its fat butt and staggered to Shumo's side. Shumo ignored it and turned the barbecue in his hand. The barbecue soon had a crispy skin and oil was sizzling out. He sprinkled the secret baking ingredients and cumin powder on it to make the aroma more intense. The grizzly bear opened its mouth slightly and drooled. It moved closer to Shumo again, waiting eagerly for feeding. Shumo was angry and amused, so he simply turned around and faced away from it. Unexpectedly, the grizzly bear followed immediately and moved in front of him again. It sat up, stretched out its retracted paw to hold down his arm, and stared at the barbecue with its round eyes. Shumo rolled his eyes, pulled the unprocessed wolf corpse in front of it, and then pursed his lips, indicating that it should eat this thing. The grizzly bear disdainfully dug the smelly wolf carcass aside, still staring at the barbecue in his hand. Shumo made up his mind and began to gnaw on the roasted wolf leg in front of it. His mouth was full of oil, and the grizzly bear drooled as he ate. Soon, the whole wolf leg was gnawed clean by Shumo in front of the grizzly bear's eager eyes. "It's gone, all gone." Shumo shook the leg bone that had been gnawed clean in front of it and then threw it far away. The grizzly bear felt very aggrieved, holding his paw and staring at him blankly. "You are a bear, not a dog. You are not allowed to gnaw bones." Shumo explained and pulled the unprocessed wolf carcass over again. The grizzly bear didn't even look at the wolf carcass and turned around aggrievedly and returned to his own corner of the wooden house. This time, it buried its bare face in the corner with its butt sticking out towards the door. Shumo looked at its thick bare back and touched his nose awkwardly. This guy seemed angry, but he had to be ruthless and cultivate its wildness. Otherwise, it would really harm it. Shumo sighed and pulled the 2 wolf carcasses left in the camp and the snake ball on the sled to the lake to clean them up. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. He has handled a lot of these things. Basically, he can kill a wolf in an hour and a snake in a few minutes. So before noon, he pulled the processed wolf meat and snake meat back to the camp. The grizzly bear was still the same, with its back to the door and motionless. Shumo felt a little bit reluctant, but forget it. Seeing that it is injured now, I will cultivate its wildness later. He lit a bonfire in the camp, and then filled a pot of snow and put it on the temporary stove. There was no dragon and phoenix soup, but he could make a pot with wolf meat and snake meat. While the soup was stewing, he found a stump, hollowed out the middle, and made a rough big soup bowl. After the soup was stewed thoroughly, he poured a full bowl into the soup bowl. Shumo held the soup bowl and came to the grizzly bear. He patted its big head and said with a smile, "Are you still angry?" The grizzly bear stretched out its paw to dig his hand away and buried its face even lower. "You are young, but you have a bad temper." Shumo scolded with a smile and swung the steaming soup bowl back and forth next to the bear's head. "I tell you, you will never find such delicious food even if you search the entire area number 10 in the future. Why don't you get up and eat it quickly?" Although Shumo was smiling, he felt uncomfortable when he thought about leaving here. I don't know if his words infected the grizzly bear or if the aroma of the soup attracted it. The grizzly bear stretched out its bare face buried in the corner and sniffed the dark nose to the soup bowl. Shumo placed the soup bowl at its feet and watched it lick its tongue and drink the soup with a smile. "Be careful with the soup. Drink slowly. No, one is going to snatch it from you. After all, we know each other. How about I give you a name? You are a grizzly bear, and your fur is also gray, so I'll call you Little Gray. No, you'll grow up eventually, and this name doesn't suit you. How about calling you Big Gray? Isn't this a high-end and classy name?" The grizzly bear buried his face in the soup and was forced to listen to his long-winded chatter. In the time it took to eat a meal, it already had its own name. "That's it, Big Gray. Let me introduce myself. My name is Shumo. Shu of Shumo. Mo of Shumo." Shumo stretched out his hand seriously and looked at it seriously. The grizzly bear was stunned for a moment, raised his bare head and licked the back of his hand, and then buried his head to continue drinking the soup. Shumo smiled, touched its big head, got up and went out to the camp. The wooden planks that were prepared to make a bathtub last time were still buried in the snow, and they had to be dug out first. There weren't many wooden boards, not enough to build a bathtub, so he had to continue felling trees. He only gave himself 1 day to rest, so he didn't waste time this time. Although the dagger was short, it was made of high-strength alloy, and the wear and tear was almost negligible. With the increase of 6 attribute points, the 2 big trees quickly fell on the snow. Next, remove the branches, split, and cut the boards, and it was done smoothly. Shumo dragged the split wooden boards back to the camp. The bathtub is very simple to make, in the shape of a coffin and the size of a pig-killing basin. Combining the advantages of the two, and then sealing the gap with clay, you can complete a rough bathtub. Now all you have to do is chisel out the grooves and protrusions, and then splice them together. Shumo sat on the ground and worked seriously. The bored grizzly bear held an empty bowl in its mouth and rolled around beside him. The harmonious picture was soon broken by the roar of a helicopter in the sky. The grizzly bear was so scared that it dropped the empty bowl and rolled to Shumo's side. Shumo was not surprised. Today was the 80th day of living alone in the wilderness, and it was also the day for a physical examination every 20 days. As expected, the helicopter landed in an open space not far away, and several familiar figures came. Benigni, who had not been seen for a long time, and 2 bodyguards with live ammunition, and a handsome repairman with a feminine smile. "Oh God, there is a grizzly bear here." The 2 bodyguards raised their guns and aimed at the grizzly bear lying on the ground nervously, as if they had seen a ghost. "Put down your guns," Shumoli shouted, staring at the 2 bodyguards with extreme hostility. The 2 bodyguards shuddered and almost simultaneously put down their guns obediently. Last time, this guy twisted their waist meat and black blood came out, and it has not completely dissipated until now. How can they not be afraid? Charles glanced at them coldly, secretly cursing them for being useless. but he couldn't help but stop and didn't dare to approach the camp rashly. This is a real grizzly bear. It really eats people. Wop. Toti 8 on sage tal. Among them, only Benini was relatively calm, but she also put her hand into her coat pocket and grasped the handle of the Desert Eagle. After all, this is a bear, and it is still very oppressive to ordinary people. Shumo patted the grizzly bear's butt and drove it back to the wooden house. After closing the wooden door, Benini and others walked into the camp. Even though I already know that you have a bear through the live broadcast, it still makes me feel incredible to see it with my own eyes. Benini walked into the camp and glanced at the thick wooden door with lingering fear. Shumo walked over, gave her a big bear hug, and said with a smile, "It's been so long since we last met. Did you miss me?" Benini froze and said unhappily, "You are getting bolder and bolder now." Shumo let go of her with a look of regret and sighed. "It seems that you don't miss me, but I miss you so much." "Okay, stop joking. This time I came here at the request of the program team to check your various physical indicators." Benini was a little overwhelmed and quickly changed the subject with a stern face. "No problem." Shumo was very cooperative. When he was about to open his wolfskin coat, he suddenly turned his head to look at the handsome repairman and others, frowned and said, "Can you 3 step aside? Do you want to grow corns?" Hearing this, the 2 bodyguards' eyelids twitched, and they immediately turned around and whistled as if nothing had happened. Charles took a few steps forward and said with a smile, "Your bracelet and camera also need to be checked. Please give them to me." Shumo felt that his smile was sinister, but he still cooperated and threw the bracelet and camera to him. Charles took the equipment and walked to the side, opened the toolbox, and began to check. Shumo still felt that they were a bit annoying, so he put his arm around Benigni's shoulders, picked up her half-open medical box, and said with a smile, "It's cold outside. Let's go back to the house and check it slowly." Benigni's face turned pale and said with great resistance, "No, there is a bear inside. Don't worry, it's very cute and won't hurt you." Even if Benigni tried his best to resist, he couldn't stop his powerful strength and was finally half-heartedly taken into the cabin by him. Bang! The door was closed again, leaving the trio looking at each other. Fuck! Charles' handsome face was instantly distorted and deformed, and he trembled for a long time before squeezing out this swear word from his teeth. Inside the cabin, Shumo stripped off all his clothes and lay comfortably on the soft big bed, enjoying her little hands wandering on his body. Benini tried not to look at his lewd expression and tried not to care about the grizzly bear in the corner, and finished her work calmly. It is said that people who work hard will forget everything around them. Obviously, Benini is such a person. Even if the grizzly bear has moved to her side, she still didn't notice it. It wasn't until the grizzly bear's dark nose rubbed her slender arm that she reacted. Ah! After a short period of unconsciousness, Benini screamed and was frightened. Shumo hugged her in his arms very generously and said with a reproachful face, "You have to restrain your emotions. Otherwise, what if people outside misunderstand you? It's okay for you, but I still have to pay attention to my innocence." Benini was forced to lie on his hot chest and didn't hear what he was talking about. Charles's face outside the door was as pale as a pig's liver, and his fragile heart was severely crushed by the sudden scream. After a brief pain, there was a resentment that was far beyond that of the women in the deep palace. He glanced at the 2 bodyguards calmly, and unnoticed, he embedded a chip the size of a fingernail into the turned-on camera. In the wooden house, the atmosphere was weird and charming. Benigni struggled to break free from his arms and glared at him with a blush on her face. Shumo put his hands behind his head, as if nothing had happened, and smiled as he admired the messy picture of the beauty. Benigni sorted out his mood and continued to test the data. After a while of silence, she suddenly whispered, "You have to be careful of Charles." Shumo was stunned and subconsciously asked, "Who is Charles?" Benini rolled his eyes at him and said unhappily, "The one you slapped." Shumo's heart moved and he asked calmly, "Oh, what's wrong?" Benini hesitated for a while and said in a low voice, "In fact, the ecology has not changed. These wolves are likely to be artificially released into this area." "You mean Charles did it?" Shumo had already guessed it, so he was not surprised, but he still asked along with her words. It's just a suspicion, no evidence, and now the program team prohibits talking about this topic. You have to be careful. It seems that his background is not ordinary. He can actually shut the program team up. His family has shares in this column. Oh, I see. Shumo wanted to ask something else, but saw Benini had already started to pack up the equipment. Okay, there is no problem with the test. After packing up, Benini fled out of the room. Shumo put on his wolfskin coat and planned to see her off. As soon as he went out, he ran into Charles wearing a painful mask. The equipment is fine. Charles tried to force a smile and returned the bracelet and camera to him. Shumo nodded and watched them go away. Soon, the helicopter roared again and left Area 10. After Shumo put on the equipment, he continued to complete the bathtub plan. Until it was almost dark, a large square coffin appeared in the center of the camp. The formation of the bathtub once again shocked the audience in the live broadcast room. My goodness, Master Mo really doesn't do anything in the world of the living. It's okay to build a shelter like a tomb, but now he's building a coffin. Is this to put together a set for the road? How can we mortals understand Master Mo's brain circuit? Wait, the tricks are always behind. Why do I think this coffin looks a bit like the pig scalding basin used by the butcher when I was a child? Damn, now that you mention it, I also think they are somewhat similar. Master Mo is not going to burn the grizzly bear. What is the use of the name change card? Impossible. Master Mo is so good to Big Gray, he won't do it. Master Mo was also very good to the guard wolf before, but it was swept away by the snowstorm. Mo was very satisfied with his work, but there were many gaps in the splicing, which needed to be filled with clay. He went to the lakeside where he found the clay and dug the clay with a wooden stick. The soil layer was frozen hard in the low temperature, but it was not a problem under the miracle of great force. Soon he returned to the camp with a large lump of clay, softened it with water, diluted it, added hay shreds and kneaded it evenly, and then applied it to the gaps. After one night, this coffin can be used for a hot bath. WAP/Eleno96 at 281-492 After the coffin was finished, it was already dark. Shumo returned to the cabin and found the grizzly bear curled up in the corner and sleeping soundly. He did not pat it, but went back to his bed and slept. The next day it was dawn. Shumo got up early, washed up, and began to prepare breakfast. Now the only food was wolf meat and snake meat, and he chose to stew soup again. This time he stewed 3 meals of rations at once. After he was full, he put all the cooked meat and soup next to the grizzly bear. The grizzly bear smelled the fragrance and woke up from his sleep. He lay on the ground and licked the soup in the soup bowl, chewing a piece of wolf meat from time to time, and he was very satisfied. Shumo touched its head, got up, took the wooden poke, and closed the door. He only gave himself 1 day off, but the grizzly bear was injured and could recuperate for a few more days, so he locked it in the house. He got up so early, of course, to hunt gray wolves. There was no telling how many wolves were released into area number 10. If it was not cleaned up, the grizzly bear would inevitably fall victim to them when he left. So before the end of the game, he had to clear up this hidden danger as soon as possible and try to restore area number 10 to its previous ecological environment. Shumo tightened his wolfskin coat and strode into the woods. As soon as he entered the woods, he felt that he was being stared at by several pairs of dark eyes. In addition, there were a few wolf howls from time to time in the woods, and it can be concluded that these dark eyes belong to the big gray wolves. It seems that there are really a lot of wolves in area number 10, to the point where they can be seen everywhere. Shumo slowed down his pace and tried to make himself look harmless. As everyone knows, he likes to be passive, especially when facing wild beasts. Seeing that he was walking alone, these wolves would not miss such a good food supply. Unfortunately, his plan failed again. The big gray wolf in the forest just watched from a distance, and no iron-headed wolf came up to cause trouble. It seemed that they were really scared of killing that time. Shumo frowned, because he knew that the gray wolf did not take action in addition to being afraid of him, and another important reason was the nature of the wolf. They are social animals and like to fight in groups rather than one-on-one. But if they really gather together, Shumo will be in danger. After all, without the help of the grizzly bear, facing a huge pack of wolves is still a bit timid. Shumo thought for a long time and decided to take the initiative. His sharp eyes swept the jungle and soon locked onto an arrogant big gray wolf. The reason why it is arrogant is that it dares to look directly into his eyes without hiding. Too arrogant. This is it. Shumo clenched the wooden stick and slowly approached it, as if nothing had happened. This big bad wolf was indeed a bit arrogant. Seeing him approaching, it actually stood still. The distance between the man and the wolf kept getting closer, from the initial 30 meters to 20 meters quickly. It was not until there were only 10 meters left that the big bad wolf reacted and immediately turned around and ran away. Of course, Shumo would not let it go and immediately used his agility attribute points to chase it. But a wolf is a wolf after all. Not only is it agile, but it also has 2 extra legs, and it makes a fake move from time to time to confuse the audience. Even if Shumo tried his best, it would be difficult to catch up with it in a short time. The man and the wolf ran around in the forest, scaring the other wolves to flee. For a while, the forest was in chaos, and the big bad wolf's curses were everywhere. The audience in the live broadcast room was also confused, and it took a long time to recover. Is it really okay to have such exciting fun early in the morning? The action came so suddenly, it was really refreshing. 66666. You are worthy of being Master Mo, but you just don't do anything. Basic operation is not 6, and your immunity will be enhanced after watching it too much. In the rain, Wothenhelm. These wolves have not yet realized the serious consequences of provoking Master Mo. I want to pray for them. Chased, and suddenly found that something was wrong. Why do I feel like a wolf has slipped away? Damn, how can I bear this? He raised the wooden stick in anger, aimed at the big bad wolf, and then activated the power attribute to throw it out with all his strength. The wooden stick whistled and rubbed the wolf's fur and deeply inserted into the snow. The big bad wolf was frightened and the wolf's fur stood up, and the speed of running away was a few points faster. After missing the first shot, Shumo was not discouraged at all. He pulled out the wooden stick when passing by, and then aimed at the big bad wolf running in front and threw it out again. The wooden stick whistled and rubbed the wolf's tail, and inserted into the ground again. The wolf was so frightened that his anus tightened and his escape route began to change shape. After the second shot failed, Shumo was still not discouraged, but the wolf's fancy body movements made the difficulty of the javelin several levels higher. So the third shot missed again, the fourth shot, the fifth shot. The wolf was already numb, and so were the audience in the live broadcast room. I can't stand it anymore, Master Mo. Please give it a quick death. This is too scary for the wolf. The cat who can chat. This wolf has no sense at all. Why is he running? Hasn't he heard that the sooner you die, the sooner you will be reborn? Love turns out to be drinking poison with a smile. I feel that this wolf will not be stabbed to death, but will be exhausted to death. Smiling at the spring platform to kill the devil. What a sin. This wolf is unlucky. Why did Master Mo take a fancy to him? I have to say that Shumo's accuracy is really hard to describe, but there is a saying that goes, if you don't have the right aim, then use firepower to cover the target. After countless failures, finally, a wooden stick fell from behind and nailed the wolf to death on the snow. Unexpectedly, the wolf died peacefully. Even with its tongue sticking out of its mouth, the look of relief on its face could still be seen. Shumo was panting heavily and sat down beside it. Too tired. The efficiency was outrageous. If we really want to clean up the wolf pack in this way, it will take a long time to clean it up. And it didn't trigger the battle judgment, which made him very unhappy. Could it be that even the system couldn't stand it? Shumo didn't feel embarrassed to blame the system. After all, this kind of battle was really fucked up. No, we have to be passive, and we have to find a way to make the wolf take the initiative. After all, waiting for the wolf to tire out is always the best choice. He thought for a long time, and suddenly an idea came to his mind uncontrollably. But this idea has to be implemented in another place. After all, the other wolves here are scared. Shumo stood up and patted the snow off his butt, then pulled out the wooden stick from the wolf and left the forest without any regrets. After leaving the forest, he arrived at the place where he had fought last time. There were piles of wolf corpses, emitting a disgusting stench. Several vultures circled in the air and landed on the pile of corpses. Not far away, several big gray wolves were wandering around, looking around from time to time, and vigilantly discovered Shumo, who had just left the forest. They were the target this time. Whap! As an on one section, Andui 8142 Do began to prepare his expression and quietly began to approach them. When he was still more than 10 meters away from them, he suddenly slipped and fell to the ground. Ouch, my leg is broken, I'm going to die. Shumo wailed in pain and slowly crawled on the ground. Hiss, I'm done, my hand is broken, I'm a useless person, why don't you come and eat me? Hiss, oh, it hurts. Shumo twitched from time to time, looking like he was seriously ill. A dozen big gray wolves, not far away, were full of question marks, looking at his hard performance with a confused look. Not to mention the wolves were confused. The audience in the live broadcast room also fell into silence. Talent. The Oscars owe you a little golden man. Infatuated with the starry sky. Fishing. Fishing for wolves to enforce the law? Elk and warmth. Please use some effort, okay? This poor acting made me feel embarrassed. Self-salvation. You are so coquettish and cheap. Give me back the mighty and domineering Master Mo. Heartbreaking. The style of painting changes too fast. I have to adapt first. Otherwise my heart can't stand it. Ah, I'm dead. You can eat me with confidence. Shumo struggled for a while on the spot like a last breath, and finally kicked his legs and lay on his back on the snow. The wolves were silent, and the atmosphere was frozen. Shumo pricked up his ears and listened to the movements around him. Well, it was very quiet, which proved that the wolves had not left. If they did not leave, it meant that they were deeply impressed by his acting skills. Therefore, it was only a matter of time before they came up. Now all he had to do was wait patiently. Shumo lay straight on the ground, motionless, looking as if he had been dead for some years. After a long time, a fishy wind suddenly blew and quickly approached him. Shumo's spirits lifted, and a mysterious and confident smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Can't hold it back anymore? It seems that his charm is irresistible, and it has aroused the hearts of the wolves that have been eager to move for a long time. The smile on his mouth became bigger and bigger, and suddenly his eyes went black, and the smile froze on his face. A huge vulture fanned the fishy wind and flapped its wings to land on him. Fuck you! Without even thinking about it, Shumo kicked the falling vulture in the belly with 2 feet like a rabbit kicking an eagle. The vulture wailed and was kicked and turned several times in the air, and then fell hard on the snow in the distance. Ah! The wolves, who had already relaxed their vigilance, immediately cursed at him. Too bad. How could there be such a sinister Lao Liu? They were just a little bit away from being fooled. Shumo sat up, his face very ugly, just a little bit away from being seduced. He glanced at the wolves who were still cursing and knew that this perfect plan had failed. Sure enough, after a while, the wolves left the slope cursing. Shumo did not chase them because there was no point. It would be a loss-making business for him to spend a lot of physical strength to kill 1 or 2 wolves. In fact, there is another way, which is to add some more agility attribute points so that he can catch up with the speed of the wolves. But unless it is necessary, he does not want to use the free attribute points now. Shumo stood up and moved to another place with the wooden stick. This method is actually still effective, but it was destroyed by the vulture. There are so many wolves in the pack, and there will always be greedy ones who can't resist the temptation of their own bodies. This time he came to the cave where the big gray used to be. There were wolves howling here, and there were many scattered big gray wolves wandering around. He walked on the rocks covered with snow, and suddenly his feet slipped and the whole person rolled off the rocks. He crushed several piles of dry grass in succession before he stopped. He lay on his back, as if he had fainted. I have to say that his acting skills are superb again. Such a big noise, of course, attracted the attention of the big gray wolf. Soon, 2 big gray wolves approached cautiously. Awu, awu. The two big gray wolves did not approach rashly but kept howling in a low voice, as if they were communicating. Their calls attracted several more wolves, and soon, 7 or 8 big gray wolves gathered near Shumo. The increase in the number of gray wolves increased their courage. They formed groups and approached Shumo, who was pretending to be dead. Shumo held his breath and concentrated, paying close attention to the movements around him. The rustling footsteps kept approaching until they sounded in his ears. At this time, the wolves were very close to him, and the two closest big gray wolves were only a few feet away from him. The strong fishy smell enveloped him, and the panting of the wolves with their mouths slightly open could be heard. Now! Shumo suddenly turned over and jumped up, stabbing the nearest wolf's head with the wooden stick in his hand. The big gray wolf had no chance to react at all and watched the sharp wooden stick sink into its eyes. Puff! The tip of the stick smashed its skull and came out from the back of its neck. When it was pulled out again, it brought out a string of brains stained red with blood. Ding! The battle judgment has been triggered, and the evaluation will be completed after the battle ends. A beautiful prompt sound rang, and the excited Shumo's murderous intent quickly surged. A woo! At this time the wolves also reacted and suddenly became a mess. Some wolves fled in panic, while others pounced with sharp fangs exposed. Shumo grabbed the tail of a fleeing wolf and pulled it back. Then he swung the big gray wolf and smashed it hard on the other wolf that pounced on him. The two wolves hugged each other intimately with a series of broken bones, and then both fell to the snow. Shumo jumped up and used the force of falling to swing the wooden stick and hit them hard. The two gray wolves hugged each other in a V shape by the terrifying force of the wooden stick. They died before they could even howl. At this time, a fishy wind blew from the left, and a big gray wolf had already pounced. Shumo freed his left hand and slapped the wolf in the